Chapter 1. The coveted 36D. At the entrance of a private club in City, a petite girl stood before the security guard dressed in a sleek black suit. "Apologies, miss, but entry to the private cocktail party is restricted to those with an invitation," he stated politely, blocking her path. The girl's skin was as fair as jade, her features delicate and exquisite, reminiscent of a fragile porcelain doll. The little white dress accentuated her alluring waist, while her long legs peeked enticingly beneath the hem, evoking a protective instinct in those who beheld her. Yet, in the presence of the security guard, it was evident that duty prevailed. Luo Yan bit her lips slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of urgency, her soft voice laced with desperation. "I beg you, sir. I just need to find someone. I promise to leave as soon as I do. I'm afraid I cannot allow that." "You are welcome to make a phone call," the guard replied steadfastly, unwavering in his post. "I already called," but before Luo Yan could finish her sentence, a bespectacled man approached and patted the guard on the shoulder. "Let her in." Upon hearing the voice, the guard turned and immediately recognized the man, stepping aside to allow passage. Luo Yan paused momentarily, then quickly followed the man, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for helping me." The man smiled slightly. "No need to thank me, it's at the behest of our boss." With that, he gestured for Luo Yan to proceed, while he himself stepped aside. "Boss," Luo Yan pondered, deciding to set aside her curiosity for the moment and focus on finding her sister, Luo Yan. Luo Yan felt a sense of urgency. She needed to locate her sister, for according to the original storyline, the protagonist, Luo Yan, would encounter the male lead, Luo Yan, today. Were this a tale of affection, all might be well, but alas, it was a heart-wrenching narrative, one that subjected the beloved female lead to unfathomable suffering. Before she had transmigrated, Luo Yan had adored the elegant and aloof elder sister archetype. When she had first read this novel, she had been infatuated with the protagonist, even to the point of weeping for days following the tragic conclusion. When the story reached its devastating end, witnessing Yuan's tragic fate, losing her kidney, her womb, her very legs, Luo Yan had sent the author an ultimate gift, a box of razor blades. And then, after a single night's sleep, she found herself in this world. Now, she was Luo Yuan's half-sister, Luo Yan, a quintessential little black lotus, notorious for her misdeeds against Yuan. Yet, to Luo Yan, these details were insignificant. What truly mattered was that she must prevent Yuan from encountering Luo Yan. She wished for her sister to thrive independently, radiant and strong, yet devoid of suffering. Having just arrived and absorbed the memories of her new identity, Luo Yan rushed towards the private party. Inside the venue, amid the fragrant ambience and mingling guests, the delicate girl in the white dress drew the attention of many. From a distance, a girl in a pink evening gown, holding a glass of wine, looked at Luo Yan with surprise. "What's she doing here? Who is this newcomer?" Another girl in a white dress inquired, jealousy evident in her gaze as she scrutinized Luo Yan's face and the intricate lace design at her slender waist. "She's quite cunningly dressed." Zhen Xiaomei glanced at her. "Remember when the dress of the famed actress was ripped at the last press conference? That was her doing." "This newcomer has quite the audacity," the girl in white remarked, taken aback. "She must have some backing." Zhen Xiaomei scoffed dismissively. At that moment, the two noticed Luo Yan approaching them. Luo Yan recognized the two girls, particularly Zhen Xiaomei, who was a fellow artist under the same agency as Yuan and might know her whereabouts. "Hello, may I ask if you know where my sister, Luo Yan, is?" Luo Yan inquired hopefully, looking at Zhen Xiaomei. "Sister?" Zhen Xiaomei hesitated momentarily. "Yes." Luo Yan nodded eagerly. "I just tried calling her, but she didn't answer. Do you know where she might be?" Zhen Xiaomei exchanged a glance with the girl beside her, suddenly recalling a rumor she had heard Luo Yan had a half-sister, but their relationship was reportedly quite poor. It was said that Luo Yan would rather stay in a hotel than return home because of her. As a newcomer who had just worked with the illustrious actress, Zhen Xiaomei was keen on currying favor, knowing that resources flowing from such a prominent figure would be invaluable for her career. With this in mind, Zhen Xiaomei regarded Luo Yan with a hint of malice. "I certainly know where Luo Yan is, but you haven't forgotten, have you?" At the last press conference, you stepped on my foot. Did that happen? Luo Yan was taken aback. Perhaps the original owner of this body had overlooked Zhen Xiaomei, as Luo Yan had no recollection of such an incident. Seeing the confusion on Luo Yan's face, Zhen Xiaomei felt a surge of indignation. I won't say much more, just drink 3 glasses of champagne to apologize, and he'll tell you where Luo Yan is. 3 glasses of champagne? Luo Yan contemplated, finding no issue with the request, as she had often shared drinks with friends. As a servant passed by with glasses in hand, Luo Yan swiftly took 3 glasses of champagne. Once I finish these 3, you must tell me where my sister is, or I shall pour it over your head. Faced with Luo Yan's cute yet fierce threat, Zhen Xiaomei's expression darkened, fully aware that she could indeed follow through. However, how could she accurately predict Luo Yan's whereabouts? It was merely drinking Luo Yan down one glass, then another. As the alcohol coursed through her, Luo Yan's urgency to find Yu Wan overshadowed her thoughts, completely oblivious to the fact that this body was intolerant of champagne. 1 glass was manageable, 2 made her tipsy, and 3 would lead to intoxication. After finishing the 3rd glass, Luo Yan urged Zhen Xiaomei, "I've finished. Now quickly tell me where she is." With a tipsy demeanor, Zhen Xiaomei pointed toward the stairs. If memory serves, Luo Yan just went upstairs with 2 directors to discuss a new script. If you go up and keep walking straight, you'll find her. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan turned and made her way towards the stairs, gripping the railing as she ascended. She needed to hurry and find Yu Wan to prevent her from stepping into a fiery pit. Behind her, the girl in white watched Luo Yan ascend the staircase and could not help but exclaim to Zhen Xiaomei, "Are you out of your mind? The upper floor is where Tang Ying's resting area is." Luo Yan clearly went up the right staircase. "She drank and went the wrong way. That's none of our concern." Zhen Xiaomei chuckled lightly, eager to see the unfolding drama. Luo Yan grew increasingly dizzy as she climbed to the 2nd floor, her mind foggy as she wandered forward. Even in her muddled state, she repeatedly recalled Yu Wan's black gown, fearful of forgetting. When she finally spotted the black dress approaching, Luo Yan, anxious that Yu Wan might flee in disdain, rushed forward and hugged her tightly. "Don't go. Luo Chun is a scoundrel. You can't jump into that fire pit." The girl's soft voice held an unwavering conviction, her delicate arms tightening around Yu Wan's waist, desperate to keep her from escaping. Tang Yuan looked down at the petite girl in his arms. Her familiar milky scent mingled with a hint of alcohol. Although their first encounter differed from the past, she still resembled the girl he remembered. Raising a hand to halt his secretary, his hands hovered at his sides, appearing as if he were embracing the girl, yet maintaining a gentlemanly distance. He leaned slightly, his deep, husky voice laced with a hint of amusement. "Little one, you've mistaken me for someone else." Luo Yan looked up, her cheeks slightly puffed as she gazed at him, resembling a real-life hamster earnest, yet with a touch of grievance. Luo Chun is truly a scoundrel. Who could resist the endearing charm of such a darling? Especially when that darling was the very embodiment of his affection. Regardless of her antics, he would acquiesce, saying, "You are absolutely right." Hearing his agreeable response, Luo Yan beamed with joy. Clutching her beloved sister Yu Wan, Luo Yan nestled into her embrace, blissfully lost in her thoughts. Where's the coveted 36D? I've longed for it so. Chapter 2. Luo Yan, the Little Minx. Ahem. The secretary of Tang Yuan inadvertently coughed, choking on his own saliva. When he had gone downstairs to fetch someone, he had been struck by the girl's beauty, but he never anticipated her to be so amusing. Moreover, he found himself increasingly curious about her relationship with his boss. Not many could coax such obedience from him. Tang Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the secretary, who immediately turned away to avoid losing his bonus. Meanwhile, the girl, still in pursuit of the elusive 36D, was growing anxious. Had she not been intoxicated, she would have already unbuttoned his shirt. Observing the girl's struggle with the buttons of his shirt, Tang Yuan's throat bobbed slightly as he raised a hand to gently restrain her restless fingers, a mix of exasperation and amusement crossing his features. "Who on earth do you think I am?" In the next moment, Luo Yan's forehead pressed heavily against his chest, her entire form swaying dizzily into his embrace. Sighing in resignation as she threatened to slip away, Tang Linyuan dutifully wrapped his arms around her. She was such a small bundle, easily cradled in one arm this time. He would not let anyone take her away from him. With an obsession for 3060, Luo Yan, eyes closed, couldn't help but reach out to touch his chest. Alas, her groping yielded no 3060. Master Tang. The cool voice of a woman interrupted Tang Linyuan's reluctant gaze upon a young girl in his arms. The newcomer was none other than Luo Yuan, the very person Luo Yan had been searching for. As a top-tier star in the entertainment industry, she was widely recognized for her formidable talent. With acting prowess, popularity, beauty, and figure, she exuded an ethereal elegance that had drawn attention since her debut. Clad in a black gown, which was not particularly remarkable in style, her naturally fair complexion allowed her to wear it with grace. Her tall, curvaceous figure transformed this ordinary dress into something breathtaking. Luo Yuan approached Tang Linyuan, her gaze subtly falling upon Luo Yan. She was perplexed as to when Luo Yan had come to know the notoriously aloof Tang Linyuan. However, considering that Luo Yan was part of the Luo family, even if she held no fondness for her, Luo Yuan felt compelled to intervene. Luo Yan is my sister. She has had too much to drink and has disturbed you. Looking down at the young girl in his embrace, who was persistently searching for 3060, Tang Linyuan once again removed her small hand from his chest. She is still quite young. If you have brought her out, you ought to take good care of her. Without further elaboration, Luo Yuan grasped Luo Yan's arm and pulled her closer. In a fragrant embrace, Luo Yan instinctively resumed her search for 3060, while Luo Yuan, exasperated, captured her wandering hand. I will arrange for someone to take you both home, Tang Linyuan declared, turning away, wary of the temptation to snatch the young girl from Luo Yuan's grasp. Secretary Lu, ever the dutiful aide, stepped forward after watching his boss depart, addressing Luo Yuan. Miss Luo, please follow me. No need. I have my own car, Luo Yuan replied coolly, leading Luo Yan away from the swar. In the car on their way home, the assistant, Xiaofeng, couldn't help but glance back at the two in the rear seat. This scene was indeed rare. The usually antagonistic Luo Yan was now clinging to Luo Yuan. Once again pushing Luo Yan back in her seat, Luo Yuan murmured softly, "She is truly intoxicated." Initially unaware that Luo Yan had attended the gathering, Luo Yuan had learned from a producer friend in the industry. Given that Luo Yan had ventured into the presence of the formidable Tang Linyuan, she feared her sister might offend someone and bring trouble upon herself. As for Tang Linyuan, he was known to have debuted at a young age, reaching the pinnacle of success almost immediately, accumulating awards with ease. When his career peaked, he transitioned into the business realm, where MG Group surged forth with unstoppable momentum, eclipsing many established enterprises in a mere 8 years. What most people saw was merely the commercial blueprint Tang Linyuan had created, while the more powerful backing behind him remained a mystery. Luo Yuan was not particularly familiar with Tang Linyuan. Her own debut had come later, and she had collaborated with him only once in a minor role. However, she recalled that he had not initially been invited to this swarnot due to a lack of desire, but rather a fear of extending an invitation. Yet, it was said that Tang Linyuan's secretary had personally contacted the event organizers. As Luo Yuan pondered Tang Linyuan, she suddenly felt a weight against her chest. Luo Yan had once again pressed closer, nuzzling against her. Luo Yuan felt her ears flush with warmth. How could she not realize that Luo Yan resembled a little vixen? Clinging to Luo Yuan, Luo Yan finally remembered her ultimate goal: stay away from scoundrels, avoid Lu Mukin, steer clear of the fire pit. Upon hearing Lu Mukin's name, Luo Yuan looked down at Luo Yan in confusion. The scoundrel Lu Mukin? In the driver's seat, Xiaofeng had also caught wind of Luo Yan's emphatic declarations. When did President Lu become a scoundrel? I heard his reputation is quite good. Who knows? Luo Yuan frowned slightly. Despite her lack of fondness for Luo Yan, hearing such remarks stirred a modicum of doubt regarding Lu Mukin. After all, in today's world, especially among the elite, pretense had become the norm. Upon returning to the Luo residence, Luo Yan resembled a large koala, insisting on clinging to Luo Yuan's waist. While she would have liked to hang on to her, Luo Yuan was not having it. The two elder members of the Luo family were away on vacation, leaving only the servants to witness the sight of the seemingly inseparable sisters, Luo Yan and Luo Yuan. "She has had too much to drink," Luo Yuan explained, attempting to pry Luo Yan's hand away, but the latter clung on tenaciously. The servants, wishing to assist, tried to help separate Luo Yan, but to no avail. Reluctantly, one ventured, "Miss, could you possibly assist in getting the second young lady upstairs to her room?" With no way to pry them apart, they could only escort her upstairs. Fortunately, once Luo Yan reached her bed, the koala persona detached itself. She slept soundly until dawn, and upon waking, found herself bewildered while sitting on her bed. How had she returned? She had no idea. Had she found Sister Yuan last night? Not a clue. Had she prevented Sister Yuan from meeting that scoundrel Lumyukin? Even more uncertain. Frustrated, she raked her fingers through her hair, leaving it in a disheveled state. As she trudged into the bathroom, she gazed into the mirror at her simultaneously familiar, yet foreign reflection. She patted her youthful, collagen-rich cheeks and smiled, revealing two adorable dimples. Who could have anticipated that a mere box of blades would result in such a curse from the author, landing her here? Her current identity was also Luo Yan, a junior in the jewelry design program at a university, age 20, with the summer break just behind her. While her age and student status remained unchanged, she had originally been enrolled in the business management program at her parents' behest. But it seemed fortuitous that her best friend had chosen jewelry design, which turned out to be quite enjoyable. After freshening up, Luo Yan opened her wardrobe, which was brimming with JK uniforms. It reminded her that the original character, the canon fodder sister, favored wearing JK attire, so she was hardly surprised. A white shirt paired with a blue bow tie, a plaid pleated skirt, and white ankle socks with little leather shoes made Luo Yan feel inexplicably younger, as if her face had shrunk a few more years. Descending the stairs, she immediately inquired of the servant, "Aunt Wang, where's my sister?" "Miss." Aunt Wang was taken aback, having worked in the Luo household for over 20 years. It was the first time she had heard Luo Yan mention Luo Yuan with such affection. The eldest young lady left early this morning. Luo Yan was startled, and upon reflection, she realized the dire situation today. Sister Yuan would encounter the scoundrel. In a flurry, Luo Yan dashed into the kitchen, snatched 2 slices of bread, and hastily instructed the driver to take her to the studio where Sister Yuan was filming an advertisement. It was entirely the fault of the original character, the little black lotus, for having such a poor relationship with her sister. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to exert herself so much, fearful that her words would go unheeded. Thus, her plan was to not only speak, but also take action to disrupt the encounter. Knowing the filming schedule, Luo Yan disguised herself as an intern and infiltrated the studio. Upon locating Sister Yuan, she lingered in a corner, holding a glass of water. "What are you doing here?" A familiar, deep voice resonated behind her, startling Luo Yan, who nearly stumbled forward due to her numb legs. Fortunately, a large hand steadied her. "Sorry, did I frighten you?" Just as Luo Yan was about to retort, "With people scare people to death," she froze upon seeing the face before her. Chapter 3 Luo Yan, How Flirtatious to Is That Not Calendar Man. Just this morning, she had spotted a calendar featuring him on her desk. His striking looks compelled her to flip through the months, starting from January and perusing all 12 in their entirety. From the remnants of the original owner's memories, she discerned that his name was Tang Lin Yuan, an international film emperor and a conglomerate magnate. At the tender age of 28, he had already achieved accolades that would take others an entire lifetime to attain. The crux of the matter lay in his exceptional appearance. He could effortlessly embody a sovereign king in a drama or a fierce general on the battlefield. He exuded the elegance of a refined university professor, yet could also transform into a villain so captivating that one's moral compass would waver in his presence. When his sharp, elongated gaze fixated upon you, it sent chills down your spine. But when his eyes sparkled with mirth, infused with gentleness and affection, it was impossible not to yearn to be ensnared in his charm. Wait, gentleness and affection. Luo Yan shook herself from her reverie. She had misinterpreted the situation. His demeanor was merely a polite greeting, tinged with a hint of distant warmth. What's wrong? Did I frighten you? Tang Linyuan's eyes bore a faint hint of concern. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan quickly shook her head. No, I was just a bit surprised. And what brings you here? Tang Linyuan inquired, settling into the chair beside her, his long legs conspicuously occupying the limited space. As he spoke and turned his gaze toward Luo Yuan, who was busy filming in the distance, Luo Yan's attention was drawn to his well-defined Adam's apple, which subtly bobbed above the collar of his shirt. Tang Linyuan's Adam's apple was particularly striking, clearly delineated and harmoniously complemented by the perfect curve of his jawline. Utterly alluring, Luo Yan harbored a secret penchant, while others were captivated by hands, faces, or legs. She had an inexplicable affinity for Adam's apples. Tang Linyuan's was a perfect match for her peculiar taste. That a light chuckle escaped his lips, and his deep voice resonated with a magnetic allure. Do young ladies like you often daydream? Luo Yan felt her cheeks flush, a slight itch in her ears. However, she would never admit to such an embarrassing moment. I wasn't daydreaming. I was just pondering a few things. Like what? Tang Linyuan's tone playfully rose at the end. Like how a film emperor like you ended up sitting in this little corner? Luo Yan pouted slightly, casting her gaze toward the onlookers who pretended to be indifferent, yet were secretly stealing glances. At her words, Tang Linyuan sighed lightly. Perhaps it's due to my age. I haven't had many works in the past 2 years, so I've faded from the limelight. Luo Yan replied. That excuse seems rather half-hearted, uncle. However, before she could elaborate further, a commotion erupted in the distance. Luo Yan perked up instantly. Luo Yuan's filming partner had inadvertently suffered an injury with a fracture. Faced with Luo Yuan's tight schedule, the director was growing anxious. Let's send them to the hospital first. We'll figure out the filming later. Luo Yingho, shall we proceed with your solo shots? All right. Luo Yuan nodded slightly, taking a sip of water from her assistant's cup. Nearby, Lu Machin, who had been invited by a friend to observe the shoot, was about to turn away when his friend seized him. Machin, don't leave. Aren't you interested in Luo Yuan? This is the perfect opportunity to play the hero. Don't say such things. She doesn't need me to save her, Lu Machin replied coldly. Yet his friend had already pulled him forward. Director Li, upon hearing the voice, Director Li turned to see Lu Machin and his friend approaching and quickly made his way over. After Lu Machin's friend expressed the suggestion of having Lu Machin step in. Director Li regarded Lu Machin, whose appearance, physique, and status surpassed that of the original model, and what could he possibly refuse? Lu Machin did not decline. He glanced at Luo Yuan, oblivious to the impending crisis. Luo Yan, upon hearing the chaos, immediately knew that the scene of Lu Machin coming to the rescue would soon unfold, and as a staunch ship-sinking supporter, her eager little hands could hardly contain themselves. Tang Linyuan observed as the young girl stealthily carried her cup of water toward Lu Machin, fully aware of her mischievous intentions, when she reached a distance of around 5 or 6 meters. Luo Yan calculated her approach, took a deep breath, and charged forward. As she passed by Lu Machin, she accidentally spilled the entire contents of her cup onto him. Indeed, every drop had been drenched, leaving only a scant remnant behind. Having committed her mischief, Luo Yan hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going. I didn't notice someone was in front of me. As she spoke, she produced a tissue she had prepared earlier to dab at his damp white shirt. But the next moment, the pristine fabric was stained with a vivid red. Lu Machin cursed himself for being a moment too slow. He watched helplessly as his shirt became marred with an unidentifiable crimson stain. Lu Machin, while Luo Yan stared at the red ink splotch, her expression bewildered. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I forgot I had used that tissue to wipe away ink earlier. Director Chun, finally catching on, urgently distanced himself from the scene. Who are you? Who allowed you to wander around here? Lu Machin emanated an aura of low pressure, while his friend assessed Luo Yan. This little one is quite inventive. But you're in for it. This guy has a cleanliness obsession, and the impression you've left him with will linger for a lifetime. Misunderstood as a scheming girl attempting to catch Lu Machin's attention. Luo Yan remained unfazed, reaching for another tissue to assist him, only to be pushed away by Lu Machin. In the next instant, she found herself enveloped in a broad, warm embrace, momentarily dazed. This was not how she had envisioned her plan unfolding. She had intended to fall to the ground instead. Apologies, this is my assistant. It's her first day on the job, and she is a bit clumsy. I'll ensure a new shirt is sent to you. Lu. His voice, warm and magnetic, carried a hint of indulgence as Tang Linyuan carefully shielded the young girl in his arms, alleviating her potential troubles. Lu Machin had a cleanliness obsession. Once someone crossed his boundaries, he would not let them off easily. However, this was conditional. For someone like Tang Linyuan, he was obliged to show respect. Since she was under Tang's purview, he would let this incident slide. Tang Linyuan nodded slightly, not perceiving anything amiss. Seeing that Luo Yan was associated with Tang Linyuan, Director Chen dared not speak up, but Lu Machin's mood remained sour, and he refrained from mentioning the idea of stepping in. As Lu Machin and his friend turned to leave, Luo Yan felt a surge of triumph within. Yes, upon witnessing their departure, Tang Linyuan distanced himself from Luo Yan, saying, "My apologies. I told a small lie to avoid trouble." Upon hearing this, Luo Yan waved her hands dismissively. "Uncle, you need not apologize. It was my clumsiness that caused the trouble." Luo Yan stuck out her tongue slightly. She knew the uncle had likely guessed her intentions, especially since she had been lurking with her cup for so long. Yet, he was considerate and asked nothing. Beside them, Director Chen finally mustered the courage to ask, "Tang Yingdi, would you be able to assist us in a pinch? Luo Yingho has a great sense of the camera, and won't he take up too much of your time?" Tang Linyuan frowned slightly, his gaze drifting momentarily toward Luo Yan, suddenly feeling a chill. Luo Yan thought, "Oh, winky face. Is there a scheming villain plotting against me?" Chapter 4. This is far too embarrassing. Half an hour later, Luo Yan was in the fitting room, changing into the wedding dress required for the shoot. However, she was perplexed. She had come to dismantle a couple, and now that her mission was accomplished, why had she become the model? Was this what they called a stand-in narrative? The door to the fitting room swung open, and Luo Yuan entered, donning the same wedding gown. Under the lights, every aspect of her, be it her elegant swan neck, her naturally fair complexion, or her 36D bust, exuded an undeniable allure. No wonder she had captivated Luo Yan. Tears of envy nearly spilled from her eyes. Luo Yuan felt a slight discomfort under Luo Yan's fervent gaze, as if she were being stalked like prey since yesterday, especially the way Luo Yan kept glancing at her chest. As a woman herself, she certainly understood. Unfortunately, Luo Yan was oblivious to her thoughts. Otherwise, she would have shouted, "I'm not. I'm only envious because I don't have it." Luo Yan glanced down at her own figure, which, while undoubtedly curvaceous, could never quite reach the heights of 36D. This hardly seemed fair. Luo Yuan, seated nearby, spoke coldly. "I don't care what your intentions are. Just focus on the shoot and don't delay my schedule." "Sister, what is your next engagement?" Luo Yan curiously inquired, addressing her as sister with utmost sincerity. Seeing Luo Yan's innocent curiosity, Luo Yuan averted her gaze. "Stop pretending. I know exactly what you're like." "Then do you know what Lu Machin is like?" "I've heard he is a notorious womanizer. Falling for him is akin to leaping into a fire pit. Moreover, he has a white moonlight abroad, and when she returns, he becomes entangled with her again." Luo Yan spoke earnestly, disregarding whether Luo Yuan rejected her. After all, as a little black lotus, she had perhaps indulged too much. Luo Yan did not expect to change her impression in such a short time. Hearing Lu Machin's name again, Luo Yuan regarded Luo Yan with suspicion. "You seem quite concerned about Lu Machin. Do you like him? Are you afraid I'll compete with you?" Luo Yan replied. "Do I have such poor taste? If he is not a good man, then you should steer clear." Luo Yuan spoke indifferently, not caring whether Luo Yan listened. She had said her piece to prevent any future mishaps. The two higher-ups will undoubtedly place all the blame squarely on her shoulders. Luo Yan certainly has no intention of provoking anyone, yet she will persist in dismantling the couple's pairing when she finally emerges. Luo Yuan will be fully made up, while Luo Yan, opting for a more understated look, will only have applied a base and a touch of lipstick. With her fair complexion, she appears hardly different from her previous barefaced appearance. As she dons a mask that obscures half of her face, Luo Yan carefully navigates towards Tang Linyuan, aided by the staff while wearing towering heels. Previously, at Director Chen's request, Tang Linyuan had agreed to step in, but he stipulated a condition. He did not wish to shoot the more intimate portions of the wedding photos with Luo Yuan. The rationale was straightforward. Current fans revel in shipping couples. Yet he has effectively begun to withdraw from the limelight and does not wish to be the object of such fervor. if he were to take intimate photos with Luo Yan. There would be no escaping the scrutiny. He would prefer Director Chen find an unknown to collaborate with him, thus extinguishing fan-shipping fantasies. This reasoning left Director Chen with no counterarguments. And suitable unknowns are hardly easy to come by. Consequently, he scrutinized the staff present and set his sights on Luo Yan, leading to her being unwittingly drawn onto the proverbial pirate ship. Wearing a black half-mask, Tang Linyuan reveals a sharply defined jawline. His lips pressed together lightly. It is often said that men with such thin lips are emotionally distant. Yet Luo Yan finds this esteemed actor, whom she meets for the first time, surprisingly personable. Despite it being their first encounter, Luo Yan cannot shake the feeling that he seems somewhat familiar. The heels are perilously high, and distracted, she nearly stumbles on the stairs. Fortunately, Tang Linyuan is quick to react, stepping forward to catch her as she falls into his embrace, his hand resting gently on her slim waist. Both amused and bemused, his expression a mix of resignation and surprise. Luo Yan feels a touch of embarrassment but quickly steadies herself. And Tang Linyuan retracts his hand, standing with gentlemanly decorum. Thank you for your assistance today. If you feel uncomfortable at any point, please do not hesitate to let me know. Luo Yan ponders for a moment before softly replying. Uncle, I have never done this sort of shoot before. If it doesn't go well, perhaps you should consider someone else. Rest assured, I will guide you into the right mindset, Tang Linyuan assures her. It is quite simple. Just envision me as someone you hold dear, and I shall view you as someone I cherish. The resulting chemistry will suffice. Though his words sound straightforward and the idea appears easy to grasp, Luo Yan still harbors a tinge of apprehension. True to her concerns, once the shooting commences, she struggles to find her rhythm. No, this isn't quite right. Get a little closer. Luo Yan, you're too stiff. Relax, pretend the person before you is someone you adore. Let us take a break. Tang Linyuan instructs the photographer, turning to the slightly disheartened young woman before him. In truth, you have already made significant progress. It merely requires a bit more feeling as he speaks. Tang Linyuan gently lifts her chin with his hand, encouraging her to meet his gaze. If I were your boyfriend, what would you say you love most about me? Looking at Tang Linyuan, Luo Yan contemplates earnestly. So many things. She chuckles softly, prompting Tang Linyuan to add, just one will do. Her attention drifts to his Adam's apple, and she finds herself inexplicably captivated. Yes, that's the look. Suddenly, the photographer calls out from a distance, place your hand there. While directing the scene, the camera clicks rapidly. Tang Linyuan cannot help but feel he is inviting trouble upon himself, yet he remains unfazed by the thrill of the moment. As her fingertips brush against his Adam's apple, Luo Yan feels an electric jolt coursing through her, while Tang Linyuan finds it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Switch it up, kiss her, the photographer exclaims excitedly. However, both Tang Linyuan and Luo Yan immediately protest. Tang Linyuan dares not comply, knowing the consequences would be dire. In simpler terms, he knows he cannot withstand such a situation. As for Luo Yan, the thought is far too embarrassing. Fortunately, the photographer seems to have a change of heart, suggesting a more teasing approach instead. Eye in the frame. Luo Yan tugs on Tang Linyuan's black tie, drawing him closer. He leans back as she inclines forward, her slightly parted lips brushing against his enticingly chiseled throat. Chapter 5. Is this truly something one can witness without payment? It's utterly astonishing. At this moment, Luo Yuan's assistant, Yuan, gazes in shock at the scene unfolding before her. Initially, she had merely intended to keep an eye on the unpredictable Luo Yan, who had caused trouble for her sister in the past. She had hoped to ascertain any nefarious plans, yet unexpectedly, she stumbled upon this striking tableau of visual assault. Is this truly something available without a fee? Many in attendance believe this was certainly something that should be behind a paywall. A number of those with weaker dispositions quickly averted their gazes. Yet their eyes would inevitably steal furtive glances back. After that fleeting Adam's apple kiss, Luo Yan finally finds her rhythm, fully immersed in her role thanks to Tang Linyuan's guidance. She realizes just how inexperienced she is compared to him. In Tang Linyuan's eyes, she perceives a depth of emotion that makes her feel as if she is the object of his adoration. Conversely, she recognizes her own naivety. Truly, an esteemed actor is deserving of his reputation. Thankfully, she successfully completes the shoot without wasting too much of his time. After changing outfits, Luo Yan observes Tang Linyuan removing his mask to take some more distanced photos with Luo Yuan. The photographer, scrutinizing the results, furrows his brow, sensing something amiss with Tang Linyuan's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Director Chen approaches to review the photos. These are excellent. The emotions are vibrant, and both of their visages are stunning, though let's not dwell on the chemistry aspect. The photographer glances at Director Chen, refraining from voicing his thoughts, but he cannot shake the feeling that Tang Linyuan's earlier collaboration with Luo Yan had revealed more genuine chemistry than his current shoot with Luo Yuan. Once Luo Yan re-enters the studio after changing, she boldly positions herself, no longer hiding away in a corner. Meanwhile, Tang Linyuan leisurely sheds his suit jacket, revealing a crisp white shirt paired with dark trousers. Years of training have sculpted his physique, showcasing well-defined muscles beneath his clothing. His broad shoulders and long limbs render him a veritable walking mannequin within the industry. During the shoot, as he raises an arm, his shirt clings to his body, accentuating his alluring abdominal contours. This is simply against the rules. Luo Yan finds herself utterly captivated. Mr. Tang, would it be permissible to unbutton your shirt? The photographer inquires. Luo Yan follows suit, her gaze drawn to Tang Linyuan's shirt, which is buttoned to the very top. His sharply chiseled features, paired with the coolness in his eyes, exude an aura of restraint. Yet, in an instant, warmth flickers in his gaze, melting away the frigid demeanor. No problem. With deft fingers, he begins to undo the buttons. 1, 2. Luo Yan finds herself inexplicably drawn to watch him continue. Yet he halts, declaring, "That's enough." More than enough, the photographer hastily interjects. However, the women present share Luo Yan's sentiment. That's still not enough. We need at least 2 more buttons undone. The second button reveals tantalizing glimpses of his collarbone. Luo Yan's eyes sparkle with delight at the sight. Seemingly unconcerned, Tang Linyuan casts a casual glance in Luo Yan's direction, a smile gracing his lips as he continues shooting solo portraits. By midday, Luo Yan, who had only consumed 2 slices of bread that morning, finds herself ravenous. Although she is a late addition to the crew, she nonetheless receives a boxed meal. Just as she collects her lunch, Yuan approaches her, stating, "Luo Yan, Sister Luo would like to see you." Yuan's tone is far from friendly, reflecting her disdain for Luo Yan, which is understandable, given their history of conflict. Luo Yan prepares to open her boxed meal. She raises her head upon hearing Yuan's words, her large, watery eyes almost convincing Yuan of their innocence. Yet, it quickly dawns on her that this is precisely how Luo Yan operates, appearing harmless in front of others while secretly harboring ulterior motives. It seems Sister Luo is aware of this tendency, hence calling Luo Yan over to keep an eye on her, preventing her from spreading rumors behind her back. However, Luo Yan remains oblivious to Yuan's thoughts. She is merely reminded of last night's events, which she cannot quite recall, and she intends to inquire with Luo Yuan. She vaguely remembers being taken home by Luo Yuan, but the specifics are lost to her. Likely due to her inebriation, she never anticipated her body would react so sensitively to champagne. 3 glasses had rendered her intoxicated, explaining why her previous self had largely abstained from drinking. Holding her meal box, Luo Yan obediently follows Yuan to Luo Yuan's resting area. Just as they arrive at the door, a bespectacled man emerges from the adjacent room. Upon seeing him, Luo Yan halts momentarily. Secretary Lu adjusts his glasses and smiles at Luo Yan, greeting her with, "Hello, Miss Luo." Surprised, Luo Yan recognizes him as the gentleman who had assisted her in entering the club yesterday. Her gaze darts to the door he has just exited, wondering if the boss who aided her yesterday is inside. "The boss mentioned that you had aided him, thus I brought you a meal as well that I was just about to call for you," Secretary Lu politely remarked. Luo Yan was taken aback, believing she had misheard. After all, it was the other party who had assisted her the previous night. How had it turned into her helping him instead? For reasons unknown, thoughts of Tang Linyuan crossed her mind. Could it be that he was the one who had helped her last night? Nearby, Yuan, who recognized Secretary Lu, noticed Luo Yan's bewildered expression and assumed she was merely pretending. Considering she was a fan of Tang Linyuan, how could she possibly be unaware that Secretary Lu was associated with him? Secretary Lu gestured for Luo Yan to enter, and she glanced at the door beside her, then at the one in front of her. Which door should she enter? Before Luo Yan could make a decision, Yuan pushed open the door to the lounge. Luo Yuan raised her gaze toward the entrance as the door swung open, and the sweet and sour aroma of sweet and sour pork wafted in. Instinctively, she stepped inside. Secretary Lu watched as Luo Yan walked directly into Luo Yuan's lounge, momentarily surprised, and speculated that his boss might not take this outcome very well, unlike the simple takeout in Luo Yan's hands. Luo Yuan's table was adorned with several dishes, a delightful array of meat and vegetables that clearly surpassed the takeout. "Please, eat," Luo Yuan said softly, her hunger apparent. Hearing this, Luo Yan felt no hesitation, sitting down and unwrapping her disposable chopsticks to start eating. Luo Yuan discreetly observed the focused Luo Yan, contemplating the meat dishes she had taken care of several times before. She had instructed someone to investigate Luo Yan's whereabouts last night. The report indicated that Luo Yan had initially planned to go shopping with friends, but had nearly been involved in an accident while crossing the street. Although the vehicle had not struck her, she had fainted from fright. When the driver intended to take her to the hospital, she regained consciousness and chose not to seek compensation, opting instead to ditch her friends for the club. According to Jin Xiaomei, as soon as she entered the party, she sought Luo Yuan, even punishing herself with 3 glasses of champagne in her quest for Luo Yuan's whereabouts. Luo Yuan recalled that her constitution could not handle more than 3 glasses of champagne and noted that her eating habits had changed. Previously, she had refrained from meat but now indulged in it. "Sister, aren't you going to eat? This sweet and sour pork is truly delicious," Luo Yan remarked, perplexed by Luo Yuan's silence and apparent distraction. Could it be that her eating mannerisms had startled her? Picking up her chopsticks, Luo Yuan casually inquired, "Weren't you someone who used to avoid meat?" Luo Yan blinked. "One occasionally needs a change in taste." "Isn't it for dieting?" Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "I believe my figure is quite satisfactory now," Luo Yan replied, glancing at her sister's well-endowed physique, thinking, just a touch lacking. What schemes is this little black lotus up to again? The two continued their meal in silence until a knock echoed from the door. Yuan, seated nearby, dashed to open it. As the door swung open, a familiar face appeared before Luo Yan. "I apologize for the interruption, but our boss mentioned that there was an excess of food that he could not consume without it going to waste, and he would appreciate your assistance in sharing it," Secretary Lu said with a smile. Luo Yan recalled Secretary Lu's earlier words, and at that moment, he entered, carrying a food box. Indeed, everyone else had various takeout bags, but Secretary Lu held a renowned wooden food box from Wei Dingxian. Upon opening it, the enticing aroma of the food wafted out, causing Luo Yan's eyes to brighten with anticipation. After arranging the dishes, Secretary Lu took his leave. Although the food from Wei Dingxian was not comparable to dining in, it was certainly an improvement over what they had eaten earlier. Observing Luo Yan, who was wholeheartedly enjoying her meal, Luo Yuan remarked softly, "I wasn't aware that you had any connection to the esteemed Tang Yingdi." "Connection?" Luo Yan chewed her meat, swallowing before responding. "I merely helped out today. I had no prior relationship with Tang Yingdi." Hearing this, Luo Yuan regarded her thoughtfully. "Then what about last night?" Luo Yan paused, waiting for the continuation. "What about last night?" "It's nothing. It's fine if you don't remember," Luo Yuan said, recalling that Luo Yan had consumed 3 glasses of champagne and had likely forgotten the events, however, prompted by Luo Yuan's mention of last night. Luo Yan recalled how Tang Linyuan had assisted her in entering the club and her own purpose for attending the soirée. "I went to the party last night to find you because I heard there was a scoundrel trying to deceive your affections, one named Lu Majin. He is truly a cat among cats, capable of deceiving both heart and body, and who knows, perhaps even organs in the end. Is that so?" Luo Yuan replied nonchalantly, neither affirming nor denying. After all, compared to Lu Majin, whom she had only met once, Luo Yan, her sister of 20 years, had caused her far more harm. From a young age, Luo Yuan had endured secret bullying from Luo Yan, and things had only improved somewhat after she entered the entertainment industry and spent more time away. Yet, even then, Luo Yan had caused her distress, such as when she had cut her dress at a press conference, nearly making her embarrass herself in front of numerous reporters, though it had turned out all right in the end. For Luo Yuan, such incidents had become tiresome, especially since Luo Yan often wore an innocent facade in public. Luo Yan was aware of the many misdeeds committed by the little black lotus, so she did not expect Luo Yuan to forgive her immediately. She was merely trying to subtly alter Luo Yuan's perception of Lu Majin. Meanwhile, in the adjacent lounge, Tang Linyuan set down his chopsticks after a casual meal. He had originally thought the little one would join him for dinner, yet she had followed that woman, Luo Yuan, Once more. It seemed that whether in this life or the last, the little one had an affinity for her. Even though Luo Yuan was the little one's sister, Tang Linyuan felt a sense of discomfort. However, he had uncovered the little one's secret. Tang Linyuan remembered that after his rebirth, he had sought out the little one immediately, although she had not been her true self at that time. Thus, he had been waiting for the moment they first met in his memories. Yet this time, perhaps due to his assistance in facilitating her entry to the club, their meeting had been hastened, and everything felt different. Loosening his tie, Tang Linyuan suppressed the dark desires stirring within him. He had yearned for her for so many years, longing for her to the core, wishing to take her away and hide her from the world. But he couldn't. He mustn't frighten her. Unbeknownst to Luo Yan, a ravenous wolf had set its sights on her, and she was diligently fulfilling her role as a devoted diner. After finishing her meal, Luo Yuan returned to filming, while Luo Yan, feeling unoccupied, decided to head back to the Luo residence. Consequently, by the time Tang Linyuan sought her out, she had already vanished, following that incident in the studio. Luo Yan had secluded herself at home for 2 days. During this time, she strained her not-so-exceptional memory to document the various locations and events that contributed to the evolving relationship between Luo Yuan and Lu Majin, as well as the crucial incidents that would follow. Unfortunately, Luo Yan was not one to read word for word. She read quickly, but recording the over 1 million words of heart-wrenching narrative proved challenging. During these 2 days, the Little Black Lotus's superficial friends had occasionally called, inviting her out, but Luo Yan had no interest in them and declined repeatedly until they ceased their calls. Luo Yuan rarely returned to the Luo residence, resulting in Luo Yan not seeing her for several consecutive days. 3 days later, Luo Yan appeared at the entrance of a certain film set, clad in a JK dress. Luo Yuan was making a cameo appearance in a minor role, expected to shoot for only 3 to 4 days. However, within just these few days, an incident occurred. Luo Yuan's safety harness had been tampered with, causing her to fall from the air and subsequently requiring a month-long hospital stay. During Luo Yuan's hospitalization, Lu Majin, who was visiting his elders, unexpectedly encountered her. Luo Yan felt that Luo Yuan was akin to a magnet, capable of attracting the scoundrel Lu Majin wherever she went. Under the guise of visiting, Luo Yan brought a cart of milk tea into the film set, along with fried chicken, and went to find Luo Yuan. She knocked on the lounge door, and a calm voice emerged. "Please enter." As she stepped in, Luo Yan raised the milk tea and fried chicken high. "Sister, I brought you some food." Luo Yuan looked up from her script, her gaze landing on the bag in Luo Yan's hand. "Too high in calories. With such a demanding shoot, what does it matter if it's a bit high in calories? Besides, your figure is just right. There's no need to be overly concerned about maintaining it." Luo Yan replied, moving to sit beside her and placing the fried chicken and milk tea on the coffee table. "That I specifically chose this place. It's delicious." Luo Yuan stared intently at Luo Yan, who felt a bit unnerved under her gaze. "Sister, what's wrong? I don't understand what you're trying to achieve. Over the past few days, my WeChat has been inundated with your messages. Do you have nothing better to do than send me messages all day?" Luo Yuan inquired. "Well, not entirely without things to do. Eating occasionally, showering sometimes, sleeping at times," Luo Yan replied, feigning innocence. "What's the difference between that and having nothing to do?" Luo Yuan retorted, "You've always been someone who wouldn't rise early without a benefit. I find it hard to believe in your sudden change of heart. I am more inclined to believe that there is something you seek from me that sustains this facade." Well, Luo Yuan's reaction did not surprise Luo Yan in the least. If she were to casually exchange a few words with her, only to find Luo Yuan professing sisterly affection, that would indeed be peculiar. After all, given the multitude of misdeeds committed by the Little Black Lotus in the past, Luo Yuan was hardly a saint. The mere apology of "I was wrong" would not suffice for her to forgive and joyfully embrace a sisterly bond. Thus, as Luo Yan gazed at Luo Yuan before her, her expression was one of reverence, firmly believing that time would reveal the truth of all things. Luo Yuan. Shortly thereafter, the crew approached to inform Luo Yuan that her next scene was about to commence, urging her to head to the set. Yuan, clutching Luo Yuan's water cup, followed her to the filming location, while Luo Yan, holding her own cup of milk tea, trailed behind, her mind focused on her task of monitoring the wire work. The first scene featured Luo Yuan in a dramatic exchange with the second female lead. Dressed in flowing garments, Luo Yuan appeared strikingly beautiful, whereas the second female lead's attire seemed rather plain by comparison, overshadowed in allure, style, and presence. Unbeknownst to Luo Yan, as she observed others, she too was being watched. Tang Linyuan, accompanied by the assistant director, was touring the production team. With the budget being tight, Tang Linyuan's willingness to invest was akin to a timely gift in a moment of need. Spotting Luo Yan standing at the edge of the set, Tang Linyuan coldly inquired, "Whose scene is next?" "I believe it's the performance of Luo Yingho. There's a thrilling wire-fighting scene today." The assistant director praised, acknowledging that although Luo Yuan was merely making a guest appearance, her presence would undoubtedly heighten the drama's appeal. Of course, the crux lies in our excellent script. Luo Yingho only agreed to a cameo after reviewing it. She is quite protective of her reputation, as you well know. Is that so? Let us go take a look, Tang Linyuan replied decisively. Just then, Secretary Lu caught sight of Luo Yan from a distance, and couldn't help but glance at his boss's silhouette. He couldn't shake the suspicion that his boss might be akin to a cat, always seeming to cross paths with Miss Luo, as if enchanted by catnip. As Luo Yan was engrossed in watching the two actresses perform. She was abruptly startled by Tang Linyuan's voice. Turning her head, she found herself captivated by his gaze, unable to resist breaking into a sweet, innocent smile. "Tang Yingdi, how delightful. Why do you call me Tang Yingdi? Wasn't I just uncle a moment ago?" Tang Linyuan inquired softly. For reasons unknown, Luo Yan detected a hint of melancholy in his voice, prompting her to quickly clarify. "I heard that celebrities dislike being called old. You're only 28. I feared calling you uncle might upset you." Tang Linyuan chuckled softly. "And how old are you?" "I'm 20, Luo Yan announced, raising her hand in a playful gesture. "You're merely 20? I'm 28. It's only natural to embrace one's age. You may call me uncle if you wish. There's no need for formality," Tang Linyuan replied with warmth. Would Luo Yan feel embarrassed addressing him as such? She assured him she would not. However, the thought of such a gentle and amiable uncle left her feeling a tad bashful, especially considering his striking appearance. Chapter 7. "Uncle, you mustn't be so naive in the future." "Uncle, are you also making a cameo in this production?" Luo Yan asked, her brow slightly furrowed in confusion. It was no surprise that Luo Yan felt this way. She knew very little about Tang Linyuan's character in the novel. Or rather, aside from the original protagonist's memories, she recalled no such character from the tormenting narrative. The story primarily revolved around the leads. And perhaps Tang Linyuan's character had little intersection with theirs. After all, it was unlikely he would be the one to stage a comeback. No, I simply find this production rather appealing and wish to invest some funds, Tang Linyuan replied calmly. Luo Yan recalled that although Luo Yuan had sustained injuries and was hospitalized, her cameo role wouldn't significantly impact the reshoots, which were scheduled to air normally and had garnered favorable responses. Nodding, she affirmed, "I also believe this production is promising. Then I shall invest more," Tang Linyuan stated decisively. The assistant director, overhearing Tang Linyuan's words, brightened, looking at Luo Yan as if she were a little deity of fortune, never expecting her words to carry such weight. However, he noted, "But she isn't one of our cast. Who is she?" In the distance, someone was adjusting the wires, and Luo Yan realized that trouble was imminent. Yet, as an observer, she felt it inappropriate to rush forward and declare that there was an issue with the wires, lest she be deemed insane. Thus, she had prepared herself beforehand. Luo Yan approached Yuan, who stood not far away, and whispered, Yuan, does my sister have a grudge against that actress over there?" Though Yuan harbored no fondness for Luo Yan, she followed her gaze and replied, "It's not exactly a grudge. It's just that the financier of that Yang Mei wanted to ditch her for your sister. While your sister has no interest in him, Yang Mei has unilaterally formed a conflict with her." Although Luo Yan was already aware of this, she feigned ignorance and nodded. "So, who will be using the wires over there?" "The wires. Your sister's upcoming scene involves wire work." "Why do you ask?" "What are you trying to say?" Yuan-eyed Luo Yan warily. To be frank, I just saw that actress named Yang Mei secretly passing a red envelope to a crew member, who is now adjusting the wires. I am concerned she might be plotting something against my sister, Luo Yan explained. "If she truly intends to do something, would you even be able to see it? Don't let your imagination run wild." If anyone else had spoken, Yuan might have been more cautious, but since it was Luo Yan, she was more inclined to believe that Luo Yan was merely trying to create trouble. After all, if she rushed over to accuse them without cause, It could easily turn into a scandal. Luo Yan felt exasperated. The lingering impact of the little black lotus's past deeds was evidently significant, even causing Yuan Yuan to instinctively doubt her. Once Yuan Yuan finished speaking, she walked away, leaving Luo Yan feeling somewhat disheartened. Being mistrusted felt rather unpleasant. Tang Linyuan observed the young girl, who resembled a little rabbit with drooping ears, exuding a sense of grievance, and immediately approached her. "What's wrong?" Luo Yan replied. "Uncle, would you believe me if I said someone tampered with the wires?" "Who tampered with them?" Tang Linyuan inquired. "That Yang Mei. I saw her slip a red envelope to a crew member, who is currently adjusting the wires. Yang Mei has a motive to take revenge against my sister," Luo Yan asserted. "Yang Mei, is it?" "Understood," Tang Linyuan responded calmly. Seeing Tang Linyuan's serious demeanor, Luo Yan couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, do you truly believe me?" "Yes, my instincts tell me you are a good child." Luo Yan thought to herself that Uncle was indeed quite naive. The original protagonist had been a little black lotus. Reflecting on this, she cautioned, "Uncle, you mustn't be so naive in the future. Distinguishing between good and bad isn't always straightforward." Tang Linyuan, unable to suppress a smile at Luo Yan's earnest expression, found himself smiling more often since meeting her. "Uncle is 8 years your senior. I have encountered more people than you." "All right, if you insist, I won't discourage you," she conceded, though she was still pondering. Suddenly, Luo Yan realized something. "Uncle, have I not yet told you my name?" Tang Linyuan pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. "You do have a point," with a sweet smile gracing her delicate features. Luo Yan introduced. "My name is Luo Yan. Luo from Luo Xin Yan from Jin Tai Ji Yan." As for why she had only just now thought of this question, Luo Yan surmised it was because Uncle always made her feel as if they had known each other for ages. Despite having met only a handful of times, Tang Linyuan gently repeated the 2 characters of her name, as if savoring them. Although he preferred to call her Yan Yan, the name he had mentally repeated countless times was now spoken from her lips, reminiscent of that dark alley where she had shone like a beacon, illuminating his shadowy heart. "Such a lovely name," Tang Linyuan murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips. "I am Tang Linyuan, from Linyuan Xianyu." "I know," Luo Yan replied, raising her hand to her lips and whispering, "I have your calendar at home, Uncle. You know it's because my name is on the calendar. I tell you this because I want to share my name with you," Tang Linyuan said gently. Luo Yan pondered, wondering if there was a distinction to owe her. It seemed inconsequential. Seeing that Luo Yan was puzzled, Tang Linyuan dismissed it. "All right, I must attend to the wire work. Not run off again." The emphasis on again hinted at a previous incident, and Luo Yan took a deep breath of her milk tea, finding his words somewhat thrilling, observing Luo Yuan preparing for the next wire work scene. Tang Linyuan approached her. Luo Yan contemplated briefly, then dashed to the milk tea cart to grab a cup of milk tea and a serving of fried chicken as a token of gratitude for Uncle. Meanwhile, Tang Linyuan entered the set and specifically called for Yang Mei to audition for a scene. Though Yang Mei's role was not substantial, and even with her financier's backing, she remained in the lower echelons of fame. Being directly summoned by Tang Linyuan for an audition, even if it was merely for a small role, felt like a significant opportunity for her. As for the directors, they turned a blind eye to Tang Linyuan's involvement in casting. As he was their future financier, Tang Linyuan glanced at the wires nearby. "Let us proceed with a wire scene. The character requires extensive wire work." Yang Mei suddenly stiffened, casting a glance at the staff beside the wire rig, who appeared equally taken aback. In response to Yang Mei's questioning gaze, he hastily shook his head. Observing this, Yang Mei sighed and said, "Today, I am experiencing a bit of a headache, so perhaps it would be unwise for me to attempt the wire work. Might we consider another scene instead?" In light of Yang Mei's gentle inquiry, and with the eyes of the crowd upon them, many expected Tang Linyuan to opt for a different choice, yet unexpectedly, he simply replied, "No." Yang Mei's expression turned slightly awkward as she found herself at a crossroads, to either proceed with the wire work or forfeit this opportunity altogether. On the other side, Yuan, watching Yang Mei squander such a splendid chance, couldn't help but recall Luo Yan's earlier words, wondering if she had indeed been right. "What?" Luo Yuan, noticing Yuan's murmuring, cast her a curious glance. Promptly, Yuan whispered, "Sister Luo, just now, Luo Yan approached me, claiming she saw Yang Mei giving a staff member a red envelope, likely persuading him to tamper with the wire rig, since you were next to perform on the wire. She fears that Yang Mei might be attempting to sabotage you. Upon hearing that it was Luo Yan who suggested this, Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Tang Lingyuan had no time to waste with Yang Mei. Will you try it or not? He demanded with a cold demeanor, his gaze darkening slightly, revealing a hint of impatience. Yang Mei swallowed hard. The risk of performing on the wire loomed large, for a fall could jeopardize not only this scene but the entire production. Contemplating this, she ultimately shook her head in refusal. Thank you for your kindness, Tang Yingdi, but I truly am unwell today. Are you refusing because you do not wish to try, or because you are afraid? Tang Lingyuan pressed directly. Yang Mei's heart jumped at his words, though she maintained her composure, replying, I do not comprehend what you mean. Tang Yingdi, why people have informed me that you secretly instructed someone to sabotage the wire rig. Tang Lingyuan asserted, striding towards the equipment. The staff member previously stationed by the rig was startled, instinctively swallowing hard that why people. Luo Yan was momentarily puzzled by the phrase, her ears heating up before she quickly realized he must be referring to his subordinates. Such tampering with the wire rig was no trivial matter, especially with Luo Yuan set to perform next. The director promptly dispatched someone to investigate their alarm. The inspection revealed unmistakable signs of tampering. The staff member, feeling a pang of guilt, attempted to retreat, but before he could make a move, Tang Lingyuan delivered a swift kick to the back of his knee, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground. Call the police, he commanded succinctly. Chapter 8. Could it be that she is genuinely developing feelings for the elder? Luo Yuan approached the wire rig with a frosty demeanor and, upon noticing the distinct marks of tampering on the rope, her expression darkened. Had it not been for Tang Yingdi's discovery, the rope would have failed to support my entire performance. Given the height of this scene, while a fall may not be fatal, it could easily result in a fracture. The director's face was equally grim. He had not anticipated anyone daring to cause trouble within his crew. Under the malicious gaze of the onlookers, Yang Mei's lips moved as she struggled to defend herself. This wire work has nothing to do with me. I admit I saw someone tampering with it, but I merely wished to observe from a distance that I did not intend to harm her. Regardless, the police had been called. Any issues could be explained to them later. It was a close call. She had nearly caused Luo Yingho to come to harm. Utilizing such underhanded tactics today, who could say she wouldn't target others in the future? Being in the same production as such a person was truly frightening. When Tang Lingyuan returned to Luo Yan's side, she promptly offered him milk tea and fried chicken, exclaiming, Uncle, the milk tea and fried chicken from this place are exceptionally delicious. Is this a token of gratitude? Tang Lingyuan inquired, taking the milk tea and fried chicken. Perhaps, Luo Yan mused, though she acknowledged that her offering seemed a bit meager. Yet, it was something she had brought for the entire crew. Purchased with her pocket money. Then I shall not be polite, Tang Lingyuan said, opening the bag of fried chicken and skewering a piece with a bamboo stick, savoring its flavor. Yen, please insert the straw into my milk tea. Luo Yan hesitated for a moment before looking at him, perplexed. Tang Lingyuan, noticing her confusion, asked, What is it? I am currently not in a position to do so. He gestured toward the bag of fried chicken. It became clear that inserting a straw was indeed not convenient at that moment. Regarding his earlier reference to Yen, Luo Yan wondered if he had mistakenly called her by the wrong name. After unwrapping the straw, she inserted it into the drink and handed it to him. Just as Tang Lingyuan leaned down to take a sip, he inadvertently got some ketchup on the corner of his mouth from the fried chicken he had hastily devoured. How sweet. What flavor is this? He asked after tasting the milk tea. This is red bean milk tea. Is it perhaps too sweet? Luo Yan replied, her gaze inadvertently falling on the ketchup smudge at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. The flavor is indeed delightful. Tang Lingyuan smiled slightly. Noticing the ketchup still on his mouth, Luo Yan pointed it out. Uncle, you have some ketchup here. Upon hearing this, Tang Lingyuan asked, Do you have any napkins? Luo Yan rummaged through her small bag, which was too tiny to contain more than her phone and a lipstick. She found no napkins. Shall I go find some? She offered. That would be much appreciated. Tang Lingyuan replied with a smile. Not a bother at all. Please wait for me here, Luo Yan said, turning to run towards Luo Yuan. Meanwhile, Secretary Lu approached Tang Lingyuan, who had noticed the ketchup on his mouth. A blunder he had never witnessed from his boss before. Stunned for a moment, he quickly retrieved some napkins. There's no need to fuss over trivialities. Go discuss the investment matters with them, Tang Lingyuan stated coldly. Fuss over trivialities? Thankfully, Secretary Lu's mind quickly adapted as he realized the implication, glancing at Luo Yan speaking with Luo Yuan. Boss, shall I head over to negotiate the important matters now? Tang Lingyuan nodded in affirmation. Over at Luo Yan's side, after she received the napkins from Yuan, she returned to Tang Lingyuan. Handing the napkins to him, Tang Lingyuan wiped away the ketchup, remarking, "Thank goodness you informed me. Otherwise, I would have made quite the fool of myself." "Even with ketchup on the corner of your mouth, you are still handsome." Luo Yan complimented him on his appearance. "Handsome is of little use. Today's young ladies do not favor the mature gentleman type." Tang Lingyuan replied with a chuckle. "At this, Luo Yan couldn't help but retort, "That is merely their lack of discernment, and I have heard that nowadays young ladies tend to prefer the puppy or wolf types." Tang Lingyuan remarked, "I personally do not share that preference." Luo Yan said, casting a glance at Tang Lingyuan. Compared to puppy or wolf types, she seemed to favor the mature charm he exuded. Yet, the mature gentleman type is a rare gem, hard to come by. Feeling her cheeks flush, Luo Yan was startled by a soft chuckle that brushed past her ear, instinctively covering her face, which felt warm. "Are you perhaps thinking of someone you admire?" Tang Lingyuan softly queried, covering her slightly flushed face. Luo Yan hastily replied, "Uncle, please do not say such things. I am not thinking of anyone." Her voice grew softer, and uncertainty crept into her heart. Could it be that she was genuinely developing feelings for the elder? Was it love at first sight, or merely the residual emotions from the original owner of this body? After all, the room of the original owner contained a calendar featuring the elder, and memories of her idolization certainly influenced her current feelings. Having been single for 20 years, she had never encountered someone she admired, and now, upon arriving here, she found herself infatuated with the elder. Was that not too hasty? With that thought, Luo Yan resolved to attribute these dubious feelings to the original owner. Finally feeling the heat in her cheeks dissipate at that moment, the onlookers' gazes inadvertently turned in their direction. The sister of Luo Yingho appears to have a close relationship with Tang Yingdi. How enviable it is for her to share laughter and conversation with him. Such envy is futile unless you have an award-winning sister of your own. Some are born into privilege, while others are not. Do you think Luo Yingho and Tang Yingdi might actually be dating? Do not spread rumors. Tang Yingdi has maintained his integrity for years and would never engage in casual relationships. How do you know what is casual? With Luo Yingho's figure, looks, and status, what part of her does not match Tang Yingdi? I shall not quarrel with you. Regardless, Tang Yingdi would not date anyone. This is a consensus among us caviar enthusiasts. In an instant, the conversation among the onlookers veered toward the topic of whether Tang Lingyuan and Luo Yuan might indeed be romantically involved. However, the parties involved remained oblivious and unconcerned. Once Luo Yuan finished her wire work, she approached Luo Yan. "Thank you for today, Tang Yingdi," she said, addressing him. "It was your sister who first discovered the issue." Tang Lingyuan replied, glancing at Luo Yan beside him. Did Tang Yingdi know Luo Yan previously? Luo Yuan felt a flicker of doubt. Although she had previously encountered Tang Lingyuan, their paths had not crossed in years, and she had not had the opportunity to collaborate with him. However, there were occasions where they had shared the same space. The rumors surrounding Tang Lingyuan's disinterest in women seemed to have emerged from nowhere. Yet he had never been seen with any female figure who could be considered a romantic interest. Even his secretarial team consisted entirely of men. Gradually, whispers began to circulate that if Tang Lingyuan was not fond of men, he must be concealing a woman from everyone's knowledge. But the secrecy surrounding her was so profound that no one could unearth her identity. In response to Luo Yuan's inquiry, Tang Lingyuan remarked, "Though we were not acquainted before, it feels as if we are old friends upon first meeting. Was it a case of old acquaintances or love at first sight?" Luo Yuan was uncertain of the answer. Yet she could discern Tang Lingyuan's unique regard for Luo Yan. However, could someone like him truly experience love at first sight? As for Luo Yan, despite Luo Yuan's inability to dispel her past biases, she candidly expressed, "I must thank you for today." Upon hearing this, Luo Yan smiled brightly, replying, "Sister, there's no need for such formality. Just trust me a little more in the future." Luo Yuan did not respond directly to Luo Yan's words. "I will be filming all day today. Please return home on your own later. This area is quite remote, so do not linger too late." In light of Luo Yuan's concern, Luo Yan nodded eagerly. Once Luo Yuan departed for filming, Luo Yan estimated it was nearly time to return, so she followed the milk tea cart back to the store to settle the accounts. after Luo Yan left. Secretary Lu approached, saying, "Boss, the negotiations have been finalized." Meanwhile, Luo Yan had returned to the store, and after settling the accounts, she discovered that her funds had dwindled by half, all due to the extravagant spending of Xiao Helian. Leaving her somewhat financially strained, the sky was overcast, hinting at an impending downpour. Luo Yan lowered her head to summon a ride, narrowly avoiding getting drenched as she boarded just before the rain began to fall. However, as the vehicle traveled, it unexpectedly hit a pothole and stalled. The driver attempted to restart the engine several times, but to no avail. "Young lady, it seems my car has been in disrepair for too long. This area is difficult for calling. My friend is nearby. I could ask him to bring another vehicle to fetch you." How does that sound? Hearing the driver's words, alarm bells rang in Luo Yan's mind. "Sir, please try one more time to restart the engine. It's futile. This car has its old problems," the driver replied helplessly. "Then I'll just hail another ride myself. No need to trouble your friend," Luo Yan declared. Opening the car door, seeing her exit, the driver hurriedly called out, "Young lady, you seem to have misunderstood. I am not a bad person." Braving the falling rain, Luo Yan attempted to remain calm. "Sir, I am merely in a hurry. I have no misunderstanding of your intentions." The driver glanced around, noting the absence of others, and dashed toward her. Sensing danger, Luo Yan instinctively bolted. In the chaos, one of her little shoes slipped off, but she had no time to retrieve it. As she ran, the figure behind her drew ever closer, and her heart raced in her chest. Raindrops pelted her face, obscuring her vision. As her sight blurred, she barely spotted a vehicle approaching and frantically waved her arms. The car halted, and just as she reached the front, she accidentally stepped on something sharp with her bare foot, causing her to stumble and fall before the vehicle. The position she found herself in bore an uncanny resemblance to a staged accident. The car door swung open, and Tang Linyuan stepped out, striding swiftly toward her. "Do not move. I will carry you into the car," he instructed. The torrential rain lashed against her face, and the downpour obscured her view until a large umbrella shielded her from the relentless rain. Allowing Luo Yan to finally see his face clearly. In that moment, Luo Yan felt a surge of vulnerability. Handing the umbrella to Secretary Lu, who had just exited the car, Tang Linyuan leaned down and draped his coat over her shoulders. Reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. It is all right now." Luo Yan nodded, her heart still racing as she gradually regained her composure. Observing Luo Yan sitting in the rain, Tang Linyuan's gaze fell to her foot, which was now bare and stained with mud, the once white sock now a grimy gray. "Did you sprain your ankle?" he inquired. "No, I did not," Luo Yan replied, testing her foot's mobility, only to wince in pain. Noticing her distressed expression, Tang Linyuan tightened his grip, commanding gently, "Do not move. I will carry you to the car." He then carefully lifted her into his arms. Meanwhile, the driver, realizing the gravity of the situation and sensing danger, fled, unaware of the powerful individual he had provoked. Tang Linyuan's grip on Luo Yan tightened as he processed the tension of the moment. He pondered whether a similar incident had occurred in a past life, whether she simply had not disclosed it to him, or if the many changes he had made had created a butterfly effect. The warmth of his coat chased away the chill that had seeped into her bones, gradually calming her racing heart. The impulsive decision to disembark had been spurred by a memory of a safety incident she had read about, where a girl had vanished after getting out of a car in a secluded area. The section had been devoid of surveillance, and the driver had claimed she was picked up by a friend, leaving no evidence to disprove his story. Ultimately, the girl was discovered to have been abducted, and when rescued, her mental state was severely compromised. The modus operandi of that gang was eerily similar to her recent experience, where girls were persuaded to change vehicles in remote locations for various reasons. Although she did not know the specifics, after all, the book had not elaborated in detail. Her instinct had prompted her to be cautious, and she preferred vigilance over regret, even if her worries were unfounded. The worst consequence would only be catching a cold from the rain. If she were to act foolishly, she might end up in a situation far worse than a mere illness, despite being gently placed in the car. Luo Yan accidentally brushed her foot against the front seat, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from her. "What happened?" Tang Linyuan asked, alarmed. Cautiously, she shifted her foot, feeling discomfort from whatever she had stepped on earlier. Tang Linyuan, noticing her pale expression, softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. Allow me to take a look." He knelt down, carefully cradling her injured foot, the warmth of his palm contrasting with her cool skin. Luo Yan instinctively flinched, but he held her steady. Having run a distance barefoot, her once white socks were now soiled and damp. Tang Linyuan examined her foot closely, spotting blood on the sole and signs of a possible laceration. "I will help you remove your sock. It is difficult to see the injury clearly," he said, gently peeling the fabric away. Once the sock was removed, Tang Linyuan finally discerned the extent of the injury, a cut with blood. Though he could not ascertain if there were any foreign objects lodged in the wound that required attention, surprised, Luo Yan inquired, "Is it serious? Should I go to the hospital?" carefully lowering her delicate foot. Tang Linyuan replied softly, "My position makes it unsuitable for me to visit a hospital. How about I summon the family doctor to come and treat you instead?" Upon hearing Tang Linyuan's initial remark, Luo Yan intended to argue that she could manage a trip to the hospital herself, but then she caught the latter part of his statement, if a family doctor could handle the situation. Would her insistence on going to the hospital appear overly dramatic? After considering this, she said, "Sir, would that be too much trouble for you?" "It is no trouble at all. My family doctor often has little to do." Tang Linyuan replied with a smile. This can be a chance for them to demonstrate their worth. Luo Yan could not help but chuckle at his words. Tang Linyuan handed her a towel, saying, "Here, dry your hair." Though he yearned to assist with such minor tasks, he hesitated, fearing that the intimacy of the gesture might be unwelcome, given their limited acquaintance. "Turn up the heating a bit," Tang Linyuan instructed Secretary Lu. "Of course, boss," Lu replied, adjusting the temperature accordingly. As Luo Yan dried her hair with the towel, she suddenly heard Tang Linyuan's voice inquire, "What happened earlier?" Recalling the earlier incident, she felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. "Earlier," she began, omitting the details of the safety incident from her reading, instead stating that the driver's suggestion to change vehicles had made her feel somewhat unsafe, especially since there had been instances in recent years of girls encountering trouble while traveling alone. Tang Linyuan reflected on the driver's persistent pursuit of Luo Yan. If there were no ill intentions, it seemed unlikely he would have chased her so far. "I will have someone investigate this matter. In the future, please take care. Try to avoid rideshare services that if you must use them, ensure you take necessary precautions. Share the driver's information with someone close to you, and maintain communication throughout the journey." Listening to Tang Linyuan's earnest admonitions, Luo Yan nodded in agreement. Stealing a glance at him, she noted his serious demeanor, realizing that he was indeed a gentle person, showing such concern for someone he had only met a few times. Achoo! A sudden sneeze unexpectedly echoed within the confines of the car. Although Luo Yan was draped in an oversized coat belonging to the elder gentleman and the warmth of the heater enveloped her, she couldn't suppress the urge to sneeze. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the vehicle glided into the driveway of a villa. The car rolled directly into the garage, where Tang Linyuan was the first to alight. He then maneuvered around the rear of the vehicle to open the door beside Luo Yan. "Your foot is injured, and it's inconvenient. Allow me to carry you inside that I can hop in by myself," Luo Yan protested, her ears heating up at the thought of being cradled in the elder gentleman's arms, fearing her self-control might falter. The suddenness of the earlier incident had left her little time for contemplation. But now, the idea of resting against his chest made her apprehensive about possibly reaching out for him. Clearing her throat, she resolutely declared, "I truly can jump in," steadying herself against the car door. She felt fortunate that her left foot was the one injured. Had it been her right, hopping on one foot would have been quite a challenge. As a result, for the remainder of their time together, Tang Linyuan found himself entertained by the sight of a little gray rabbit hopping along. Remarkably, it was rather endearing. Chapter 10, Luo Yan. I am not that prone to tears. However, Luo Yan underestimated the size of the elder gentleman's home. After hopping a considerable distance through the garage and up half a flight of stairs, she leaned against the wall, feeling utterly exhausted. "Elder sir, your stairs are quite the workout." "Is that so? I usually don't hop," Tang Linyuan replied with a smile. "Well, that much is true," Luo Yan conceded. Noticing that Luo Yan was leaning against the wall and reluctant to move, Tang Linyuan approached her. "All right, I shall carry you upstairs. Otherwise, you'll end up crying if you fall." Luo Yan's cheeks flushed slightly. "I am not that prone to tears." Tang Linyuan merely chuckled in response, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. "The doctor has arrived." "I simply didn't want to keep him waiting, did I? That sounds more reasonable," Luo Yan murmured softly. In truth, Tang Linyuan had not spoken falsely. By the time he carried Luo Yan into the foyer, a gentleman in a crisp white shirt was already waiting there. A medical kit at his side, Girly had initially assumed Tang Linyuan was the one injured, only to be surprised to see him carrying a girl. At that moment, a thought flitted through his mind. The iron tree has finally blossomed. Hello, beautiful young lady. My name is Girly, and I am this fellow's family doctor. However, since he lives alone, I am essentially his personal physician. Girly said with a grin, revealing a set of bright white teeth that Girly was quite familiar, but Luo Yan felt somewhat shy, especially as she was still being cradled by Tang Linyuan. Hello, I am Luo Yan. As she spoke, Luo Yan urged, Elder sir, please put me down. Just a moment, Tang Linyuan said as he gently set Luo Yan down on the sofa, covering her legs with his coat. Mindful of her injured foot, you should rest your foot on the small stool. It wouldn't be appropriate for a young lady to elevate her foot too high. Girly promptly sat down on the floor to tend to her injury. How did you end up in such a predicament? Did you slip in the rain? I accidentally stepped on something. Luo Yan replied softly, her nerves heightened. Don't fret. It's just a minor wound. A bit of iodine for disinfection won't hurt much. Girly reassured her as he carefully treated her injury, although he thought Tang Linyuan could have managed it himself. Once the wound was dressed, Girly wrapped the injury in clean gauze and remarked, you should take a hot bath and change into clean clothes, then drink a packet of cold medicine. Otherwise, you may easily catch a cold and develop a fever, complicating things further. Luo Yan nodded, realizing her dress was damp and she felt chilly sitting there. Once the dressing was complete, Tang Linyuan suggested, you should head upstairs, take a shower, and change into some clothes. Then, have a cup of cold medicine and sleep for a bit. I've already called Luo Yan. She will come to pick you up shortly. Luo Yan was unaware that the elder gentleman had merely stepped away temporarily, arranging everything in advance. Had she known her sister had already been notified, would she have dared to refuse? She estimated it was too late for that point. 10 minutes later, Luo Yan hopped into the bathroom on one foot. Elder sir, don't worry. I can manage just fine in the shower, she assured him adamantly, then commenced hopping around the bathroom. Once seated on the nearby chair, she peeled off her damp clothing, only to discover that her dress was rather dirty. She had likely soiled the sofa in the elder gentleman's home. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she was startled when a knock sounded at the bathroom door. Who is it? She called out. Hello, Miss Luo. I am Xiang Qingqing, Girly's girlfriend. I was sent by Mr. Tang to assist you. A strange voice replied from outside that I don't need any help. Luo Yan retorted, you've injured your foot, and if you hop on one leg after your shower, you might easily slip and hurt yourself. Don't worry. I truly am Girly's girlfriend and mean no harm. That I was asked to assist because even the chef here is male, and Mr. Tang had no choice but to send me. Very well. Luo Yan hesitated for a moment before cautiously opening the door. Upon entering the bathroom, Xiang Qingqing closed the door behind her. Don't worry. I am trained in healthcare, so there's no need for you to feel anxious or burdened. At that moment, Luo Yan was clad only in her undergarments, making it impossible to claim she wasn't nervous. Yet, Xiang Qingqing remained calm and composed. She began running water into the bathtub and added a medicinal packet. After quickly rinsing off Luo Yan's dirted skin, she effortlessly lifted her into the bathtub, carefully placing her injured foot on a small step beside it. Luo Yan's cheeks flushed crimson. This level of care is overwhelming. Gu doctor must be very fortunate. Relax and sweat it out. Then you'll sleep better. It will be difficult to catch a cold after this, Xiang Qingqing said, gently wiping Luo Yan's face with a damp towel. I can manage, Luo Yan insisted, taking the towel to wipe her face haphazardly. Observing this scene, Xiang Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. You are quite easily embarrassed. However, she remembered Tang Linyuan had instructed her not to tease Luo Yan, or else she would have been eager to inquire how the iron tree had managed to woo the young lady. After the bath, Xiang Qingqing carried Luo Yan out and helped her into her sleepwear after rinsing her clean. Once settled on the large bed, Luo Yan wrapped herself in the blanket, her originally fair complexion now flushed. Xiang Qingqing, may I sleep now? Not yet. Drink the medicine first, then you can sleep. I'll go downstairs to fetch it, Xiang Qingqing replied, rising to leave. Having just enjoyed a warm bath and now nestled in a cozy bed, Luo Yan soon felt drowsy. Initially, she managed to resist, but her eyelids grew heavier. Yin, drink the medicine before sleeping, a deep voice murmured beside her. Instinctively, Luo Yan pulled the blanket over her head, ignoring him. Seeing her retreat into her cocoon, Tang Linyuan couldn't help but chuckle, yet he firmly pulled the blanket back, revealing her delicate face. Drink it before sleeping. Otherwise, if you catch a fever, it will be troublesome. Luo Yan resisted vehemently, but Tang Linyuan was more persistent. Eventually, in their standoff, Tang Linyuan emerged victorious. Luo Yan, drowsily half-opening her eyes, accepted the now lukewarm packet of cold medicine from Tang Linyuan's hand and boldly downed it in one go. After swallowing, she smacked her lips and flopped onto the bed, burying her head deep into the covers. Why had she resisted such a simple task for so long? Now, with no disturbances, Luo Yan fell into a deep, peaceful slumber. Unbeknownst to her, as she slept, a certain man sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at her serene face, his expression akin to one who wished to capture her and whisk her away. Wait, wasn't she already nestled in his embrace, guarding the treasure he had long sought? Tang Linyuan could no longer suppress his yearning that he slid under the covers, but dared not draw too close, fearing he might not have the resolve to let her go. Thus, although they shared the same bed, they did not touch, merely inhaling each other's essence greedily. Little did he expect her to turn and snuggle into his embrace. Chapter 11. How could he possibly remain unmoved by such a sight? In that moment, Tang Linyuan felt his entire being ablaze with fervor. She was but a small bundle, frail as a kitten, and he hesitated to hold her too tightly, fearing he might break her. Her softness was astonishing, as if she were made of nothing but delicate flesh, a divine gift from the heavens that left one longing for more. How could he possibly remain unmoved by such a sight? His hand traced along her spine, and Tang Linyuan felt like the most despicable rogue, pretending to be virtuous while his mind was consumed with the desire to pull her deeper into his abyss. He was indeed an abyss, one from which she would never escape once she chose to draw near, whether in this life or the next. In her dreams, feeling a slight itch on her back, Luo Yan instinctively twisted her waist, unaware of the challenge her actions posed to Tang Linyuan. Then, she nestled against her pillow, embracing it as she drifted back to sleep. The warmth against her chest was a torment. Yet Tang Linyuan could not bear to relinquish it, for he understood that after today, he knew not when such intimacy might present itself again. His dissatisfaction grew. Upon his rebirth, he had merely wished for her to reappear. Upon seeing her, he yearned to draw near, to converse with her. After speaking, he contemplated taking further steps. He was perpetually on the path of inching forward, a tendency that seemed unchangeable, and one he had no desire to alter. That night, a nanny van drove through the villa gates, oblivious to the discreet black car trailing behind it. When Luo Yan awoke, she felt a refreshing sense of well-being. Her slumber had been truly restorative. Save for a slight hunger pang that a knock on the door startled her, prompting Luo Yan to wrap herself in the quilt before saying, "Please come in." The door swung open, revealing Tang Linyuan, dressed in casual home attire. Standing at the threshold, upon catching sight of Luo Yan's slightly flushed cheeks from just having woken, his gaze darkened momentarily. "I thought you were still asleep. I was just about to wake you," he remarked, stepping into the room. Tang Linyuan perched on the edge of her bed, raising a hand to touch her warm forehead, confirming she did not have a fever, with his warm palm resting on her forehead. Luo Yan remained still, akin to a cat entrapped in a spell. That it must be the efficacy of Qingqing's medicinal pouch, she mused. Tang Linyuan withdrew his hand, a hint of amusement lacing his deep voice. "Isn't it my medicine that's working? Medicine?" Luo Yan was momentarily bewildered, but soon recalled being roused from her drowsy state to drink something that it wasn't bitter, with a hint of sweetness, undoubtedly a cold remedy. Realizing this, Luo Yan nodded. "It must be the combination of Qingqing's medicine and your concoction that produced such an effect." One couldn't help but admire how easily Tang Linyuan could be appeased. Just a gentle stroke of her words would elevate his spirits. He reached out to pat her head, saying, "All right, I've prepared your favorite dish. Let us head downstairs for dinner." The warmth of his affection enveloped Luo Yan, and she found herself enchanted, possibly due to the soft lighting casting a gentle glow around him, rendering him irresistibly tender in her eyes. "I'll change my clothes first," she replied, grateful that she remembered she was still in her pajamas, thus avoiding any lapse in judgment as she followed him. Upon hearing her mention changing clothes, Tang Linyuan couldn't help but recall holding her earlier. Forcing himself to dismiss the thought, he said, "I'll step outside for a moment." Once the door was closed behind him, Luo Yan noticed a neatly folded little dress at the foot of her bed, accompanied by a matching top and shorts underneath. Seeing the ensemble made her cheeks flush, but she quickly covered her face, reminding herself that it was undoubtedly prepared by Qingqing, not Tang Linyuan. Unbeknownst to her, It was indeed orchestrated by a certain older gentleman. After donning the little outfit, Luo Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was the unfamiliarity of being in someone else's home that made her feel vulnerable in pajamas. This felt much more comfortable. Instilling a sense of security as she slipped off her pajamas and into the little dress, she stood barefoot on the cool floor, due to an injury on the sole of her foot. She could only hop her way into the bathroom. In the mirror, she noticed the corners of her eyes were slightly red, glimmering with moisture, her cheeks a delicate pink radiating youthful innocence, and her collarbone was exquisitely defined, accentuating her full bosom. With a proud puff of her chest, she admired her figure, though she was aware it paled in comparison to Miss Yuan's 3060. But once she finished her moment of self-admiration, she returned to her hopping mode, temporarily unable to twist her petite waist. What a pity, she lamented. When she opened the door, she was taken aback to find Tang Linyuan waiting at the doorstep. "Uncle, what are you doing here? I was concerned you might need assistance. What if you were to injure yourself again?" He replied gently, a smile gracing his lips. "Then could you lend me a hand?" Luo Yan softly suggested, maintaining a semblance of modesty. However, it proved challenging to support herself. Ultimately, she opted to grasp the staircase railing with one hand while holding on to Tang Linyuan's larger one with the other. His hand was warm and radiated strength, providing her with a profound sense of safety. Tang Linyuan's gaze darkened slightly as he observed her delicate hand in his, marveling at its soft, slender beauty. It was so small that with a mere squeeze, he could hold her captive, rendering her unable to break free. "Did you prepare this dress for me, uncle?" Luo Yan inquired with curiosity. "Indeed," Tang Linyuan replied with a soft tone. "The first time I saw you, you were wearing this. It was quite lovely." Hearing him reminisce about their first encounter triggered a memory for Luo Yan. "I haven't properly thanked you yet. If it weren't for you that day, I wouldn't have been able to enter the establishment." "There's no need for gratitude," he replied. "Uncle, do you think I've seen you before?" Luo Yan asked earnestly. "You certainly have," Tang Linyuan responded, prompting her to look at him intently. He then smiled. "Aren't you one of my fans?" Luo Yan nearly forgot that little Hellion was indeed a fan of Tang Linyuan, making her question seem rather foolish as they arrived at the dining room. She surveyed the empty space and asked, "Uncle, where are Dr. Gu and Qingqing?" Tang Linyuan answered nonchalantly, "The young couple went on a date. We can't just keep them here against their will." Luo Yan considered this, realizing that Dr. Gu and Qingqing surely preferred to be on a date. Soon, she became engrossed in the luxurious spread of food before her. So much so that when Luo Yuan entered the dining room, she expected to find a frightened Luo Yan in need of comfort. But instead, she was greeted by the sight of Luo Yan busily eating, requiring Tang Linyuan's assistance to serve her food. Upon noticing Luo Yuan's arrival, Luo Yan raised a chicken leg and exclaimed, "Sister, come and have some chicken leg. I saved the biggest one for you." Chapter 12. How audacious can she be? Surprised by the sight of Luo Yan in her little dress, Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow but said nothing further. Behind her, her assistant, Yuan, along with the driver, Xiao Fong, entered, both equally astonished to see Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan together. Before coming, Luo Yuan hadn't disclosed their destination, merely providing coordinates. She had no idea they would end up at the villa of the illustrious Tang Yingdi, and with Luo Yan present as well, Luo Yuan settled beside Luo Yan, who promptly placed a large chicken leg in her bowl. "Sister, eat more. What on earth is going on today?" Luo Yuan inquired coolly, having only learned that Luo Yan had encountered an accident and was rescued by Tang Linyuan. Although she was not fond of Luo Yan, she acknowledged that the girl had behaved considerably better of late, making it a point to pick her up as soon as she finished filming her last scene. "It's nothing much. I just happened to run into some bad people," Luo Yan replied softly, then recounted the day's events obediently. Upon hearing the details, Luo Yuan frowned. "You should call if you find yourself in such situations again. Today, you were fortunate to encounter Tang Yingdi. Otherwise, you might have gone completely off the grid." "That I understand." Luo Yan nodded obediently. After a moment, Luo Yuan expressed her concern. "How's your foot?" "Much better. It's just a bit troublesome to walk for now," Luo Yan said, pinching the small distance with her thumb and index finger. Luo Yuan acknowledged this with a nod, then turned her gaze to Luo Yan, who hadn't eaten since her arrival. "You must be hungry. Continue eating. You should eat too, sister," Luo Yan urged eagerly. Luo Yuan shook her head slightly. "I've already eaten." Then I'll eat alone, Luo Yan responded. Meanwhile, Tang Linyuan observed the affection Luo Yan displayed towards Luo Yuan. Noting that no matter the time, the little one always seemed more concerned about her sister than him. But it was of little consequence. A sister was merely a sister, while her partner would always be the closest one. Watching as the bowl filled with another peeled shrimp, Luo Yan quickly said, "Uncle, you should eat too. Stop just peeling for me. I'm not hungry." Tang Linyuan replied softly, continuing to prepare crab meat. After finishing dinner at Tang Linyuan's home, Luo Yan contentedly followed Luo Yuan back home. As she hopped away like a little rabbit, Tang Linyuan stood at the door, watching her leave. In the car, Luo Yuan observed Luo Yan, who was still munching on a large plate of strawberries. Her gaze drifted to her dress. "You weren't wearing this when you left. This was prepared by Uncle. It was raining earlier, and I fell, getting my clothes all dirty," Luo Yan explained, feeling a bit sheepish for having sat on Tang Linyuan's sofa in soiled attire. "You seem to have a similar dress," Luo Yuan noted. "Yes," Luo Yan nodded enthusiastically. "I wore this dress the first time I met Uncle. You remember?" Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Of course," Luo Yan replied. Slightly puzzled, Luo Yuan contemplated, "I thought you might not recall. Were you aware of your surroundings at that time?" "Absolutely." Luo Yan was confused by the implication. Why would she have been unaware when she entered the establishment? It was only after consuming those 3 glasses of champagne that her memories faded. Did you do it on purpose? It was understandable for Luo Yuan to be suspicious, given Little Halian's character, which could easily lead one to believe she had feigned intoxication to remain at Tang Linyuan's side. Luo Yan was baffled. "Sister, what are you talking about? Didn't you mention that it was your first meeting with Tang Linyuan?" Luo Yuan also found Luo Yan's reaction rather peculiar. "Indeed, the uncle assisted me in gaining entry to the club. Otherwise, I would not have been able to access that private gathering," Luo Yan stated. Upon receiving this answer, Luo Yuan realized that she seemed to have misunderstood the situation. Meanwhile, unable to contain her curiosity, Luo Yan inquired, "Sister, after I had the champagne, did I do something? If I can't remember, it's fine." Initially, Luo Yuan believed that Luo Yan's encounter with Tang Linyuan at the gathering was their first meeting, not realizing that there had been that incident at the entrance. Hearing Luo Yuan's words only piqued Luo Yan's curiosity further. No, you must tell me. If you don't, I feel an itch in my heart and can't shake off this discomfort. Are you sure? Luo Yuan asked for confirmation once more. Luo Yan nodded her small head, insisting, "Absolutely. What mischief did I commit? Whether it was good or bad, I have no idea. When I arrived, I found you embracing Tang Yingdi and continuously caressing his chest." Luo Yuan replied, "I was holding on to Uncle and touching him." Luo Yan could not help but blush profusely, exclaiming, This, how daring of me." What Luo Yuan refrained from mentioning was that throughout their journey home, she had also been subjected to such advances. Even as she lay in bed that night, Luo Yan could not escape the shock of her actions. Every time she recalled the incident, her face flushed with heat. She had never imagined that she would act in such a manner. However, considering her indiscretions, Uncle did not seem angry at all. What a remarkably good temperament he possessed. Contemplating this, Luo Yan could not resist pulling out her phone to search for news about Uncle. At the press conference, due to relentless inquiries about his personal life, Tang Yingdi angrily left the venue. The host began shipping the couple, prompting Tang Yingdi to interrupt the interview. She browsed through a series of reports about Tang Linyuan's past. Luo Yan noted that, although many years had passed, it seemed that Uncle's temperament had not always been so gentle. Yet, the current uncle truly had a wonderful disposition. Luo Yan found herself puzzled, pondering that perhaps the journalists had fabricated stories, and it was best to rely on her personal experiences. The uncle she knew was a kind-hearted and gentle man. As she continued scrolling, Luo Yan suddenly stumbled upon a recent scandal. Shocking. Tang Yingdi secretly meets a beauty at his villa, and it turns out to be her. Luo Yan gazed at the news, momentarily dazed as she checked the time. What a coincidence, just half an hour ago. However, one should not underestimate 30 minutes. It had already climbed the trending charts. Uncle is in love? Luo Yan tilted her head, realizing that this timing was indeed today. Following the crowd, she logged onto Weibo, eager to stay at the forefront of the gossip. Yet, after reading the so-called expos, she felt that, perhaps her sister would be furious with her. For in the report, The alleged secret rendezvous of Tang Yingdi was actually to pick up her own Luo Yuan. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan had received a call from her manager. No one had anticipated this situation, as it came without warning and was far too sudden. Even when the call connected, the first question from her manager was, "Are you really in a relationship with Tang Yingdi? You're overthinking it." Luo Yuan replied with exasperation. She did not believe that Tang Linyuan held any interest in her whenever she stood beside Luo Yan. His gaze was invariably fixed upon Luo Yan. Furthermore, unless absolutely necessary, Tang Linyuan would not engage her in conversation if she could not grasp this much. Then her years in the entertainment industry would have been in vain. Upon seeing the news, Tang Linyuan's first reaction was to wonder if the little one might misunderstand. Chapter 13. A romantic variety show, arranged. Luo Yan was oblivious to the concerns about her potential misunderstandings. At that moment, she was thoroughly enjoying the gossip. She was aware that the relationship between uncle and her sister was merely a misunderstanding, so she savored the gossip with rationality. However, truth be told, if she were unaware of the truth, one might genuinely believe that the two were in a real relationship, as the evidence appeared quite compelling. Firstly, there was the timeline of recent events, the private gathering that Tang Yingdi had actively sought to attend, followed by Luo Yingho's advertising shoot where her co-star was injured, leading Tang Yingdi to unexpectedly step in to assist. Then came the brief role Luo Yingho played in a drama, where due to insufficient funds, Tang Yingdi personally invested. Not only that, but he also saved Luo Yingho from a potential mishap with a wire. Finally, that evening, after finishing her work, Luo Yingho entered Tang Yingdi's villa for a secret meeting. The evidence was irrefutable. With such a clear timeline, who would not presume that they were a couple? As Luo Yan munched on sweet strawberries, she nodded along, thinking, this reasoning makes perfect sense. Could it be that uncle and sister are indeed a couple? Suddenly, a message popped up in her WeChat. Switching over, she saw that uncle had sent her a message. Before leaving, uncle had proactively exchanged numbers with her, and she had certainly not objected. Upon returning, she received a friend request from him. Yuan, are you asleep? Luo Yan, not yet. Uncle, have you gone to bed? Yuan, I am asleep, chatting with you in my dreams. Luo Yan thought, am I being foolish? Why did I just ask, are you asleep? Luo Yan, uncle. Yuri not allowed to laugh. Yuan, not laughing. Serious. Seeing uncle's deliberately serious expression, Luo Yan found herself smiling. Yuan, are you on Weibo? Luo Yan, I just followed a few things. Yuan, so you're at the forefront of the gossip? Luo Yan, uncle, I'm sorry for causing you to be linked with sister in rumors. Yuan, it is indeed quite troublesome. I dislike rumors. Luo Yan, should I issue a statement on your behalf? Yuan, your statement would be of no use. I will handle this matter, so you need not worry. Yuan, the driver from this afternoon has already been apprehended. He has confessed everything about today and also implicated his accomplices. Luo Yan, so fast? Yuan, his information was registered. It's not difficult to trace. Fortunately, you were vigilant today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Luo Yan, I was just lucky to have met you. Uncle. Tang Linyuan said nothing further. He recalled that in the previous life, Luo Yan had never mentioned this incident. Had she done so, he would never have left her alone. After conversing with uncle for a while longer, Luo Yan yawned, feeling somewhat drowsy. Luo Yan, uncle, I'm getting sleepy. Yuan, it seems I lost track of time. Sleep well. Yuan, good night. Luo Yan, good night, uncle. Over here, Tang Linyuan gazed at Luo Yan's goodnight message, and after a long moment, he opened his computer, realizing he needed to hasten his efforts so that the little one could personally bid him good night before sleeping. Unbeknownst to Luo Yan, Tang Linyuan's sense of urgency, sparked by her simple good night, had her drifting into slumber. Perhaps it was due to the revelation of her past boldness towards uncle that Luo Yan, in her dreams, found herself blushing awake after engaging in flirtatious exchanges with him, touching her warm cheeks. She could scarcely fathom that she had harbored such improper thoughts towards Uncle In the following days. Due to her foot injury, Luo Yan could only obediently remain at home to recuperate. Fortunately, there were not many significant events on the agenda, allowing her to relax and indulge herself at home. After all, eating and drinking were simply part of self-care. One day, Luo Yan unexpectedly came across a rumor online stating that Luo Yingho was set to participate in a romantic variety show. Upon reading this, she immediately recognized it as false, for in the book, Her sister had never taken part in a dating show, nor had she even been involved in any related programs. However, the rumor was swiftly deleted, reportedly due to the show's confidentiality clause, which prohibited disclosing participants until just before the broadcast. But did this mean that the dating show was indeed real? With this thought in mind, Luo Yan returned to her room to retrieve her diary, meticulously reviewing it several times. Yet, there was no mention of a dating show. That evening, when Luo Yingho returned home for dinner, Luo Yan casually inquired about the dating show. "Sister, I saw a rumor today. Are you going to participate in a romantic variety show?" Luo Yingho glanced at her before resuming her meal, saying, "Eat your food. Don't concern yourself with my work, but I believe this is the right time for you to focus on your career. Engaging in romance is unnecessary. Men are all trouble," Luo Yan asserted. "What about your uncle?" Luo Yingho raised an eyebrow teasingly. Luo Yan embraced her slightly warm face with both hands, muttering, "He*s not my type." Luo Yingho said nothing further, simply stating, "Romance is not on the agenda for now." Satisfied with this outcome, Luo Yan felt content. However, regarding the dating show, she couldn't help but seek Uncle S assistance during their evening conversation. "Luo Yan, Uncle, could you help me with something?" "Yuan." "Sure." "Luo Yan, you agreed before I even told you what it was. What if I wanted to sell you out?" "Yuan." "All right then, tell me what it is first, and I'll decide whether to agree." "Luo Yan, could you find out if my sister is participating in a dating show? But I heard the production team keeps the guest information confidential, so it might be difficult to find out." "Yuan, I'll have an answer for you by tomorrow." "Luo Yan, thank you, Uncle." Early the next morning, Luo Yan received Tang Linyuan's response. "Yuan, she is indeed participating in a dating show. However, there is a confidentiality agreement, so even if you ask her, she won't say anything." "Luo Yan, could you also check if there happens to be a Lu Majin among the guests?" Luo Yan thought that even if this dating show was unexpected, its existence could possibly serve as a bridge for pairing the leads. "Yuan, how did you know? There is indeed someone by that name among the guests." "Luo Yan, I can't believe I guessed correctly." "Luo Yan, is the show selective about its guests?" Having made up her mind, if the guest requirements were stringent, she would apply to the production team for a staff position. Anything would suffice. "Yuan, you want to join?" "Luo Yan, I am not particularly keen on romance. I merely wish to engage in a simple endeavor." "Tang Lin Yuan, allow me to arrange that for you. It should pose no difficulty." "Luo Yan, thank you, Uncle. I shall treat you to a meal another day." Upon hearing Luo Yan's offer, Tang Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile faintly. He subsequently picked up his phone and made a call, instructing them to bring Lu Imo-chan in for a couple of episodes, while requesting an additional female guest spot for himself. "The other guests can be decided by you. Remember, no one is permitted to disclose any information about the guests or mentors. Failure to comply will result in a penalty of 10 times the breach of contract fee." Chapter 14. "Uncle, I shall not bring you shame." Luo Yan initially believed that securing a guest spot through her uncle, while not insignificant, would not be overly challenging. However, to her surprise, even her uncle took a full day to inform her that he had successfully obtained the guest spot for her. "Luo Yan, Uncle, I am truly sorry. I originally thought this task would be simple. I apologize for my ignorance regarding the entertainment industry." "Tang Lin Yuan, no worries. This matter can be both simple and complex, but it has now been resolved." "Tang Lin Yuan, the production team will contact you shortly regarding the recording schedule and preparatory work. However, I must emphasize that, although you have not yet signed a confidentiality agreement, you are not to disclose this matter to your sister before the show's premiere. Otherwise, it could create some complications on my end." "Luo Yan, rest assured, Uncle, I will not put you in a difficult position. Even if my sister inquires whether I am participating in the show, I will tell her I am not." "Tang Lin Yuan, I trust you." Seeing the 4 words filled with trust from her uncle, Luo Yan couldn't help but smile. That it had been quite a while since she last saw him. But alas, he was so busy, and she spent her days at home, leaving her uncertain of where she might encounter him. Typically, if her uncle did not reach out first, she hesitated to contact him for fear of disturbing him. With this thought, Luo Yan let out a soft sigh. "Tang Lin Yuan, how is your foot injury?" "Luo Yan, it has healed. I can hop around without any issues." "Tang Lin Yuan, that's good to hear. Take some time to rest and recuperate these next few days. That if you find yourself bored, you can watch some variety shows to alleviate any tension when it comes time for your own recording." Luo Yan, you need not worry. Uncle, I shall not embarrass you. Tang Lin Yuan, I am not concerned about your embarrassment, but rather that you might overshadow me. Overshadow? Luo Yan pondered, realizing that, as an ordinary student, aside from her title as the school beauty, she had little to boast about. After spending 2 more days at home, Luo Yan awoke one morning to receive a call from the Love and Progress production team. Hello, may I speak with Ms. Luo Yan? Luo Yan. Yes, this is Shida. We are from the Love and Progress production team and would like to invite you to come sign the agreement this afternoon. The address has already been sent to you. We can discuss any questions in person. Luo Yan. All right, I will be there this afternoon. Excellent. See you at 2 o'clock. We hope you will be punctual. Luo Yan. Certainly. After hanging up the phone, Luo Yan sighed to herself. If it weren't for her desire to dismantle the CP, she wouldn't bother with reality shows, particularly a dating show. She had watched some videos from dating shows over the past few days and found them rather uninspiring. She had set her goal to cause disruption throughout the entirety of the program. After lunch, Luo Yan took a nap before having the driver take her to the building where the production team was located. Upon entering the building, she heard someone calling her name. Soon, a young girl with a demure appearance jogged over. Hello, I am the intern Bai Su. The director has asked me to wait for you. Hello, Bai Su. My name is Luo Yan, she replied with a smile. Seeing Luo Yan's cheerful demeanor, Bai Su's eyes lit up with a smile as well. The director has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please follow me. Before long, Bai Su led Luo Yan to the office of the show's director. He Guangda, don't worry. Director, he is very nice. Just a bit loud. A bit loud? Is he intimidating? Luo Yan chuckled softly. Thank you. You may return to your duties. Standing at the door, Luo Yan took a deep breath before raising her hand to knock. Come in. Upon receiving permission, Luo Yan turned the doorknob and opened the office door. However, as the door swung open, her eyes widened with delight. You must be Luo Yan. Come in. He Guang beckoned her from the sofa. As Luo Yan stepped into the office, she noticed a man sitting with his back to her. Upon confirming the familiar silhouette, she realized it was indeed her uncle. As she rounded the sofa, the mature and handsome man looked up at her, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Confirming their mutual recognition, Tang Lin Yuan gestured to the seat beside him. Say hello to Director He. Luo Yan then realized she had been so engrossed in observing her uncle that she had neglected to greet Director He. She quickly turned to him and bowed slightly. Hello, Director He. Please, have a seat. He Guang welcomed her with a smile. Luo, have you participated in any variety shows before? Luo Yan shook her head slightly, hastening to add. While I have not participated, I have watched several. That's perfectly fine. Our show is quite enjoyable, though it lacks a script, so you can be yourself. You need not memorize lines or processes. The necessary cues will be provided. He Guang reassured her. Listening to this, Luo Yan felt it was not as daunting as she had imagined. Is there anything I need to prepare? No need for preparations. Simply pack your bags as if you were going on a trip and meet some new friends. Tang Lin Yuan interjected. Nodding obediently, Luo Yan inquired. How long will the recording last? We employ a live recording approach, with a total recording period of 1 month. The first recording will commence in 3 days, with the first episode airing 13 days later. The entire recording will take place in August, and since you start school in September, this will not interfere with your schedule, He Guang explained, pausing briefly for a sip of tea. After addressing several of Luo Yan's concerns, he finally produced the contract and confidentiality agreement for her signature. Once he had seen her off, He Guang exhaled a sigh of relief. New talent personally introduced by the big boss was indeed a handful. Meanwhile, as Luo Yan exited the office with Tang Lin Yuan, she could not help but ask, Uncle, how did you end up here? I came to chat with Director He. I didn't expect to find you signing a contract today. Tang Lin Yuan replied, I had no idea I would run into you today, Luo Yan said with a smile, genuinely pleased. Tang Lin Yuan observed the cheerful demeanor of the young lady beside him and smiled in return. The recording begins in 3 days. That should be fine for you. Before school starts, I have no other commitments, so participating in a variety show is no problem at all, Luo Yan assured him. That's splendid. In fact, recording for a variety show is quite simple. Just don't stress yourself, Tang Lin Yuan encouraged. Luo Yan nodded vigorously. The driver was waiting outside, so after ensuring she was settled in the car, Tang Lin Yuan said, See you in 3 days. 3 days? Luo Yan paused, wondering if her suspicion was correct. Chapter 15. Why is it the uncle? Due to a single remark from her uncle, Luo Yan found herself questioning whether he might also be participating in the show. However, there were no details available online regarding the guests or mentors of Love in Progress, aside from some previously deleted rumors about Luo Yuan's participation. Nevertheless, Luo Yan speculated that if her uncle were indeed involved in the recording, he would most likely be a mentor, as every dating variety show typically features several celebrity mentors. With this thought in mind, she chose not to dwell on it further. The night before the recording, Luo Yan applied a facial mask at home and encountered Luo Yuan, who was also wearing a mask, as she went downstairs to fetch some water. Upon seeing the mask on her sister's face, Luo Yan immediately deduced that it was likely due to her upcoming appearance on the show. "Are you heading out tomorrow?" Luo Yuan asked, looking at her sister with curiosity, her first thought being that Luo Yan was going on a date. Luo Yan nodded slightly. "Sister, do you have work tomorrow?" "Yes, I will be recording a variety show tomorrow." As for further details, Luo Yuan chose to withhold. Luo Yan, "I see through, but will not reveal." "Oh, well, be sure to get to bed early," Luo Yan mused, feeling a sense of anticipation for the surprise her sister would surely experience upon seeing her. Luo Yuan nodded slightly before asking, "Who are you going out with, a boy or a girl?" Despite her ongoing efforts to cultivate a closer relationship with her sister, Luo Yan estimated that the results were not particularly impressive. Given the limited interactions they shared each day. Of course, it was also possible that her sister was simply too preoccupied with her own affairs. However, receiving her sister's inquiry almost led Luo Yan to divulge her plans for the following day. Fortunately, at the last moment, she managed to hold back. "I will be meeting a group of friends. There will be both boys and girls. Make sure to have Uncle Wang pick you up. Don't travel alone," Luo Yuan advised. Luo Yan nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, sister, I will take good care of myself." Luo Yuan chose not to say anything further and turned to ascend the stairs, after fetching some water. Luo Yan also made her way upstairs. The following morning, Luo Yan arose exceedingly early. Although the assembly time set by the production team was at 9 o'clock, Luo Yan needed to pack her luggage. So an early rise was unavoidable. After completing her packing and having breakfast in the dining hall, she confirmed that Luo Yuan had already departed before she requested Uncle Wang, the driver, to take her to the airport. Upon entering the airport, Luo Yan followed the directional signs to find the production team, and over the next 3 hours, she completed her journey from City A to City S. Their recording would take place across 4 cities. With the initial stop being City S. Seated in the vehicle, Luo Yan could not resist pulling out a small bread roll to eat. It was already noon, and her hunger was palpable, since the recording had yet to commence. She paid little mind to it. After devouring 3 small bread rolls and a bottle of milk, she finally felt a semblance of comfort. Once finished, her curiosity got the better of her, and she glanced at the nearby staff member, inquiring if there would be food available soon. "There isn't any ready-made, but we have prepared some ingredients," the staff member replied. Luo Yan hesitated before asking, "Do I have to cook?" The staff member nodded slightly. And immediately, Luo Yan produced a sandwich. "Are you planning to eat later? You should fill up now." The staff member couldn't help but question. "I don't know how to cook, and I doubt the production team would prepare instant noodles for me. So it's best to fill my stomach first. After all, if I eat well now, I won't mind nibbling on a few leaves later," she answered. The staff member, unable to disclose any details about the program, merely observed as Luo Yan ate her sandwich. It wasn't until they neared the assembly point that the staff member reminded her, "You'll need to get off the car soon to start recording. You might want to touch up your lipstick." Almost a minute after the staff member's remark, the vehicle halted by the roadside. Luo Yan surveyed the desolate surroundings. "Aren't you going to take me to the designated location? You'll need to pull your suitcase from here as part of the entrance," the staff member explained helplessly. "Oh." Luo Yan nodded, reluctantly stowing away the remaining half of her sandwich before reapplying her lipstick and energetically disembarking. Meanwhile, 2 guests had already arrived at the gathering point. 1 male and 1 female. As fate would have it, Luo Yan was acquainted with both. The male was Lu Machin, who sported a stern expression, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. He had not anticipated that his mother would subject him to such a frivolous variety show, especially one centered on romance. A domineering figure, Lu Machin did not believe he needed to meet women through such means. But under the relentless pressure from his mother, he begrudgingly agreed to participate, viewing it as a mere formality to secure her future non-involvement in his private life. The other female guest was Jin Xiaomei, who had infamously caused Luo Yan to drink 3 glasses of champagne on their first day. Today, Zhen Xiaomei exuded an air of elegance, appearing particularly restrained, despite her evident desire to draw closer to Luo Yan, which she managed to suppress, glancing at him only occasionally. Zhen Xiaomei was equally taken aback by the caliber of the male guest making his entrance. As the other guests gradually arrived, Luo Yan leisurely pulled her suitcase forward. When she caught sight of a crowd gathering in the square, she quickened her pace, hurrying towards them. Continuing her signature JK style, Luo Yan donned a school uniform as she arrived. After all, she was not here to pursue romance. From a distance, the guests couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves upon seeing her. She looks so young. Is she even 20? One female guest remarked, bewildered by the presence of such youth in a dating show. Is she a newcomer hoping to debut? She is so beautiful, like a doll, adorably cute. One male guest was the first to express his admiration for Luo Yan, seemingly quite taken with her. Nearby, Luo Yan recognized Luo Yan instantly as the woman who had spilled water on him and left red ink on his shirt that day. The male guest standing next to Luo Yan instinctively stepped aside, feeling a chill in the sweltering heat. Luo Yan, however, was unfazed. She too spotted Luo Yan, but was solely preoccupied with the thought of how astute she was for joining this program. Upon reaching the group, Luo Yan was the first to greet them. Hello everyone, I am Luo Yan. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they continued to await the arrival of the remaining two guests. With 3 males and 3 females already present, only 1 male and 1 female guest were yet to arrive, and Luo Yan knew her sister would soon make her entrance. Indeed, those of higher status always made a grand entrance. As everyone was still unfamiliar with one another, the atmosphere grew a bit tense. With all eyes eagerly fixed on the path ahead at last, 2 figures approached, one tall and one short. Upon observing the shorter figure, Luo Yan thought it seemed a tad shorter than her sister. Just as she was measuring their heights, she suddenly realized something was amiss. The male companion beside the shorter figure appeared to be an older gentleman. Chapter 16. Wasn't it said that he didn't prefer younger companions? As they drew nearer, she was taken aback to confirm that he truly was an older gentleman. Seeing Tang Linyuan unexpectedly appear on the show left Zhen Xiaomei and another female guest utterly thrilled. In contrast, the female guest accompanying Tang Linyuan seemed less animated, possibly overwhelmed by the excitement. The 3 male guests remained relatively composed, with only a couple displaying displeasure as they approached. Tang Linyuan greeted the 6 who had arrived earlier with a gentle smile. Hello, I am Tang Linyuan. Tang the Film Emperor? I am your fan. I adore you. I am Caviar, one female guest boldly professed, her eyes shining with admiration as she gazed at Tang Linyuan. In response, Tang Linyuan merely smiled and expressed his gratitude. But there was no further dialogue. After a few more casual exchanges, and once everyone had arrived, they followed the directional signs forward. Luo Yan pushed her suitcase while occasionally glancing at Tang Linyuan. Her curiosity piqued about how the older gentleman found himself on the show, and where her sister was. Following the guidance, the 8 of them arrived before a 3-story standalone villa, its entrance adorned with the program's logo and the glaring words, Heartfelt Little House. Observing the 4 characters, Luo Yan couldn't help but silently critique, this is not a little house, it's a grand abode. Such extravagance from the production team, one of the male guests remarked with a chuckle. As they exchanged banter, they entered through the front door, traversed the small courtyard, and finally stepped inside. The first sight that greeted them was an expansive dining and living area, featuring an open kitchen, a large dining table capable of accommodating 10 guests, and a sofa that looked invitingly comfortable. The floor-to-ceiling windows enhanced the sense of space, and mirrors were strategically placed in relatively smaller areas to create a more spacious atmosphere, preventing it from feeling cramped at first glance. Luo Yan felt an immediate sense of comfort in this place. Let us take our luggage upstairs first, and then we can get acquainted downstairs, suggested one of the male guests, who also happened to be the host, thus taking charge of the queuing segment. Everyone agreed, promptly heading upstairs to select their rooms. Luo Yan was relieved that she had eaten something earlier. Otherwise, given the current pace, she might have remained hungry for quite some time. The male guests were assigned to the 2nd floor, while the female guests were on the 3rd. With her suitcase in tow, Luo Yan made her way to the 3rd floor. Noting the little one's nimbleness, Tang Linyuan had initially intended to assist, but soon realized he could not. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Luo Yan shook her reddened palms, discovering 3 rooms, 1 double and 2 singles. Without hesitation, she chose one of the single rooms on the 2nd floor. Tang Linyuan opted for a single room as well, with Lu Machin also selecting a single room first. The remaining two had no choice but to enter the double room. With the rooms chosen, everyone reconvened downstairs as Luo Yan descended. She encountered Tang Linyuan emerging from his room. Driven by curiosity, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching and quickly jogged over to him, ushering him into his room. Once the door closed, the director and other staff members were left bewildered by her actions. Had Luo Yan forgotten that there were cameras in the villa? It seemed evident that she had never participated in a variety show before. Indeed, Luo Yan had entirely overlooked this detail, genuinely believing there was no one around. After pushing Tang Linyuan into his room, she finally had the opportunity to satisfy her curiosity. "Uncle, how did you end up here?" In response to Luo Yan's inquiry, Tang Linyuan sighed softly. "Initially, I only intended to secure a spot for you, but acquiring a position for this program proved challenging in the end. I had to opt for a buy-one-get-one-free deal." Leading to my own involvement, Luo Yan was taken aback and felt a twinge of guilt. "I'm so sorry, Uncle. I had no idea it was that difficult. Had I known, I would have applied for a minor role instead, especially since she still had yet to see her sister." "That's all right that we've come this far. Just enjoy yourself," Tang Linyuan reassured her softly. Luo Yan felt on the verge of tears. If it weren't for the contract she had signed, she would seriously consider withdrawing. However, knowing that the uncle had joined the program because of her made it hard for her to voice her desire to leave. Ultimately, she was committed to the journey ahead and could not simply retreat. "All right, they should all be downstairs by now. Let us join them," Tang Linyuan remarked, as Luo Yan nodded her small head. After all, she had learned all that she wished to know. As for her sister, she would have to wait and see. Before departing, Tang Linyuan cautioned her, "There are cameras all around the villa, including in the rooms. You need to be mindful when changing clothes, understand?" Luo Yan gasped, winky face. "I forgot." Unable to resist, she looked around the room for the cameras. Upon noticing one, she realized, "If I enter the uncle's room, won't I be filmed?" "Not to worry. This isn't a live stream that I'll have them delete it later," Tang Linyuan assured her, gesturing towards her shirt collar. "Also, if you wish to speak without being overheard, you must close this door." Luo Yan realized that her clandestine antics had been captured on camera, her words heard. Embarrassed, she followed the uncle downstairs, repeatedly reminding herself that they were recording a variety show and there were numerous cameras around. She had to remember. When the others saw Luo Yan descend with Tang Linyuan, their reactions were rather subdued, except for Jin Xiaomei, who had previously only known that Luo Yan visited Tang Linyuan's resting area but had not seen what followed. However, it seemed that the esteemed actor Tang did not harbor any significant disdain for Luo Yan, or was he merely concealing his feelings? The 8 guests, 4 men and 4 women, took their seats on the sofa. As soon as Luo Yan sat down, she grabbed a cushion and hugged it tightly, determined to remain inconspicuous, positioning herself at the very edge of the seating arrangement. The male guest, Yu Junshi, who was also a part-time host, noticed everyone was settled and engaged in casual conversation with them. He then suggested, "I believe we are all somewhat unfamiliar with one another. Why don't we take a moment to introduce ourselves?" Seeing no one else respond, he initiated, "I'll go first. My name is Yu Junshi. I am 27 years old, and I am a host on the financial channel of our city television station." After Yu Junshi finished, Jin Xiaomei followed suit. "Hello everyone. I am Jin Xiaomei, an actress that I am 24 years old and graduated from the acting department of a university that I have never been in a relationship and am delighted to meet all of you here." Following her, a female guest who identified as a fan of Tang Linyuan chimed in. "Hello everyone. My name is Hui. I am 23 years old that I started my own business in college and now own a clothing brand. I am also a devoted fan of Tang. I have admired him for 10 years. In response to Hui's passionate declaration, Tang Linyuan merely smiled politely. "Thank you, to be honest," and Hui felt a twinge of disappointment. But she quickly composed herself to that moment. Another male guest spoke up. "Hello everyone. I am Xiao Rue, 25 years old, and I am a food blogger." The mention of food blogger immediately piqued Lian's interest. A food blogger? With one around, she wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. Tang Linyuan observed Lian's reaction and, upon seeing her evident delight, glanced at Xiao Rui, who, it must be said, had a somewhat charming demeanor, exuding a slight puppy-like quality. Yet, hadn't she mentioned that she wasn't fond of such types? With 4 introductions remaining, Luo Yan, not wishing to be the last, promptly spoke up. Hello everyone, my name is Luo Yan, I am 20 years old, and I am about to enter my junior year. Over. Her introduction was remarkably unadorned. Were it not for her striking looks, it would have barely registered as an introduction at all. You are only 20? I thought the production team had cast an underage guest. Yujuchi chuckled. Perhaps it's just good genes from my parents. Luo Yan replied earnestly, prompting laughter from the group, who assumed she was joking. However, once they learned that Luo Yan was the sister of Luo Yuan, they realized she was not jesting. The genes were indeed remarkable. With only one female guest left to introduce herself, she noted that neither Tang Linyuan nor Lu Machin had spoken yet. So she took the initiative. Hello everyone. I am Zhao Mingji, a travel blogger. I also own a few companies, but they are managed by professional managers. The implication of her introduction was clear. She was a wealthy second-generation individual. The four female guests represented four distinct archetypes. Luo Yan was the delicate flower. Zhen Xiaomei embodied the demure lady persona, at least for now, and Hui was the fashionable type, confidently carrying herself as a young entrepreneur. While Zhao Mingji sported a shoulder-length bob with an aloof demeanor, with six individuals having introduced themselves, Lu Machin and Tang Linyuan could no longer evade the spotlight and briefly introduced themselves. Lu Machin, 28 years old. Tang Linyuan, 28 years old. Even Yu Junshi felt a momentary awkwardness in the silence that followed. Well, everyone has introduced themselves, and we have a basic understanding of one another. Of course, deeper connections can be forged in the coming days. Now, does anyone feel we should do something? It's time to eat. Luo Yan interjected. Don't these people feel hungry? Indeed, it's time to eat. Yu Junshi laughed. As Luo Yan's tone had been so melancholic that it was hard not to chuckle, Luo Yan anticipated that they would soon transition to the cooking segment, only to be surprised when Yu Junshi continued. However, we won't be cooking today. Someone will be delivering our meal. As he spoke, the door swung open, revealing 3-star mentors, 2 men and 1 woman, each carrying items and pushing a food cart. Lin's gaze immediately fixated on the sole female mentor. Luo Yan could hardly believe that Luo Yuan was one of the star mentors. What was the purpose of this? Mentors do not engage in romantic affairs, and she had thought that with Lu Machin present, Luo Yuan would also be a guest. Alas, there is no remedy for regrets. Not only was Luo Yan taken aback by Luo Yuan's presence, but Luo Yuan was equally surprised to see Luo Yan. Their eyes met, and Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What are you doing here?" Luo Yan pouted, her brows furrowed in a display of utmost grievance. "Let us welcome the 3-star mentors of our program. Today, they have brought us a sumptuous feast, sparing us the need to cook. Given that our gathering time was somewhat late, cooking would indeed be a time constraint, and everyone is quite hungry," Yu Junshi elaborated, introducing the 3-star mentors, all of whom were familiar faces to the group. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the mentors laid out a lavish spread on the dining table, a bountiful array of dishes. Everyone settled in to enjoy the meal. Luo Yan found herself seated directly across from Luo Yuan. While she was uncertain how much of this dining segment would make it to the final cut, those seeking more screen time were likely to be more animated, as they understood that their early impressions would dictate their future visibility. Thus, Luo Yan continued to indulge as a dedicated eater, allowing others to converse while she focused solely on her meal. Unconcerned with the cameras, she savored her food. A serving of dompa pork was placed before her. Luo Yuan remarked, "This restaurant's rendition is quite good." Luo Yan nodded in agreement, unreservedly enjoying the dish. Aware of the cameras, Luo Yuan refrained from discussing too much with Luo Yan, although she had never concealed their relationship. Even Li Yan's fans scarcely recognized her. Revealing their connection now would not bode well for Luo Yan. They ate and chatted. Luo Yan relished the moment, feeling quite content. Once the meal concluded and the mentors departed, the next phase of their shared living experience commenced. Indeed, Luo Yan had labeled this program as a cohabitation experience, as they would live together for a month before it concluded, accustomed to afternoon naps. Luo Yan ascended to her room for some rest after her meal. Unconcerned with what the others were doing at 3:30, she was roused by a knock at her door. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she opened the door to find a staff member handing her a card. After accepting it, she closed the door and returned to be it was not until 10 minutes later that she jolted awake. Scanning the card hastily, Luo Yan rushed to the bathroom to change. When she finally made her way downstairs, she discovered that everyone had been waiting for her for a while. "I apologize, everyone. I overslept. No worries." Today is rather relaxed. We can play some games to get to know each other better, Yujunchi said. Pulling out a script for a murder mystery game. Can playing a murder mystery game truly help us get acquainted? Luo Yan pondered, unsure. Regardless, the game did not suit her. After 2 rounds, she had yet to identify the actual culprit. In one instance, she was wrongly accused as the murderer, while the true culprit, who remained unscathed, was none other than Tang Linyuan, who wore an infuriatingly smug expression. Ruffling Li Yan's hair, Tang Linyuan chuckled. Little turtle, I apologize for making you take the blame for me. Uncle, you did that on purpose, taking advantage of my inexperience. Luo Yan believed that such games required a sharper intellect. At the very least, she felt her mind did not operate swiftly enough. She mused that if she were to assume the role of the murderer, she would undoubtedly be unable to escape unscathed. However, Luo Yan vividly illustrated the notion of being inept yet overly ambitious, ultimately concluding the game with a dismal performance. As the clock struck 5. Everyone began preparing dinner. Luo Yan reclined against the back of the sofa, observing the individuals in the open kitchen, clad in aprons and gradually becoming engrossed in their culinary tasks. She voiced her query. Does everyone have to cook? No need. If you can't cook, just wait to eat, replied Tang Linyuan. At that moment, only 3 people occupied the sofa. Besides the 2 of them, there was Lu Maching. The trio was indifferent to the cameras, allowing the filming of the cooking segment to be assigned to the others. Despite their laziness, given Tang Linyuan's popularity and the striking appearances of Lu Maching and Luo Yan, it was unlikely they could completely relinquish the spotlight. Such is the nature of today's audience, who are drawn to beauty, and among the 8 participants, the 3 of them undoubtedly ranked in the top 3 for looks. Chapter 18. The inept yet ambitious Luo Yan. Tang Linyuan and Lu Maching were both quintessential CEOs, taking this opportunity to manage company affairs on their laptops. In contrast, Luo Yan found herself lacking any substantial tasks. However, she did not sit idly by in a daze. Instead, she picked up a nearby tablet to play games. As a novice player in the realm of murder mystery games, Luo Yan bravely ventured into the script-killing app, which was also a sponsor. So her proactive participation was welcomed by the production team. Yet, her novice status did not allow for immediate improvement. After 2 rounds, she sighed, realizing that this type of game was not suited for her. Nevertheless, despite her lack of aptitude, she found joy in playing. Observing the enthusiastic novice gearing up for battle, Tang Linyuan, with a hint of exasperation, set aside his computer and sat beside her. Still can't play? I can. Luo Yan firmly denied her inability, asserting that she was capable, just not very skilled at deceit or keeping pace with the game. Tang Linyuan did not press her further, signaling for the game to commence. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yan rematched the room. Upon encountering the line, "You are the only true murderer in this case. Please protect your identity," Luo Yan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Seeing her disheartened expression, Tang Linyuan gently patted her head and then took the tablet from her, saying, "Watch me play this." Luo Yan's eyes sparkled, eagerly nodding like a chick pecking at grains. It soon became evident that the seasoned fox of the business world was indeed a master. Knowing he was the murderer, his calm demeanor and skillful manipulation were lessons Luo Yan knew she could not master in a short time. His logical reasoning and adept deduction led the group step by step through the mystery. Identifying the manner and time of the victim's demise, that he could even twist unfavorable clues to his advantage, leading the others astray, while the true murderer successfully evaded capture. Despite being aware that Uncle was playing the role of the murderer, Luo Yan could not help but follow his lead, silently casting votes for others as if she were a participant in the game. When the game concluded amid cheers, the other players expressed their dismay with crying emojis. Hooray! We won! Luo Yan joined in the celebration. Although it wasn't her victory, she felt a sense of involvement. She wished to play another round. But alas, Uncle had confiscated the tablet. As dinner was approaching, looking toward the long table, she noticed several dishes had already been prepared. She contemplated, shall I serve the rice and fetch bowls and chopsticks? After all, it seemed inappropriate to do nothing at all. Luo Yan dashed into the open kitchen, where Zhen Xiaomei smiled at her arrival, saying, "You're just in time. We've finished preparing the dishes." "That's all right. I'm not here to cook. I can only make instant noodles," Luo Yan replied with a sweet smile, her unguarded demeanor evoking a protective instinct in the boys. "That I usually don't cook either, but I learned a few dishes before coming here that I don't know how well I did," and Hui chimed in. Holding a plate of her oil-braised shrimp, Zhen Xiaomei glanced at the shrimp in her hand and remarked, "It looks delicious, An Hui. You must have a talent for cooking. I'm just afraid it only looks good." And Hui replied, feeling a bit shy. Luo Yan chose to disregard their conversation, sensing some hostility directed toward her. She could understand Zhen Xiaomei's animosity, as she had previously wronged her, but An Hui was a new acquaintance. After some contemplation, she wondered if it was because of uncle. Regardless of the reason, since the hostility existed, Luo Yan decided not to extend warmth to those who were cold, opting for silence instead. Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, leading her to Zhao Mengji, who was stirring a pot. Peeking over, she asked, "What are you frying? It smells so good." Zhao Mengji turned to Luo Yan, responding, "It's crispy pork." "No wonder it smells so delightful. I absolutely adore crispy pork," Luo Yan exclaimed with delight. "Then make sure to have plenty later," Zhao Mengji replied with a hint of a smile, having seen Zhao Mengji's crispy pork and the squirrel fish being prepared by food blogger Xiao Rui. Luo Yan felt thoroughly satisfied. Tonight's dinner was indeed lavish. While culinary skills are important, it's not a problem if one cannot cook, as long as there are skilled cooks nearby. As the dishes neared completion, Luo Yan began serving rice and arranging bowls and chopsticks. The male and female guests seated themselves on opposite sides of the dining table. This time, Luo Yan did not wish to sit on the periphery. Instead, she quickly took a central position to access more dishes. Not seeking the camera's attention, she simply wanted a greater variety of food. Upon noticing this, Tang Linyuan, who had initially been seated to Luo Yan's left, naturally moved to sit opposite her after grabbing a napkin. An Hui, who had just taken a seat where Tang Linyuan had been, was now placed in a somewhat awkward position after everyone was seated. They began to eat. As they were still unfamiliar with one another, conversation was sparse, limited to small talk to avoid an uncomfortable silence. Being the most renowned individual present, Tang Linyuan was frequently called upon. Meanwhile, Luo Yan, as an unnoticed presence, could content herself with the simple pleasure of eating. Among the dishes, her favorites were certainly the crispy pork and the squirrel fish. The crispy pork was fragrant and crunchy, rich yet not greasy, while the squirrel fish was crispy on the outside and tender within, with a delightful sweet and sour taste. After happily finishing a bowl of rice, Luo Yan went for a second serving. When she returned, she noticed the squirrel fish that had been placed to her left was now right in front of her. She didn't mind, continuing to enjoy her meal. "Did everyone enjoy dinner tonight?" Yu Junqi asked with a smile. "Very much," Luo Yan replied, holding her glass of juice with satisfaction. Hearing her soft, melodic voice, Yu Junqi couldn't help but chuckle. "Your satisfaction is evident to all. Just look at how much you've eaten compared to the other sisters." After taking a couple of sips of juice, Luo Yan nonchalantly remarked, "The sisters need to maintain their figures. I'm different, them. My only responsibility is to eat my fill," regardless of whether it was her persona or not. Luo Yan's identity as a hearty eater was undeniable. "How about this?" Yu Junqi suggested. "Since we have such a sumptuous meal today, let us vote for your favorite dish and see which one receives the most votes." "Squirrel fish? Definitely. I think Xiao Rui's squirrel fish is exceptional," Zhao Mengji stated. Next, it was Luo Yan's turn to vote. Luo Yan hesitated. "Can I cast 2 votes? That won't do. 1 person, 1 vote. You need to choose one." Yu Junqi replied. "But I like both," Luo Yan exclaimed helplessly. "Which 2? Tang Linyuan's deep voice inquired. "Crispy pork and squirrel fish," Luo Yan answered. Hearing this, Tang Linyuan nodded. "I also think those 2 are great. You choose one, and I'll choose the other." Yu Junqi was taken aback by this arrangement and couldn't help but glance at Tang Linyuan, wondering if the esteemed gentleman was overly attentive to Luo Yan. He had previously noticed that Tang Linyuan spoke to Luo Yan far more than all 3 of the other female guests combined. Chapter 19. Choosing a date. An Hui, watching the dynamic between Tang Linyuan and Luo Yan, felt a twinge of discomfort. She had harbored feelings for Tang Linyuan for 10 years, although she had never made it known. Her decision to join this variety show was indeed influenced by him. The guest information for the show had not been disclosed, but she was aware because one of the assistant directors was her uncle. Knowing that An Hui had liked Tang Linyuan for a decade, her uncle hoped this opportunity would allow his niece to fulfill her desires. Even if she failed, she could say she had tried. Prior to her arrival, she had even taken the time to learn how to make oil-braised shrimp, rumored to be Tang Linyuan's favorite dish, but it was evident that this information was incorrect, as she had not seen him eat it that evening. An Hui, Which dish do you choose? Yu Junqi's voice snapped in Hui out of her reverie. She smiled at everyone, saying, I think I'll go with the squirrel fish. Xiao Rui's squirrel fish is truly delicious, a testament to his skills as a food blogger. Ultimately, Xiao Rui's squirrel fish triumphed over the other dishes, winning the most votes. After a satisfying meal, it was time to wash the dishes. Luo Yan initially had no intention of helping, but reflecting on her day, she realized she had done little and felt it was only right to contribute. I'll wash the dishes, she declared. Tang Linyuan was the first to speak up. I'll join in as well. I enjoy washing dishes. Zhen Xiaomei chuckled in response. Nearby, and Hui glanced at her and added, what a coincidence. I also have a fondness for washing dishes that it seems there's no need for competition for the position. Luo Yan couldn't help but mutter softly. Upon hearing Luo Yan's words, Zhao Mengji interjected. 2 people are sufficient for washing dishes. There are 3 of us here. Are you expecting 4 people to wash together? There wouldn't be enough space at the sink. Luo Yan nodded thoughtfully. You make a valid point. She had no desire to wash dishes in the first place, so she certainly wouldn't rush to claim the task. Across the room, Tang Linyuan also nodded slowly, acknowledging the truth in that statement. Since you 2 enjoy washing dishes, I shan't deprive you of this joy. I shall leave the dishwashing to you. In Hui and Zhen Xiaomei expressed their gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, Yu Junqi remarked. There's no helping it. In front of the camera, and Hui and Zhen Xiaomei could only force a smile. Everyone retreated upstairs to their rooms. As Luo Yan entered her room, she was startled to find 2 unfamiliar figures already present. Don't be alarmed. We are here for a brief interview. The guide quickly reassured her. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan accepted the small card the guide offered and recounted her initial impressions of all the guests as per the instructions. After bidding farewell to the guide and the cameraman, Luo Yan retrieved a change of clothes from her suitcase and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Before long, a knock sounded at her door. When she opened it, a staff member handed her a tablet, instructing her to select her date for tomorrow on it. All right, Luo Yan replied, taking the tablet and settling onto her bed. The tablet displayed personal photos and brief profiles of each male guest. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yan concluded that she would certainly not choose Lu Majin, the scoundrel. As for Xiao Rui and Yu Junqi, she felt no spark. Her personal preference leaned towards the more mature type. Meanwhile, Tang Linyuan had also received a tablet. By the time he reached the sofa from the doorway, he had already made his choice for a date and sent it to the chief director. At the director's end, several directors were present, including in Hui's uncle, Zhou Shiming, that he had initially presumed that Tang Linyuan would not select a female guest at this early stage unless he truly felt a connection. As Tang Linyuan's popularity was significantly higher than that of the other male guests, he was acutely aware of this fact. According to the rules, if male and female guests did not mutually select one another, the directing team would arrange dates for them. Hence, the original plan was that if Tang Linyuan did not choose a date, Zhou Shiming would attempt to pair him with An Hui, regardless of the outcome. It would be an opportunity for his niece. However, unexpectedly, just as the tablet was handed out, the chief director received Tang Linyuan's selection for a date, and it turned out to be Luo Yan. Could it be that the film emperor has made an error in his choice? How could he select Luo Yan? Zhou Shiming couldn't help but voice his disbelief. The chief director, He Guang, cast a glance at him. Recalling the day when Luo Yan visited his office and subsequently left with Tang Linyuan, that it didn't strike him as surprising at all. After all, Luo Yan was quite attractive, and perhaps Tang Linyuan had chosen based on looks. It must be said that He Guang's assessment was hard to refute. Among the 4 female guests, while they were all quite lovely, Luo Yan stood out the most. Soon after, and Hui's selection came through as well. She had chosen Tang Linyuan, which was unfortunate, He Guang mused, shaking his head in regret. Zhen Xiaomei has also chosen Tang Linyuan. He Guang couldn't help but twitch his lips, though he had anticipated it. It was indeed a bittersweet moment for the other male guests. Fortunately, Zhao Mingji had chosen Xiao Rui, and coincidentally, Xiao Rui had also selected Zhao Mingji. Lu Majin opted for a random choice. Yu Junqi chose Luo Yan. Now, only Luo Yan remained. It was a matter of whether she would select Tang Linyuan or Yu Junqi. He Guang waited anxiously, but the results did not come in for quite some time. Meanwhile, Luo Yan had scheduled her choice for a date to be sent 20 minutes later. Then she spent some time playing a couple of rounds of script murder before going to sleep. The production team finally received Luo Yan's selection just a minute before the countdown ended. The next morning, Luo Yan awoke to the sound of knocking at her door. The staff member handed her a paper box. After closing the door, she sat on the sofa and opened the box to find a dress in her size. It was a lemon yellow jelly dress, remarkable for both its design and texture. The upper half of the dress featured a round neck tank style, fresh and neat, accentuating her charming collarbone point. 4 exquisite golden buttons adorned it, adding a touch of color contrast while ensuring the divisions of the dress were not jarring. Overall, it radiated youthful exuberance and a vibrant girliness. The dress was short, revealing her long, slender legs. Though Luo Yan was not particularly tall, her legs were fine, long, and straight, truly deserving of the title leg beauty. The dress perfectly showcased her strengths. Any other female guest wearing this jelly dress would not compare to Luo Yan. After completing her morning routine, she was finally ready to head downstairs for breakfast. No one knew who her date would be today. Only upon reaching the destination would she discover the identity of her companion. When Luo Yan descended the stairs, she saw no one around. After breakfast, she obediently boarded the production team's vehicle, heading to the day's date location, eager to unveil the identity of her date. Chapter 20. What? How could it be him? Upon arrival at the scenic area entrance, Luo Yan was dropped off and handed a clue card. Beast Furnace, Shun Shui Yin, the remnants of flowers in the emerald pond, a line of verses inscribed with longing. Luo Yan softly recited the poetic clues on the card, intending to find the meeting spot with her male guest based on this hint. Tucking her long hair behind her ear, Luo Yan pondered whether to first consult a map, accompanied by the following cameraman. She approached the scenic area staff to obtain a tour guide. These place names are so ancient and poetic, Luo Yan murmured softly, selecting locations that resonated with her line of poetry. The verse was from Zhang Kajio's Sai Hong Qiu, and there was a Hong Qiu garden listed. She wondered if it could be the same place. Regardless, she decided to take a chance and head there first, if it wasn't the right spot. She could always look for another. With the tour guide unfolded to shield her from the blazing sun overhead, Luo Yan felt a bit uncomfortable, having forgotten to bring an umbrella on such a beautiful day. After walking for about 10 minutes, she finally saw the entrance to Hong Qiu Garden in the distance. As she approached, Luo Yan peered quietly inside. There was someone. Her eyes brightened at the sight. Although the figure had its back turned to her, spotting a male guest led Luo Yan to believe she had indeed found the right place. As for whether he was the mature type. If he encountered a female guest he liked, there was little she could do about it. However, if he did not find someone appealing, surely he would choose her, given that they were acquainted and it wouldn't be too awkward. Just as she was contemplating this, she saw the figure turn around. Luo Yan. What? How could it be him? Luo Yan was utterly taken aback to realize her date was actually Lu Majin. She had intended to disrupt couples, but she hadn't planned to offer herself up in the process. Moreover, her sister was not a guest, so she had no obligation to contribute. Yet now, with the cameras following, it seemed she couldn't just turn and leave. Unable to suppress a sigh, Luo Yan resignedly walked inside. Upon seeing Luo Yan, Lu Majin's eyes gleamed with displeasure. He had not forgotten the incident involving Luo Yan previously. Their mutual disdain was palpable. However, the difference lay in Luo Yan's simplicity. Her feelings were genuinely surface-leveled. Lu Majin, on the other hand, concealed his disdain more deeply, appearing as cold and aloof as usual at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern his discontent towards Luo Yan. Taking a seat on the bench next to Lu Majin, Luo Yan was reluctant to sit, but after walking for a while, her new shoes were beginning to chafe her feet. So, where are we headed today? She inquired. Just wandering around, Lu Majin replied in a monotone voice. Though Luo Yan secretly wished for their outing to conclude with a meal so they could return home. She was indifferent to whether their group would be the first to leave, as she found it quite dull. Curiously, she wondered who the mature gentleman had gone on a date with that moment. And Hui entered Hong Qiu Garden and immediately spotted Lu Majin and Luo Yan sitting on the bench. She couldn't resist glancing down at her own clue card. Seeing her enter, Luo Yan also looked down at her card. Confirming that she was indeed in the right place, and Hui appeared to share the same sentiment. Slowly walking everyone gathering here. Lu Majin showed no inclination to speak, and Luo Yan shook her head. I don't know. For now, it's just the three of us. Could it be that the three of us are on a date? And Hui asked, what is your line of poetry? Luo Yan couldn't help but inquire. How long until the wild geese arrive? The rivers and lakes are filled with autumn waters. Anhui observed as Li Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a stark contrast to her own, just as she was about to voice her thoughts. Another figure entered Hongqiu Garden. Tang Linyuan, upon spotting the three individuals, was momentarily taken aback, particularly when he noticed Luo Yan seated beside Lu Maching. His mood soured instantaneously. However, he was adept at concealing his feelings. Approaching the trio with a composed demeanor, upon seeing Tang Linyuan, Anhui's heart leapt with joy, and as she glanced at Lu Maching and Luo Yan together, she surmised they had already exchanged clues and formed a pair. If that were the case, wouldn't this imply she was on a date with the esteemed Tang Yingdi? Uncle, what is your clue? Luo Yan inquired first. Hearing her question, Tang Linyuan lowered his gaze to his card. Beast stove. Sinking waters, the remnants of flowers in the emerald marsh. Each line pinned with yearning. His voice was deep and resonant, each word emerging from his lips with a steadiness that exuded an irresistible sense of security. More importantly, Luo Yan realized that she shared the same clue as her uncle. I too am a participant in Zhang Kejio's Sai Hongqiu, she exclaimed, abandoning Lu Maching to joyfully rush to Tang Linyuan's side. Anhui, momentarily perplexed, could not help but glance at her own clue before turning to Lu Moxing. Lu Maching, what is your clue? The wild geese arrive in due time. The rivers and lakes are abundant in autumn waters. Lu Maching responded softly. It was evident that Lu Maching and Anhui were indeed each other's intended companions for the day. However, their presence here had led to a delightful mix up in a buoyant mood. Luo Yan unfolded her exploration guide, searching the map diligently. Your clues stem from Du Fu's Tianma Huili Bai. There is a Tai Bai pavilion here. Your clues must lead to the Tai Bai pavilion, correct? Regardless of the accuracy. It was clear that both pairs had converged at the wrong location. Shall we each proceed to our respective dates? Luo Yan suggested, glancing at Anhui and Lu Maching, then smiling warmly. I wish you both a splendid date. As her words lingered in the air, Luo Yan turned to Tang Linyuan. Uncle, shall we be off? Indeed, Tang Linyuan replied with a tender smile, disregarding the remaining two as he turned to leave with Luo Yan. Upon exiting Hongqiu Garden, Luo Yan felt the light dim unexpectedly and looked up to find herself beneath an unfamiliar umbrella. Tang Linyuan held it above them, exclaiming, with the sun blazing, why did you not bring an umbrella? Momentarily forgetting, she replied, fortunately, you did, uncle. Just as she reached to take the umbrella, Tang Linyuan evaded her grasp, declaring, I prefer not to bask in the sun. I can hold the umbrella for you. Uncle, Luo Yan suggested, oblivious to whether his fans would inundate her with disdain for such an act. However, Tang Linyuan was determined to keep the umbrella to himself. No need. I would rather not be labeled a thoughtless man who lacks appreciation for delicate women after the broadcast. Besides, if you were to hold the umbrella for me, would you care for those little arms of yours? Am I that short? Luo Yan huffed, glaring at Tang Linyuan. After all, she was merely about 20 centimeters shorter than him. Not short, rather, your uncle has unintentionally grown too tall. Tang Linyuan chuckled. In the end, Luo Yan remained without the umbrella, relishing in the service Tang Linyuan provided. She surveyed their surroundings and asked, Uncle, where are we headed? Tang Linyuan simply replied, Follow me. Following his lead, Luo Yan complied without hesitation. Assured that her uncle wouldn't abandon her, especially with the photographers trailing behind them. Chapter 21. Uncle, are you this confident? Luo Yan had anticipated that her uncle would take her on a tour within the scenic area. But to her surprise, he led her to a tour bus that took them beyond the park. After a 10-minute ride, they arrived at a different location at S-City Polar Ocean World. Luo Yan mused, astonished that her uncle possessed such a whimsical spirit. Delighting in the prospect of observing marine creatures, coincidentally, she too shared that fondness. Do you not wish to play? Tang Linyuan inquired softly. Luo Yan quickly shook her head. I absolutely adore it. That is splendid. I was concerned you may find my choice dull. Tang Linyuan remarked with a smile. As they approached the ticket counter, the attendant became ecstatic upon seeing Tang Linyuan. Tang, shoo. Tang Linyuan gestured for silence. 2 tickets, please. The attendant nodded eagerly and cautiously asked, May I have your autograph? Of course, Tang Linyuan replied, signing his name before completing the payment and leading Luo Yan into the ocean world. The 2 photographers attempted to enter but were halted by the staff at the entrance. Clearly forgetting they needed tickets, as well as they traversed the underwater corridor. It felt as though they had submerged into the oceanic realm, schools of fish darting gracefully, while sea turtles glided leisurely through the water. "Would you like to take some photos?" Tang Linyuan suggested, observing a couple nearby as the boyfriend captured pictures of his girlfriend. Luo Yan glanced at the couple and inquired softly, "Uncle, how proficient are you in photography?" It appeared that he had never showcased his skills, prompting Luo Yan to question his competence. Tang Linyuan, smiling, retrieved his phone and made some adjustments. "Fortunately, I had practiced a bit beforehand. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to help you." Luo Yan struggled to suppress her blush, finding it hard not to be charmed by such an endearing uncle. Yet, she wondered if he was being excessively kind to her. Regardless, Luo Yan acknowledged her own vulnerability. Having a handsome and gentle uncle treat her well was simply irresistible. She believed that few could withstand the allure of such a gentleman, especially at her tender age. Under his guidance, Luo Yan took numerous photos, only to find that upon reviewing them beside Tang Linyuan, each one was blurry and the angles peculiar to Nian's mouth twitched in disappointment. She had expected her uncle to be a masterful photographer, yet he turned out to be somewhat lacking. "Uncle, is this your idea of confidence?" she exclaimed, regarding the self-proclaimed expert with disdain. "That I shall perform a magic trick for you," Tang Linyuan said with a grin. 3, 2, 1, abracadabra. With a tap on the screen, the images instantly cleared and the odd angles realigned. Luo Yan stared in astonishment. "Wow, Uncle, you are amazing." Now examining the photos, Luo Yan had to concede that her uncle's skills were indeed commendable, far superior to her own. "Please send them to me later," she requested eagerly. "That I will send them once we return," Tang Linyuan assured her, leading Luo Yan further into the venue. They soon entered the penguin exhibit, where each adorable penguin captivated their audience with its charming waddle and agile swimming. "They're so cute," Luo Yan exclaimed, squatting among the children, attempting to attract the attention of a small penguin that had approached. Tang Linyuan declined to take a photo again, turning to witness Lian's innocent joy. While he could not fully empathize with her delight at that moment, he was determined to safeguard this precious innocence. The photographers, observing the scene, felt as though they were capturing a family outing. As they passed an ice cream stand, Tang Linyuan gestured. "Would you like some?" "Absolutely," Luo Yan replied without hesitation. "I'll buy you one," Tang Linyuan offered, leading her to the ice cream stand while the photographers trailed behind. This time, he also purchased 2 for the photographers. "Let us take a break here. You can enjoy your ice cream," he said kindly. "Thank you, Tangingdi," the photographers chimed in unison. Seated on a bench, Luo Yan savored her ice cream as Tang Linyuan glanced down at her shoes. "Why are you wearing heels today?" With ice cream in her mouth, Luo Yan's large, seemingly misty eyes met his. "The production team arranged it. You didn't mention you were prohibited from wearing heels." Tang Linyuan furrowed his brow slightly. "They didn't ask," Luo Yan replied with a hint of exasperation. Having prepared her dress and shoes that morning, she felt it would be inappropriate to voice any objections. Moreover, the heels were not excessively high, and she believed she could manage them. "Your heels are already worn down," Tang Linyuan remarked quietly. "Your skin is delicate. Such shoes are unsuitable." Lian's cheeks flushed at his observation regarding her delicate skin, making her feel somewhat self-conscious. Nibbling her ice cream to cool off, she reassured him. "It's all right, Uncle. I'll just buy a Band-Aid later. You stay here. I'll go buy you a pair of shoes," Tang Linyuan insisted resolutely. Luo Yan was taken aback. "No need, Uncle. That would be too much trouble." "It's fine. Just stay put. If you get bored, there's cotton candy nearby. You can have one, but don't eat a second ice cream," he instructed, rising to leave. "I'll be back shortly." Unable to deter her uncle, Luo Yan could only watch as he walked away. Looking at the blister on her heel, she pondered how she had never considered herself that delicate. Her uncle was indeed quite the gentleman. As she waited on the bench for his return, Luo Yan finished her ice cream, her craving for another surfacing. However, recalling her uncle's words, she hesitated, wondering if indulging in another would upset him. Reflecting on the generous uncle who helped her purchase shoes, Luo Yan felt it prudent to behave herself and avoid displeasing him. "Cotton candy," she thought. "I shall go buy cotton candy." Rising to her feet, Luo Yan set her sights on the distant cotton candy stall and sauntered over. While waiting for her treat, she heard the sound of a child crying. Not far away, a little boy stood alone, weeping inconsolably. Luo Yan glanced around, noticing that there were no adults nearby who could be his guardians. "Your cotton candy is ready." "Thank you." Receiving the fluffy confection, Luo Yan approached the little boy. When Tang Linyuan returned with the newly purchased shoes, he found the bench completely empty, observing that there were no patrons at the ice cream stand or the cotton candy stall. Tang Linyuan's expression darkened. He promptly took out his phone to call Luo Yan. "Hello, the number you are trying to reach is currently busy. Hello, you are dial. Who could she be calling?" Chapter 22. Are you hurt and not feeling any pain? After successfully reuniting the little boy with his mother, Luo Yan recalled the uncle and wondered if he had returned. Just as she intended to check her guidebook for the route back, she was stunned to discover it was missing. Given that she had already traversed numerous paths, Luo Yan felt a twinge of anxiety and could not resist glancing back at the cameraman who had been following her. "Big brother, do you remember the way back?" Faced with Lin's inquiry, the cameraman shook his head honestly. "It seems I must rely on my phone's navigation," Luo Yan sighed, recalling how the tour guide had expressly advised her to limit her phone usage before departing this morning. However, the current situation compelled her to use it, as she wished to consult the map in her guidebook. As soon as she retrieved her phone, Luo Yan noticed several missed calls. "When did the uncle call me?" Puzzled, she had no idea that Tang Linyuan had tried to reach her while she was on the phone with the little boy's mother. After calculating the time, Luo Yan returned his call. The phone connected, and she said, "Uncle, have you gone back?" Where are you?" For some inexplicable reason, Luo Yan felt a twinge of fear at the uncle's serious tone, as if she had committed a wrongdoing. Instinctively, she became obedient, her soft, sweet voice betraying her compliance. "I'm near the Lion and Dolphin Pavilion. I'll be back shortly. Wait for me there. Let me head back. I'll set the navigation and arrive soon." Luo Yan spoke softly. "Don't wander off." "I haven't wandered off," Luo Yan murmured. "I was just helping a lost little friend find his mother. Right now, you are a lost little friend yourself. Be ye good and stay put." The lost little friend. Luo Yan looked around and said, "Uncle, there are quite a few people here, and I feel a bit embarrassed standing still while they all look at me. Can I please move?" There was a 3-second silence on the other end. "Get on WeChat. I'll send you my location." "All right," Luo Yan replied cheerfully. Once the call ended, she opened WeChat, where Tang Linyuan had already sent his location. Soon, both parties could see each other's avatars. Luo Yan decided to walk along the route. Noticing that their avatars were drawing closer, for reasons unknown, her heart began to race slightly. As she spotted the uncle from a distance, he had already jogged over before she could reach him. "Didn't I tell you to stay put? Are you trying to make your feet hurt even more?" The uncle gestured for Luo Yan to sit on a nearby bench while holding the shoebox. Today, the uncle seemed a bit serious, compelling Luo Yan to obediently perch herself on a small wooden stool. After she settled down, the uncle squatted in front of her, his warm fingers making contact with her ankle and causing her to instinctively flinch. Unfortunately, she could not escape his grasp. "That you're bleeding. Don't you feel any pain?" "Just a little," Luo Yan replied meekly, her gaze lingering on the top of the uncle's head, feeling her cheeks warmed as she was focused on him. She suddenly felt her shoe loosen as he removed it. Tang Linyuan produced a pair of newly purchased black and white sandals, featuring a 3-centimeter block heel that Luo Yan would find easy to manage. The design, with 2 black leather straps crossing over the instep, visually elongated her legs, while the longer straps tied around her ankles effectively avoided the areas where her foot had been previously rubbed raw. Initially, Tang Linyuan had considered buying her a pair of simple white sneakers for comfort, but knowing her penchant for beauty from the dress she wore today, he selected the elegant sandals instead. "These shoes are gorgeous." Luo Yan had anticipated that the uncle would merely buy her a pair of ordinary sneakers or slippers, but she was pleasantly surprised by the beauty of these sandals. "Try them on. Let us see if they fit well." As Tang Linyuan spoke, Luo Yan eagerly took the shoes from him, determined to put them on herself. She dared not allow the uncle to assist her, fearing she would be subjected to the scrutiny of her fans. Once she donned the new shoes and took a few steps, they felt remarkably comfortable. "Uncle, you're truly impressive. You even guessed my shoe size correctly." Luo Yan couldn't help but marvel at how he had managed to choose the right size without her saying a word. "Impressive indeed. I can't even tell what size your shoes are." She mused that it's not a guess. "I measured them," Tang Linyuan implied, and Luo Yan recalled how he had helped her remove her socks to examine her injury when she had hurt her foot. "Come sit down." Although uncertain of what he wanted, Luo Yan obediently complied. That today's uncle was somewhat different, both domineering and serious, yet still undeniably appealing. After applying a bandage to the wound on her foot, Tang Linyuan finally appeared satisfied. "All right, where would you like to go next?" Luo Yan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about we go to the Lion and Dolphin Pavilion to see a performance? Sounds good." Around noon, Luo Yan felt a slight pang of hunger. Tang Linyuan glanced at his watch. "I've made a reservation at a restaurant. We should head there now." "Uncle, you're so meticulous in your arrangements. I must be lucky today," Luo Yan exclaimed joyfully as she walked beside him. Casting a glance at the innocent little companion beside her, Tang Linyuan silently chuckled at her good fortune. As fate would have it, when Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan arrived at the restaurant, they encountered Lu Machin and Enhui, who had also just alighted from their vehicle. Upon seeing them, Enhui immediately broke into a bright smile. "Luo Yan, Tang the film emperor. What a coincidence!" Taken aback by Enhui's sudden enthusiasm, Luo Yan was momentarily confused but still responded. "Enhui, Lu Machin, are you also here for a meal?" "Yes. What a coincidence. Why don't we dine together? It'll be livelier that way." Enhui invited warmly. Lu Machin remained silent, and Tang Linyuan did not voice any objections either, merely awaiting Luo Yan's response. Sensing the significance of Luo Yan's decision, Enhui lowered her voice, pleading, "I beg you, Luo Yan, what is going on?" Luo Yan couldn't help but respond in a hushed tone. "You can't deal with Lu Machin. I've never met anyone more boring than him," Enhui exclaimed, her frustration evident as she disregarded her own image. She could already envision how viewers would react when the program aired. Pitying her plight, "He doesn't seem like someone worth conversing with," Luo Yan softly remarked. "But we are going on a show. At least we should put on a good show ourselves, right? He has no sense of decorum at all." Enhui retorted angrily. "Fine, let us have dinner together. At least it won't be too suffocating for you." Luo Yan comforted Enhui, who seemed quite forlorn. Once inside the restaurant, the four of them settled into the same private room. Saving the establishment from needing an additional one. As they took their seats, Enhui hastily positioned herself next to Luo Yan, eager to avoid sitting next to Lu Machin. Tang Linyuan shot her a glance before seating himself across from Luo Yan. Suddenly feeling a bit chilly, Enhui remarked, "Chapter 23 Uncle, you're not planning to take me hiking, are you?" Picking up the tablet on the table to place their order, Tang Linyuan began selecting dishes that both of them enjoyed before handing it over to Luo Yan to see if she wanted to add anything. There was no choice. Although Luo Yan loved to eat, she loathed the act of ordering. Thus, Tang Linyuan would always help her by selecting her favorite dishes, allowing her to simply check if she wanted to add anything. Luo Yan and Enhui huddled together to finalize the order, and everything Luo Yan wished to eat had already been selected by Tang Linyuan. "Are you very familiar with Tang the film emperor? How does he know what you want to eat?" Enhui probed suspiciously. She had previously been unaware of Lian's significance, but their interactions did not seem like those of mere acquaintances if one were to dig into the past. It would be easy to uncover Luo Yan's previous encounters with the uncle, so she did not conceal anything. "Actually, I met the uncle a few times before the show, and, well, I'm also a fan of his." "How many times you've met Tang the film emperor isn't significant. What matters is how many times he has seen you." And Hui, a longtime fan of Tang Linyuan, understood this well. Just as she had encountered him dozens of times, he still did not recognize her on the opposite side. Tang Linyuan lightly tapped the table with his fingers. "Shall we order the dishes first and chat later?" "Let us order first." Luo Yan abruptly shifted the topic. Firstly, she was genuinely famished, and secondly, discussing such matters with a long-time admirer of the elder gentleman could prove perilous. After glancing over the menu and confirming her selections, Luo Yan handed the tablet to Enhui. After Enhui added 2 more dishes, she passed the tablet to Lu Machin, who completed the order with a lackadaisical air that practically screamed indifference. It was just shy of him wearing his nonchalance on his sleeve for all to see. Director He Guang, having spent the morning overseeing the filming with Lu Machin and Enhui, couldn't help but sigh each time he laid eyes on Lu Machin. Fortunately, the rascal only needed to occupy this role for 2 episodes, as he had already handpicked the subsequent guests, sufficient to compensate for the harm Lu Machin had inadvertently inflicted upon the female participants. Meanwhile, Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan's group had ample footage to edit, which would more than make up for the deficiencies on Lu Machin's side. However, in comparison to the other 3 groups, the interactions within this particular group were excessively sweet. Soon, the dishes began to arrive at their table, and as Luo Yan picked up her chopsticks to sample the flavors, she was pleasantly surprised by the deliciousness. "Hello, could we expedite the rice, please?" she inquired, seizing the moment as the waiter brought the dishes. For Luo Yan, A bowl of plain white rice was essential. Merely consuming the dishes felt somewhat lacking in flavor. Shortly thereafter, the rice was served, and Tang Lin Yuan served a bowl for Luo Yan and one for himself, then set down the ladle, nearly uttering, "You may serve yourselves," and Hui had already lifted her bowl, just shy of passing it over. Fortunately, she refrained, or it would have been quite awkward. Luo Yan was a dedicated eater, and during mealtimes, she appeared particularly earnest. Several times, and Hui attempted to strike up a conversation. But seeing Luo Yan so engrossed in her meal, she hesitated to interrupt. Nonetheless, a lunch shared among four was undeniably better than one shared by two, eliminating any potential discomfort. Once Luo Yan had satisfied her hunger, she glanced at Hui, who had set down her chopsticks with half a bowl of rice remaining, and asked, "Aren't you going to finish?" "I've had enough," and Hui replied. "You have quite the small appetite," Luo Yan remarked, unable to resist commenting. Hui, not wishing to voice it, thought to herself that it was actually Luo Yan who had the larger appetite. Sipping her post-meal beverage, Luo Yan inquired curiously, "Where did you all go this morning?" "We just wandered around the previous scenic area," and Hui replied. Her last three words, almost biting in tone. It was worth noting that she had worn high heels today, and the continuous walking must have been quite the ordeal. "And what about your afternoon plans?" Luo Yan couldn't help but asked, and Hui glanced at Lu Mo Chun across the table. "Do you have any arrangements?" "Hiking," Lu Mo Chun replied coldly. Luo Yan and Hui exchanged glances. Hui protested, "I have no vendetta against you, do I? I'm in high heels. For goodness sake, you could always buy sneakers," Lu Mo Chun retorted. "It's not about the shoes. Do you have any idea what month it is? The temperature today is scorching. If you take me hiking, you're practically asking for my demise." And Hui was at her wit's end. She would rather forego the date altogether. The mere thought of hiking made Luo Yan feel somewhat exasperated. Was Luo Mo Chun doing this on purpose? Regardless of whether it was intentional, it was beyond Luo Yan's control. The only choice she had was to decide her own itinerary for the afternoon. "You won't take me hiking, will you?" "No, it's too hot this afternoon. I'll take you somewhere indoors," Tang Lin Yuan assured her. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the elder gentleman was not so deranged. "What if we all went together this afternoon?" and Hui suggested hesitantly. However, before Luo Yan could respond, Tang Lin Yuan promptly declined, stating, "That's not possible." Under the scrutiny of the three others, he calmly explained, "The first day is for individual dates. Only on the second day do we gather as a group. We mustn't disrupt the established order." With Tang Lin Yuan invoking the rules, and Hui found herself at a loss. After finishing their meal, they parted ways at the restaurant entrance. Seeing Tang Lin Yuan hold an umbrella for Luo Yan and glancing at the aloof Lu Mo Chun nearby, and Hui couldn't help but sigh, pondering the mischief she had inadvertently caused. In the span of the afternoon, Luo Yan and Tang Lin Yuan explored the remaining attractions of the underwater world, caught several performances, and indulged in a few indoor amusement activities, letting time slip away. Sitting in the car on their way back, Luo Yan mused how swiftly the hours had flown. Upon entering the living room, they spotted two people busily working in the open kitchen from a distance. As they approached, Luo Yan recognized Zhao Mengji and Xiao Rui. "Mengji, Xiao Rui, you're back quite early," she exclaimed. "We went to the seafood base to fish, and we hurried back to cook while everything was fresh," Zhao Mengji replied with a smile. "Did you catch fish?" Luo Yan inquired, glancing at the kitchen brimming with seafood. "Yes, indeed. I have a fish right here." Xiao Rui gestured to the fish he was preparing. Zhao Mengji laughed. "I adore seafood. I spotted a seafood base in the guide, offering the thrill of catching your own seafood. So we went. Plus, we could purchase what we caught at a discount. How could we pass that up?" Neither of them was financially constrained, and even though the show's budget for dates was limited, they were not restricted from using their own cards, leading to a day of overspending. Thinking about the seafood feast awaiting them that evening, Luo Yan felt a surge of joy. "Is there anything I can help with?" "Do you know how to clean crabs?" Zhao Mengji asked. Luo Yan shook her head. "How about cleaning lobsters?" She continued to shake her head. "What about octopus? I wouldn't dare touch it." Zhao Mengji, not at all deterred, laughed and said, "All right, my dear, go upstairs and take a rest. Just wait for dinner." Luo Yan left the kitchen, glancing back repeatedly. Meanwhile, Tang Lin Yuan approached with a small bag in hand. "Remember to tend to your wounds." "Tend to my wounds?" Luo Yan looked at the cotton swabs, iodine, and band-aids in the bag that it's merely a scrape. I don't think it's necessary, so. You want me to help you? Tang Lin Yuan began to reach for the bag, but Luo Yan quickly snatched it back. I'll do it myself. Watching Luo Yan's ears flush red as she dashed upstairs, Tang Lin Yuan couldn't help but silently chuckle. She was so easily flustered. Chapter 24. Elder Gentleman, can you see me? Back in her room, Luo Yan examined the bag in her hands and decided to obediently tend to her wound that today's elder gentleman had been a bit domineering. What if he saw she hadn't treated it and insisted on helping her? Ouch! Dipping the cotton swab in iodine and applying it to the scrape, Luo Yan couldn't help but gasp. It stung quite a bit. But the pain subsided quickly. After meticulously disinfecting her wound and applying a band-aid, Luo Yan slipped on her slippers and headed downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, she encountered Yu Junqi, who had just returned. You go. Luo Yan, who did you go out with today? Yu Junqi inquired with a smile. I went out with the elder gentleman. What about you, Yugo? Luo Yan asked, already anticipating his answer. Yu Junqi grinned and said, I went out to play with Xiao Mei. I thought we were going to pair up today. Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Yugo had chosen her, though she refrained from voicing the question? Yu Junqi's reaction had already provided her with an answer. Yu Junqi didn't dwell on it much. After all, first dates were usually casual, and the key aspect was how they got along afterward. All right, I'll head upstairs to change my shoes. You can go down and have some fun. As Luo Yan entered the living room on the first floor, she surveyed her surroundings and spotted the elder gentleman in a distant corner. With his side turned toward her, she couldn't discern what he was doing. Curiosity piqued. Luo Yan approached him, but as Tang Lin Yuan sensed her approach, he slightly turned his gaze. The coldness in his eyes softened upon seeing her. Elder gentleman, what are you doing here? Her voice, sweet and melodic, held a youthful innocence tinged with a hint of confusion, a potent allure for Tang Lin Yuan. As he lowered his gaze momentarily, his throat moved slightly. And when he met her gaze again, his lips curled into the faintest of smiles. Take a look. Luo Yan, slightly puzzled, complied since he had invited her to do so. Upon closer inspection, she was greeted by a screen filled with people. The moment the executives of the MG group spotted Luo Yan on screen, they simultaneously displayed the most amiable smiles of their lives, waving at her in a friendly manner. As high-ranking members of MG, they were privy to information that the outside world was not, such as their president participating in a dating show, motivated by his affection for a particular girl, that if all went well, this young lady would likely become their future president's wife. Faced with their warm gestures, Luo Yan felt compelled to raise her hand in a shy wave. Hello, I hope I'm not interrupting. With that, she discreetly sidestepped to avoid the camera's lens and whispered, Elder gentleman, are you in a meeting? Yes, just a brief gathering. Tang Lin Yuan replied, My apologies. Elder gentleman, I didn't realize you were busy, Luo Yan said awkwardly, having assumed he was engaged in some playful activity. Only to discover he was in a meeting that she had inadvertently stumbled upon. No worries. It's just a small meeting, Tang Lin Yuan reassured her, glancing at the time. I'll play a round of the script murder game. And once I'm done, I'll come find you. Luo Yan nodded eagerly, wishing she could vanish in that moment. Once Luo Yan departed, Tang Lin Yuan immediately shifted back to business, returning to the sofa. Luo Yan picked up the tablet, intending to engage in another round of the game while the elder gentleman was absent, perhaps even achieving an unexpected victory. Still playing. You really are a novice with lofty ambitions. Zhen Xiaomei remarked, her dissatisfaction with Luo Yan reaching a peak. First, Luo Yan had the audacity to go on a date with the esteemed Tang Yingdi, and second, Yu Junqi had chosen Luo Yan as his date the previous day. Unfazed, Luo Yan continued to power on the device. Have you eaten some gunpowder? Let me tell you, I haven't settled the score with you yet, so don't come looking for trouble with me. What's the matter? Just one date with the esteemed Tang actor, and you truly believe yourself to be his girlfriend, Zhen Xiaomei remarked with a cold smirk. Luo Yan set aside her tablet. Fixing a frosty gaze upon her, you ought to be grateful that our encounter is taking place on a show. Otherwise, I would have ensured that you received that drink you owe me first. Zhen Xiaomei let out a soft scoff, her tone quite audacious. Luo Yan retorted, for that remark, I will indeed provide you with that drink right here on this show. Unfazed by her words, Zhen Xiaomei challenged. Well then, if you have the guts, go ahead and make it happen. Otherwise, don't blame me for looking down on you. Absolutely. Luo Yan replied with a slight smile, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. Observing Luo Yan's smile, Zhen Xiaomei felt anything but at ease. Instead, she was even more distressed. She would have preferred if Luo Yan had the audacity to act, if she truly dared to douse her with a drink. She could ensure that even her parents wouldn't recognize her afterward. In a huff, Zhen Xiaomei stormed off, while Luo Yan let out a soft huff, thinking, competing with me. I am not one to be easily intimidated. As a new game commenced, Luo Yan had no time to pay attention to Zhen Xiaomei and continued to strive for the top. You have been successfully identified as the murderer. Game over. Alas, lost again. Being the murderer is truly challenging. Luo Yan glanced at the middle-aged man still engrossed in a meeting and decided to find something to do in the kitchen. How did you end up in here? Zhao Mingji asked, looking at Luo Yan with curiosity. That I just wanted to find something to occupy myself. Otherwise, I feel utterly useless, Luo Yan mumbled, feeling quite self-critical about her inability to either cook or play games. Noticing her eagerness to find work, Zhao Mingji surveyed the surroundings. Why not wash some vegetables? There are some over there that need cleaning. Sure thing, Luo Yan replied promptly, heading over to wash the vegetables. When Tang Linyuan arrived, he found Luo Yan diligently washing vegetables in the kitchen. Why aren't you playing anymore? He inquired as he stepped inside, startled by the sudden sound of his voice. Luo Yan turned to see him entering the kitchen. Did you finish your meeting? Yes, Tang Linyuan replied, observing the splashes of water on her clothes. Are you washing vegetables or laundry? Your clothes are all wet. Not at all. It's just a little bit of water, Luo Yan dismissed nonchalantly. Once you're done, it won't be just a little bit, Tang Linyuan remarked, retrieving an apron from the side and lowering it over her. As Luo Yan obediently slipped into the apron, she assumed he would tie it from behind her, only to find him standing directly in front of her, fastening it at her lower back. The proximity brought them exceedingly close, with Luo Yan nearly pressed against his chest. The sound she heard. Was it his heartbeat or her own? Perhaps it was both. Thump, thump. Unable to suppress the flush spreading across her face, Luo Yan felt her voice soften. Can you see me? You're so small. How could I possibly miss you? Tang Linyuan replied softly, as if enveloping her in his embrace from behind. Unfortunately, fastening the apron was a simple task, and Tang Linyuan could not linger long, releasing her after tying it securely. However, his gaze lingered on her flushed cheeks, his eyes shimmering with a hint of bashfulness. The soft chuckle escaped his throat. For the second time, your face is red again. What had begun as mere embarrassment now felt like a full-blown blush, and upon hearing Tang Linyuan's words, Luo Yan suspected her face was indeed blazing. Chapter 25. I find it very difficult not to be moved by her. Am I really that red? Luo Yan mused, feeling the absurdity of her own thoughts. However, in terms of blushing, she reckoned that Tang Linyuan was blissfully unaware. Otherwise, he would certainly know it was not just twice. Despite her embarrassment, Luo Yan maintained her composure. You can go have fun. I'll continue washing vegetables. Yet, no matter how hard she feigned indifference, she couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. Seeing Luo Yan act as if nothing was amiss, Tang Linyuan felt as though he were gazing at a delicate little kitten, so fragile yet defiantly showcasing her claws, attempting to present her fierce side. Tang Linyuan thought that as long as he looked at her, all his troubles seemed to fade away. As Luo Yan continued washing vegetables, she could sense his eyes on her. Their interaction in the kitchen was soon witnessed by Zhao Mingji, followed by Xiao Rui. Neither anticipated that after today's date, their relationship would progress so swiftly. If any other female contestant had witnessed this scene, they might have harbored some negative sentiments towards Luo Yan. However, Zhao Mingji did not. Although she admired Tang Linyuan, it was merely due to his previous films. She was here for romance and felt a stronger connection with Xiao Rui among the male contestants. Having enjoyed their interactions today and saw no need to compete alongside others, meanwhile, Tang Linyuan, remaining in the kitchen, decided to learn cooking alongside Xiao Rui, though whether he could truly cook was another matter. At least he was currently engaged in learning. Tonight's seafood feast was lavish, a delightful array of seafood that doubled the aroma. After serving herself a bowl of seafood fried rice, Luo Yan began to eat with great satisfaction. During the meal, everyone shared stories of their day's dates. How about we play a little game to reflect on today's experiences? Yu Junqi suggested with a smile. Naturally, no one opposed his proposal. Soon, he brought forth a paper box. The game was simple. Draw a question and answer it. A truth-telling session. And Hui remarked, unfazed, as such games were common in dating shows. Something like that, Yu Junshi said. Glancing at everyone before passing the box to the outermost participant, Lu Machin, gentleman first. Machin, you go ahead. Upon hearing this, Lu Machin promptly took the box, drawing a slip of paper and unfolding it. Is the male contestant you dated today your type? No, he replied succinctly, passing the box to Tang Linyuan beside him. A brief silence fell over the table. His response had been so direct and decisive that Yu Junshi regretted letting him set the tone for the game. Under the collective gaze, Tang Linyuan drew a slip of paper, unfolding it to read. Would you like to continue dating the male contestant from today? Very much so, he replied with a slight smile. Passing the box to the next person, perhaps due to the simplicity of the opening questions, everyone answered with ease, and soon the box reached Luo Yan. She casually picked the slip, unfolding it to reveal. Is the number of times you've dated the highest among the same gender contestants? No, Luo Yan stated, and before she could finish, Zhen Xiaomei interjected. Luo Yan, you didn't even mention how many times you've dated, nor did you ask us how many times we have. How can you be so sure? Because I've never dated. If none of you have either, then I can't possibly have the most. It's only significant if the number is greater than 0. And I know you have dated. So I'm definitely not the one with the most, Luo Yan asserted confidently. When it was Zhen Xiaomei's turn, she drew a slip and unfolded it. Who is your least favorite same-gender contestant? I tend to lack ulterior motives and prefer to avoid those who are scheming. I appreciate simplicity and dislike those who are adept at disguise. Some people may appear innocent and harmless on the surface, but only those who truly know them can discern their true nature, Zhen Xiaomei said, glancing at Luo Yan. You're talking about the little black lotus, aren't you? Everyone turned their gaze towards Luo Yan, who continued to eat her crab. Feeling the intensity of their stares, she sensed that if she didn't respond, they might be disappointed. Immediately, Luo Yan wiped her mouth with a napkin and looked at Zhen Xiaomei. You're absolutely right. Zhen Xiaomei, taken aback by Luo Yan's enthusiastic agreement, was momentarily speechless. Luo Yan continued, we young people often go through a rebellious phase, and sometimes scheming can be different from rebellion. The true nature, whether good or bad, is something only those who truly know a person can discern. Outsiders' opinions are unreliable. There was no doubt that Luo Yan anticipated the director would include this segment in the edit. The past of the little black lotus could not be concealed, and all she could do was attempt to gloss over it with a more favorable veneer. After all, while rebellion is common, the scheming nature of the little black lotus is truly detestable. Indeed, I was quite unreasonable during my rebellious phase. Yu Junshi nodded in agreement. The topic of rebellion came to a close, yet Zhen Xiaomei's words painted a different hue on Luo Yan's otherwise innocent facade. Soon, the box returned to Tang Linyuan, who read, Do you believe in love at first sight? How would you explain love at first sight? Have you ever experienced it? Tang Linyuan's lips parted slightly in response to the series of questions. Love at first sight is merely a matter of attraction. I do believe in it, for I have encountered it. The idea that the Tang actor had experienced love at first sight piqued curiosity. Was it your first love? Yu Junshi inquired. Not only was he curious, but it was clear that all present, as well as those watching at home, would also be intrigued. Indeed, it was my first love. I find it very difficult not to be moved by her, Tang Linyuan stated. An Hui's eyes glistened with emotion. Could you share with us who this person is? Everyone is eager to know what kind of person could capture your heart. I have a question, if I may, Zhao Mengji interjected. Please, go ahead, Tang Linyuan encouraged. Since you are on this show, you are single, correct? Zhao Mengji hesitated, while Luo Yan, upon hearing that the uncle had someone he was infatuated with at first sight, couldn't help but feel a pang of bittersweetness. After all, the first love the uncle spoke of seemed to be quite extraordinary to that moment. Hearing Zhao Mengji's words, a flicker of hope ignited within Luo Yan. Surely, the uncle must be single? If he weren't, how could he possibly be on this show? Yet, what if he was merely participating to earn some appearance fees? Indeed, I am single, Tang Linyuan replied without a moment's hesitation. So, it is a breakup then? Yu Junshi was genuinely astonished, never having guessed that Tang Linyuan had concealed his romantic affairs so deeply that no one had unearthed his relationship, which had apparently blossomed and withered. Tang Linyuan slightly shook his head. Consider it a secret crush. The other party is still unaware to this revelation. The guests at the table were all taken aback. Tang Linyuan was actually the one harboring a secret admiration. Chapter 26. The uncle confesses his feelings with Tang Linyuan's infatuation at first sight. Luo Yan's rebellious phase seemed trivial in comparison. The two sat across from each other, and Tang Linyuan could distinctly sense the shifts in Luo Yan's emotions. He knew her too well, familiar enough to discern her thoughts with just a glance. The subsequent confessional session consisted of simple questions exchanged back and forth, gradually enlivening the atmosphere. After finishing their meal, Luo Yan volunteered to wash the dishes, as did Yu Junqi. Tang Linyuan watched Yu Junqi and then averted his gaze. While they washed the dishes in the kitchen, the others played Who is the Undercover, with Yu Junqi being a particularly talkative young man, and fortuitously, Luo Yan was precisely his type. With his proactive conversation, even Luo Yan's responses made it seem as if they were enjoying a delightful exchange. Observing the two in the kitchen, Tang Linyuan felt a slight drop in the pressure around him and set down the card he had been holding. That I have some matters to attend to, so I'll head upstairs. Understanding Tang Linyuan's busy nature, the others were considerate and refrained from saying anything, continuing their game. When Luo Yan and Yu Junqi emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes, they found only 5 people in the living room. Luo Yan couldn't help but inquire, "Where's the uncle?" "He's gone to attend to some business," Zhao Mengji replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan did not press further. Acknowledging that the uncle, being such a busy person, would undoubtedly have much to attend to even while participating in the show. When the others suggested she join them in their game, Luo Yan declined, saying, "I'm going to take a shower. I've been out all day and feel quite exhausted." Prompted by Luo Yan's reminder, the others also felt the urge to freshen up, deciding to continue their game afterward. But first, they needed to finish the current round. As Luo Yan ascended to the second floor, she noticed the uncle's door ajar, yet it was shrouded in darkness. Before she could proceed further, she heard the uncle's voice call out, "Who's out there?" "Uncle, it's me," Luo Yan quickly responded. "Come here and help me with something," Tang Linyuan said in a low voice. "At his request." Luo Yan walked towards the uncle's room. Just as she reached the door, a hand suddenly pulled her inside. With a loud thud, the door closed behind her, leaving her pressed against it. Luo Yan was momentarily stunned, frozen in place, the pleasant scent of cedar enveloping her, a fragrance belonging to the uncle. "Uncle, what happened?" Luo Yan asked weakly, the innocent little kitten unaware of the peril, solely concerned about the uncle's well-being. The room was dim, casting shadows that obscured the expression on the man's face, leaving only the sound of their breaths and heartbeats, and the realization that they were extremely close. "Did you enjoy washing dishes with him?" Tang Linyuan's voice was low and husky, laced with a hint of danger, as if he were a hunter, poised to lead his beloved prey into an inescapable abyss. Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback. "Not particularly," she replied. "But why did the uncle ask that? Would you like to know who my object of infatuation at first sight is?" Tang Linyuan suddenly shifted the topic. Upon hearing about the uncle's infatuation, a slight bitterness stirred within Luo Yan. The uncle didn't need to disclose this to her. She wasn't that nosy. Those paparazzi were far more eager to uncover such secrets. "I don't care about the paparazzi. I just want to know if you want to find out," Tang Linyuan inquired softly. Luo Yan shook her head. "That I don't want to know. That's your privacy." Tang Linyuan chuckled softly. Little liar. Luo Yan felt she was going to lose her mind. The uncle was simply a master of charm, making her cheeks flush. "For you, the uncle has no secrets, regardless of whether you want to know or not. The uncle doesn't want his secret crush to remain an unfulfilled bud. So how about you convey my feelings for me?" "Convey?" Luo Yan's mind momentarily wandered into inappropriate fantasies at the beginning of his statement. But upon hearing the conclusion, her heart sank. "Exactly. Convey the uncle's secret admiration," Tang Linyuan said in a gentle tone. "That I in that small, dark space, filled with an atmosphere of extreme ambiguity." Luo Yan found herself unable to grasp the romantic nuance. Feeling a twinge of sadness instead, the uncle's secret admiration was on the verge of blossoming, while her own feelings seemed doomed to remain unfulfilled. Reflecting on this, Luo Yan truly wished to comfort her little heart. After adjusting her emotions, she endeavored to appear normal. "All right, uncle, who is it that you admire? I'll convey your message. Can you guarantee 100% delivery?" Tang Linyuan asked again. "Did I guarantee this?" Luo Yan couldn't help but scoff internally. Did he underestimate her? If she couldn't convey a few sentences clearly, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? However, if it were an essay, Wouldn't she need to jot it down? Considering this, Luo Yan preemptively set a safeguard. If it's under 3 sentences, I can guarantee 100% delivery for you, uncle. But if it exceeds 3 sentences, maybe I should record it on my phone, or I could type it out. Tang Linyuan was genuinely amused by Luo Yan's antics. Why are you so adorable? No need to record. Just under 3 sentences will do. Luo Yan felt relieved. Then, uncle, please proceed. I'm ready. Are you sure you're prepared? Tang Linyuan asked. Uncle, let us be straightforward. You speak, and I'll remember, Luo Yan suggested. All right, if I'm deemed too convoluted, then I shall be direct. Tang Linyuan leaned slightly closer. Finally, in the dim light, Luo Yan could discern the expression on his face. Their gazes locked, and Tang Linyuan raised a hand, gently holding Luo Yan's chin, his lips parting slightly. Yan, I like you. Luo Yan stared in shock at Tang Linyuan before, in the next moment, feeling a warmth upon her lips. She hadn't yet recovered from the uncle's confession when he kissed her. It was as if he were cherishing a precious treasure. Though he longed to envelop her completely, he was cautious not to frighten her. Proceeding with utmost care, fearful that even the slightest pressure might provoke her displeasure. Luo Yan had anticipated feeling anger, but the reality was different. Being kissed by someone she liked brought her joy, while being kissed by someone she didn't would have incited irritation. However, at that moment, a song inexplicably popped into her mind, despite its complete incongruity. Uncle, I just remembered a song. Luo Yan said that a song. Tang Linyuan had considered many possible responses, but a song was not one of them. Luo Yan nodded, trying to diminish her shyness. Sing it for me. What song is it? Upon hearing the uncle's request, Luo Yan cleared her throat. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond. As soon as her voice rang out, it incited laughter from the directors who were eavesdropping. It wasn't entirely their fault. Luo Yan had forgotten to mute her microphone at that moment. Tang Linyuan belatedly realized something. Given the reaction of this little fool before him, was her microphone even off? Chapter 27. The uncle's fish pond is exclusively yours. It turned out that the microphone was indeed still on. With a flushed face, Luo Yan asked, did everyone hear the song I just sang? Not only did they hear your song, but my confession was also overheard. Tang Linyuan replied helplessly. Your confession was just 1 sentence. While I sang several lines, Luo Yan mumbled. Tang Linyuan chuckled softly. Who said mine was just 1 sentence? I had actions too. Rogue. Luo Yan's face flushed once more. However, soon after, Luo Yan found herself facing Tang Linyuan's playful retribution. Though I'm not one to surf 5G, I understood the meaning behind the song you just sang. In truth, it was a spontaneous expression of feelings. Luo Yan thought that being able to see in the darkness was not necessarily a good thing. She wished she could just find a hole to bury herself in. Rest assured, the uncle's fish pond is exclusively yours. Only you are this one fish, Tang Linyuan said in a hushed tone. But why? Luo Yan still couldn't quite comprehend. While she admitted to being attractive, the uncle had encountered many beautiful women, all of whom possessed wealth, status, and striking appearances. Why had he developed feelings for her at first sight? Tang Linyuan leaned down, resting his chin on Luo Yan's shoulder, one hand propping against the door behind her while the other embraced her delicate waist. That I told you before, infatuation at first sight is simply drawn by beauty. If he weren't worried about scaring her, he would have bluntly stated, I'm simply captivated by your figure, but she was too young. He was afraid she might run away. Drawn by beauty, Luo Yan murmured. Unable to resist repeating the phrase, she realized she felt the same. She too was captivated by the uncle's physique. Thinking of this, Luo Yan couldn't help but laugh. Happy, the heated breath brushed against her ear, making Luo Yan instinctively feel a tickle in her earlobe. Luo Yan nodded eagerly. She was indeed happy, for she liked the uncle. Tang Linyuan straightened up, yet his hand around her slender waist lingered. Now that the issue has been addressed, let us get down to business. Is this a serious matter? Luo Yan couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. Could it be that the uncle's 100% relay mission was due for execution? Tang Linyuan teased softly. Wait, 100% relay mission? 1 sentence, 1 action, not a single detail can be overlooked. Tang Linyuan gently reminded her. That sentence is fine, but that action, just thinking about that action, wouldn't it imply she had to kiss him? No wonder he always emphasized 100%. He was cunning and astute. Luo Yan bashfully leaned her forehead against his chest, feeling that this relay mission was somewhat daunting. With a smile, Tang Linyuan embraced the little one. Not pressuring her, knowing that time was on their side. This task could be approached gradually. Leaning against the uncle's chest, Luo Yan still found it hard to believe. During dinner, she had felt a twinge of jealousy towards the person who had caught the uncle's eye at first sight, only to realize that person was herself. With this thought, it was no wonder her sister remarked on seeing her hugging the uncle while touching him, and he had not pushed her away. Hearing the sounds of everyone going upstairs, Luo Yan suddenly realized she ought to return to take a shower. She couldn't possibly be the first to arrive and the last to leave. Could she? "Uncle, I'm going back to take a shower," she said softly. Tang Linyuan replied, "Just right. Let's shower together. I shall wash in my own room," Luo Yan insisted, emphasizing each word. Upon hearing this, Tang Linyuan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "I'll listen to you. We'll shower together after we marry." Was it fair to say the uncle's thoughts were soaring? Just confessed and already thinking about marriage. However, with everyone just arriving, Luo Yan found it impossible to slip away at that moment. After a while, she pondered that the time was right and said, "Uncle, help me scout the way at your command, my princess." Tang Linyuan whispered playfully, then opened the door. The corridor lights struck Luo Yan's eyes. Having been in darkness for so long, the brightness felt blinding. Seeing no one in the hallway, Luo Yan hurriedly dashed out. As she watched Luo Yan ascend the stairs, Tang Linyuan returned to his room, switched on the light, and removed the cloth covering the camera. As for what they had just overheard, he felt no concern. Luo Yan stealthily made her way to the third floor, and just as she was about to enter her room, she heard Zhao Mengji's voice. "Luo Yan, did you just come up?" Turning around, Luo Yan's eyes darted. "I was a bit thirsty and went downstairs to find something to drink. Then hurry and take a shower. Come down later to chat for a while," Zhao Mengji advised, wanting to prevent Luo Yan from feeling too much at home and lounging in bed after her shower. Luo Yan nodded and entered her room. In the bathroom, she couldn't help but recall the uncle's confession. Even though everything had transpired in darkness, it was still vividly clear. However, she had entered without warning, and she worried she might exit just as unexpectedly. What if she returned without any forewarning? With such thoughts, Luo Yan felt a slight heaviness in her heart. After her shower, she donned her sleepwear, gazing at her skin, which glowed like jade, and her sweet dimples. Unable to resist a bit of self-admiration, no wonder the uncle had fallen for her at first sight. After slipping on a silk robe to ensure she revealed nothing inappropriate, Luo Yan stepped out of her room in her bunny slippers. Upon exiting, she encountered a narrow path with Zhen Xiaomei. Compared to Luo Yan's sleepwear, Zhen Xiaomei's was more strategic. At first glance, it appeared modest, but the details were cleverly concealed. She had even highlighted her collarbone. Ignoring her, Luo Yan turned and walked downstairs. Following behind Luo Yan, Zhen Xiaomei remarked, "Luo Yan, you shouldn't be on this show. Is your home by the seaside? Why do you meddle so much?" Luo Yan retorted without looking back. "When the show airs, you will see, rebellious phases are no joke. The fans of Luo Yinghe aren't as rational as you think," Zhen Xiaomei declared confidently. Although few knew about Luo Yan's past with Luo Yuan, Zhen Xiaomei had plenty of ways to spread what she knew. Luo Yuan's fans were famously protective. She doubted they would remain indifferent to knowing what Luo Yan had done. "Well, let us wait and see who should not be here. You or me?" Luo Yan provocatively shot back. Not to lose face, Luo Yan was determined not to be intimidated at this moment. As they passed the second floor, Tang Linyuan happened to exit his room. Zhen Xiaomei immediately donned a gentle smile, while Tang Linyuan directed his gaze at Luo Yan. "Did you get splashed?" "Of course, I got splashed from bathing," Luo Yan replied, puzzled. Following Tang Linyuan's gaze, Luo Yan noticed the raw spot on her heel. "I forgot," she thought, secretly sticking out her tongue. With Zhen Xiaomei trailing behind, Tang Linyuan chose not to make a scene and walked down the stairs alongside Luo Yan. Watching the two walk side by side, Zhen Xiaomei couldn't help but feel envious. Chapter 28. You're on a dating show, not the front lines that I in the living room. Upon seeing Luo Yan and the others descend, Yu Junqi smiled and said, "Finally, you all have arrived. Luo Yan, you were the earliest to come up. Why are you the last to come down?" "It was I who was the earliest, and it's perfectly normal for a young lady to take a bit longer in the shower," Tang Linyuan said, gesturing for Luo Yan to sit on the nearby sofa. This was a two-seater sofa, so when they sat together, Zhen Xiaomei could only occupy a larger sofa beside them. Luo Yan offered a polite smile. Unsure of what the evening's activities entailed, but she was ready to go with the flow. Just as she settled in, a cushion was placed on her lap, and hugging it, Luo Yan felt a bit more at ease. Yu Junshi clapped his hands. Well, since everyone is here, let's decide how tomorrow's group date will unfold. We get to choose ourselves. Luo Yan inquired, slightly confused, as she had assumed everything was predetermined. Hearing her question, Tang Linyuan clarified, there are 3 routes, but which one is chosen is up to the guests. Just as Yu Junshi was about to answer, he was preempted by Tang Linyuan. Yes, that's how it is. As Tang Yingdi mentioned, Luo Yan nodded, understanding now. Yu Junshi produced 3 sealed envelopes, stating, even I haven't seen the specific details inside. The final decision rests with one of the guests. So, we will play a little game. What kind of game? Xiao Rui asked. Let us leave it to fate, Yu Junshi said, producing a large box from which the sound of ping-pong balls crashing could be heard. Indeed, it will be determined by fate. Whoever draws the highest number will choose the activities for tomorrow's group date. That I usually have poor luck, Luo Yan murmured, no worries. Wherever we go will be fine, Tang Linyuan remarked, indifferent to the destination. Only caring about who he would be with. The two were surprisingly laid back, and they were quite fortunate to draw the 2 lowest numbers, 1, landing them at the bottom, seeing the ping-pong balls in their hands. Luo Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle, it seems we are destined for home. This number is quite nice. Tang Linyuan responded with a satisfied smile. What is good about 1? This ISNTA competition to see who has a smaller number. Luo Yan pointed out. In response, Tang Linyuan leaned closer and whispered, among so many numbers, 1 only has 2, and we just happened to draw them. Doesn't that suggest we are a perfect match? Luo Yan felt her face flush. Don't say such things, everyone is listening. Luo Yan, what are you and Tang Yingdi talking about? Speak up, let everyone join in. Yu Junshi teased the pair. It's nothing. Just discussing how neither of us has particularly good luck. Luo Yan chuckled. I think you're quite lucky. I also wish to draw a number with Tang Yingdi. And Hui openly expressed her thoughts, though she could only dream. When Lu Mukin drew the last ping-pong ball, Yu Junshi announced, all right everyone, reveal your numbers and see who has the highest. The numbers were revealed one by one. Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan had 1, and Hui and Zhao Mengji had 3, Xiao Rui had 5. Zhen Xiaomei had 7, Yu Junshi had 8, and Lu Mukin had 9, but it seems the decision-making power rests with Mukin, Yu Junshi remarked, handing the 3 envelopes to Lu Mukin. You choose one and just hand me the confirmed envelope. Receiving the 3 envelopes, Lu Mukin opened them, glanced quickly, and decisively handed one to Yu Junshi. Mukin's efficiency remains impressive. That was a swift decision, Yu Junshi commented as he opened the envelope, upon seeing the card inside. He couldn't help but hesitate. Mukin, are you sure? Yu Junshi asked again. Nearby, and Hui, who had spent the day with Lu Mukin, felt an unsettling premonition. I'm sure, Lu Mukin replied coldly. Yu Junshi was left with no choice but to announce. Tomorrow's group date route is set. We will hike a mountain, have a barbecue at the summit, and stay overnight at a hotel at the foot of the mountain. The next day, the individual dates will include hot springs, flower viewing, massages, and more. As he spoke, Yu Junshi found himself both amused and exasperated. Who wrote this itinerary? Climbing a mountain and barbecuing in the summer heat is one thing, but then heading to the hot springs the following day? Luo Yan keenly noticed a note on one of the envelopes indicating that the date routes were determined by a vote initiated by the production team, chosen by the audience as collective votes. One could only say, this season's audience is rather mischievous. It is not difficult to comprehend. If I were in their shoes, I too would relish the sight of others panting with exhaustion while I remained comfortably at home, enjoying the cool air conditioning and savoring popsicles. Hui lamented her predicament, never anticipating that she would be unable to escape the mountain climbing. She truly could not fathom Lu Moshe's obsession with it. Initially, she had hoped to enjoy some leisure time with everyone, but upon realizing the mountain trek planned for the next day, Yu Junshi suggested that they all retire early, as they were to gather at 8 in the morning. As for others, Luo Yan felt her legs growing weak. She feared succumbing to heat stroke during the climb. Observing Lu Moshe, she couldn't help but think, he truly embodies the archetype of a ruthless male protagonist in a tormenting narrative. One by one, everyone ascended the stairs, and Luo Yan retreated to her room. Upon picking up her phone, she was surprised to find a WeChat message from her sister. Luo Yuan, are you there? Luo Yan, I'm here. Luo Yuan, just back from a date? Luo Yan. I returned after dinner, just went downstairs to select the route for tomorrow's group outing. Luo Yuan. Who did you go out with today? Luo Yan. Oh, I went out with the uncle. Luo Yuan. Tang Lin Yuan is quite inscrutable. You should be cautious and not take everything he says at face value. Luo Yan. Does he have a criminal record? Luo Yuan. Not at all. Luo Yan sighed in relief, worried that he might, as she found it nearly impossible to resist the allure of such an uncle. However, the thought of tomorrow's group outing lingered in her mind. Luo Yan. Sister, if I don't return tomorrow, I want a vividly colored floral wreath on the anniversary of my demise. Luo Yuan. You're appearing on a dating show, not heading to the front lines. Luo Yan. Which dating show would send participants up a mountain in this sweltering heat? Moreover, this was all Lu Moshe's idea. If anything happens to me, he will be the executioner. I shall not let him off the hook. Luo Yuan. All right then, take care of yourself tomorrow. Luo Yan. In the makeup room. Luo Yuan put down her phone, recalling the information she had gathered about Luo Yan during this period. Was the current Luo Yan truly the same person as the one from the past? Previously, she had speculated whether Luo Yan had suffered amnesia, leading to her drastic change in temperament, yet she still remembered the events of yesteryears. Meanwhile, Luo Yan set her phone aside, adjusted her state of mind, turned off the lights, and succumbed to slumber. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, her alarm rang, prompting her to struggle out of bed. After sitting on the edge for 2 minutes to fully wake, she finally made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Once she emerged, the thought of today's mountain excursion made her heave a sigh. Chapter 29. Is it all right to ride on the uncle's back? To facilitate the climb, Luo Yan donned a refreshing set of athletic attire, tied her hair into a ponytail, and adorned herself with a baseball cap, her reflection exuding vitality to avoid sunburn. She enacted several sun protection measures. Once she finalized her outfit for the day and organized her suitcase, she prepared to hand it over to the production team for transport to the hotel where they would be staying that night. After all, it would be inhumane to have them carry their luggage up the mountain. With all preparations complete, Luo Yan wheeled her suitcase out of her room. Everyone gathered on the first floor, enjoyed breakfast prepared by Xiao Rui, and promptly departed at 8 o'clock by 9 o'clock, as the vehicle arrived at the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. The group was immediately enveloped by the fiery warmth of the locale, which felt as though it were set to roast them alive. Choosing today to climb was indeed a wise decision. Luo Yan couldn't help but sigh. Tang Lin Yuan opened the black umbrella he was holding, stating that reaching the summit earlier would spare them some suffering. Observing the umbrella overhead, Luo Yan instinctively picked up her own, exclaiming that she had brought one too. The next moment, Tang Lin Yuan took her umbrella, turning to the others and asking who had not brought one. I have it. And Hui promptly called out as she spoke. A red umbrella fell into her embrace. Luo Yan then heard Tang Lin Yuan's voice. Now there are no umbrellas left, you've outdone yourself. Luo Yan acknowledged, raising her thumb in admiration. Everyone had packed lightly, knowing that extra weight would only drain their energy, especially as they progressed. Even a single bottle of water could become burdensome. Thus, Tang Lin Yuan brought only 2 bottles of water, while Luo Yan carried nothing. The group set off to AT first. They all had energy to spare, chatting and laughing to pass the time. But as the minutes passed, fatigue began to take its toll on each individual, particularly the women. Generally speaking, their stamina was inferior to that of the men, with the exception of Zhao Mingji, the travel blogger. The remaining 3 female guests were not in top physical condition, and some were rather lacking. Luo Yan hadn't anticipated that the petite Hellion would possess such poor endurance. She was practically the weakest among them. Initially walking ahead with Tang Lin Yuan, she soon found herself lagging behind. How much longer? She inquired, feeling her legs weaken. Perhaps we've only covered a quarter of the distance, Tang Lin Yuan replied, somewhat troubled by her poor stamina, upon hearing that they had only traversed a quarter. Luo Yan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. I can't go on. Is there any way I can skip today's group outing? She pleaded, desperate to avoid the cameras. She merely wished for the production team to grant her a reprieve in an air-conditioned room to rest for a while. That is decidedly not an option, Tang Lin Yuan said with a hint of exasperation as he grasped Luo Yan's hand. I will pull you along. After being led for a while, Luo Yan still felt exhausted. Uncle, you should go ahead. I'll catch up later. All right? Not an option. Tang Lin Yuan handed the umbrella to Luo Yan, instructing her to hold it. With both hands grasping the umbrella, Luo Yan was puzzled. only to find herself swept up in Tang Linyuan's arms moments later. She gasped in surprise, quickly wrapping her arms around his neck. "Uncle, if you carry me like this, you won't be able to climb either." Behind them, the cameraman was forced to endure a mouthful of dog food. "Is it really advisable to ride on the uncle's back?" Tang Linyuan mused softly. "I feel like I'm burdening you." "Uncle," Luo Yan murmured, unable to suppress her feelings of guilt. "There's no burden if you don't go up." "It would be pointless if I did." Tang Linyuan carried Luo Yan to a turning point on the path and gently set her down. Then, he turned and bent down, saying, "Climb on," gazing at the broadness of his back. Luo Yan climbed on. Once he stood up, Tang Linyuan adjusted his posture and declared, "Ready? Let us set off. Go." "Uncle." Luo Yan could do nothing but hold the umbrella, shielding him from the relentless sun. Tang Linyuan's steps were steady. Even with Luo Yan on his back, he climbed the steps with unwavering balance. As they progressed, Tang Linyuan made a request. "Yan, the uncle wishes to hear a song." "What song would you like to hear?" "Uncle," Luo Yan eagerly responded. "Anything, as long as it's you singing," he replied, then added, "except for that song about the fish pond." "Fish pond?" Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback until she recalled that it referred to the Lotus Pond Moonlight she had sung the previous day. As a repository of Chinese folk songs, Luo Yan could sing at the drop of a hat, and her sweet voice made her performances quite pleasant to the ear. Tang Linyuan walked briskly. And as the group ahead began to show signs of fatigue, it was too long before he and Luo Yan caught up with the larger party, upon witnessing Tang Linyuan carrying Luo Yan. Yu Junshi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Are the male contestants starting to compete now? I can't keep up." "I can't either," Xiao Rui chuckled, finding that Zhao Mingji seemed to possess more stamina than he did. As for Lu Mosh, he had already left the five of them behind, ascending the mountain alone. An Hui and Zhun Xiaomei leaned on each other, and upon seeing Tang Linyuan with Luo Yan, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Just moments ago, it had been just the two of them, and now, surrounded by so many others, Yan felt a bit embarrassed. "Uncle, you can set me down now. I've rested enough. Are you quite confident in your stamina?" Tang Linyuan chuckled lightly. "Confidence? I'm not so sure," she admitted, her previous doubts resurfacing, but Tang Linyuan reassured her that it was fine to be filmed. He could ensure that the footage wouldn't be aired. Sensing her shyness, Tang Linyuan added, "Hold on tight. We're going to speed up." With that, he quickened his pace, and before long, he had left the others far behind. "Uncle, your stamina is truly commendable," Luo Yan exclaimed, wondering how she could train to achieve such endurance. "It's all about maintaining good physical fitness through regular exercise," Tang Linyuan replied. Luo Yan nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that the uncle's condition surpassed that of many individuals in their 20s. "Are you satisfied?" Tang Linyuan asked in a low voice. For some reason, Luo Yan felt her ears flush. Perhaps it was the heat of the day. They paused to hydrate before continuing their ascent. This hour, few people were climbing the mountain, allowing them to ascend without encountering many other hikers. However, there were still some, and an elderly couple resting in a pavilion along the path observed Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan. The grandmother remarked to her husband, "Youth is truly wonderful. The young man is so strong, able to carry his girlfriend up the mountain." Which the grandfather replied, "Not that it matters. I couldn't carry you when I was young." Luo Yan couldn't help but chuckle at the old man's candidness. Hearing her soft laughter, Tang Linyuan's lips curled into a smile. That moment. Shouldn't the girlfriend offer a bit of encouragement? Chapter 30. Yan. The uncle wishes to get married. How embarrassing. Who is your girlfriend? Luo Yan replied softly. Tang Linyuan chuckled quietly. It seems I am destined to remain forever alone. That may not necessarily be the case. Luo Yan murmured softly, her thoughts swirling as she walked. Tang Linyuan glanced at her over his shoulder to offer a word of encouragement. Otherwise, she might falter. How could you be so weak? Uncle is in prime condition. Luo Yan playfully patted his shoulder, smiling as she spoke. Tang Linyuan abruptly halted, realizing he truly could not continue. In a moment, they would catch up with the others and walk together. The old fox is truly cunning. Luo Yan couldn't help but whisper, knowing well that she wished to avoid walking with them. That it was impossible to feel at ease when four fiery gazes were fixed upon her from behind. Clinging to Uncle's neck, she leaned in, whispering conspiratorially, "How should Uncle encourage me?" Tang Linyuan supported her with one hand while gently tapping her right cheek twice with the other. There was no need for words. The message was clear. Luo Yan blushed and turned to look back, only to find the cameraman had vanished. Where did the cameraman go? She wondered aloud. He was probably called away, Tang Linyuan replied nonchalantly, as if he had anticipated it. However, with the cameraman absent, Luo Yan felt emboldened. She quickly planted a soft kiss on Uncle's cheek, yet immediately felt her face flush with heat, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. After the kiss, she instinctively buried her face against Tang Linyuan's back. He chuckled softly, carrying his little ostrich on his back, successfully recharging their connection. After a while, when the warmth on her cheeks began to subside, she ventured, "Uncle, may I ask you about your romantic history?" "Sure, but first, let's turn off the microphone," Tang Linyuan suggested quietly. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan assumed there was something private being discussed and obediently switched off her microphone. "I've turned it off," she confirmed. Tang Linyuan followed suit. "All right, now you may ask freely." "Uncle, how many girlfriends have you had?" Luo Yan inquired curiously. "That if I recall correctly, I've mentioned this to you before," Tang Linyuan replied. Luo Yan was perplexed. "I don't recall." "Fool." Tang Linyuan sighed in exasperation before continuing. "I previously told you that love at first sight was my first romance." Luo Yan finally understood, but questioned. "But uncle, you're already 28. Didn't you date in high school? Or college? Are you implying that I'm too old?" Tang Linyuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of danger lacing his words. Luo Yan quickly retorted, No. Uncle is in his prime. A bit older is too old. A bit younger is too young. Right now, it's just perfect." Feeling Uncle speed up suddenly, Luo Yan clung tighter. "Uncle, slow down. If you slip, we'll both be in trouble. Trust me," Tang Linyuan assured confidently. "Why don't you close your eyes for a moment?" Though reluctant, Luo Yan eventually complied, closing her eyes. After a brief period of acceleration, Tang Linyuan finally slowed down. "All right, you can open your eyes now," seeing the pace had eased. Luo Yan sighed in relief. "Uncle, I'm a bit timid. Please take it easy." "Such a timid one." Tang Linyuan chuckled softly. "No one dictates that one must be bold. I simply prefer to be cautious." Luo Yan, resembling a defiant little kitten, playfully bared her claws in mock threat. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. "Uncle, it smells wonderful," she exclaimed, inhaling deeply. Tang Linyuan's voice dropped slightly. "Little enchantress, are you trying to devour your uncle?" "It's the scent of flowers," Luo Yan retorted, playfully tapping his shoulder. "Da. I see there are flowers ahead," he remarked, quickening his pace until 2 trees, each over 2 meters tall and adorned with creamy blossoms, came into view. Luo Yan struggled to dismount, now able to admire the clusters of small flowers on the trees. Their petals were a pale white on the outside and a vibrant yellow within, resembling a sunny-side-up egg. "Uncle, what kind of flowers are these?" she asked, intrigued by their beauty and subtle fragrance. Tang Linyuan leaned closer. "These are frangipani. They do indeed resemble fried eggs," she mused, having never encountered such flowers before, finding them quite novel. Noticing her delight, Tang Linyuan pulled out his phone and captured several photos of her. Luo Yan glanced at the pictures, always impressed by Uncle's photographic skills. "Shall we take a selfie?" Tang Linyuan suggested suddenly. "Sure," she agreed without hesitation, standing beside him as they both faced the camera. "Yan," Tang Linyuan suddenly called, and as she turned her head, his lips found hers. Luo Yan was momentarily startled. And in that fleeting moment, he deepened the kiss. The scent of cedar enveloped her, mingling with the sweetness of the flowers, as his dominance and tenderness intertwined in a way that left her breathless. Compared to Tang Linyuan, Luo Yan felt utterly inexperienced, having never engaged in any intimate encounters. Although she had been kissed by him the previous day, he had been cautious, afraid of overwhelming her. Today, however, was different. After a night of anticipation, he was gradually intensifying their kiss. Never underestimate a man who has yearned for you for 10 years. Once he perceives even a hint of affection from you, he will seize the opportunity to claim you entirely. Restraint? He had already shown considerable restraint. Had he not, he would have whisked her away on their first meeting, keeping her by his side without escape. As she surrendered to the fervent kiss, Luo Yan felt a wave of goosebumps rise across her skin. His kiss bore the weight of a man's desire and possessiveness, as if he intended to consume her whole. It was only when she felt on the verge of breathlessness that he reluctantly pulled away, his lips lingering with an unquenchable longing before trailing down to her neck, forced to tilt her head back. Luo Yan gasped for air, feeling utterly drained, her legs weak as if they might give way beneath her. Once her emotions settled, Tang Linyuan pressed gentle kisses upon the girl in his arms. His unattainable obsession, the enticing sound of his low breaths filled her ears. Luo Yan felt as though the fragrance of flowers and cedar intertwined, sending shivers of delight through her. Yan. What should I do if I want to get married? He murmured. Luo Yan's face flushed crimson once more. Although she generally was not shy, the presence of uncle rendered her bashful and easily flustered. You must at least follow the proper procedures. Who starts with a royal flush? She exclaimed, flustered but unable to hide her understanding. Then will you be my girlfriend, Yan? Tang Linyuan proposed, his lips grazing her neck. A gesture both casual and deliberate. The tickling sensation made her want to escape, but she was no match for the seasoned man before her. Avoidance was futile. She could only yield. Chapter 31. The Old Fox's Long-Standing Scheme. Uncle, you truly have never had a girlfriend? I refuse to believe it, Luo Yan protested, infuriated by the stubborn old man who had ensnared her so completely, determined not to admit her own shortcomings. She suspected he was concealing something. She couldn't fathom how her infatuation with uncle had suddenly reversed, turning into him aggressively besieging her defenses. Tang Linyuan chuckled, finding her adorably naive. That I've never dated, but I have envisioned it. So, as another kiss landed on her neck, he murmured, Uncle's first time is all yours. Luo Yan couldn't help but cradle her flushed cheeks. Uncle, are you really not a player? You certainly seem like one. Perhaps I should investigate you first? Tang Linyuan, amused by her antics, laughed. Then you should hire a couple of private detectives. Just make sure they're reputable. Don't worry about the costs. Uncle will reimburse you. Who reimburses the cost of the investigation to the subject? Luo Yan protested, bashfully covering her flushed face with her hands. Being able to put your mind at ease is all that matters. Tang Linyuan replied, unconcerned about being investigated. With those detectives, they would need his assistance to uncover anything substantial if he truly were a player. This little fish would be completely ensnared. Suddenly, Luo Yan spotted a few tourists descending the mountain, prompting her to swiftly dive into uncle's embrace. Observing the petite girl nestling into him, Tang Linyuan naturally wrapped her in his arms, shielding her with his tall frame. The tourists, upon seeing the young couple, were not surprised. After all, young couples tend to exhibit affection wherever they go. Once the tourists passed, Tang Linyuan lowered his gaze to the girl in his arms. Have you made up your mind? About what? Luo Yan asked, momentarily puzzled. Uncle wishes to officially be your boyfriend, he murmured softly. Luo Yan could not meet his eyes, overwhelmed by the emotions reflected in them, so abundant they seemed on the verge of spilling over, causing her to feel a twinge of fear. That I haven't had anyone investigated yet. In response, Tang Linyuan leaned closer. Then once you've completed your investigation, can I make it official? Overwhelmed, Luo Yan admitted that she simply could not resist the allure of such a captivating gentleman. In a daze, she nodded her head. Satisfied with her affirmation, Tang Linyuan felt pleased. With the others swiftly catching up, the two decided to continue their journey. However, before setting off, Luo Yan had one more matter to attend to. At that moment, she was immensely grateful that she had only applied a light layer of primer and sunscreen today. Although her lipstick had smudged, it was a simple fix. After wiping away the excess lipstick and applying a fresh coat, Luo Yan glanced at her reflection in the camera, hoping she wouldn't be easily recognized. With everything in order, she climbed onto the broad back of the gentleman once more, and they resumed their conversation. At this juncture, Luo Yan could not help but recall the earlier incident when the gentleman had asked her to mute her microphone. She had received no peculiar responses afterward, leading her to wonder if this request had been a premeditated scheme by a cunning old fox. Regardless of the truth, the two of them managed to reach the mountain summit ahead of the other five, while the earliest arrival, Lu Majin, was already sipping from a chilled bottle of soda. Having successfully descended, Luo Yan's gaze fell upon a quaint shop. That I want ice cream, she declared. Tang Linyuan, having just been persuaded by his newly minted girlfriend, led her into the shop. Luo Yan yearned to sample every flavor of ice cream. While Tang Linyuan initially intended to grab just a bottle of water, but found himself enticed into ordering an ice cream as well, they chose a resting spot beside the ascent path. So when the last five climbers finally reached the summit, the first sight that greeted them was the three ice cream enthusiasts. Time had silently slipped past 11 o'clock, and with everyone except Luo Yan having climbed for so long, hunger began to set in. Therefore, after a brief respite, The group proceeded to the barbecue area to commence their grilling festivities. Although the tools were readily available, the food remained in its raw state, requiring them to prepare and cook it themselves. Everyone washed their hands and busied themselves. Luo Yan, hesitant to handle meat and soft seafood, opted to stand aside and skewer vegetables, while Tang Linyuan took charge of washing the ingredients, bravely tackling what she dared not. Engrossed in threading the cauliflower, Zhao Mengji suddenly inquired, Luo Yan, are you having an allergic reaction? Luo Yan was perplexed, feeling no discomfort. There's a patch of red rash on your neck. Zhao Mengji gestured towards the right side of Luo Yan's neck, which had been partially obscured by her clothing. Now clearly visible, it prompted concern over whether Luo Yan was allergic to something on the mountain. Feeling heat rise to her face at the mention of her neck, Luo Yan replied, I'll check in the bathroom. Without further ado, she set down the cauliflower and hurried towards the restroom. Upon reaching the wash basin, she examined her reflection in the mirror, noting that the so-called rash was actually a faint mark just above her collarbone, partially concealed by her clothing. Unable to resist, she washed her hands and splashed some water on the red rash. But it proved futile. Ultimately, it was merely a playful mark left by Tang Linyuan, a fact of which Luo Yan was entirely unaware. Returning to the group, Luo Yan felt a bit embarrassed in response to Zhao Mengji's concern. She forced a smile and said, it might just be a minor skin irritation, that it's nothing serious, and it doesn't itch. If you're feeling unwell, you must inform everyone that don't push yourself alone. Yu Junshi expressed his concern. Luo Yan nodded, acknowledging Yu Gu's advice. The barbecue had already begun, and despite her hunger, she still had some vegetables to finish skewering, so she took her time and refrained from rushing to eat. Before long, Yu Junshi approached her, saying, Luo Yan, you should go eat something first. We might not finish cooking everything in time, and the vegetables can wait. No, I'll be done shortly, Luo Yan insisted, wanting to complete her task before indulging. Lest she become distracted by the food at the barbecue grill, Tang Linyuan picked up a perfectly cooked chicken leg and noticed Yu Junshi going to check on Luo Yan. He strode over. Chicken leg in hand. As Luo Yan carefully continued skewering vegetables, a chicken leg appeared before her, and she turned to find the man she felt like biting in frustration. Eat the chicken leg first. Aren't you hungry? Tang Linyuan urged. Hungry enough to want to bite you, Luo Yan retorted, annoyed at the mark he had left on her neck, which had caused her such embarrassment. Tang Linyuan's gaze swept over her neck, amusement glimmering in his eyes. You need to eat to have the strength to bite back. Otherwise, I might just take a bite out of you. Chapter 32. The gentleman is so hungry, he could devour you, enticed by the tantalizing aroma of the grilled chicken leg. Luo Yan could no longer resist, taking a hearty bite. Tang Linyuan released his grip. What else would you like to eat? We'll discuss it later. Let us finish what we have here first. Luo Yan bit into the tender chicken leg, pleasantly surprised by its exquisite taste. Hearing her words, Tang Linyuan glanced at her meager portion. You're the slowest, so step aside. Luo Yan obediently made way for him, and Tang Linyuan swiftly took over her task, efficiently finishing off the majority of the skewers in no time. Noticing Luo Yan dutifully enjoying her grilled chicken leg, Tang Linyuan smirked. Are you really allergic? Luo Yan pouted, glaring at him with a fierce yet adorable expression. Yet, he feigned ignorance. I happen to have some allergy medication. I can bring it for you tonight. No need. Luo Yan replied emphatically. I'm not truly allergic. What would I need medication for? She refused to believe he could not recognize the evidence of his own handiwork. It seems rather serious. A girl's skin is of utmost importance. Don't be shy, Tang Linyuan teased, a smile lingering on his lips as he playfully flirted with her. Once he had helped Luo Yan finish preparing her skewers, Tang Linyuan washed his hands and moved on to grill more food. You've eaten the chicken leg. Now I'm so hungry I could devour you. I don't care. You brought it over yourself. Once it's in my mouth, it's mine, Luo Yan declared triumphantly, a smile spreading across her face. The two joined the barbecue line, where Luo Yan placed a corn cob on the grill, then retrieved skewers of meat and vegetables. She soon noticed a steak, 2 grilled oysters, and an eggplant next to her, all from the gentleman beside her. Comparing her own offerings to his, Luo Yan couldn't help but feel as though they were dining at different tiers of society. Despite both enjoying a barbecue, without hesitation, she dashed over to grab 2 scallops with vermicelli and returned with a steak. I could see this point. The heat from the barbecue was stifling, and the smoke wafted directly towards Luo Yan. Seeing her face flushed from the heat, Tang Linyuan frowned. Are there any drinks? He inquired. Yu Junqi, munching on grilled squid nearby, replied, there are drinks from the sponsor in the cooler over there. Upon hearing this, Tang Linyuan glanced in that direction. How about I fetch the drinks for you? I still haven't finished grilling. Luo Yan was focused on her food, anxious about overcooking it. You go get the drinks. I'll take care of this, Tang Linyuan insisted. Really? Luo Yan was skeptical. Go on, he urged, taking over her ingredients. She noticed her corn was starting to blacken, and her steak had begun to char, confirming her lack of culinary talent. Cooking was never her forte, so she quickly dashed off to get the drinks. The drinks were stored in a small wooden hut not far away. As Luo Yan approached the door, she found it empty. Surmising she could help herself, pulling open the cooler, she grabbed 2 bottles, but just as she was about to leave, a staff member appeared, handing her a card. For me. Luo Yan accepted the unexpected card with suspicion. Deciding to follow the process, opening the card, she read aloud. Task triggered. Luo Yan looked around, continuing to read. Share your drinks with the 4 male guests. The order in which you complete the tasks will determine the quality of dinner. So everyone had tasks. Luo Yan pondered briefly, realizing they were likely different, depending on who completed theirs first. However, sharing drinks seemed straightforward. Just a sip for each, right? Why did it feel so obvious? Never mind, she thought, as she headed back to the barbecue area. By the time she returned, Tang Linyuan had grilled a plate of food, and upon seeing her, he said, take this and eat it lamb skewers. Luo Yan asked softly, sampling one. Tang Linyuan inquired, is it delicious? Nodding, she replied, much better than what I grilled. Everything else is almost done. You should go sit over there. Tang Linyuan gestured for her to move to the dining area, where several people were already seated. Try the chicken wings I grilled, Zhao Mengji offered, handing her a skewer. Luo Yan took it without hesitation and tasted it, marveling at how professional it was, comparable to a street barbecue stall. Luo Yan, have a drink. Suddenly, Zhen Xiaomei pushed a drink towards her. Have the tasks collided? Luo Yan discreetly set the drink aside without taking a sip. Luo Yan, have you ever been on a blind date? Food blogger Xiao Rui asked. Luo Yan was taken aback, glancing at those who had offered her chicken wings, drinks, and posed the question, did you all receive tasks? At that moment, it became clear to Luo Yan that everyone around her was also on a mission. Since we all know about the tasks, can they even be completed? Yu Junqi chuckled from the side. Luo Yan was uncertain, but with Zhen Xiaomei in front of her, she felt her own task would be challenging to fulfill. Tang Linyuan brought over the grilled food and placed it in front of Luo Yan, urging, eat up. After savoring a mouthful of vermicelli and scallops, Luo Yan glanced at the gentleman beside her, silently opened her beverage, and poured a small cup, pushing it towards him. Sir, do give this a try. Observing the identical drink in front of Luo Yan, Tang Linyuan seemed to surmise something, downing the contents of his cup in one go. Not bad, he remarked. It appeared that Lian's task was akin to Xiaomei's. Ahui, seated diagonally across, interjected, over there. Xiao Rui persistently turned to inquire of Tang Linyuan. Have you ever been on a blind date, esteemed actor Tang? Xiao Rui, perhaps you should consider changing the subject. This is rather too obvious, Zhao Mengji quipped, unable to resist teasing her initial dating partner. Xiao Rui, slightly embarrassed, responded, aside from blind dates, the term date conjures up notions that are perhaps inappropriate to discuss at this moment. Luo Yan, undeterred, poured 3 more cups of beverage, placing them in front of the 3 male guests. My task is quite apparent. Whether you drink or not is entirely your choice. Nearby, Tang Linyuan had already cut his steak into pieces. As Luo Yan savored the tender beef, she inquired, Sir, what is your task? No task. I did not accept one, Tang Linyuan replied plainly. Luo Yan pondered for a moment. Regardless of accepting or declining, it mattered little. The task was so evident that everyone had perfectly evaded it, leaving no one capable of completing their assignments. Yu Junqi observed Li Yan's interaction with Tang Linyuan and couldn't help but ask, did Luo Yan know Tang Linyuan previously? Glancing at the gentleman beside her, Luo Yan nodded. We met a few times before the last episode. However, I have also encountered Lu Mukin and Zhen Xiaomei before. Zhen Xiaomei stiffened slightly, but after recalling the incident at the cocktail party, she figured Luo Yan wouldn't be foolish enough to mention it here. Speaking of which, I still owe Xiaomei a drink, Luo Yan remarked with a smile. The exchange of glances between Luo Yan and Zhen Xiaomei was laden with unspoken tension. Luo Yan smiled innocently, while Zhun Xiaomei's expression bore a hint of forced cheerfulness. Chapter 33. No random kissing. Only serious kissing. Fortunately, Luo Yan did not pursue the topic further, and everyone enjoyed food and drinks. Engaging in light conversation, though the heat was somewhat oppressive, it was bearable. The afternoon was particularly sweltering, and after finishing the barbecue, the group collectively descended the mountain that in contrast to the agony of their ascent. The descent was considerably easier. Luo Yan no longer needed the gentleman's assistance. Sheltering under umbrellas, the group successfully reached the hotel at the mountain's base around 3 o'clock. Upon entering, Yu Junshi retrieved 8 room keys from the front desk. Come, today everyone shall have their own rooms. Tang Linyuan approached and took 2 adjacent room keys, handing one to Luo Yan. Once everyone returned to their respective rooms, Luo Yan hurriedly turned on the air conditioning, waiting for the room to cool down. After sitting on the bed and scrolling through her phone for a while, a knock at the door interrupted her. Coming. Luo Yan hopped off the bed and rushed to answer the door. Upon opening it, she saw Tang Linyuan holding a bag, signaling to her, and then he stepped into her room, shutting the door behind him. Luo Yan recalled his earlier promise to bring her allergy medication. But I'm not allergic. Did you really come to deliver medicine? Luo Yan responded, slightly incredulous. Whether you are allergic or not is not for you to decide. Let me take a look, Tang Linyuan replied. Pulling down the collar of her shirt, revealing skin as white as jade, his gaze darkened slightly, his voice husky. And this, it seems, could indicate a serious allergy? Luo Yan scoffed. You're the one who is allergic. Your entire family. Not allergic? Then what is it? Tang Linyuan teased, reaching to turn off her microphone, noticing she had forgotten it again. What do you mean? What is it? Stop playing dumb, Luo Yan retorted. Tang Linyuan's voice lowered, laced with an enticing tone. I don't know. I want to hear you say it. Although she deemed it impossible to articulate, Luo Yan expressed herself through action, rising on her toes to lightly bite Tang Linyuan's neck. Now do you understand? Yin Yin, how can you be so adorable? Tang Linyuan chuckled softly, kissing her delicate earlobe that a shiver coursed through Luo Yan, and she instinctively protested. No random kisses. No random kisses. Only serious ones, Tang Linyuan replied, leaning down to capture her persistent little mouth with his. Luo Yan, who had intended to say more, found her words swallowed by the kiss. The kisses were delicate and tender, embodying the romance cherished in the hearts of young girls. Yet, swiftly, the kiss deepened, akin to a tempest, reflecting the possessiveness and deeper desires of a mature man. If at the beginning Luo Yan had the strength to resist, now she felt like a solitary boat adrift at sea, subject to the capricious waves. She could not control everything. She could only helplessly cling to the sole straw before her. Abruptly, a knock on the door interrupted their intimate moment, snapping Luo Yan back to reality as she pushed Tang Linyuan away. Before leaving, he playfully bit her lip as a form of punishment. Ouch! Luo Yan exclaimed, caught off guard by the bite, her eyes shimmering with tears of indignation, which made Tang Linyuan's stomach tighten. The knocking persisted, and Tang Linyuan leisurely placed a kiss on her lips, murmuring, Don't look at me like that. It makes me want to devour you. Hearing his bold words, Luo Yan's cheeks flushed once more, with the knocking continuing. She could only warn Tang Linyuan, keep your voice down. Wiping her lips, Luo Yan hoped for no noticeable marks before opening the door to find Yu Junshi waiting. Luo Yan, why did it take you so long to answer the door? He asked. That I dozed off for a moment. Luo Yan replied sheepishly, having expected a staff member, not Yu Junshi. Brother Yu, is there something you need? Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to inform you that we'll gather in the lobby at 5 o'clock. Yu Junshi said with a smile. Luo Yan nodded. All right, I understand. By the way, I haven't seen Tang Linyuan. Do you know where he is? Yu Junshi inquired. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan shook her head. I'm not sure. He might be busy. I'll notify him later. If you see Tang Linyuan, please let him know, Yu Junshi added. Okay, Luo Yan replied with a smile, shutting the door behind her. Once the door closed, Luo Yan let out a sigh of relief, only to be embraced from behind by the gentleman. Did you think I wouldn't know where you were? What else could I say? Should I inform him that you are in my room? Luo Yan retorted playfully. Why not? Tang Linyuan pressed a kiss to her slender neck. Luo Yan murmured softly. Only you would think of that, as long as it's just you. I'm not worried, Tang Linyuan whispered. Lifting Luo Yan into his arms, with a startled cry, Luo Yan gasped. What are you doing? He set her down on the sofa, but did not place her beside him. Instead, he positioned her on his lap. The warmth of his solid thigh against her soft form made Luo Yan feel an urge to escape, yet she was powerless to do so. She was but a small creature in stark contrast to him, easily held captive by a single hand. Just then, she heard him sigh enticingly. Today's hike was exhausting. My legs are aching. Hiking? Luo Yan mused, recognizing her role in the matter. How about I give you a massage? She offered tentatively. Sure, Tang Linyuan readily agreed. Luo Yan quipped. It's as if you were waiting for me here. Pointing to his hand encircling her waist, she insisted, let go first, that I thought it would be more like a hoof. He teased, complying and releasing her. Finally seated beside him on the sofa, Luo Yan reached to place her hand on his thigh, only to find the muscles taut and unyielding. After pressing a couple of times, she complained, relax, how can I massage you when you're this stiff? It feels more like I'm torturing myself. Tang Linyuan chuckled. I didn't notice my thigh was so hard when you first sat down. It seems my thighs are more challenging than yours. Relax, and I'll give you a proper massage, Luo Yan mischievously declared, seizing the opportunity to turn the tables. Luo Yan, delighted with her little victory, remained oblivious to the intense gaze directed at her. As if he were about to devour her hold at last, Tang Linyuan's patience reached its limits. He pinned her down on the sofa. Their lips collided, tongues entwining with the ferocity of a storm. Luo Yan realized she was paying the price for her earlier provocations. This man was not to be trifled with. She felt as if a mountain bore down upon her, her feeble attempts to push him away akin to a fragile fawn unable to withstand the onslaught of a ravenous wolf. Chapter 34. She was thoroughly consumed. Wait, Luo Yan exclaimed, pushing against Tang Linyuan with all her might. Yet her strength was insufficient to dislodge him. Her struggles, however, momentarily restored some of Tang Linyuan's composure. The tempest subsided as he turned to kiss the corners of her lips tenderly. Gasping for breath, Luo Yan's eyes brimmed with tears of frustration and urgency. The cameras are recording, she protested. Sensing her distress, Tang Linyuan pressed his lips to hers soothingly. Don't worry, I've had them turn off the cameras in your room. The notion that he had orchestrated this seemed almost delusional. She pondered this. Luo Yan, in a fit of irritation, bid him to the little bunny, getting anxious? Tang Linyuan smirked, the corners of his mouth curling in a way that was irresistibly charming. Old fox, she retorted. Luo Yan was infuriated. She couldn't believe she had fallen so completely under his spell. The old fox merely wished to carry the little rabbit back to his den. Tang Linyuan leaned closer to Luo Yan's ear and whispered the final two words, eat you. Luo Yan glared at him in a mock-fierce manner, but her lack of intimidation ultimately rendered her more cute than threatening. That I won't let you eat me. The next moment, he maliciously bit her earlobe, sending a shiver down Luo Yan's spine. Perhaps I should fatten you up first, Tang Linyuan murmured softly, his delicate kisses trailing behind her ear and through her hair. Luo Yan attempted to push this insufferable man away, but her arms felt weak and limp, making her half-hearted attempts seem almost flirtatious, leaving her feeling disdainful of her own behavior. You should wait for a while. They won't be able to find you. Luo Yan recalled what Yu Junqi had just said, and for some inexplicable reason, she felt as if he might have known the uncle was here with her. It doesn't matter. Tang Linyuan was engrossed in his endeavor. Showing no concern for anyone else, he had joined this dating show solely for her, and what he sought was not merely a superficial relationship as a couple, but something far more profound. Suddenly aware of the lingering kisses on her neck, Luo Yan had an unsettling premonition. Are you leaving strange marks on me again? The uncle is helping you. Allergies don't just disappear. The shameless man feigned innocence. Luo Yan hurriedly covered the skin on her neck to prevent him from taking advantage of her. Sitting up, Tang Linyuan pulled Luo Yan up as well. I won't tease you anymore. The uncle has some matters to attend to. So you rest here. This is my room, Luo Yan retorted defiantly. You? Tang Linyuan bit down hard on Luo Yan's lip, and once he pulled away, she quickly covered her sore mouth, muttering, insufferable man. As he exited the room. Tang Linyuan encountered Zhao Mengji, who had just come out of her own room. He cast her a fleeting glance before shutting the door and returning to his own quarters on the sofa. Luo Yan let out a groan as she collapsed onto the cushions. Covering her lips, she couldn't help but think of that insufferable man, wondering how she had ended up so thoroughly ensnared by him. Yet, oddly enough, she didn't mind the lament of a face chaser. She was simply enamored with his looks and physique. Suddenly struck by a thought, Luo Yan dashed into the bathroom. Tang Linyuan, you scoundrel! Luo Yan blushed as she gazed at the red marks he had left behind. She could have overlooked them, but now that she saw them, she had no choice but to cover them with concealer. However, there was another issue. She only had primer, which offered little coverage. What a headache. At this point, her only option was to borrow some. With a sigh, Luo Yan adjusted her collar to conceal the enticing marks. Although her lips were slightly reddened, she reasoned that it shouldn't raise any eyebrows. After tidying herself up, she finally stepped outside. When Zhao Mengji heard a knock at the door and opened it, she found Luo Yan standing there. What's the matter? Do you have any concealer? Luo Yan asked, a bit embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengji inexplicably thought of the recently departed Tang Linyuan. Do you need it? Could I borrow it? Luo Yan inquired. Come in, Zhao Mengji replied, stepping aside to let Luo Yan enter. Zhao Mengji was slightly taller than Luo Yan, and although Luo Yan had made an effort to hide the marks on her neck, a hint of them was still visible as she approached. Catching Zhao Mengji's eye, realizing this, Zhao Mengji handed her concealer to Luo Yan. This one works pretty well. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Thank you, Mengji. I'll return it shortly, Luo Yan replied with a sweet smile. Naturally beautiful and charming in a non-threatening way, Luo Yan easily garnered affection from others. However, at that moment, Zhao Mengji felt a twinge of worry. I hope she isn't being deceived, she thought. Despite Tang Linyuan's status, scandals in the entertainment industry were not uncommon, and given that they had only known each other for a few days, it was hard to say he wasn't merely after a fling. After bidding farewell to Luo Yan, Zhao Mengji contemplated finding an opportunity to remind her, as she seemed a bit too naive. Unaware of Zhao Mengji's concern, Luo Yan returned to her room and applied concealer over the marks on her neck. Confirming that nothing was visible before finally breathing a sigh of relief, noticing she still had time, Luo Yan pulled out her phone and messaged Luo Yuan. Meanwhile, during a break at work, Luo Yuan picked up her phone and saw a message from Luo Yan. Luo Yan, sister, do you think the uncle resembles a playboy? Are there any rumors about him in the circle? Luo Yuan, did he flirt with you? Luo Yan, he wants me to be his girlfriend. Luo Yuan, let me look into it. Luo Yuan couldn't help but search for Tang Linyuan's name online, but the news about him was still outdated, dating back several years. He had spent recent years in the business world, resulting in a significant decrease in information about him. There were no confirmed romantic relationships associated with Tang Linyuan, only a couple of rumors, which were mostly just the female parties seeking publicity. She still couldn't comprehend how Luo Yan had gotten entangled with him. Regardless, Luo Yuan decided to hire a few private investigators, reasoning that any information would be better than none. In her room, Luo Yan belatedly realized her microphone had been turned off, probably by the uncle. Not giving it much thought, she rested for a while before reapplying her lipstick and heading downstairs around 4:40. It turned out that not everyone arrived fashionably late. Although the meeting time was set for 5, 2 people were already seated when she arrived at by 4:50. Everyone had gathered. Now that we are all here, let's head to the restaurant, Yu Junshi announced, leading the group to the dining area. They entered a spacious private dining room within the hotel restaurant, adorned with the show's logo. As soon as she stepped inside, Luo Yan caught a whiff of the delicious food, which only served to heighten her hunger. As they settled down, a staff member wearing a pixelated mask entered and handed each of them a card. This card represented the final results of their afternoon task and determined the quality of their dinner that evening. Luo Yan looked at the card in her hand, which bore the number. Everyone else held numbers ranging from 2. But what did these numbers signify? Though I have, none of you answered my questions about blind dates, Xiao Rui lamented. That probably means I'm last, Yu Junshi added with mock seriousness. But I didn't complete my task either, and Huichandai and N01 understood the significance of the numbers, so they decided to wait for the show's producers to reveal the results. Soon, the waiter wheeled in a cart, placing several covered stainless steel dishes on a nearby table until 8 plates were laid out. The larger plates measured over 30 centimeters in length, while the smaller ones were the size of rice bowls. The director, seated behind the camera, noticed the confusion among the contestants and explained, "Next, you may approach to collect your designated dishes according to the numbers on your cards. Contestant number will go first." And so forth. In no time, everyone retrieved their assigned meals. Luo Yan's 5th dish was the smallest, with a lid the size of a rice bowl. Upon lifting the cover, her heart sank. What lay before her was a single piece of caviar sushi. How am I supposed to fill up on just this? She sighed. At least give me two. Wah. And hui, yours looks so sumptuous, Jean Xiaomei remarked enviously as she eyed the lavish grilled fish in front of Hui. As everyone unveiled their meals, it became clear that Hui had the most generous portion, while Luo Yan's was the least substantial, and Lu Machin received a hearty bowl of white rice. Tang Linyuan sat diagonally across from Luo Yan, his plate containing a portion of meat, though she couldn't discern what type it was. Director, is there anything else to eat? Luo Yan couldn't help but ask. With just a single sushi, she hardly considered it a proper meal. This is your dinner for tonight, the director replied, then added, however, we've prepared a chance for extra dishes. Upon hearing the phrase extra dishes, Luo Yan's eyes lit up. Anyone who wishes to add to their meal may come forward to draw an additional task, the director announced. With a mouthful of sushi, Luo Yan had no choice but to raise her hand. If I don't, I'll starve, the additional task read. Carry a male guest and perform 50 squats. Luo Yan blinked. Carry, this seems a bit challenging. I can't even lift him up, let alone squat. After a moment of thought, the director added, if a male guest volunteers to assist you, it can also count as your additional task. He then glanced at the 4 male guests present. Is there a gentleman willing to help? Just as Yu Junqi was about to raise his hand, a low voice interrupted. I'll do it. Tang Linyuan stood up and walked over to Luo Yan. The director was now at the front row, ready to witness the spectacle. Luo Yan obediently wrapped her arms around Tang Linyuan's neck, hoping to make it easier for him to squat. Be careful now. After gauging Luo Yan's weight, Tang Linyuan murmured, You're quite light. I'll begin now. Luo Yan nodded thoughtfully, observing as Tang Linyuan swiftly crouched down, while the nearby guests assisted in counting. As the numbers climbed steadily in her ears, Luo Yan couldn't help but wonder. Is this truly so effortless? However, if it were her, it would undoubtedly be anything but easy. Once the 50 squats were completed, Tang Linyuan gently set Luo Yan down, his breath still less labored than when he had kissed her. Luo Yan successfully earned a random dish, and upon returning to her seat and unveiling the plate, she discovered a serving of cumin lamb chops. Relieved, she thought to herself that at last she could indulge in some meat. Nevertheless, considering that this dish was acquired through the efforts of the elder gentleman, she decided to share half of it with him. Following Luo Yan, others took turns drawing tasks for additional dishes. The tasks varied widely, most of them requiring interactions between the male and female guests. After all, the evening's activities would culminate in the selection of tomorrow's date partners. Luo Yan was not greedy. She only wished for enough to eat, yet somehow, it never seemed sufficient. In another round of task selection, under her hopeful prayers, she drew the talent showcase, tasked with singing a song. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, everyone returned to their respective rooms. From 20 to 2100 hours was free time, allowing the guests to rendezvous in the communication lounge, with final date results needing to be submitted before 2110. Once in her room, Luo Yan took a bath. Then, feeling somewhat unwilling, she played 2 rounds of a murder mystery game. After successfully identifying a culprit, she felt invigorated. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already 8:30. So she retrieved the tablet from her bedside and submitted her choice for tomorrow's date. After completing these tasks, she turned off the lights and succumbed to sleep. The next morning, Luo Yan donned a whimsical little dress and stepped outside, receiving her date card for the day. Following the clues, she wandered around the hotel until she entered a pitch-black room. Is anyone there? She called out, her phone having just been confiscated, even with a cameraman behind her. Luo Yan couldn't suppress a sense of panic. No one responded, and cautiously, she ventured inside, feeling along the wall, expecting to find a switch near the entrance. After what felt like an eternity, she stood frozen, too afraid to proceed further. Turning to the cameraman, she couldn't help but ask, Sir, is it all right if I just wait here instead of going in? In response to her inquiry, the camera swayed from side to side. Left with no choice, Luo Yan steeled herself and continued deeper into the darkness. Suddenly, a cold hand grasped her ankle. In that moment, Luo Yan felt a chill race through her veins, and before she could think, she bolted in fright. As Tang Linyuan entered the room, a slender figure suddenly rushed out of the shadows. Recognizing Luo Yan's voice, he stepped forward to intercept her path. Luo Yan collided into his embrace. The eerie sensation still lingering, startled, she instinctively jumped again, but had no time to flee. As he held her close. It's me, he reassured her, Hearing the elder gentleman's voice, Luo Yan finally felt her trembling legs find support. "There's someone inside playing tricks. They grabbed my foot," she exclaimed. Fear was fleeting, even though she knew it was embarrassing. In that moment, she couldn't control her reaction. Now reflecting on it, Luo Yan felt a bit ashamed. But she couldn't help it. Her courage in such matters was rather limited. Hearing her lament, Tang Linyuan held her close, gently patting her back in comfort. "Don't be afraid. Who has bullied you? Uncle will take care of it." Chapter 36. Soaking in hot springs wearing less with someone backing her up, Luo Yan gained a newfound confidence. Yet, that confidence waned as they entered the darkness, her legs growing weak once more. In the pitch-black space, Luo Yan, who had initially clung to Tang Linyuan's arm, found herself retreating behind him. Gripping the sides of his clothing, she shut her eyes tightly, moving forward involuntarily. "Uncle, could you please walk a bit slower?" In the darkness, Tang Linyuan observed Luo Yan behind him, saying, "If you walk behind me, I can't protect you," he added humorously. "If I go in front, I'll be your meat shield, with someone leading the way." Luo Yan was determined not to step forward and act as a shield. Her mind conjured up various terrifying scenarios that would haunt her dreams that night. "So you see me as a meat shield?" Tang Linyuan said, half amused, half exasperated. Luo Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Well, admitting that is quite awkward. Thankfully, Tang Linyuan didn't wait for her response as they moved towards the only green light glowing in the distance. Though they were slow, they gradually approached. "Where were you caught just now?" Luo Yan pondered. "I don't quite remember either." That moment, she felt a chill around her ankle as icy fingers seized her foot. A penetrating cold seeping into her skin. In an instant, Luo Yan froze. Struggling against the urge to flee, she clutched Tang Linyuan's clothing tightly, her voice trembling. "My foot." In the next moment, Tang Linyuan turned and swept her up in his arms. The hand that had grasped her ankle releasing its grip. "The remaining distance is short. I'll carry you," he murmured softly. "Okay." Luo Yan couldn't dare to feign bravery any longer. She felt like crying. Despite being behind him, she still ended up being grabbed. This must be a case of picking on the weak, right? She thought. Clinging tightly to him, she cautioned, "Uncle, you mustn't be so frightened that you drop me and run away." "I absolutely won't," Tang Linyuan assured her. With his promise, Luo Yan felt reassured. Upholding the principle that she wouldn't be caught in the dark, she closed her eyes and nestled into his embrace. Unbeknownst to her, the darkness was still capable of being filmed. Night vision cameras, after all, could capture everything. They navigated through the dark without incident until they reached the green light. Tang Linyuan asked, "We've arrived. Do you want to get down?" Peeking open one eye to confirm the green light's presence, Luo Yan breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, I suppose I must." Not getting down wasn't an option. What if Uncle S fans saw her lingering in his arms? She could only imagine the ridicule that would ensue. Although she was somewhat indifferent now, she still preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Should I press this?" Luo Yan glanced around but couldn't discern anything. "Perhaps," Tang Linyuan replied, uncertain, but the only thing before them was the green light. Without hesitation, Luo Yan placed her hand on the light and pressed down. Expecting a brilliant illumination, she was surprised when two lights flickered on instead of one. In the distance, a red light and a yellow light glowed, yet still, no information was provided. "Uncle, do you know what this place is meant for?" she queried, as her card bore no details, leaving her curious about whether his held any clues. "That I have no idea," Tang Linyuan admitted helplessly. With no other choice, the duo continued toward the two lights. This time, one person was required to stand at each light. Once someone reached a light, it would extinguish, leaving the other to wait in darkness. Luo Yan dared not move, opting to remain within the light's circle and crouch in the dark. Waiting for Tang Linyuan to reach the other light. As Tang Linyuan reached the second light, a sudden click echoed, and simultaneously, two doors swung open nearby. One door emitted a red glow, while the other radiated green. Faced with the choice of entering different doors or the same one, Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan decided to enter together through the green-lit door. Luo Yan proceeded cautiously, and upon reaching their destination, they found a note affixed that read, "Please return the way you came." "Did we enter the wrong place?" Luo Yan questioned hesitantly. "Not necessarily," Tang Linyuan replied, stepping forward to tug at the doorknob. Pulling it forcefully several times until it finally opened, The blinding light momentarily left Luo Yan squinting until her eyes adjusted, at which point she heard applause in the distance. Luo Yan, the Shadow Emperor. You finally made it out? Yu Junshi called out from his table, laughing, turning to see the 6 individuals who had already arrived. Luo Yan caught a whiff of the delicious aroma in the air. Is this the dining hall? She mused, utterly astonished that what had just transpired was merely the prelude to breakfast. As she settled into her seat, Luo Yan remained incredulous. Who would expect to be frightened before breakfast? Was this a sign of the production team's budget constraints, intending to limit their meal consumption? With breakfast served, Luo Yan, having experienced 2 scares, resolved to eat a little extra to replenish her energy. As they continued their meal, the conversation veered towards the recent unsettling events that transpired in the darkness. It became apparent that not only Luo Yan had her ankle seized, it seemed the captor targeted the female guests. Perhaps deeming them more timid, the chilling memory of that icy hand sent a shiver down Li Yan's spine. Upon hearing Yu Junshi's explanation, she learned that the frigid touch was intentionally achieved by holding an ice cube to frighten the unsuspecting. Today was designated for a private date, so after breakfast, everyone dispersed to enjoy their own pursuits. Luo Yan noticed that Jin Xiaomei was accompanying Lu Machin, indicating that Hui's invitation to Yu Junshi from the previous night had indeed taken effect. The setting was a luxurious resort hotel, replete with leisure zones, entertainment areas, scenic spots, and a dedicated buffet section, allowing guests to savor a delightful day together. After finishing breakfast, Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan strolled through the observation area, which resembled a royal garden, abundant with flowers, perfect for admiring and capturing photographs. After a fulfilling day of activities, Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan decided to indulge in the buffet for dinner, followed by a brief rest before heading to the hot springs. The hot springs at this location were reputedly quite renowned, and it would be a shame not to experience them while they were here. However, the thought of sharing the hot springs in solitude with an older gentleman made Luo Yan feel slightly bashful. After all, soaking in hot springs meant wearing minimal clothing. The image of Tang Linyuan's enticing physique made her heart race, adding to her nervousness. In the changing room, after donning her swimsuit, Luo Yan styled her long hair into a petite bun atop her head. In the mirror, her skin glowed like polished jade, drawing attention, while her swimsuit accentuated her enviable figure. Her delicate waist and the alluring curves of her cleavage, combined with her exquisite and innocent beauty, exuded an undeniable allure. Yet, being aware that they were on a reality show, Luo Yan felt it prudent to tone down her allure, promptly slipping on a cover-up to temper her enticing appearance. Chapter 37. Are you satisfied with the uncle's physique? Before exiting the changing room, Luo Yan wrapped herself in a towel and made her way toward the hot springs. Perhaps girls tend to dawdle, for by the time Luo Yan drew back the curtain to the hot spring area, a figure was already present, facing away from her. From the silhouette, the individual had broad shoulders, with muscular arms resting lazily by their side, exuding a sensual allure. It seemed that upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, Tang Linyuan was about to turn around when Luo Yan urgently called out, "Wait a moment, uncle, please close your eyes." That moment, Luo Yan was unsure whether her flushed cheeks were a result of the warm air or the embarrassment bubbling within her. Upon hearing her words, Tang Linyuan halted, a smile playing on his lips as he complied. "All right, my eyes are closed." With cautious steps, Luo Yan approached from the side, only to discover that he had not actually closed his eyes. At that moment, her cheeks burned crimson. "Uncle, your words do not hold true. Come on down. Soaking in the hot spring is quite delightful." Tang Linyuan extended his hand toward her, taking hold of his hand. Luo Yan gingerly seated herself at the edge of the hot spring, dipping her feet into the water, which was perfectly warm. After acclimating, she removed her towel and fully submerged herself in the spring. Unbeknownst to her, as she shed the towel, Tang Linyuan's gaze was momentarily captivated by her beauty. The entertainment industry was teeming with stunning women, and he had encountered countless beauties, yet none had stirred his heart like this one. Initially indifferent, he began to wonder if perhaps he had developed a condition known as lack of affection. However, at the age of 28, a girl entered his life and disrupted his tranquil waters. Even through Tang Linyuan's discerning eyes, Luo Yan's beauty ranked among the finest in the industry, though she showed little interest in pursuing a career in entertainment. Her delicate face, youthful and bursting with collagen, resembled a fragile white flower, evoking a natural instinct to cherish and protect her. Yet, Upon closer inspection, one could discern a vibrant energy within her, especially in her eyes, which were both innocent and alluring. Without her even realizing it, her slender figure did not appear gaunt, but rather, it was more appealing than that of many others. Sitting in the warm water, Luo Yan's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Tang Linyuan, who, from this angle, had a notably attractive Adam's apple and a captivating collarbone. The damp cover-up clung to her skin, becoming even more translucent in the water. Feeling a bit bashful, Luo Yan instinctively sank lower, prompting Tang Linyuan to grasp her arm and pull her up. Do not submerge yourself too deeply. The water level should remain below your heart. I understand. It's just a bit embarrassing, Luo Yan admitted, her cheeks still flushed. Tang Linyuan chuckled. I'm not a wolf. I won't devour you. Luo Yan couldn't help but glance at him, finding it hard to believe his words. Observing the young woman beside him, Tang Linyuan initiated a conversation. At your tender age, what brings you to this program? Of course, it's for my beloved Yuan, she replied, but realizing it was not a suitable response, she reorganized her thoughts. I simply wish to experience a sweet romance. Luo Yan was no fool. If she had no intention of pursuing romance, she would not have joined the show, knowing full well the backlash she would face otherwise. What year are you in? Tang Linyuan inquired. I'll be a junior in a month, Luo Yan replied. Wouldn't you prefer to engage in a sweet campus romance? A clean and gentle senior in a white shirt is likely the kind of romance a girl dreams of. He mused. Luo Yan hesitated to respond, but it was indeed true. She had once envisioned a sweet romance with a senior, yet during her freshman and sophomore years, she had not found such a love. It wasn't that no one pursued her. As a campus beauty, she was certainly sought after. Yet, she felt no spark, regardless of the suitor's excellence. However, she now realized that her previous judgments were flawed. What she sought was not a sweet campus romance. Shaking her head, she dismissed the notion of pursuing a senior. Why not? Tang Linyuan's voice was low and enticing. Because the uncle is even more captivating than any senior, Luo Yan blurted out, her honesty surprising even herself. As soon as she realized her slip, it was too late. A light laugh escaped Tang Linyuan as he gently patted her head. You are quite the honest child. Flustered, Luo Yan could only mentally reassure herself, reminding herself that many admired older men, and she was far from the only one. Tang Linyuan observed Luo Yan, then suddenly extended his hand toward her. How about we engage in a sweet romance together? Luo Yan was taken aback. Wasn't a dating show meant to explore the process of courtship? Why was he jumping straight to the conclusion? Was this the first episode or the fourth, at their current pace? They could barely manage 2 episodes, let alone 4 yet. Luo Yan remained committed to her principle of thorough investigation. Otherwise, her sister would surely chastise her for being hasty. It was essential to understand one another first. Moving too quickly into romance was unwise. That makes sense, Tang Linyuan nodded earnestly. Looking at him, Luo Yan couldn't shake the feeling that he had been joking. Let's have some water first, he suggested, handing her a drink. As Luo Yan sipped, he rose from the hot spring. Luo Yan? Before long, Tang Linyuan returned with a dark object resembling a television remote. Tang Linyuan's physique was undeniably impressive as he moved in and out of the water. Luo Yan discreetly etched the image into her memory. He possessed a sturdy chest, enticing abs, a well-defined V-line, a toned waist, and long legs, everything one could desire. Upon re-entering the water, Tang Linyuan, unlike before when he maintained distance, now sat directly beside Luo Yan, his hand resting on her neck. Startled like a frightened little hamster, Luo Yan clutched her straw, frozen in place. After turning off the microphone around his neck, Tang Linyuan switched off his as well. Are you satisfied with the uncle's physique? Under the gaze of his intense eyes, Luo Yan nervously gulped down 2 large sips of her drink, questioning why the uncle seemed to be radiating such flirtatious energy lately. Seems like you're not content, Tang Linyuan teased, gently placing her hand on his abs. Though submerged in water, Luo Yan could distinctly feel the impressive texture beneath her fingers. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that he seemed to read her mind, as if someone had whispered her desires to him. Indeed, Luo Yan's courage was rather limited. Though he was within arm's reach, she only dared to tentatively poke at his abs, feeling a slight tickle. Tang Linyuan would have preferred her to be a bit bolder. Did she not realize that such teasing was even more torturous? Chapter 38. The uncle just wants to hold you with one hand holding her drink. Luo Yan's other hand stealthily prodded Tang Linyuan's abs, poking him gently. Are you planning to poke holes in me with your fingers? He chuckled, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan meekly withdrew her hand, but as soon as her fingers left his skin, Tang Linyuan grasped her hand once more. Underwater, their fingers intertwined, creating a palpable tension between them. Luo Yan's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red as she dared not meet his gaze, seeing the young woman beside him with such a flushed face. Tang Linyuan raised his hand to touch her cheek. You're so warm. Should we head up for a rest? Luo Yan nodded absent-mindedly, forgetting that resting beside the hot spring would subject her to even more visual stimuli. As anticipated, just after being pulled up by the uncle, Luo Yan, feeling shy and unable to meet his gaze, instinctively lowered her head. This mere act of lowering her head only intensified her embarrassment. Fortunately, the uncle seemed oblivious to her momentary discomfort, guiding her away from the hot spring pool and draping a towel over her shoulders. Luo Yan secretly sighed in relief, one of her hands held by the uncle while the other clutched the towel around her. The two settled onto a nearby lounge chair, and without the enveloping warmth of the hot spring, Luo Yan finally felt a sense of coolness. She recalled that the uncle seemed to have adjusted the microphone around her neck moments ago, and could not help but ask, "Uncle, did you turn off my mic again?" Tang Linyuan did not deny it, remarking, "I turned it off on my end too." Hearing this, Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback. Why? Their lounge chairs were positioned closely together, allowing Tang Linyuan to easily grasp the young girl's delicate hand, which he did. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he admitted, "This is my first time on a variety show, and it feels rather exhausting." Luo Yan was surprised by this admission, but she understood that it must be challenging for a first-timer. She found herself often forgetting to turn off her own mic. But could the uncle be the same? This thought lingered in her mind, casting a shadow of doubt. The exhausted uncle closed his eyes, still holding her hand tightly. Luo Yan contemplated pulling her hand free, but found his grip unyielding. After a while of silence from the uncle, she inquired, "Uncle, are you asleep?" Receiving no response, she mused about how tired he must be to fall asleep here. Considering how busy he usually was, it was plausible that he had been occupied with work until late last night. The fact that he had not initially intended to participate in this variety show was due to her, and with this realization, Luo Yan felt a twinge of guilt towards him, since the cameras were off. She decided to let him sleep peacefully, not particularly concerned about how much footage would be captured, with no one around, and seeing the uncle asleep, Luo Yan finally felt emboldened to gaze at him without restraint. The sight was captivating. The uncle undoubtedly maintained a rigorous fitness regimen, his physique muscular yet not excessively so, retaining a sense of aesthetic appeal. His well-defined muscles were enticing, and those sculpted abs were truly alluring. Today, his swim trunks were somewhat daring, sitting low on his waist, revealing a tantalizing V-line. Luo Yan touched her own abdomen, realizing that even the mere thought of a V-line or abs was beyond her reach. She couldn't help but compare her legs to his. While hers were long, they paled in comparison to his statuesque limbs that would dominate any screen. However, what was most captivating about him was his face, an undeniable boon for those enamored by good looks. She thought of the fans captivated by his charm, ranging from the elderly to children. Such a figure would undoubtedly make for a delightful romantic partner. Lost in her thoughts, Luo Yan suddenly felt a pang of thirst. Spotting a drink on the table beside the uncle, she realized her left hand was being held, leaving her to stretch with her right. Just a bit further, she thought, but as she reached, her balance faltered, and she found herself tumbling onto the uncle. Instinctively, she reached out to steady herself, her palm pressing against his chest. When she cautiously lifted her gaze, she met the uncle's eyes, which held a hint of drowsiness. "Are you being this affectionate, Yin Yin?" Tang Linyuan's voice, slightly husky, brushed against her ear. "I just wanted to grab a drink," she murmured softly, aware of her boldness in this situation, just as she attempted to rise. Tang Linyuan's arms encircled her slender waist, applying a gentle pressure that left her with no choice but to remain close to him. Unlike the earlier accidental fall, this time, his hold brought their bodies even closer together. Luo Yan's cheeks flushed again. Given their scant attire, the proximity was undeniably overwhelming. Pressing her hands against his chest, she pleaded, "Uncle, let me go. Don't move," Tang Linyuan whispered, his voice low and slightly rough. Luo Yan, not one to be oblivious, immediately stilled at his reminder that "I won't move. Could you please let me go? I just want to hold you," he replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. "Just a hug," she softly echoed, Otherwise, what would I do with my future little girlfriend? Tang Linyuan chuckled. Feeling a rush of embarrassment, Luo Yan bit her lip, possibly overthinking the situation. She then leaned in slightly, resting against his chest, whispering, "Then let's just hug." Tang Linyuan felt as though he had unwittingly dug a deep hole for himself. Cradling the warm softness in his arms, with the girl he had long cherished, he found it increasingly difficult to resist the temptation to glance at her. Yet, he knew it was not yet the right moment. As he tried to calm his racing heart, he cradled the petite figure against him, initially intending to take her home slowly. However, his impatience urged him to bring her closer, and he pondered how to navigate this situation. Unbeknownst to Tang Linyuan, Luo Yan had stealthily reached out to caress his alluring collarbone, her fingertips grazing delicately. Suddenly recalling the incident where he had bitten her earlier, she glanced at him before inching closer. As her body brushed against him, Tang Linyuan was acutely aware of her movements. Yet, curiosity piqued within him. What mischief was the little one planning? Leaning in near his collarbone, Luo Yan playfully nipped at him. The unexpected bite elicited a muffled groan from Tang Linyuan. "Uncle, I'm a bit scared," she admitted, her voice trembling slightly. Luo Yan dared not bite too hard, merely seeking a small act of retaliation for his earlier antics. His hand tightened around her waist instinctively, and he had to acknowledge that the sensation was electrifying, though not painful. As Luo Yan propped herself up to speak, Tang Linyuan's hand at the back of her head pressed down gently. Bringing their lips together in that moment, he lost all restraint. Though she was on top, she was undeniably at a disadvantage. When they finally separated, Luo Yan's eyes were glazed, a hint of pink gracing her cheeks. Her body feeling weak, Tang Linyuan, lifting her from the lounge chair, swiftly carried her into the hot spring. However, this time, she found herself seated on his lap, sitting atop him. The contrast of her soft form against his firm thigh created a silent tension. "Uncle, do you like me?" Luo Yan asked, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Yes," Tang Linyuan replied, wishing to avoid ambiguity, wanting to be forthright with her. His feelings for her transcended mere affection, yet he believed she could only comprehend the notion of liking for now. After all, declaring love so soon seemed reckless given their brief acquaintance. "But why me?" she questioned, unable to suppress her curiosity. She understood the concept of love at first sight, recognizing that she had felt an instant connection with him. Yet sensed a disparity in the depth of their feelings that I don't know. "From the moment you appeared, it was always you," Tang Linyuan murmured softly. "And if I hadn't shown up?" Luo Yan pressed, intrigued by the hypothetical. Would he have fallen for someone else, like the girl with the black lotus? Would he have continued to develop feelings for her? "If you hadn't shown up, I would have been alone, waiting for a solitary end," he replied. "And if you vanished, I wouldn't even have the chance to face that solitude." The thought of losing everything was something Tang Linyuan could not bear to endure again. He admitted he could not withstand that kind of emotional collapse. Luo Yan's mind drifted to her own situation. She wished for a guiding system that could provide her with the answers she sought. Unfortunately, none appeared since she had entered this narrative world. "What are you thinking?" Tang Linyuan's gaze bore a hint of danger. He felt a growing sense of losing control over the situation. Luo Yan shook her head slightly. "Uncle, I'm a bit scared." "Scared of what?" he inquired. "I will take care of everything." "Just worried you might not be able to handle it," she lamented, reflecting on the mysterious force that had brought her into this story. If she were to be sent back, it would likely be without warning. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If she began a romance with the uncle and then disappeared, would he simply return to the girl with the black lotus? The more she pondered, the more confused Luo Yan became, feeling a throbbing headache. Clinging to the alluring uncle, she was reluctant to let go. In the hot spring pool, devoid of cameras, affectionate embraces and tender kisses were inevitable. Luo Yan soon realized that whenever the uncle held her, he was inclined to kiss her. "Uncle, if someone were to swap me out, you must recognize me. Otherwise, I shall bite you," she playfully threatened. "Rest assured, I would recognize you at once," Tang Linyuan assured her confidently. He would have recognized her in an instant, or else he would have whisked her away 8 years ago. Imagining if he had begun to take her away back then. At 18, she could have been his girlfriend, and by 20, they could have why now. They could have indulged in a more intimate relationship. Alas, she was not the same person back then. He too was curious about the secrets she harbored. Yet the time was not ripe. His little girl was timid, and startling her might drive her away. Although they had yet to fully relish their time together, Tang Linyuan felt it necessary to respect the production team. After placing the young lady in the hot spring, he resumed filming and turned on their microphones. Luo Yan noticed that once filming commenced, the uncle adopted a serious demeanor. However, beneath the water, she mischievously extended her hand to touch his enticing abs. Tang Linyuan smiled, and then pressed her hand down along his abdomen. Oh my! Luo Yan yelped, retreating in surprise. Yet, upon seeing the triumphant glint in his eyes, she realized she had been outsmarted. After spending some time soaking, they decided to unlock the next scene, a massage. After cleaning up, they made their way to the massage room, and Luo Yan felt that today was truly a delight compared to yesterday. The technician's massage skills were exceptional, and she found herself drifting into a state of blissful drowsiness. Once the massage concluded, they wrapped up the first installment of their 3-day date. They were scheduled to film 4 episodes in total, spanning 12 days. Each episode would be divided into 3 parts, ultimately airing 12 episodes. However, they opted for a bi-weekly broadcast, meaning that the premieres 7 days later would feature recordings from the first and second days. And the following week would showcase the 3rd day alongside the first day of the 2nd episode. That evening, upon returning to their hotel room, Luo Yan lay on the bed and received a WeChat message from the uncle. Yuan, heading back to City A tomorrow, Luo Yan replied. Yes, what about you? Yuan, perfect timing. Have you booked your ticket? Luo Yan, not yet. I completely forgot. Yuan, I'll help you book that a 9 o'clock flight will get us to City A just in time for lunch. Luo Yan, thank you, uncle. Having resolved the flight issue, Luo Yan chatted with the uncle for a while before feeling sleepy, so she decided to rest. The next morning, after packing her belongings, she went out to have breakfast with the uncle. The hotel's buffet breakfast was lavish, and without the need to restrict her diet, she indulged joyfully. While eating, her phone rang. Glancing at the contact labeled Mom, it took Luo Yan a moment to remember that Xiao Halian had parents too. Not just a sister. Had they returned from their trip? Why weren't they answering the phone? Tang Linyuan noticed the phone on the table and urged, answer it, quickly. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yan picked up the phone. Mustering a smile, Mom. Sweetheart, are you home? Her mother's lively voice chimed that I'm not home. I'm out having fun. Luo Yan felt a twinge of awkwardness since this was not her mother. Not at home. Where are you? Alone or with friends? Faced with her mother's rapid-fire questions, Luo Yan could only respond cautiously. I'm in City S with some friends. I'll be flying back soon. City S? Sweetheart, your father and I are here too. What time is your flight? At 9. Luo Yan was momentarily stunned, realizing she had no time to prepare. Though the times differ, it's fine. Dad and I will reschedule. That we'll see you at the airport. Okay. Mom, see you at the airport. After hanging up, Luo Yan felt a surge of anxiety. She was about to meet Xiao Halian's parents, and she wasn't quite ready for it. Nearby, Tang Linyuan overheard and mused. Is this your first meeting with the in-laws? Luo Yan's understanding of her parents was limited to Xiao Halian's memories, as they were scarcely mentioned in the novel that in fact, they were only briefly introduced early on. And there was little need to elaborate later. Every tragic female lead typically had a family that held them back, and Miss Yuan was no exception, though her misfortunes did not begin at the outset. What's wrong? Are you not looking forward to meeting your parents? Tang Linyuan asked softly. Luo Yan snapped back to reality. Realizing her reaction might seem strange to others, she shook her head. I just realized I hadn't informed my parents about the show. I'm worried they might be upset. Tang Linyuan chuckled softly, saying nothing further, but placed a crab roe bun into her bowl. Then eat more. You'll need the energy to face them. Nodding earnestly, Luo Yan understood she needed to win this battle and conceal her identity as an outsider. After finishing breakfast, they retrieved their luggage and headed to the airport. Standing at the entrance, Luo Yan felt a flutter of nervousness. Although Tang Linyuan hadn't brought an assistant this time, his stature commanded attention. And the production team had arranged for staff and bodyguards to escort him to the airport. Due to his presence, Luo Yan was inadvertently included in the protective detail to avoid drawing attention. Tang Linyuan donned sunglasses and a mask, and together they entered the airport terminal. Shortly after, Luo Yan received another call. Sweetheart, have you and your friends arrived? Hearing her mother's vibrant voice somehow eased her nerves. Yes, Mom. Have you and Dad arrived? We just got here. Just as her mother spoke, her voice rose in excitement. Sweetheart, I can see you. Turning around, Luo Yan scanned the area and spotted a woman in a floral dress with shoulder-length hair waving at her. The woman appeared youthful, likely in her early 30s, and despite having a 20-year-old daughter, she seemed to be well-preserved, or perhaps she was thriving on love. The sight of the woman, Luo Yan felt her eyes welling up. Until now, she had only seen her parents through Xiao Halian's memories, recognizing their resemblance to her own parents. But in this moment, seeing the woman before her, she truly felt a connection to her mother. Luo Mama rushed over to embrace Luo Yan, then playfully pinched her cheek. "Did you miss your mother?" "Yes, I did," Luo Yan affirmed, longing for their presence, fearing she might never see them again. Unlike Xiao Halian, Luo Yan was an only child. Her parents had always showered her with love, and she had promised to care for them in their old age. Yet, being here, everything had become uncertain. "My precious baby is the sweetest," Luo Mama exclaimed happily, then added excitedly, "Your father and I brought back so many gifts from our trip. I know you will be thrilled." It was clear that whether on the phone or in person, Luo Mama radiated energy. On the other side, the gentle and refined Luo Papa approached. "Yan Yan, what made you come to City S with your friends? Feeling a bit shy?" Luo Yan replied, "Dad, I'm just participating in a variety show." "A variety show?" Luo Papa inquired, slightly puzzled. "But didn't you say you weren't fond of the entertainment industry?" He remembered how she had consistently expressed her disinterest in the entertainment world over the years. "Well, circumstances led me here. I'm not entering the industry. It's just an opportunity to meet new friends," Luo Yan explained sweetly. Hearing her words, Luo Papa nodded in agreement. Meeting new friends is beneficial. "Is it one of those travel shows?" He recalled watching similar programs with his wife in the past. "Traveling around is quite enjoyable." "Something like that." Luo Yan felt a bit embarrassed to admit it was a dating show. "Any variety show featuring my darling must be delightful. I fully support you," Luo Mama declared confidently. Luo Yan found herself caught between laughter and tears. She never intended to receive such overwhelming support. Nearby, Luo Papa's gaze shifted from the two most important women in his life to the man standing behind Luo Yan. Although Tang Linyuan was obscured by his mask and sunglasses, his presence was commanding, leading Luo Papa to suspect he was more than just an acquaintance. Initially thinking Tang Linyuan was merely a bystander, he began to doubt upon noticing the man's frequent glances at his daughter. "Yan Yan, is this gentleman your friend?" Turning to face Tang Linyuan, Luo Yan felt a pang of embarrassment. She had momentarily forgotten about him. Just as she prepared to introduce them, Tang Linyuan had already removed his sunglasses and lowered his mask. "Uncle and Auntie, greetings. I am Tang Linyuan." Luo Papa exhibited little reaction, merely surprised. In contrast, Luo Mama's eyes lit up. "You are Tang Linyuan? I absolutely adore the movies you've starred in." Tang Linyuan swiftly donned her mask, expressing gratitude to her aunt for her fondness. "Aunt, you were so youthful. I never imagined you would have a daughter as grown as Yan Yan. Am I truly that young?" Luo Mama replied, slightly bashful, as many had remarked upon her youthfulness. "The eyes of the public are discerning. Had Yan Yan not just called you, I would have assumed you were her sister." With a smile, Tang Linyuan appeared composed and courteous, leaving a very favorable initial impression on Luo Mama. However, in contrast to the amiable Luo Mama, Luo Papa eyed Tang Linyuan with suspicion. How could Mr. Tang possibly know Yan Yan? If I recall correctly, Yan Yan is still in university, merely a student. Upon hearing the serious tone of Luo Papa, who seemed to suspect that Tang Linyuan might have ulterior motives, Luo Yan Yan quickly interjected, "I met Uncle on a show. My sister is aware of the mention of Luo Yuan's name." Luo Papa's expression softened slightly. "Have you been in touch with your sister recently?" "Yes, I message her on WeChat every day," Luo Yan Yan replied hurriedly. Luo Mama glanced at Luo Papa and quietly asked, "Sweetheart, does Wanwan treat you well?" To this, Luo Yan Yan beamed with pride. "My sister has been exceptionally nice to me lately. She replies to me every time I message her." Although Luo Mama didn't see much to be proud of in that, she still felt the need to uphold her daughter's pride. The staff assisted in checking in Luo Papa and Luo Mama's luggage, and soon they heard the announcement for boarding. Everyone was in first class, albeit in slightly different seats. Observing Luo Mama happily chatting away with Luo Yan Yan, Tang Linyuan turned to Luo Papa and suggested, "Uncle, perhaps I should switch seats with Aunt. She and Yan Yan have much to catch up on. And I have a few questions I would like to ask you." Luo Papa, having heard of Tang Linyuan's illustrious reputation as a business legend who had trampled many established enterprises in just 8 years, felt a mix of curiosity and skepticism about what advice he might offer. Chapter 41. Shouldn't we exercise some restraint? Luo Yan was aware only that her uncle had swapped seats with Luo Mama, oblivious to the rest. With her very cheerful demeanor, Luo Mama sometimes resembled more of a gossipy friend than a mother. Luo Yan found it quite novel, though she couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy thinking about her mother's fate in the book. But since she was here, perhaps she could attempt to alter that outcome. Darling, why are you so quiet? Are you tired? Luo Mama inquired with concern. Luo Yan shook her head and stretched out her arms to embrace her. I just feel so fortunate to have you by my side, Mom. Despite knowing this was the mother of the little black lotus, she cherished the familiar warmth and was willing to protect her as a mother figure. At least until her departure. Silly girl, I will always be by your side, Luo Mama smiled. During the 3-hour journey, Luo Yan took a short nap to in stark contrast to the light-hearted exchange between Luo Yan and her mother. The atmosphere between Tang Linyuan and Luo Papa was rather grave. Nevertheless, Tang Linyuan remained unfazed, deftly controlling the conversation's flow while discussing business matters with Luo Papa, always offering unique insights. The marketplace is a battlefield, and Tang Linyuan's rapid ascent in just 8 years was no feat of incompetence. Many of his experiences in handling affairs were lessons even Luo Papa could learn from. Reflecting on Luo Papa's past bankruptcy, Tang Linyuan had not intended to intervene. He had already devised a strategy that could swiftly bring his little girl back to safety. However, witnessing the interaction between his little girl and her mother today, Tang Linyuan pondered if perhaps she wished to change her original fate. Although overturning the entire plan would be somewhat complicated, his primary concern remained her well-being if he was to initiate a change. It would have to begin at the root. I just recalled that the land we at MG Group recently abandoned for bidding seems to have been acquired by Mr. Luo's company, Tang Linyuan noted. Luo Papa paused momentarily. Indeed. Do you know why we relinquished that bid? Tang Linyuan replied. I believe you indicated you found a better plot. Luo Papa pondered for a moment. Tang Linyuan nodded slightly. More importantly, the reason for abandoning that land was that it was unworthy. He meticulously outlined several issues regarding the plot, all of which had been thoroughly investigated and confirmed. Luo Papa had also conducted his own research, but it seemed he either overlooked certain details or was deliberately misled, resulting in his acquisition of the land. Luo Papa's expression darkened as he realized he may have been ensnared in a trap. Someone had intentionally sought to harm him, and he had unwittingly walked into the snare. Yet, even with this newfound awareness, it was too late to rectify the situation. Observing Luo Papa's distress, Tang Linyuan added, in fact, this matter is not insurmountable. If Mr. Luo is willing, our MG Group can offer assistance. Are you suggesting we purchase that land? Luo Papa inquired suspiciously. What could a vast plot of land worth nearly 10 million mean to him? Tang Linyuan shook his head. I do not engage in unprofitable ventures. I merely wish to assist Mr. Luo in making a profit while enjoying a meal together. Luo Papa, with his wealth, would hardly be swayed by a mere meal. Yet, he reluctantly acknowledged that he indeed needed help at this juncture. Upon their arrival at a city airport, Luo Yan and Luo Mama disembarked, arms linked. Spotting Luo Papa and her uncle, Luo Yan was surprised to see how familiar they appeared with one another. After a brief discussion, Tang Linyuan presented his business card and accepted Luo Papa's in return. Having previously mentioned taking Luo Yan out for a meal, he extended the invitation to both Luo Papa and Luo Mama, and the four of them made their way to a private restaurant. After dining, Tang Linyuan thoughtfully escorted the three back home. Once home, Luo Mama eagerly pulled Luo Yan onto the sofa. Sweetheart, tell me honestly, what is your relationship with Tang Linyuan? What relationship? We're just friends. Luo Yan instinctively tensed. Yet Luo Mama mused, I can't shake the feeling that he has feelings for you. Back in college, your father was similarly attentive when courting me. Indeed, he is quite attentive, Luo Papa chimed in, nodding in agreement. You would never guess what he just told me. Luo Yan's heart raced, and she cautiously asked, what did Uncle say? I've been duped. I acquired a plot of land that could potentially ruin me financially. Yet he is willing to assist me. Luo Yan sighed in relief. Businessmen are driven by profit. Uncle likely just wants to make a little money himself. Do you have any idea how wealthy he is? A mere profit would hardly entice him. I wouldn't buy into the notion that he's simply doing a good deed, Luo Papa remarked. He was no stranger to the business world, and how could he not recognize who Tang Linyuan was? Though not inherently malicious, his ruthless methods were well known, and one does not ascend to such heights without being resolute. Regardless, Luo Yan felt somewhat reassured upon hearing that her uncle was willing to help her father. If her father's company had not gone bankrupt, incurring massive debts, would the tragic accident have occurred? She recalled that in the book, Luo Papa's deep sorrow led him to drive with Luo Mama, resulting in a fatal crash on the highway, ultimately causing a chain collision. Several families were shattered due to his moment of despair, and ironically, Luo Mama perished while he became a vegetable. However, the fragile and madman-like Luo Papa depicted in the book bore no resemblance to the gentle, refined man before her. Could there be hidden truths behind the accident in the book? This fleeting thought quickly dissipated. After all, that was merely a narrative, and as long as it remained unmanifested in reality, there was no need to dwell on it. After spending 2 days at home, Luo Yan was reluctant to venture out, but was eventually coaxed by Luo Mama into shopping for an entire afternoon. On the last day at home, she felt a flutter of excitement at the prospect of resuming recording tomorrow. Throughout these days, her uncle had been messaging or calling her, feeling shy about interrupting him. She always waited for him to reach out first. He mentioned that they would be heading to the recording city together tomorrow, and he would come to pick her up for the airport. While chatting, Luo Yan suddenly heard a noise outside, followed by a knock on her bedroom door. Yan, it's me. Upon recognizing Yuan's voice, Luo Yan hurriedly opened the door. Sister. Luo Yuan replied coolly as she entered the room. I saw the edit of your first episode. Tang Lin Yuan is getting too close to you. It could lead to trouble once it airs. Luo Yuan had assumed that while Tang Lin Yuan might be fond of Luo Yan, he would at least exercise some restraint during the show. Instead, he appeared eager for the world to know. Had he forgotten that he once dismissed an actress for deliberately creating rumors through staged encounters? The internet possesses a memory. The double standards are glaringly evident, and only Luo Yan will face the trouble. Chapter 42. Just right. The little one is ticklish upon hearing Liu Wan's words. Luo Yan felt a slight embarrassment. Sister, did you watch for a day or 3? 3 days, Liu Wan replied. Thinking about the events of the 3rd day, Luo Yan bashfully touched her nose. There shouldn't be too many scenes with the uncle. Right? Considering Tang Lin Yuan's stature, do you believe the scenes could be few? Liu Wan retorted with a cold smile. However, despite Liu Wan's indifferent and distant demeanor, Luo Yan could still sense a hint of concern from her. If she truly didn't care, there would be no need to engage with her at all. Sister, if I were to date the uncle. Luo Yan lowered her head, her 2 index fingers fidgeting nervously. Feeling somewhat shy, observing Luo Yan before her, Liu Wan seemed to see an adorably clumsy little Pomeranian, soft and petite, exuding a touch of cuteness. Redirecting her gaze, Liu Wan spoke in a calm voice. I have inquired about Tang Lin Yuan. If we can rule out his preference for men, you might consider giving it a try. However, as a girl, you must be cautious. Don't be swept away by flattery and end up doing everything impulsively. Li Yan's face flushed. The uncle shouldn't be interested in men, right? That requires some time for judgment. Indeed, if Tang Lin Yuan conceals it deeply, it's possible you may remain oblivious for a lifetime. She thought this way because she had previously read news about wives of gay men, some of whom had been deceived for decades, even a lifetime. The two sat at the edge of the bed, Liu Wan imparting various insights to Luo Yan, particularly regarding the show. Tomorrow, she would be recording the 2nd episode for 3 full days. And she certainly didn't want Luo Yan to foolishly be lured away. Luo Yan dutifully promised to maintain a certain distance from the uncle during the upcoming recordings. So steadfast was Luo Yan in her belief that she even sent a WeChat message to the uncle as a reminder. In the past few days, their relationship had warmed considerably. Seeing Li Yan's childlike admonitions, Tang Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. However, since she had made such requests, he certainly wouldn't wish to upset her, especially since she had mentioned Liu Wan was watching closely. Contemplating the little one's attachment to Liu Wan, Tang Lin Yuan preferred to tread carefully. After discussing matters with the uncle in front of her sister, Luo Yan repeatedly reassured Liu Wan before she finally departed. Once Liu Wan left, Luo Mama quietly pushed open Li Yan's door and entered. Sweetheart, did your sister just come to see you? Upon hearing Luo Mama's voice, Luo Yan turned to look at her. Mom, what brings you here? I just saw your sister, and I was curious, Luo Mama said, clutching a pillow, resembling a gossiping roommate in a college dorm. She merely came to discuss the variety show, Luo Yan replied. Hearing this, Luo Mama seemed to ponder something and asked curiously. Sweetheart, What is the name of your show? It's called Love in G, Luo Yan said weakly, the last few words barely above a whisper. Isn't that a dating show? Luo Mama responded, somewhat surprised. Luo Yan could only awkwardly nod. Fortunately, Luo Mama, while surprised, did not become overly excited. Sweetheart, are you looking to fall in love? Actually, it's not that serious. I just want to meet more people. Luo Yan continued to use this excuse. For what else could she say? Should she admit that she had followed her sister into the show, only to discover it was a misunderstanding? If she said that, she would surely feel humiliated. Have you taken a liking to any boys? Luo Mama inquired, genuinely curious and a bit nosy. No boys, just one man. Luo Yan replied softly to at that moment. Luo Mama also thought of Tang Linyuan. Is it that Tang Linyuan? Yes. Luo Yan nodded her small head. As for Tang Linyuan. Luo Mama wasn't too familiar with him. This matter seems quite significant. I must discuss it thoroughly with your father. Without waiting for a response, Luo Mama departed, leaving Luo Yan no time to intervene. Sighing, she thought, her romantic pursuits had barely begun. Yet it had become common knowledge at home that oh well, never mind. She should just sleep for now. When she finally awoke, it was already the time when her alarm clock was ringing its loudest. Turning off the alarm, Luo Yan reluctantly got out of bed. After finishing her morning routine and bringing her suitcase downstairs, she immediately spotted someone on the living room sofa if sensing her gaze. Tang Linyuan turned to look at her, a smile glimmering in his eyes. Good morning, uncle. Luo Yan felt slightly dazed but still proceeded downstairs with her luggage. Uncle, why are you here so early? Weren't we supposed to meet at 8? Why are you here before 7? Beside her, Luo Papa said, Luo Yan, go have breakfast first. Understood, Dad. Luo Yan obediently replied, noticing that the uncle and her father appeared to be discussing something, so she refrained from interrupting. Once Luo Yan had left, Luo Papa redirected the conversation. Luo Yan is only 20. I believe she might not be suitable for you. Actually, Mr. Luo, there's no need for such concerns that my feelings for Luo Yan are unrelated to her age, and I hope you want to measure our compatibility by age. Tang Linyuan replied calmly. Although this conversation occurred earlier than anticipated, Tang Linyuan had prepared for it countless times. It sounds nice. But if today you were 20 and Luo Yan only 12, would you still dare to speak so confidently? Luo Papa scoffed. Mr. Luo, that would be rather unreasonable. However, if that were the case, I would choose to protect her until she comes of age, Tang Linyuan stated. Luo Papa did not respond, but his expression appeared less severe. Luo Yan quickly consumed her breakfast in the dining room, feeling inexplicably that the earlier scene had been rather odd, like a meeting of parents for her relationship with the uncle. After finishing her meal, Luo Yan hurriedly exited the dining room. Dad, we might be late, so we'll head out first. What's the rush? Am I going to eat him? Luo Papa furrowed his brow slightly. Take care of yourself, and call me if you need anything. Luo Yan obediently agreed, then left the house alongside the uncle. Once they settled into the uncle's car, Luo Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. Uncle, what were you discussing with my dad just now? Nothing much. He was just concerned about you, Tang Linyuan replied with a slight smile. Ultimately, Luo Yan couldn't pry any information from the uncle, and soon they arrived at the airport. 4 hours later, they reached the city where today's South recording would take place. As it turned out, the previous instructions proved effective. In the ensuing days of recording, Luo Yan maintained a perfectly appropriate distance from Tang Linyuan. They neither became overly distant nor excessively close. They asked for how the editing would unfold later. That was beyond their control. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, they remained committed to choosing each other as their dating partners and did not opt to date others merely to maintain a suitable distance. At the conclusion of the second episode, during the evening of the third day's individual date, Luo Yan donned a beautiful evening gown as she accompanied Tang Linyuan to a banquet, feeling his warm hand resting on her waist, particularly where her dress featured a hollow design. Luo Yan found it rather heated and couldn't help but want to shy away. Ticklish? Tang Linyuan inquired softly. Luo Yan whispered, a little, when Tang Linyuan leaned down to observe the hollow design at her waist. He understood why it felt so soft and smooth to the touch, unable to resist gently stroking it. Just right. The little one was indeed ticklish. Chapter 43. Are you not kissed enough? Tang Linyuan was quite accustomed to such occasions. Exuding composure and grace in contrast, Luo Yan found herself needing some time to adapt to the entirely unfamiliar environment. Many attendees, upon seeing Luo Yan accompanying Tang Linyuan, couldn't help but wonder about her identity. As he had never before brought a female companion to such events, in the eyes of many, Tang Linyuan's solitude had become almost a norm, leading to curiosity about Li Yin's true status when she made her appearance. While they could speculate a little, they were uncertain if their assumptions were correct. After all, they dared not jest in front of Tang Linyuan, an my girlfriend, Luo Yan. Tang Linyuan introduced her with confidence and poise. Regardless of their roles in the show or the nature of their relationship, he felt entirely capable of fulfilling this position. Once he established his place, there was only forward movement. Retreat was not an option unless he faced death. Upon hearing the term girlfriend, Luo Yan was almost overwhelmed by envious gazes, a clear indication of her numerous potential rivals. "Hello everyone, I am Luo Yan," she boldly introduced herself, despite not truly knowing many of them. This was a commercial banquet, and those present were primarily from the business world, with some, like Luo Yan, being brought along as guests. Dating shows often facilitate deeper connections, yet Luo Yan was unaware of the whereabouts of the other 3 guest couples. She was evidently there to explore the uncle's world. Miss Luo is truly beautiful. She and Mr. Tang are indeed a match made in heaven. I thought so. Mr. Tang has always been reluctant to find a girlfriend. Turns out he was waiting for Miss Luo. But Mr. Tang is quite the sentimental type. Miss Luo is very fortunate indeed. Faced with a chorus of flattery, Luo Yan was acutely aware that she might not truly win the affection of so many. Their adulation stemmed chiefly from her association with the older gentleman, a fact that Luo Yan grasped with clarity, preventing her from becoming overly elated, to the point of forgetting her own surname. After exchanging some insipid pleasantries, she was led by Tang Linyuan to partake in some refreshments. Subsequently, she found herself drawn to a breezy balcony, where the photographer had been instructed to retreat to a distance, upon noticing that the older gentleman had muted his microphone again. Luo Yan realized that he could no longer contain himself and was about to become restless once more. However, this time, Luo Yan covered his mouth, insisting, "Do not kiss me." "Why not?" Tang Linyuan's low, husky voice betrayed a hint of unmasked grievance. Even more infuriatingly, he deliberately brushed against her palm, causing an involuntary tingling sensation that left Luo Yan feeling flustered and irritated. "Why do you ask? I haven't even brought lipstick, and besides, there are others present." "Then I'll be careful when I kiss you, trying not to leave a mark," Tang Linyuan replied, pulling her hand down and pinning her against the wall as he leaned in to kiss her. His lips gently brushed against hers, not delving deeply, but rather savoring the softness of her lips as he gradually enveloped her in his embrace. Such tenderness was indeed intoxicating. Lin's self-control was not particularly robust, especially when it came to the older gentleman. Her willpower faltered in his presence. She had succumbed, once again falling under his spell. Tang Linyuan, however, was not content with mere superficiality. He drew her deeper into his embrace. Kissing her until her tongue felt weak, a soft gasp broke from behind Tang Linyuan, evidently from someone who had stepped outside for fresh air, inadvertently interrupting them. "I'm so sorry," the person exclaimed repeatedly before hastily departing. The moment Luo Yan sensed another's presence, she grew anxious, yet the man before her was unyielding, continuing to kiss her. Only when he finally released her did Luo Yan find the opportunity to thump his chest, exclaiming, "You nearly gave me a heart attack. Ridiculous. I could never bear to." Tang Linyuan held her hand tightly, intertwining their fingers. "What could you possibly not bear? With so many women in the world, why linger on just one?" Luo Yan retorted, "There are countless women, yet none compare to you," Tang Linyuan declared, lifting her hand to place a kiss on her knuckles. Luo Yan shot back, "There are countless men too. What's the point of revolving around just one?" "Do you dare?" Tang Linyuan's tone darkened. Yet, Li Yan's threat sparked a flicker of concern within him. "Luo Yan, we've kissed so many times. Isn't it time for me to be made official?" "Official? You're still under evaluation," Luo Yan mumbled under her breath. "That won't do. I refuse to accept a continued evaluation. Have I kissed you too little? Then let me make it up to you today until you agree. All right?" Tang Linyuan said, leaning in again to kiss her. Luo Yan, alarmed, quickly covered her mouth. "That my tongue is already sore. Must you come again?" Though Tang Linyuan felt a pang of sympathy, he lamented, "But if you don't care for me, what can I do? Is this truly so harsh?" He asked, feigning innocence. "Even if you were to be made official, You cannot engage in peculiar antics. Therefore, whether it's sooner or later, it matters little, Luo Yan replied softly. Then let us expedite the process. Otherwise, I feel insecure. Fearing that my Luo Yan might be whisked away by a husky, Tang Linyuan said earnestly, Good heavens, when did huskies acquire such capabilities? Besides, why should a grown man require such security? Luo Yan scoffed. Thankfully, Tang Linyuan remained oblivious to her musings. Otherwise, he would have assured her that men too require a sense of security. Ultimately, Luo Yan found herself worn down, her temper extinguished. Indeed, it was the kisses that had rendered her exasperation impotent. Although she had ascended to her position through somewhat disreputable means. Tang Linyuan expressed his satisfaction. Observing the forced alteration of her contact name in his phone, Luo Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Older gentleman, do you think my parents and sister would storm your house upon seeing this name? Not at all. I shall take the initiative to visit and apologize, Tang Linyuan replied with a smile, having brought the young lady to his doorstep, merely one step shy of full commitment. Luo Yan, you truly are something else. Soon, the two departed the banquet and returned to the hotel. That very evening, her freshly minted boyfriend knocked on Li Yan's door. Upon seeing the older gentleman at the threshold, Li Yan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You should go back. Now that I am officially credentialed, I wish to embrace my girlfriend and sleep beside her, Tang Linyuan stated with utmost seriousness, his demeanor so unyielding that one might mistake him for holding a marriage certificate. Absolutely not, Luo Yan protested, stamping her foot in indignation. She could not trust this mischievous man. I'll only hold you. Without engaging in any peculiar antics, Tang Linyuan reassured her. Luo Yan crossed her arms defiantly, in no way, seeing her resolute stance. Tang Linyuan sighed. Very well. If that is the case, shouldn't you repay what you owe me? Owe you? When did I owe you anything? Luo Yan retorted, bewildered. Chapter 44. Undertaking an embarrassing task. Observing Li Yan's bewilderment, Tang Linyuan, in his frustration, instinctively lowered his head, contemplating a playful bite. However, Luo Yan cleverly evaded his advance. Unbeknownst to her, while she had indeed outsmarted him, he had seized the opportunity to close in, unable to push him away. Luo Yan crossed her arms defiantly, determined not to lose her composure. Pray tell, what do I owe you? You owe me a task to be conveyed with absolute certainty, Tang Linyuan replied, tapping her forehead lightly. What? Do you wish to deny your debt? Covering her sore forehead, Luo Yan glared at him indignantly. Do I seem like that kind of person? Indeed, Tang Linyuan asserted with mock seriousness. Li Yan's irritation intensified, observing her transformed into a puffed-up pufferfish. Tang Linyuan teasingly poked her cheek. You promised to take responsibility. Where is your action? If you think I resemble someone who shirks responsibility, then I might as well comply with your request, Luo Yan huffed. You, Tang Linyuan pinched her pert little nose, are being rather obedient now. Why were you not so earlier? Luo Yan lifted her chin with pride. This is called selective obedience. Tang Linyuan chuckled silently, leaning against the door. Come here. It's time to fulfill the task. You must promise me that once the task is completed, you will return to your own bed. Luo Yan insisted that I guarantee it. Tang Linyuan nodded slightly, having never intended to genuinely sleep beside her. That would only be a torment for himself. Luo Yan found some measure of faith in his words and felt satisfied. However, upon contemplating the content of the task requiring absolute certainty, she deemed the doorway unsuitable and promptly led him to the sofa. With a firm tug, Tang Linyuan pulled her into his embrace, declaring that the confession should occur where it began, ensuring the scene mirrored the previous occasion. How can it be the same? Last time. We weren't even in this hotel, and it was your room, Luo Yan protested, striking his chest. Unbeknownst to her, upon hearing her words, Tang Linyuan pondered deeply. Was Luo Yan suggesting they move to his room? Do not utter such nonsense. Luo Yan felt her face flush with indignation. Fearing he might provoke her further, Tang Linyuan gently cooed. All right, it was my fault. I shall refrain from speaking out of turn, adhering to the principle of completing the task swiftly. Luo Yan resolved to seize the moment. Though the thought of confessing still made her somewhat bashful, she lifted her gaze to Tang Linyuan, her ears already tinged with pink. Older gentleman, she began him. His alluring tone exuded a hint of seduction. I like you, Luo Yan earnestly declared, voicing the very sentiments that had lingered in her heart since their first encounter. In that moment, her eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, and her breath quickened. She rose onto her toes, prompting Tang Linyuan to bend down in compliance. A muffled groan escaped him as he instinctively tightened his grip around Luo Yan, the teasing sensation along his neck electrifying him. The sensitivity of his throat heightened by her soft lips and tongue left him breathless. Had it not been for the fear of inadvertently harming him, Luo Yan would have left a mark where her lips had touched. Gazing at the older gentleman, his neck exposed and inviting, Luo Yan felt a primal urge to pounce upon him. Tang Linyuan, in a state of disarray, had never felt so vulnerable. She was indeed his nemesis. Once she launched her assault, he found himself unable to withstand her advances. Having savored the long-desired sensation upon his throat, Luo Yan licked her lips, her gaze now fixated on his mouth. Older gentleman, could you lower yourself a tad? Height differences posed a challenge. If he wouldn't bend down, she could hardly reach him. With darkened eyes, Tang Linyuan struggled against the stirrings within him, contemplating escape. What if he lost control? Wouldn't that breach his promise? However, in the face of the little one's initiative, he was tempted for a decade, longing for a decade. Tang Linyuan bent down, submissively lowering his head, resembling a hedgehog that had retracted all its quills. Merely to present his softness solely to her, this softness, which no one else could touch but her, was cradled in the embrace of the older man. Luo Yan pressed her lips against his, their mouths melding together, their breaths quickening with anticipation. Just as Luo Yan contemplated pulling away, a large hand firmly grasped the back of her head, compelling her to deepen the kiss instead. The atmosphere grew heated, and Luo Yan's legs turned to jelly, relying solely on the older man for support. Tang Linyuan, exercising restraint, eventually broke the kiss, though his desire to advance further lingered. Nestled against Luo Yan's neck, he pressed a series of delicate kisses, culminating in a gentle bite on her chest. Covering her heart, Luo Yan's face flushed crimson, exclaiming, "Scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel." Fortunately, he kept his word. Tang Linyuan chuckled softly, noting that it was getting late, and he should take his leave. Luo Yan nodded repeatedly, fearing he might linger. Witnessing her unreserved relief, Tang Linyuan tousled her hair, reassuring her, "Fear not, you cannot escape. The older man has successfully established his position. Our days together are long." After bidding farewell to the older man, Luo Yan buried her face in her hands, feeling as though she might be devoured by him. That night, she dreamt a rather colorful dream, and upon waking, the warmth on her face had yet to fade. Fortunately, the older man had left for the day due to prior commitments, allowing Luo Yan to return home alone. The plane landed at a city airport, and upon her arrival, Luo Yan sent a message to the older man, informing him of her safe arrival. Luo Mama came to pick her up, treating her to a delightful meal along the way. That evening marked the premiere of Love and Progress, and Luo Yan could almost envision the headlines trending the following day. During the drive home, she overheard Luo Mama conversing with Luo Papa on the phone. Despite being married for 20 years, their relationship remained remarkably strong. Perhaps it was the rekindling of a love that could withstand the test of time? Luo Yan was unsure, but she had glimpsed their love story in the memories of her previous life. A college romance, a misunderstanding leading to a breakup, and subsequently, Luo Papa, under family pressure and having learned of Luo Mama's marriage, agreeing to wed Miss Yuan's mother. Tragically, Miss Yuan's mother died in a car accident when she was 3, and not long after, Luo Papa and Luo Mama crossed paths once more. Luo Mama had never remarried, while Luo Papa was widowed, and their hearts were still intertwined, allowing for a reunion. Suddenly, the sound of screeching brakes echoed through the phone, followed by a disconnection. In that moment, Luo Yan felt a chill run through her limbs, recalling the car accident involving Luo Papa in the original story. Could it be that she was utterly powerless to alter the course of the narrative? Chapter 45. A sudden bad premonition. The emergency room was permeated with a faint metallic scent of blood. A man, bloodied from a recent car accident, was rushed into the resuscitation room, accompanied by the anguished cries of his family. As Luo Yan and Luo Mama entered the emergency hall, they caught sight of the injured man. Although he was not Luo Papa, Luo Mama was immediately overcome with tears. "Mom, please don't panic," Luo Yan urged, striving to maintain her composure, even as fear gripped her heart, rendering her hesitant to confirm the dire news. However, at that moment, Luo Mama appeared too fragile. She required support. Luo Yan guided her to the nurse's station. "Excuse me, my father was just in a car accident on the Yinshi Road," May I ask about his condition? The one in the innermost resuscitation room. He's inside, the nurse replied before swiftly departing. Clearly inundated with tasks. Securing a position, Luo Yan hurriedly led Luo Mama to the innermost resuscitation room. The lights within still glowed, and Luo Yan settled Luo Mama onto a chair by the door. Reassuring herself that this time, Luo Papa's accident had not occurred on the highway as in the book, so it shouldn't be too grave, right? Yet, despite her thoughts, the uncertainty gnawed at her. If something were to happen to your father, I wouldn't be able to go on, Luo Mama lamented. Luo Yan embraced her, attempting to soothe her fears. Rest assured, Mom, Dad will be fine. I end the story. Luo Papa became a vegetable, even if she couldn't change that outcome. Surely he wouldn't die, would he? Yan, I'm so scared, Luo Mama confessed, her body trembling with fear. Luo Yan was at a loss for words to comfort her, praying for a successful surgery and the safety of her father. Just then, a voice broke through the tension. Darling, Yan. Luo Yan froze, and Luo Mama, who had been crying in her arms, turned in surprise to see Luo Papa being wheeled in a wheelchair. Dad? Luo Yan exclaimed. Glancing at the resuscitation room they had been waiting by. Aren't you inside? Luo Papa clarified that the one inside was Driver Wong. It seemed the nurse had been in such a hurry that she only remembered the name of the driver who needed resuscitation. Mistakenly assuming that Luo Yan and her family were his relatives. Honey, are you all right? Luo Mama asked anxiously. Seeing Luo Mama's distress, Luo Papa quickly reassured her. Don't worry, I'm really fine. I just bumped my head during the accident. I just had a checkup, and everything that needed to be done has been taken care of. And your leg? Luo Mama questioned, looking at the bandaged limb. Injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. It's nothing too serious, but it's not trivial either, Luo Papa replied nonchalantly, trying to ease her worries. Indeed, hearing him say that, Luo Mama's emotions began to stabilize. Luo Yan too breathed a sigh of relief. Although Luo Papa had been in an accident, at least he hadn't ended up like the character in the book, becoming a vegetable. Perhaps she could change the narrative after all, deciding not to dwell on it. She understood that overthinking would only lead to greater anxiety in future predicaments. After informing Luo Yuan of the accident, she learned that Luo Yuan was not in a city, but had booked a flight to return in 2 hours. Although Luo Papa's condition was not severe, he had still experienced a car accident and suffered a concussion, prompting the doctor to recommend hospitalization for observation. Around 3 in the afternoon, Luo Yuan arrived at the hospital. Meanwhile, Lu Machin, standing in the lawn area, spotted Luo Yuan making her way through the corridor. Although she was fully covered, he recognized her immediately. What are you staring at? Is talking to your uncle that boring? You might as well admire a girl, Lu Wenjue remarked, glancing in the same direction. Is she from the entertainment industry? Uncle, she's just a friend, Lu Machin replied coolly. Unconvinced, Lu Wenjue pressed on. Don't give me that. Just a friend? You wouldn't even steal a glance if that were true. You know your nature well. If you can recognize her under all that cover, you must have a crush on her. But that's not a bad thing. Wening has been gone for quite a while. Uncle, don't mention that name. Lu Machin snapped, his brow furrowed. All right, let's talk about this little star instead. What's her name? Lu Wenjue inquired. His curiosity piqued. Lu Machin chose silence. Yet Lu Wenjue was relentless. If you won't tell me, I'll just ask her myself. I believe the young lady will be gracious enough to give me face. Lu Machin remained speechless, knowing his uncle was quite capable of such antics. After learning the name, Lu Wenjue nodded thoughtfully. Luo Yuan. Not a bad name. Achunda, you're no longer a child. You should bring the young lady home. Lu Machin expressed his disinterest in the conversation. Unbeknownst to Luo Yuan, she had inadvertently crossed paths with Lu Machin's uncle. That moment, she had just entered the inpatient department, taking the elevator to the floor where Luo Papa's room was located. Having been conditioned by her mother's relatives to harbor negative feelings towards Luo Papa, Luo Yuan's relationship with him was not particularly warm, and her bond with her stepmother, Luo Mama, was even more tenuous. Upon entering the ward and witnessing the familial scene with Luo Papa, Luo Mama, and Luo Yan, she felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave. However, before she could make her exit, Luo Yan spotted her. Sister, you finally made it, Luo Yan exclaimed, rushing to the door to pull Luo Yuan inside. Observing the improvement in their relationship, Luo Papa looked on with satisfaction. Wan, weren't you outside? Why have you returned? I just finished my business and came back, Luo Yuan replied coolly. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward. Dad, sister must be worried about you, returning to check on you. You know how shy she is. You shouldn't put her on the spot, Luo Yan complained. It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked like that, Luo Papa chuckled. Luo Yuan shot a glance at Luo Yan, who responded with a sweet smile. With Luo Yan acting as a bridge, Luo Yuan conversed with Luo Papa for quite some time. Understanding the rift between herself and Luo Yuan, Luo Mama refrained from interjecting. Just then, a group of doctors and nurses entered the room. Seeing the large gathering, Luo Yan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Mr. Luo, based on your test results, we have some unfortunate news, the doctor said, holding a magnetic resonance imaging film. What is it, doctor? Luo's mother hurriedly exclaimed. Doctor, the situation is as follows. After examination, it has been determined that Mr. Luo is afflicted with a rare condition known as posterior fossa dural arteriovenous fistula, which essentially translates to an intracranial vascular malformation. Urgent surgical intervention is required to mitigate the hazards within the posterior cranial fossa, yet this procedure is exceedingly intricate and fraught with risk. Are there any specialists in this field available? Calmly, Luo Yuan replied. Professor Lu Wenjue, a neurosurgery expert, is currently at our hospital. If we could enlist his assistance for this surgery, Mr. Luo's peril would be significantly diminished. However, Professor Lu has a rather capricious temperament, making it challenging to persuade him. The doctor sighed in resignation. Chapter 46. Missing the uncle? Isn't it the doctor's duty to treat and save lives? Luo Yan remarked, somewhat speechless. Why does this Professor Lu seem indifferent to the plight of others? Upon hearing of such a doctor, Luo Yuan also felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Is he the only option? Foreign specialists would suffice as well. This operation necessitates extensive clinical experience and skill, being one of the most daunting and complex surgeries in the annals of neurosurgery. Both nationally and globally, the doctor explained patiently. This outcome is indeed disheartening, but since the matter has escalated to this point, Luo Yan and the others naturally wish to make an attempt to find Professor Lu. After all, he is present in the hospital. Perhaps he would consent to see the patient? Mom, please stay here with Dad. I'll accompany my sister to locate Professor Lu, Luo Yan declared. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan retrieved the films from the doctor and inquired about Professor Lu's whereabouts. Given Professor Lu's penchant for wandering, the doctor instructed a nurse to assist them in their search within the hospital. Eventually, the nurse spotted Professor Lu Wenjue in the distance on the lawn. Engaged in conversation with someone while clad in a white coat. As Luo Yan and Luo Yuan approached, they first noted a slender elderly gentleman standing at over 1.70 meters, only to soon recognize the presence of Lu Majin beside him. Alarm bells rang in Luo Yan's mind. Both bore the surname Lu. What connection could this Professor Lu have with Lu Majin? Recalling the original plot, where Luo Yuan, due to their father's illness and financial constraints, had signed a marriage agreement with Lu Majin, Luo Yan resolved to remain vigilant, lest her sister inadvertently plunge into another pitfall. However, in comparison to the timeline from the novel, this moment had arrived significantly earlier. In contrast to Luo Yan's apprehensions, Luo Yuan harbored fewer concerns. She was there to seek Professor Lu, not Lu Majin. Noticing his nephew's gaze shift, Lu Wenjue turned to see the girl, addressing her. You must be Luo Yuan, correct? He then playfully nudged his nephew with his elbow, jesting, Ah Chun, a young lady has come seeking your attention. Though Luo Yuan had initially appeared fully armored, she had since shed that guise, yet her attire remained unchanged. He was hardly senile enough to fail to recognize her. Observing Luo Yuan's countenance, Lu Wenjue silently approved. His nephew indeed had discerning taste, for she was quite the striking young woman as Luo Yuan approached. She greeted him. Hello, Professor Lu. Lu Wenjue glanced at his nephew, scratching his nose awkwardly. Why are you seeking me, young lady? Aren't you looking for our Achin? He gestured conspicuously towards Lu Majin, not looking for him. Luo Yuan replied coolly, her tone detached and distant, suggesting genuine disinterest rather than an act of feigned modesty. Meanwhile, Luo Yan, who had initially stood to the right of Luo Yuan, now maneuvered around to her sister's left front. Directly confronting Lu Majin in a protective stance, Lu Wenjue observed this scene with intrigue. Could it possibly be a love triangle? At this point, Luo Yuan had articulated her purpose for seeking the professor, presenting their father's medical films and requesting his assistance with the surgery. Recognizing the gravity of the discussion, Lu Wenjue led them to his temporary office. After reviewing the films, he stated, The surgery itself is not overly problematic. However, I have a personal issue. What personal issue could you possibly have? Luo Yan inquired, puzzled, noting his robust health. Is it not concerning that I am constantly fretting over my nephew's lack of a partner? To the point where I cannot muster the enthusiasm for surgery? Lu Wenju sighed in exasperation. Lumajin. He added. Luo Yuan and Luo Yan exchanged glances, both slightly annoyed. Professor Lu, if you truly insist on such remarks, your medical career may very well be jeopardized by him. Is it not quite normal for someone to be single? Not a single female contestant even expressed interest in him on the last dating show. I was merely going through the motions. Lu Majin gritted his teeth. And I have completed that phase. I won't be featured in the next season. I am indifferent to that. I simply find you quite appealing. Young lady, Lu Wenjue remarked, directing his attention towards Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was genuinely taken aback, as she had not anticipated being thrust into a matchmaking scenario with the very professor from whom they sought assistance. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yin grew anxious. Isn't this forcing my sister back into a perilous situation? Absolutely not. My sister is not compatible with him. He is unworthy of her. Luo Yin firmly opposed the notion. She sensed that if her sister were to become entangled with Lu Majin, it could lead to dire consequences, filling her with an inexplicable sense of dread. Lu Wenjue initially intended to casually play matchmaker. He certainly wouldn't force the issue. Yet, seeing Luo Yan's resolute demeanor, he grew irritated, asserting, my nephew is quite remarkable, handsome, well-built, and with a brilliant mind that could easily earn him a fortune. It is not he who is unworthy. Rather, it is your sister who does not measure up to my nephew. That is preposterous, Luo Yan exclaimed, slamming her hands on the table, her frustration palpable. What is so special about your nephew? He is as cold as an air conditioner. Lacking both charm and social grace. As for looks, does he surpass my sister? In terms of physique, can he compare to her? It is he who is unworthy of her. As Lu Wenjue and Luo Yan faced off, neither was willing to concede. The debate raged on, each staunchly defending their position. Ultimately, Lu Wenjue declared, I will not perform the surgery. I have a business trip tomorrow. Unless it involves family, I won't be proceeding. Dream on, Luo Yan scoffed, pulling Luo Yuan away. Once outside the office, Luo Yan, exasperated, placed her hands on her hips. This is infuriating. Sister, we absolutely cannot capitulate to this malignant force. Observing her sister's furious demeanor, Luo Yuan couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. And indeed, she broke into laughter, playfully pinching Luo Yan's cheek. No surrender. Yet, if circumstances truly left them with no alternatives, Luo Yan, knowing few people in this situation, contemplated seeking assistance from the uncle. Lao Shu, she called out. Yes? Did you miss me, Lao Shu? Of course, I was thinking about you. Are you familiar with the condition known as intracranial vascular malformation? What of it? My father has been diagnosed with it and requires surgery. However, it appears challenging to find a suitable surgeon. Rest assured, leave this matter to me. With the assurance from her uncle, Luo Yin felt a sense of relief. Although her father's condition was dire, there was no need for everyone to crowd the hospital. Luo Yin and Luo Yuan were instructed to return home, while their mother remained to care for their father. Before departing, Luo Yin made a quick trip to the restroom. Upon exiting and searching for Luo Yuan to head home together, she received a message from her sister. Luo Yuan, you head home first. I have some matters to attend to. Initially, Luo Yin paid little mind to it, but as she reached the hospital entrance, she spotted a fully armed Luo Yuan getting into Lu Majin's car. What on earth is happening? Has my sister been whisked away by a husky? Chapter 47. Marriage License. Tonight is the wedding night. Luo Yin anxiously dialed Luo Yuan's number. I'm sorry, the number you dialed is currently in use. Upon discovering the call had been dropped, she couldn't help but spiral into overthinking, feeling a surge of panic. Was she truly incapable of altering the course of events? The flapping wings of a Siberian butterfly could unleash a disaster. Yet here she was, a mere butterfly incapable of instigating any change. Although her father had not succumbed to a vegetative state, as in the original plot, Luo Yuan was still ensnared in a web with Lu Majin due to their father's illness. All her efforts seemed futile in the end. The more she pondered, the more despondent she became, ultimately leading her to weep at the hospital entrance. Perhaps it was the nature of hospitals that rendered tears commonplace. Onlookers regarded her with a mix of sympathy and offered words of comfort. A small child, waddling over with tiny steps, handed her a tissue, saying, "Sister, Mommy says to take care of yourself." Hearing the soft and earnest voice, Luo Yan looked up to see a young mother nearby, encouraging her with a gesture of support. Luo Yan found herself both amused and bewildered, and just then, she fell into a familiar and comforting embrace. "Why are you crying here, Yin Yin?" Tang Linyuan gazed down at the little one in his arms, unable to fathom how she had faced distress out of his sight. Uncle, for some reason, despite having composed herself, felt the tears welling up again upon seeing him, unable to hold back any longer. Cradling his cherished treasure, Tang Linyuan gently patted her back, soothingly murmuring, "It's all right, Yin Yin, don't cry." Yet the more he tried to comfort her, the more she felt the urge to weep, with no other recourse. Tang Linyuan had no choice but to lift the little girl into the car. After all, bringing her to meet her future father-in-law in such a state would likely lead to misunderstandings, with him being perceived as a bully. When Secretary Lu saw her boss return, she was not particularly surprised. "Boss, are we heading home?" Tang Linyuan replied, then turned his gaze to the sobbing Luo Yan in his arms. "You haven't eaten, have you?" Luo Yan shook her head. "Then how about we go to the uncle's house for a meal?" Tang Linyuan gently inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yan nodded her little head, nestled in the embrace of her uncle. She turned and wiped her tears on his shirt, leaving a damp patch on his white dress shirt. Tang Linyuan, seeing this, was not bothered. He was willing to be her comfort, regardless of the manner in which it was expressed. "All right, should we tell the uncle why you're crying?" he softly asked. Thinking of how Luan had gotten into Lu Maxian's car and had even hung up on her, Luo Yan felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. She felt utterly useless, longing for change, yet unable to effect any. "What does Yeyun want to change? If you can't change it, the uncle can help you," Tang Linyuan said in a light tone, though his seriousness was unmistakable. Observing the uncle, who had never appeared in the pages of her book, Luo Yan hesitated. After all, Lu Maxian was the male lead. What if the uncle clashed with him and became a mere pawn? With that thought, Luo Yan tightened her grip around her uncle's waist. "Never mind, I won't change anything, that I'll work hard on my own." I want to drag the uncle into this. How could such a wonderful uncle become a pawn? As the car drove into a luxurious villa, Luo Yan, still weary from her tears, only truly awoke when her uncle carried her out. Upon entering the dining room, she was greeted by an array of delectable dishes laid out just for her. Having visited before, the chef had remembered her preferences, preparing only her favorites today. However, unlike previous visits, Luo Yan's appetite was clearly lacking. Even with Tang Linyuan's encouragement beside her, she could only manage a few bites before setting down her chopsticks. Tang Linyuan, though resigned, could not bring himself to pressure her to eat, thinking that if she grew hungry, he could always have more food prepared. When the phone rang, Tang Linyuan furrowed his brow slightly. Observing this, Luo Yan quickly finished the piece of fish he had given her. "Uncle, go answer the phone. Don't mind me." Seeing her eat, Tang Linyuan nodded and set down his chopsticks to take the call. Sitting at the dining table, Luo Yan felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Her mood was far from pleasant. Her gaze wandered, landing on a nearby wine cabinet. When Tang Linyuan returned from his call, he found Luo Yan clutching a tall glass of red wine. Unlike the elegant young ladies of noble families, she resembled a little hamster, hugging the glass with both hands, tilting her head for a sip. Then another. The little hamster, indulging in her drink, looked up at Tang Linyuan and suggested, "Uncle, this wine is really good. What made you think to drink wine?" Tang Linyuan asked softly. "I just wanted to," Luo Yan mumbled, adding, "I'm 20 now, an adult, so I can drink. I'm not saying you can't drink. At 20, you can even marry." Tang Linyuan chuckled, reassured that since they were at his home, he had no concerns about her getting drunk. Luo Yan downed nearly half the bottle, leaving her feeling a bit dizzy. "Uncle, hug me." "All right, come here," Tang Linyuan replied, lifting her onto his lap. "Is that enough drinking? What's bothering you so much? One might think you've suffered a heartbreak." "Heartbreak?" Luo Yan gazed at him, slightly dazed, cupping his face with her hands. "Uncle, do you like someone else?" "Don't be silly," Tang Linyuan said, exasperated, looking at the little tipsy girl in his arms. "Indeed, I'm all alone. There's no place for me here. I want to go home. I want to leave." As she spoke, Luo Yan attempted to stand, but Tang Linyuan held her tightly. Hearing her protest, Tang Linyuan's eyes darkened. "You're not going anywhere." "No, I want to go home." This isn't my home, Luo Yan insisted, feeling out of place, as if she were always on the outside looking in. This is your home, little one, Tang Linyuan stated firmly. Having lost her once, he would not allow her to slip away again. The little one had quite the nerve, thinking of escaping. He would not permit it. Faced with his stern demeanor, Luo Yan pouted in grievance. This is your home, uncle, not mine. Seeing her stubbornness, Tang Linyuan, frustrated, sealed her lips with a kiss. After a long moment, he finally released her, breathless. This is Yuan's home. Would you let your uncle provide you with a home? My home? Luo Yan replied, a bit dazed. Would you marry your uncle? I'd give you a home and even my life. Tang Linyuan said, his voice slightly hoarse, laced with tremors and apprehension. Time passed agonizingly slowly, and Tang Linyuan felt his heart sinking further into despair until, at the brink of hopelessness, he heard her reply, okay. The following morning, Luo Yan awoke in her uncle's embrace, her mind still foggy, as fragments of memories flooded her thoughts. While it was not as disjointed as her previous champagne experience, she found herself bewildered by the scattered recollections. As her gaze fell upon the red book on the bedside table, a freshly minted marriage certificate, relief washed over her when she noticed she was still in her pajamas and felt no discomfort. Just as she exhaled in relief, Tang Linyuan stretched out his long arm and pulled her close. What are you thinking about, Tang? Nothing, she quickly replied, wary of revealing her thoughts to him. The man chuckled lightly. No need to rush. Tonight is the wedding night. The wedding night? Lian's face turned crimson. Uncle, I'm still young. Not too young. You can eat, Tang Linyuan reassured, patting her little head. Chapter 48. He is indeed not a paragon of virtue. Reassure my foot, Luo Yan retorted, feeling anything but comforted, her heart racing in a panic. What on earth was happening? How had she awakened as a married woman? As her memories gradually sharpened, Luo Yan recalled the events of last night, after she had agreed to marry her uncle. He had urged her to think it over carefully. Perhaps she had truly been intoxicated, her mind clouded, yet she had insisted on marrying him. Thinking of how she had dragged her uncle into obtaining their marriage certificate, Luo Yan could not help but pull the covers over her face. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head, and she pulled the covers down, turning to rest on her uncle's chest. Uncle, doesn't the Civil Affairs Bureau close at night? Seeing the eager glimmer in her eyes, Tang Linyuan gently stroked the nape of her neck. What do you want to say, Yin? Does the Civil Affairs Bureau being closed cast doubt on the authenticity of our marriage certificate? I didn't mean that, Luo Yan whispered, her tone betraying a hint of hope. Perhaps she was still an unmarried maiden. Doubts are futile. For this lifetime, your uncle will never let you go, Tang Linyuan murmured. Placing a kiss atop her head, with her flushed face resting against his chest, Luo Yan could feel the intensity of his emotions that in comparison, she felt her own affections for him were somewhat lacking. Yet how could such a remarkable uncle not make one's heart race? With that thought, she leaned in closer, planting a kiss on him. Feeling a soft touch on his lips, Tang Linyuan was momentarily taken aback by her initiative. Just as he was about to deepen the kiss, she raised her hand to press against his lips. But I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Tang Linyuan couldn't help but laugh. Promptly getting up, Luo Yan gasped as he scooped her up and carried her towards the bathroom. Uncle, what are you doing? Put me down. Taking Yun to wash up, he replied, holding her as one would a child. Resting her on his strong arm, Luo Yan clung to his neck, fearing she might fall. However, as the bathroom drew nearer, she felt a twinge of panic. Uncle, can't I go by myself? No, with a soft click. The bathroom door shut behind them. Inside, as the sound of running water filled the air, Luo Yan finished brushing her teeth and attempted to escape, only to be caught by Tang Linyuan, who swiftly spun her around and pressed her against him. Where do you think you're going without washing your face? He chided, setting her on the sink. He then dampened a towel with warm water and wrung it out. Close your eyes. Luo Yan obediently complied. And the next moment, she felt the soft warmth of the towel against her face, each stroke careful and gentle as he continued. Luo Yan couldn't help but giggle. What are you laughing at? Tang Linyuan's voice was husky with sleep, brimming with affection. Uncle, is this your first time helping a girl wash her face? Luo Yan teased. Tang Linyuan couldn't help but smile back. Yes, it is my first time, and no wonder you are being so gentle. I am not a fragile glass doll that shatters at the slightest touch. Luo Yan spoke softly, then pressed the uncle's hand, vigorously rubbing the towel across her face. After finishing, she swayed her legs and asked, "Uncle, may I leave now? You didn't take a shower last night. Are you not planning to wash up?" Tang Linyuan remarked quietly. Glancing at the nearby shower and bathtub, Luo Yan weakly inquired, "Uncle, haven't you washed yet either? Do you wish to shower together with me?" Tang Linyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "No, I merely think you should wash first. I will come later." Luo Yan chuckled and hurriedly dashed out. Showering together? How could she escape that? Watching Luo Yan flee from the bathroom, Tang Linyuan was unhurried and began his shower after shutting the door. The sound of water splashing resumed, and in an effort to divert her attention, Luo Yan decided to look at the marriage certificate. According to what the uncle had just said, the marriage certificate was likely genuine. Holding the certificate in her hands, she opened it to find a photo of herself and the uncle. In the picture, she wore a radiant smile, her head slightly tilted towards the uncle. He, in turn, had a smile playing at the corners of his lips, with warm affection evident in his eyes. Just looking at the photo evoked a sense of happiness. As she gazed at it, Luo Yan couldn't help but smile. Marrying the uncle didn't seem so bad after Luo Yan's true identity has been unveiled. Observing the unfolding events, Luo Yan couldn't help but marvel at the swiftness of the netizens. Within a single night, they had stripped Xiao He Lian of her pretense, leaving her with naught but her undergarments. The so-called revelation of Tang Lin Yuan's romantic entanglement was merely a snippet from a dating show. A clear ploy for attention. However, it was undeniable that fans relished every moment as for Luo Yan's dubious past. It comprised merely the minor incidents associated with Xiao He Lian, coupled with some green tea quotes and White Lotus sentiments previously aired on Weibo. Luo Yan had successfully been branded with the dual labels of green tea and White Lotus. Furthermore, her true identity was intertwined with Luo Yuan, which also brought to light the underhanded tactics Luo Yan had employed against Luo Yuan in the past. It was hardly surprising that Luo Yuan harbored animosity towards Xiao He Lian. Had it not been for the protagonist's halo, Luo Yuan might have found herself thwarted in her career by Xiao He Lian's machinations. As Luo Yan engrossly perused the incriminating evidence against Xiao He Lian, she felt little impact, perhaps due to the latter's notoriety. After all, she was merely a spectator reveling in the drama. When Tang Lin Yuan entered the room, he found Luo Yan intently scrolling through her phone, exhibiting a remarkable level of seriousness. However, upon realizing the content of her screen, his expression darkened, declaring, "I shall take care of this immediately," in stark contrast to the older man's agitation. Luo Yan remained remarkably composed, retorting, "Uncle, the entire nation is discussing this. You cannot suppress it." Everyone craved an outlet for their frustrations, especially since she had ensnared a man who had eluded many. Now, she had effectively brought him back to her lair, or rather, she had entered his domain. Clearing her throat, Luo Yan mused that allowing them a couple of days to vent their feelings was inconsequential. After all, they would only be left to envy her in the future. This thought brought a flicker of pride to Luo Yan, prompting her to ask, "Uncle, when will I return home? My sister has been inquiring." "Return home?" Tang Lin Yuan looked down at the little one beside him, pondering, in Yan Yan's heart, isn't this place already home? It seemed she lacked a sense of belonging. Luo Yan suspected he was about to utter some flirtatious nonsense. Sure enough, he leisurely replied, "No worries, once the wedding night passes, I believe Yan Yan will undoubtedly feel a sense of belonging to our home." Chapter 50. I wish to drink a glass of wine for courage in the afternoon. Luo Yan reclined in Tang Lin Yuan's embrace as they watched a film. The specifics of the plot eluded her, and it was hardly her fault. She had wished to enjoy the movie. But someone had other ideas. Originally, she had intended to watch a comedy, yet the uncle preferred a romance. Luo Yan had thought, who would have guessed the uncle had a sentimental side? Thus, she decided to accompany him. However, it soon became evident that her assumptions were misplaced. Whether or not the uncle was sentimental remained a mystery, but the film's intimate scenes were rather abundant, causing her to be caught off guard by his spontaneous kisses. The uncle reveled in such playful affections, and she, the unwilling victim, resolved to stick to animated films in the future. After all, watching foreign romance movies left her on edge. What if they ventured into restricted content? Once the film concluded, Luo Yan found herself cradled in the gym. Not particularly fond of exercise, she languidly settled on the sofa, declaring, "My legs are weak. I don't wish to work out. You can sit here and watch your shows. I'll handle it myself." Tang Lin Yuan decided to expend some energy, considering Luo Yan's youth. He didn't want to frighten her too much, upon realizing she was free from the obligation to exercise. Luo Yan perked up, hugging a cushion, and watching the uncle as he worked out. It must be said, the uncle's physique was undeniably impressive. She had noticed that clearly during their visit to the hot springs. Yet, it seemed that the uncle appeared somewhat different while exercising. After breaking a light sweat, Tang Lin Yuan casually removed his shirt, revealing a sculpted torso that exuded a primal allure. As time passed, and sweat trickled down, a glistening sheen enveloped his muscles, radiating a potent masculine energy. Watching this version of the uncle, devoid of his usual elegance, Luo Yan felt a flush of heat creeping onto her cheeks, chiding herself for staring like a lovesick girl. She murmured softly, averting her gaze, only to steal another glance moments later. After 2 hours in the gym, the uncle had burned a considerable number of calories, all of which Luo Yan promptly replenished. Indulging in cake and milk tea, she reflected on her decadence, pondering that one day she would undoubtedly regret her indulgences. But for now, she decided to continue her indulgent ways. The uncle seemed to carry her around wherever he went, even insisting she remain seated on the couch to watch variety shows while he showered. The afternoon slipped away unnoticed, and finally, Luo Yan recalled something she had forgotten. She had yet to return her sister's call. "Uncle, where's my phone?" she inquired, tapping on the bathroom door, unsure of its whereabouts. She remembered placing it there to charge, but then it seemed to have vanished. Dressed in loungewear, Tang Lin Yuan opened the door. Steam billowing out from the bathroom, enveloping Luo Yan's face. "Wasn't it charging?" he queried, perplexed. "I recall it being on charge, but now I can't find it," Luo Yan replied, then added, "I still need to call my sister back. Otherwise, she'll surely worry." In response, Tang Lin Yuan assured her, "I've already called her, explaining that the production team required us to record on short notice, so we have moved on to the next city." Luo Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for his efficiency. "Come, let's go eat. I've asked Uncle Wang to prepare your favorite dishes," he said, leading Luo Yan downstairs. Feeling inexplicably rushed, Luo Yan found the meal to be an arduous affair, especially with someone constantly watching her. "Uncle, can you please eat properly?" she lamented, on the verge of tears. Tang Lin Yuan skillfully peeled a large shrimp for her, placing it in her mouth. "Eat more. I think I'll pass." "You should eat more," she replied weakly. "Does Yan think the uncle hasn't eaten enough?" he teased, a smile playing on his lips, considering the fact that the uncle had devoured 2 bowls of rice. She thought he was fine, but what if he continued to eat and couldn't release his pent-up energy? After being fed to the point of fullness by the uncle, Luo Yan rubbed her belly, declaring, "Uncle, I've eaten too much. I need to digest this. How about a couple of rounds of murder mystery games?" Tang Lin Yuan suggested. The thrill-seeking Luo Yan perked up instantly, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, after an hour of successfully navigating the murder mystery with her uncle, Luo Yan, still wanting more, clutched at her tablet. "Uncle, I want to keep playing," she pouted. "No more. It's our wedding night, and every moment is worth its weight in gold," he stated, lifting her off the sofa and carrying her upstairs. Luo Yan was momentarily stunned, but in the next instant, her cheeks flushed crimson. "I don't want to sleep yet. The uncle wants to sleep." He chuckled softly, covering her heated face. Luo Yan could hear her heart pounding like a drum. "Can I take a shower first?" Any chance to delay was seized, and she finally found an excuse. After personally escorting Luo Yan to the bathroom, Tang Lin Yuan stood at the door, gently urging, "No rush. Take your time." "Uncle, I haven't got my clothes," she reminded him. "Do you need anything?" he inquired with a smile. "Yes, I need it desperately," she thought, though it seemed she was the only one who felt that way. As she dawdled in the shower, the heat on her face refused to dissipate, and her rapid heartbeat persisted. The thought of what was to come made her anxious. It wasn't that she had never contemplated such matters. She had overheard many private conversations in her college dorm after the lights went out. She had even considered the idea of dating, but had never encountered a man who caught her fancy, thus never taking the plunge. Now, faced with the reality, she felt an overwhelming wave of nerves. No, she needed a drink to bolster her courage. "Uncle," Luo Yan called out. Tang Lin Yuan, engrossed in reading instructions, was momentarily startled by her voice. "What is it?" "Yan, I want to drink a glass of wine to build my courage." Luo Yan weakly murmured that having a drink truly served to bolster her courage, as she had yet to reach the point of inebriation. Tang Lin Yuan felt that he, too, might require a little fortification. 10 minutes later, the two found themselves seated, sipping on wine, with Luo Yan managing to finish one glass, while Tang Linyuan had partaken of several, observing that Tang Linyuan, despite not displaying any outward signs, appeared to be even more anxious than herself. Luo Yan couldn't help but chuckle, which in turn eased her own tension. Seeing Luo Yan smile, Tang Linyuan set down his glass and stepped forward, enveloping her in his arms and kissing her. The intoxicating aroma of wine lingered on their lips, and whether it was indeed the alcohol that emboldened her, Luo Yan found herself no longer resisting. Unconsciously, she was laid upon the soft bed, his movements gentle as kisses cascaded down her neck, gradually descending further. His hand glided over her fragrant shoulder, deftly removing the obstructive sleep robe, revealing her fair, supple shoulders, which captivated him utterly. Chapter 51. Two inexperienced fledglings. His hands, not as smooth as her skin, bore a slight roughness, igniting a tingling sensation as they traversed her body. This unfamiliar feeling elicited both fear and a hint of curiosity about the unknown within her. Suddenly, her mind erupted like fireworks, and Luo Yan found herself involuntarily gasping in response. Her soft, plaintive voice, tinged with helplessness, struck Tang Linyuan as a hook, drawing him in irresistibly. Before long, an electric current surged between them. Gazing at Luo Yan before him, Tang Linyuan's eyes darkened further. Although Luo Yan often envied her sister Luo Yuan's 30-60 figure, she was blissfully unaware that to a man, she herself was the ultimate temptation. Her cascading black hair lay spread across the sheets, and her porcelain-like face bore a faint blush. When her eyes fluttered open, the edges were slightly reddened, exuding an innocent yet alluring charm that moment. A sheen of perspiration gathered on Tang Linyuan's forehead. Despite his attempt to appear seasoned in matters of love, the truth remained that he too was a novice, yet he concealed his inexperience well. For as long as he remained silent, no one would suspect otherwise. Unbeknownst to them, their garments had gradually slipped away. Reality proved that two inexperienced fledglings inevitably faced trials. Neither Luo Yan nor Tang Linyuan could escape this fate. One capable of enduring while the other was not. Luo Yan felt not only the agony, but also the sting of betrayal. She had not wished to cry, yet pain overwhelmed her, rendering her tear ducts uncontrollable, transforming her into a veritable weeping willow. Fortunately, Tang Linyuan had prepared himself in advance. Unlike Luo Yan, who was an absolute novice, he could be considered a seasoned beginner, with a solid grasp of theoretical knowledge and the practical application to boot. Given time, his learning capability would surely lead him to excel. Engaged in their passionate encounter until the early hours, Luo Yan succumbed to sleep, occasionally sobbing softly even in her dreams, clearly exhausted from the ordeal. In a previous life, he had been left to mourn her lifeless body in the rain, never daring to reveal his affections for he had felt utterly unworthy. Now, he finally held her in his embrace. And in this lifetime, she was truly his. A delicate whimper roused Tang Linyuan from his reverie. Looking at the weary Luo Yan asleep in his bed, he gently lifted her into the bathroom. She remained oblivious, too fatigued to stir. After changing the sheets and tucking Luo Yan back under the covers, he retreated to the bathroom for a cold shower. An inexperienced fledgling had taken his first steps into the world of intimacy, savoring the taste of its pleasures yet unable to sate his hunger. But who could blame him when the object of his affection was the girl of his dreams? He had no choice but to shoulder this burden alone. In a foggy haze, Luo Yan began to awaken, feeling an itch at her chest. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the elder gentleman had risen before her. "Big uncle," she croaked, her throat aching. In stark contrast to her weariness, Tang Linyuan appeared invigorated. It was peculiar, akin to the principle of yin and yang. She was utterly drained. Watching Luo Yan rub her neck, Tang Linyuan leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss upon her lips. "Today, I shall have Uncle Wang prepare some nourishing dishes for you." Recalling the tears she had shed from the torment of the previous night, Luo Yan flushed with embarrassment and retorted, "Will you eat it once I've recovered?" "Your words hold merit." Tang Linyuan chuckled softly, playfully lifting the little one to his mouth, for only a fool would refuse to continue indulging. He intended to care for her diligently, hoping to fill her up sufficiently this time. He believed his expectations were modest, yet reality seemed to hold a different narrative. "Rogue," Luo Yan whispered, feeling her throat throb and not wishing to engage in further conversation. That rogue is your husband now. Tang Linyuan replied, planting another kiss on her slightly swollen pink lips. Luo Yan, unwilling to converse, turned her back to him. However, the moment she moved, her delicate face contorted in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Tears brimmed in Luo Yan's eyes as Tang Linyuan noticed and frowned. Is it still that painful? Should I call a doctor? The impending tears were successfully stifled by Tang Linyuan's words, and Luo Yan, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, buried her face in the blanket. You should be the one to see a doctor. She was not the one in need of medical attention. How could he even suggest that? Gazing at the frail little figure ensconced in the sheets, Tang Linyuan mused that his precious girl seemed to be best suited for a pampered existence. Though she had just awakened, it wasn't long before Luo Yan felt sleepy once more. Big uncle. I want to sleep. I'll have Uncle Wang prepare some porridge. Eat a little before you sleep. Tang Linyuan, unwilling to let her go hungry, quickly donned a pair of pants and hurried downstairs to fetch the porridge. By the time he returned, Luo Yan had already drifted back to sleep. So tired? Tang Linyuan sighed. Yet understanding the toll of the previous night, he cradled her in his arms, whispering, Yin Yin, eat a bit of porridge before you sleep. Awakened from her slumber, Luo Yan was disinclined to speak and merely turned her head, burying herself in Tang Linyuan's chest, her actions clearly indicating her refusal. With no other option, Tang Linyuan took it upon himself to feed her, coaxing her to take bite after bite. When she finally refused to eat any longer, he quickly finished the remaining porridge in a few mouthfuls, then returned her to the warmth of the blankets for a more restful sleep. To prevent his little one from awakening and thinking he was a heartless man, Tang Linyuan settled onto the nearby sofa with his laptop to work, having missed a day at the office yesterday and planning to skip today as well. Coupled with upcoming filming commitments, he had a plethora of tasks to address. However, before tackling those, there was another matter to resolve. The director of Love in Progress, He Guang, had eagerly awaited a call from his boss. We will reconvene tomorrow. There's no need to go today, Tang Linyuan stated calmly. According to the original schedule, both he and Luo Yan were supposed to head to the next dating city today. Given that this episode had seen Lu Mukin withdraw and new guests join, their absence from the preliminary interactions was technically unacceptable. But with the sudden turn of events, Tang Linyuan, gazing at the sweetly slumbering girl wrapped in blankets, decided that it was best for her to rest peacefully. He Guang remained silent for a moment before responding. Tang Zong, besides you, who else is there? Isn't it quite evident? Tang Linyuan raised an eyebrow, a subtle hint of delight in his expression that He Guang realized that Luo Yan, with her captivating charm, had indeed captured Tang Linyuan's heart. Chapter 52. Luo Yan's fever. Big Uncle administers medicine. The one who had captivated the charming little cabbage had little regard for anything else. After briefing He Guang on the necessary details, Tang Linyuan focused intently on his work, for while he had secured a wife, the next step was to ensure her well-being. Discussions online regarding Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan continued to escalate. As she had suspected, having captured Tang Linyuan's attention, she ignited both envy and admiration, making it impossible for others not to vent their frustrations. Yet, despite this, Tang Linyuan had no intention of allowing his little wife to bear the brunt of their jealousy. Though he held the title of husband, he still pondered if this was truly how a man should behave. He pays no heed to others. After all, he himself does not wish to witness it. Consequently, since last night, a legion of so-called analysis experts has resurfaced online, meticulously dissecting a mere snippet of footage featuring Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan. Analyzing it ad nauseum, they have drawn an array of conclusions, asserting that it is Luo Yan who is clinging to their esteemed Tang actor, when it is glaringly evident that it is Tang Linyuan who has set his sights on the charming young lady, persistently drawing closer to her. Those who dared to voice such opinions faced a barrage of criticism from Tang Linyuan's ardent fans, whose tenacity should not be underestimated. However, as more individuals began to engage with these analyses, the truth became increasingly apparent, rendering disbelief impossible. That it is clear to any discerning observer that whether it was the initial friendly banter and intimate interactions on the first day or the subsequent attempts to sneak away on the second day, it was undeniably at Tang Linyuan's behest. In the end, a netizen summarized, the esteemed Tang actor, having reached a certain age, naturally finds himself smitten by a fresh-faced young lady. Yet, even as this matter fades, Luo Yan's personal image continues to draw criticism. However, Tang Linyuan finds himself at a loss. He has yet to fully comprehend the situation of his young wife. Although he remains indifferent, be it a matter of reincarnation or resurrection, she, evidently, will not foolishly approach him. Time flows steadily, and as Tang Lin Yuan becomes engrossed in his work, he loses track of it. After attending several meetings, he finally takes a break, only to discover that 3 hours have elapsed. Observing Luo Yan still sweetly asleep in bed, he approaches the edge of the bed and gently rescues her flushed face from beneath the covers. Why is it so red and so hot? Realizing something is amiss, Tang Lin Yuan rushes downstairs to fetch the medicine box. He then measures her temperature with an ear thermometer, 39.5 degrees. He is genuinely taken aback that Luo Yan has developed a fever. To mitigate the likelihood of this, he had specifically given her a bath before bed last night, yet she still fell ill. Luo Yan, in a daze from the fever, vaguely hears the uncle urging her to take medicine. What medicine? I'm not sick. Instinctively, she resists, turning her lips away from the cup. Once, twice so. Hearing the uncle's resigned sigh beside her, Luo Yan, still dazed from the fever, fails to react in time before being restrained. The bitter medicine is poured into her mouth, and this time, she cannot refuse. She has no choice but to swallow it down. The two of them share the bitter taste of the medicine. And when Tang Lin Yuan finally manages to feed her, he feels a sense of torment. Though he is duly licensed, the experience remains tantalizingly out of reach. After placing Luo Yan back in bed, he employs a method he found online for physical cooling, bringing a basin of warm water to wipe her down. Tang Lin Yuan muses that he might need to learn the calming mantra, for his heart is anything but tranquil. He simply cannot settle. His fervent gaze sweeps over Luo Yan, and after a moment of contemplation, he identifies the root of the problem. Once he finishes wiping her down, he steps out of the room with his phone in hand. Gu Lei, who is working at the hospital, answers Tang Lin Yuan's call. What is up, Lin Yuan? Is there something you need me to handle? Do you have any medicine? Tang Lin Yuan replies in a low voice. Injured? The medicine box I prepared for you should have everything essential. Just tell me what kind of medicine you need, and I'll let you know the name so you can find it yourself. To A.S. Tang Lin Yuan's personal doctor, Girly, knowing his friend only reaches out for significant matters, had prepared a medicine box for him. The last time he was called over, he thought something serious had occurred, only to find that it was merely to assist Luo Yan with a minor injury to her foot. Tang Lin Yuan reflects that the type of medicine he requires is likely not present in the box. What is the ailment? Girly, intrigued, inquires that it's for an injury after the first time. What should be applied there? Tang Lin Yuan feels a tad embarrassed, but going out to buy it seems even less feasible. Girly pauses for a moment, then asks, after the first time, did you perhaps get overly excited? Is there bleeding? Is it painful? It's not me. Tang Lin Yuan retorts, feeling somewhat exasperated. Oh, I look that weak? It must be Luo Yan, the little girl. Girly is taken aback. Tang Lin Yuan can only respond with a resigned acknowledgement that, oh my, you beast, she's barely of age, and you didn't think to take it slow. Girly sighs, never having imagined his friend could be such a beast. She's 20, and I'm duly licensed. Tang Lin Yuan emphasizes the phrase duly licensed, clarifying that he is not engaging in unlicensed activities. Girly sighs in resignation. All right, I'll have Ching bring the medicine over right away. You beast, remember to take good care of her. You were with Xiang Qing when she was still under 20. Tang Lin Yuan states calmly, asserting that if anyone is the beast, it is clearly the other party. Moreover, they were merely dating, while he and Luo Yan are husband and wife, perhaps sensing Tang Lin Yuan is pressed for time. Xiang Qing quickly arrives with the medicine. I'll go help Luo Yan with her medication and then leave. No need. I can manage myself. Tang Lin Yuan declines firmly. Administering the medicine is not difficult, and he sees no reason to let another person witness his young wife's body. Not even a woman. As Luo Yan drowsily receives the medication from Tang Lin Yuan, the coolness alleviates some of her internal heat. However, this brief moment of administering the medicine proves quite tormenting for Tang Lin Yuan. When Luo Yan awakens, she feels sticky from perspiration. Having sweated profusely, she hardly feels comfortable. Hearing some commotion, Tang Lin Yuan approaches. Taking her temperature once more, 37.6 degrees, still a slight fever. Why do I have a fever? Luo Yan ponders, surprised at her own frailty. It's all right. After you eat something, take your medicine again, and the fever will subside quickly. Tang Lin Yuan reassures her gently. Luo Yan nods slightly, then softly says, Uncle, I want to take a bath. reflecting that bathing is also a method of physical cooling. Tang Lin Yuan readily agrees. All right. With that, he pulls back the covers and carries Luo Yan into the bathroom. Despite their intimate encounter the previous night, Luo Yan still feels quite bashful. Uncle, I want to wash by myself that you're still running a fever. What if you get weak and fall? Tang Lin Yuan responds earnestly, though whether his inner thoughts are as serious as they appear remains a mystery. Tang Lin Yuan spoke with utmost seriousness, yet his actions hardly reflected those of a conventional person. Soon, he set aside the towel in his hand and remarked, Yin Yin, Uncle is feeling a bit weary. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan's eyes brightened. Then, Uncle, you should rest and I can manage the washing myself. However, Tang Lin Yuan insisted, but Uncle also wishes to take a bath. His voice was low and husky. Luo Yan pointed towards the nearby shower area, saying, Uncle, why not wash over there? I promise I won't peek. Tang Lin Yuan scrutinized her with suspicion. Really? Absolutely. Uncle, do you think I would lie? Luo Yan retorted, feeling somewhat exasperated that Uncle could think such a thing of her, as if she would sneak a glance. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Lin Yuan shook his head. Uncle still doesn't believe you. Luo Yan was left speechless, pondering how Uncle had become so peculiar today. In the next moment, she heard the familiar proposal. To prevent Yin Yin from peeking, it would be better for Uncle to wash in the bathtub. Uncle, I'm still in the tub, and you're worried I might peek? Aren't you concerned I might touch? Luo Yan pouted. Uncle, you're being quite ridiculous. No, I'm not worried. It was evident that Uncle had developed a thick skin, impervious even to bullets. In a swift motion, he shed his clothes, and before Luo Yan could escape the bathtub, he had already stepped in. The tub, designed for a single occupant, felt cramped even with just the two of them. With the limited space, contact between them was inevitable. Luo Yan contemplated making her escape. Uncle abruptly pulled her back, causing her to tumble onto him. His large hand settled on her lower back as Tang Lin Yuan gazed down at Luo Yan, resting upon his chest, surprised by her fiery enthusiasm. Clearly, it was Uncle who pulled me. Luo Yan huffed, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Yes, it is Uncle's fault. Would you allow Uncle to apologize to you? Tang Lin Yuan's hand glided from her lower back downwards, covering her soft curves. Luo Yan couldn't help but squirm. This isn't an apology. When one apologizes, they vow not to repeat the mistake. What about you? As the saying goes, walking the same path as others leads nowhere. One must forge their own unique route. So, Yin Yin, rest assured, Uncle may apologize, but I guarantee I will repeat the mistake next time. Tang Lin Yuan maintained a serious demeanor. Luo Yan felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. She was not at all reassured. She had never heard such a saying, and it was evident he was speaking nonsense. Yet he made it sound so convincing. Moreover, she could feel something pressing against her. Having spent half the night together, even with a low compatibility score, Luo Yan had a vivid impression of it. Fearing further discomfort, she shifted slightly. Uncle, it still hurts, seeing the frightened look on her face. Tang Lin Yuan tenderly kissed her. Be good. Uncle will take care of you and make sure you don't hurt. But I am still a patient. Luo Yan emphasized her status as a patient. With a resigned sigh, she thought, although she had the right to be here, why did he have to be so pitiful? Not only was he unable to eat well, but the little one was also delicate. Tang Lin Yuan lifted her slightly, his gaze intense as he looked at the little woman before him. Yin Yin, you haven't eaten meat. Uncle desires some meat soup. Meat soup? Luo Yan pondered for a moment, then leaned down cautiously to kiss Uncle's thin lips. Following this, she imitated Uncle's usual manner, giving a little lick. As she executed her clumsy little gesture, Tang Lin Yuan couldn't suppress a soft chuckle, immediately pulling her closer by the nape of her neck and kissing her back forcefully. However, the little one mustn't think this kiss could be considered meat soup, for a man who craved meat would hardly be satisfied with mere broth. Chapter 54. The film Emperor Tang is enamored with her beauty. The taste of medicine lingered between their lips, yet Tang Lin Yuan managed to extract a hint of sweetness from it, from a tempest to a gentle breeze. Gradually, he had Luo Yan completely under his control. She was no match for Uncle and had no expectations of overthrowing him. If one day she were to rise as a queen, it would likely be because Uncle had willingly laid down for her to prevail. Once released, Luo Yan gasped for breath. Uncle, I'm so tired that I want to sleep. That if you sleep too much, you'll turn into a little pig, Tang Lin Yuan teased. his hands exploring the sensitive flesh at her waist beneath the water. Feeling a tingling sensation spread across her waist, Luo Yan murmured softly, "But I am a patient. I should be resting. Even patients should balance work and rest. Moreover, your temperature has already dropped. Lying around constantly isn't necessarily beneficial." Tang Linyuan replied. Luo Yan considered this. Having just awakened, she wasn't particularly tired, only desiring to get out. Hearing Uncle S' words, she nodded slightly. "Then I'll go for a walk. A balance of work and rest?" "No need to go to such lengths," Tang Linyuan said softly, adding more warm water to raise the temperature back to a comfortable level. Soon after, he took hold of Luo Yan's delicate hand and whispered something in her ear. Luo Yan's eyes widened in surprise, but she soon became anxious. "Uncle, you can't lie. You promised." Her soft, fragile voice was utterly tempting, making it hard for Tang Linyuan to resist. However, he was a man of his word. Since he had vowed not to eat her, he wouldn't eat yet. While he might not indulge in her, he was determined to savor a hearty bowl of meat soup. "Yan, I feel unwell," Tang Linyuan rasped. Looking at the man before her and considering her own safety, Luo Yan acquiesced, embarking on a path of endurance. After more than half an hour, Tang Linyuan finally released her, having enjoyed a bowl of meat soup. He felt revitalized. After a quick rinse in the shower with Luo Yan, he returned to the room. The moment he lay on the bed, Luo Yan rolled herself into the covers, lamenting how arduous her situation had been. Her hands felt as if they belonged to someone else. Observing the little one facing away from him in a huff, Tang Linyuan sighed. "Yan, are you hungry?" "Not hungry," Luo Yan replied indignantly. "If you're not hungry, let us apply your medicine first," he stated, retrieving the medication from the bedside table. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he gently patted her little bottom through the covers. "Be good, don't fuss. If you don't apply the medicine, Uncle 1T feels sorry for you anymore." Remembering where the medicine needed to go, Luo Yan lowered the covers slightly, exposing her face. "I can apply it myself." "But how will you do that? You can't see it. An ineffective application is inadvisable," Tang Linyuan explained as he lifted her entirely into his arms. Although Luo Yan wanted to argue, she found herself unable to do so. "Don't worry. Uncle has experience. I won't hurt you," he reassured her softly, putting on a disposable glove. "Where did you gain this experience?" Luo Yan couldn't help but question, recalling that Uncle had said she was his first love. "I helped you apply medicine once before," he replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan blushed, thinking he might have been teasing her. "Don't worry, such matters are solely for Uncle to handle." Tang Linyuan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Clearly in high spirits, Luo Yan's heart raced, feeling embarrassed at being helped with her medication, so she covered her face with the blanket. Yet, this only heightened her sensations. Finally, after a painstaking application of the medicine, Luo Yan declared, "I want to get dressed." She had never been one to nap, and she knew that if Uncle lay down, she would find it hard not to worry. Ultimately, she slipped into a nightgown. And then there was nothing more to be said. "Uncle, I'm hungry," she said, patting her little belly. Her earlier claim of not being hungry had been a lie. She had only consumed a small bowl of porridge that morning. So how could she not be hungry? Observing the pitiful little creature, Tang Linyuan took her temperature and said, "Wait here. Uncle will fetch you something to eat." Before long, he returned with a tray bearing porridge and light side dishes. "Today, as circumstances are special, you should eat something mild. Once your health improves, Uncle will treat you to something delicious." Luo Yan nodded obediently, eating spoonfuls of porridge and small bites of side dishes. After feeding Luo Yan the porridge, Tang Linyuan remembered he had matters to attend to. Now, should he take a nap or engage in some phone time? Luo Yan extended her delicate hand. Phone. Retrieving Luo Yan's phone from the drawer and placing it in her hands. Tang Linyuan advised, "Drink plenty of water. You need to stay hydrated when you have a fever. Uncle will go take care of some things and return to keep you company. You go ahead." "Uncle, don't worry about me," Luo Yan replied, powering on her phone. "All right," Tang Linyuan said as he tidied up and settled onto the nearby sofa to continue working. Hearing Uncle's previous admonitions, Luo Yan had assumed he would retreat to an office, only to find him within her line of sight. Placing a pillow against her waist for comfort, she began tapping on her freshly powered phone, feeling as though she had forgotten something important. Finally, upon seeing her Weibo feed, she recalled, "Uncle." Hearing her voice, Tang Linyuan looked up. "What is it? Aren't we supposed to go to Haishur today?" Luo Yan suddenly realized that they were meant to travel to the next date city, starting the third phase of their individual dates tomorrow. Moreover, it was rumored that Lu Moxian would be exiting, making way for a handsome new addition. Upon witnessing Luo Yan's realization, Tang Linyuan was unsurprised. I've already spoken with the director. I initially planned to fly over tonight to begin the date tomorrow. However, considering your current health, I intend to revise our original plans. Are we not going there? Luo Yan inquired, her expression tinged with confusion, for she had indeed signed a contract and felt a twinge of concern. There's no need to worry about the local date. I will coordinate with the director. Tang Linyuan reassured her. With the elder's words, Luo Yan's worries began to dissipate. Curiously, she scrolled through Weibo, only to discover a plethora of analytical posts emerging out of nowhere, alongside a strange trending topic. Tang Yingdi is coveting her beauty. Upon clicking on this trending entry, she found a multitude of individuals dissecting the instances where Tang Linyuan had flirted with a young lady during the show. Some clips astonished Luo Yan. Many details she had overlooked as a participant became glaringly obvious when viewed from an omniscient perspective. Then came the ever-popular exposed posts, revealing the myriad of scandals surrounding the little black lotus. Suddenly, a headline caught Luo Yan's attention. Breaking: Tang Linyuan is secretly married. Her heart skipped a beat, and her hand trembled slightly, a wave of guilt washing over her. Chapter 55. Is watching others kiss interesting? Has it been exposed? Luo Yan still found it hard to believe. Yet, recollecting her own visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau with the elder, even if it was in the evening, a sense of bewilderment settled over her. At that moment, she couldn't help but tap her head in frustration. Although she vaguely remembered the events of that night, a certain detail eluded her. Could it be that she was simply too overjoyed? This thought made her feel a tad embarrassed. Shaking her head, perhaps due to a mild fever, she felt slightly dizzy. After sipping some water, though it seemed a rather straightforward piece of advice, she recalled the elder's words about the importance of hydration. After finishing her drink, Luo Yan reopened the thread. The next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. Who was this? Initially fearing that their relationship had been uncovered, she was instead confronted with the revelation of another woman. The post claimed that Tang Linyuan's secret spouse was none other than supermodel Su Wire, one of the few actresses rumored to have been linked with him. Although those rumors had been swiftly dismissed, the fact that they had collaborated on a film, albeit she had merely made a cameo, had led many fans to ship the pair to Su Wire, celebrated in the fashion industry for her angelic beauty. Was affectionately dubbed Angel Wire. Currently, she was associated with a sports brand under NG Group, serving as their international spokesperson. In recent years, she had also ventured into acting, participating in numerous projects. The post revealed several instances of Su Wire and Tang Linyuan discreetly attending the same dinner events, and even shared photos of them entering a hotel together. One particular image even captured them kissing inside a car. As Luo Yan gazed at that photograph, she couldn't help but glance at the elder nearby. Feeling a sudden discomfort in her heart, retracting her gaze, she continued perusing the post. If the evidence had merely suggested the possibility of an underground romance, it could have been overlooked, but further claims emerged that Tang Linyuan had recently ordered an engagement ring. That very afternoon, Su Wire joyfully showcased her engagement ring on social media, announcing her acceptance of her boyfriend's proposal and their recent marriage registration, requesting well wishes from everyone. However, she refrained from disclosing her husband's identity. Citing his unavailability to publicly address the matter, as netizens pieced together the clues, it became evident that Su Wire's husband must be Tang Linyuan. The reasoning behind her reluctance to reveal his identity was clear. Tang Linyuan was currently participating in a dating reality show. While there had been instances of male contestants concealing relationships while flirting with female participants, to marry and register during the show's run would indeed be excessive, causing significant emotional turmoil for the female contestants. Consequently, many individuals flocked to Su Wire's Weibo to offer her sympathy, believing she had endured considerable hardship by watching her newlywed husband flirt with another woman on television. Yet, Su Wire denied that her husband was Tang Linyuan, refusing to divulge his identity. This only fueled speculation among netizens, who surmised that she was merely shielding Tang Linyuan that moment. In Su Wire's studio, her manager, Song Go, remarked with a grin, "Wire, your strategy is brilliant. You've effortlessly capitalized on Tang Yingdi's fame. Knowing that he is a traffic magnet, I was genuinely concerned about your declining popularity, but now I can breathe a sigh of relief, seated on the couch in a red dress. Sue Wire admired her freshly done nails, musing, if it weren't for the need for audience engagement in the film, I wouldn't want to drag Tang Yingdi into this. Although we took precautions, denying his identity in the photos that were taken years ago still leaves me a bit uneasy. Don't worry. In a couple of days, we'll privately apologize to Tang Yingdi. After all, this wasn't intentional, Song Gu reassured her. Unbeknownst to Luo Yan, all of this was fabricated. She remained fixated on the photo of the kiss. Comparing the profile in the image to the sharply defined features of the elder, discovering an uncanny resemblance, Tang Linyuan, sensing her occasional glances, cast a few curious looks her way, once able to focus on his work. He found his mind wandering, ultimately surrendering to the moment and rising to the edge of the bed. What are you looking at? Luo Yan instinctively attempted to cover her phone, but Tang Linyuan had already caught sight of what appeared to be a photo of two individuals kissing. He picked up her phone, casting a quick glance. Sitting at the bed's edge, he leaned in and kissed her softly, propping himself up with one hand against the wall behind her. Luo Yan glared at him. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. After a lingering moment, Tang Linyuan grumbled, "Is watching others kiss amusing? You refuse to let your husband kiss you, so it seems some outside dogs have caught your attention?" "Humph. Those outside dogs have no business meddling in our affairs," Luo Yan retorted. "The outside dogs are inconsequential. You should focus on your husband," Tang Linyuan murmured. Luo Yan turned her head away, her pout eliciting a sense of bewilderment from Tang Linyuan. He promptly grabbed his phone, determined to uncover the identity of the dog that had piqued his wife's interest. Upon discovering the source, Tang Linyuan couldn't help but chuckle. The dog was none other than himself. Amused, he found her jealousy endearing. Hearing his laughter, Luo Yan felt her cheeks grow warm, turning to glare at him with faux ferocity. "You still dare to laugh? This is clearly fabricated. My clever Yan shouldn't be deceived." "Should she?" Tang Linyuan teased, playfully pinching her cheek before leaning in to plant another kiss on her lips. "Fabricated?" Luo Yan scrutinized the image, finding it quite convincing. "How can you be so certain? Perhaps it was merely a moment captured." "Along with those photos of you entering the hotel." Tang Linyuan chuckled again at the mention of the hotel, explaining, "Staying at a hotel is entirely normal during work, just like when we recorded the show. We also stayed at the same hotel. Staying at a hotel does not equate to an illicit rendezvous." Luo Yan understood this, yet she couldn't shake her skepticism regarding the nature of Tang Linyuan's hotel visit with Sue Wire. Particularly due to the authenticity of that kiss, as Tang Linyuan's words trailed off, Luo Yan found herself drawn to his next statement. He took her delicate hand in his, asserting, "In this industry, there are many who seek shortcuts. I must be candid. My door has often been knocked upon during the night, but rest assured, I have remained faithful to you. Dad, you're just trying to charm little girls. Back then, you didn't even know me. How could you promise to remain faithful?" Luo Yan mumbled that you've misinterpreted. "My dear, that I don't merely charm little girls. I have transformed them into young women, and thus I now enjoy enticing young women." Tang Linyuan's voice was both alluring and suggestive, sending shivers down Luo Yan's spine, particularly as the implications of his words evoked memories of their previous night together. Chapter 56. Luo Yan, "I am pure. I am merely pretending," with a startled gasp. Luo Yan found herself swept from the bed and onto Tang Linyuan's lap. Unaccustomed to the sensation of the open air beneath her skirt, she felt a surge of discomfort. Tang Linyuan's hand found its way to her lower back. Inquiring, "Is this comfortable?" She conceded, acknowledging that his gentle ministrations alleviated the tension in her sore back. As he continued to knead her back with one hand, the other held his phone, draping over her shoulder. Despite his busy hands, he enveloped her in his embrace, his attention drawn to the sensational post. "This Sue Wire doesn't leave much of an impression on me. After all, she's a supermodel and your company's spokesperson." Luo Yan found it hard to believe that Tang Linyuan could lack any memory of her, as men are often captivated by beautiful women, just as she is by handsome men. Moreover, as a supermodel, her figure must be exceptional. This thought compelled Luo Yan to glance down at her own chest, noting that a supermodel's assets would surely surpass her own. Tang Linyuan, perceptive as ever, immediately recognized the turmoil in her thoughts. He was puzzled by her apparent misunderstanding of her own physique. He cherished her petite form, yet she often lamented its size. Lowering his gaze, he mused, "What is it that you find lacking? Clearly adorable." Yet there is no need to rush in altering the thoughts of the little wife. They have ample time ahead of them. After teasing the little one for a while, Tang Linyuan resumed his gentle massage of Luo Yan's waist. Just moments ago, Yin Yin had misspoken again. She was merely a spokesperson for a brand under the MG group, and was not yet worthy of representing their group. In that instant, Luo Yan seemed to realize something. Had she inadvertently hooked a big golden turtle? Given the immense allure of the outside world, she must keep a close watch on the uncle, lest he be lured away by those wild foxes. Tang Linyuan softly cautioned her. Luo Yan replied, "The legs belong to the uncle. If he truly wishes to leave with someone, I cannot hold him back." Tang Linyuan pressed a kiss to Luo Yan's lips and asked, "Would you like me to share a good method with you?" With her hands cradling his face, Luo Yan's countenance radiated with a sweet smile. "Shall we transform you into a little doll and carry you around on my waist?" Tang Linyuan shook his head solemnly, declaring that his method was undeniably effective. Intrigued by his assertion, Luo Yan urged him to elaborate. As long as you keep the uncle well fed, he certainly won't be snatched away by those wild foxes. Tang Linyuan spoke with utmost seriousness. Luo Yan, now wearing a serious expression, retorted, "That statement is anything but serious." She shot him an indignant glare, knowing he was teasing her. Did Yin not believe what the uncle said? Tang Linyuan pinched her cheek gently. Luo Yan, reluctant to answer, found that despite her refusal, Tang Linyuan had a knack for continuing the conversation. "Let me clarify for you. The adult world is quite simple. If the uncle hands over all his provisions, he becomes nothing more than a poor boy without any means, who would still regard a poor boy with disdain." Luo Yan was taken aback, comprehending his words instantly. As a girl who grasped things quickly, she felt a touch of embarrassment at that moment. She wished she could be like those utterly naive protagonists in novels, completely oblivious to such matters. "Uncle, I don't understand what you're saying." She blinked innocently that a soft chuckle resonated in her ear as Tang Linyuan rested his chin on her shoulder, his chest vibrating with laughter. Luo Yan felt her face flush, as if he could see through her act of innocence. "Would you like me to rephrase it more plainly for you, so that you can understand it clearly?" he teased. "Rephrase." Luo Yan quickly shook her head, then held her slightly dizzy head, saying, "Uncle, I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. Perhaps I should take a short nap?" Observing the little ostrich that was Luo Yan, Tang Linyuan chuckled as he gently placed her on the bed. "Very well. Once you're well rested, we shall discuss the matter of keeping you well fed." As she nestled under the covers, Luo Yan thought to herself that she did not wish to delve into such embarrassing topics. Initially, she only intended to evade the uncle, never truly intending to fall asleep. Yet she found herself drifting off. Meanwhile, Tang Linyuan returned to his office on the sofa, promptly sending the post that Luo Yan had just seen to Secretary Lu. Under normal circumstances, he would have ignored such posts, knowing they would fade away within days. However, since it had caught the little one's attention, he made an exception. Half an hour later, in Su Wire's studio, she pondered what to have for dinner while scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, the office door swung open with urgency, revealing her manager, Song J at My little ancestor. "Are you still in the mood to lounge around?" he exclaimed. "What's the matter, Song Go?" Su Wire asked, calculating her caloric intake for the day. As maintaining her figure was imperative, the lawyers from MG Group have sent a letter. "What do you think we should do?" Song Gu replied. Exasperated, he regretted listening to Su Wire's advice. "Surely, we've been discreet enough. How could they possibly take action against us?" Su Wire countered. "They specifically called me to say that if they wished to investigate, they could uncover everything by tonight. However, it seems that Tang Yingdi has no intention of escalating matters. They merely want us to apologize promptly." Song Gu sighed. Su Wire furrowed her brow, puzzled by how the situation had escalated without achieving their goal. Why did she now have to apologize? Typically, this man would not concern himself with such trivialities. Was he perhaps worried about the little female guest's feelings? This thought made Su Wire feel a pang of bitterness. She had once considered seducing him, only to face constant failures. Now, he had been charmed by a scandal-ridden little white lotus. How could he have such poor judgment? Luo Yan was blissfully unaware of these developments. When she awoke, the world outside was cloaked in darkness. Emerging from her cocoon, she heard the man's cool, magnetic voice resonating within the room. Groggily, she sat up, feeling the urgency to relieve herself at the same time. Tang Linyuan, in a meeting, caught sight of the awakened Luo Yan. After glancing at the time, he decided to expedite the meeting's progress. Thus, when Luo Yan emerged moments later, Tang Linyuan had concluded his discussions. "Little lazy pig, it's time to head downstairs for a meal," he said, pinching her cheek lightly. "Uncle, have you not eaten yet?" Luo Yan inquired. Checking the time on her phone, "It was already past 8. That I wasn't hungry until I saw you," Tang Linyuan replied. Luo Yan thought to herself, "The uncle is quite troublesome. Why can I always discern the double meanings in his words?" She felt as if she was no longer innocent. Chapter 57. Isn't a compliant little boyfriend delightful? Tang Linyuan effortlessly lifted the little girl into his arms, carrying her downstairs with ease. His little girl was too light, and it seemed he needed to ensure she was well fed. After her brief slumber and subsequent freshening up, Luo Yan finally enjoyed a ride downstairs in her exclusive vehicle. With her temperature returning to normal, Luo Yan was finally able to indulge in food beyond porridge, although she opted for a light meal. After savoring her meal, both she and Tang Linyuan felt satisfied. Once they returned to the room, Luo Yan checked her Weibo again, only to find that the post she had seen earlier had vanished. Not only that, but discussions surrounding the matter had also dissipated. While perplexed, Luo Yan did not dwell on it, trusting the uncle's explanation that everything was fabricated. However, did he truly remain unaffected? A supermodel, and a rather attractive one at that. Luo Yan thought of her father in the hospital. Although she had called her mother the day before, she had been in a daze all day and feared worrying her. Without hesitation, Luo Yan dialed her mother's number as soon as the call connected. Her mother's cheerful voice greeted her. "Darling." "Mom, are you still at the hospital?" Luo Yan inquired. "Yes, your father has several tests to undergo over the next few days. Once the results are in, we can schedule his surgery. Thankfully, Mr. Liu is assisting us. Otherwise, your father's surgery would be perilous. I've heard that this procedure is exceedingly difficult, and there are only a handful of people willing to perform it," her mother expressed with relief. Although Luo Yan felt grateful, she could not dismiss the fact that Lu Majian's assistance, though significant, could not compensate for everything. Some might argue that while she had witnessed the original plot, those events had not yet unfolded in her current reality and perhaps would not at all. Yet Luo Yan thought, given the potential for such occurrences, why gamble on the improbability of them not happening? Moreover, Lu Majian's first love was a tangible presence. Their past love was profound, and Luo Yan did not believe it would have no bearing on the present. Furthermore, she was aware that the first love was a drama queen, always seeking trouble, particularly with her sister. The world was filled with countless men. Surely one would be more suitable for her sister. At the very least, she could focus on her career first, and later nurture a compliant little boyfriend. Wasn't that delightful? "Darling. What's wrong?" Her mother's voice pulled Luo Yan from her thoughts. "I'm fine, Mom. I'm just a bit tired and zoned out," she replied. "Right, you recorded a program today, didn't you? Your father is fine. He is not in any pain, just cooperating with the examinations. The surgery arrangements are mostly sorted out. You should enjoy yourself," her mother reassured her. Luo Yan quickly agreed, although she felt a twinge of guilt, akin to the sensation of secretly dating behind her parents' backs, fearing discovery. Catching sight of the marriage certificate not far away, she pondered when she should come clean about it. She felt a bit cowardly. After hanging up, Luo Yan anxiously sent her sister an emoji. "Luo Yan, obedient JPG Luo Yuan. Have you made a mistake?" Luo Yan, "Sister, I've been quite well behaved lately." Luo Yuan, pretending to be obedient is often a cover-up for having made a mistake. Luo Yan found it difficult to respond to that. "Luo Yan, I'm just a little mischievous and happy." JPG this time, Luo Yuan was at a loss for words, looking at the screen displaying the exuberantly bouncing monkey. However, when she imagined that monkey's likeness in Luo Yan, a subtle smile graced her lips. Initially, Luo Yuan was not averse to the birth of her sister. In fact, she had anticipated it somewhat. Yet as time went on, the incessant nagging and Luo Yan's actions diminished her fondness for her sister. After all, who would cherish someone who pretended to be obedient while secretly undermining them? She was no masochist. "Luo Yuan, I heard the program team has just recruited a male guest around your age. Would you like to consider going on a date with him tomorrow?" "Luo Yan, I'll think about it." Luo Yan truly dared not speak, as she had not flown over today at all. If her sister were to discover that she was still with the elder man, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. Luo Yuan remarked. "Very well, consider it for yourself. If you feel it, then go on a date," Luo Yan replied. After all, I just woke up not long ago. Even though I know we are recording tomorrow, I won't be able to sleep early. After finishing her shower and taking her medicine again, Luo Yan pulled the elder man along to engage in a murder mystery game. However, after completing 2 rounds, Luo Yan's phone was confiscated, and she had to go to sleep. Lying in bed, embraced by the elder man, Luo Yan felt the restless hands upon her body, causing her cheeks to flush in the darkness. Elder, we agreed to sleep. I'll play a bit longer before sleeping, Tang Lin Yuan replied, growing increasingly restless. Luo Yan felt helpless. While she couldn't deny him the meat, it seemed unreasonable not to allow him to nibble on the scraps. Fortunately, considering Luo Yan's physical condition, Tang Lin Yuan was not reckless, managing to restrain his desires just in time. Although they did not reach that point, after being teased for half an hour, Luo Yan felt utterly exhausted and fell into a deep slumber in the elder man's embrace. With the fragrant warmth nestled against him, Tang Lin Yuan calmed his inner desires that he was not in a hurry. He had already secured his prize and savored the taste, so why fear the absence of future opportunities? After all, haste would spoil the broth. Once Luo Yan's health was restored, then they could truly indulge for the long term. However, despite this reasoning, the night was somewhat difficult for him. Once Luo Yan fell asleep, he took a cold shower, then slipped under the covers, feeling the chill of the water as he wrapped her in his arms. When he embraced Luo Yan, he felt her coldness resisting him momentarily. But alas, his dominance rendered her refusal ineffective. The following morning, when Luo Yan awakened, she instinctively rubbed against the pillow she was hugging, only to realize it was not as soft as she expected. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing directly into the elder man's eyes. How delightful! She had been snuggling against his chest, which explained the lack of softness. Cautiously, she poked at his chest muscles, discovering they were rather firm. Are you satisfied, Yin Yin? Tang Lin Yuan playfully pinched the cheeks of his drowsy wife. The texture is quite nice. Luo Yan chuckled in response that I in tandem with Luo Yan's words. Tang Lin Yuan countered. Indeed, the texture is quite pleasant. Luo Yan, why are you so flirtatious so early in the morning? Sensing danger, Luo Yan attempted to rise, but the elder man pulled her back, asking, where are you planning to go? I want to get up. It must be late by now, Luo Yan replied earnestly. No rush. After a whole day of rest, I want to see if you are fully recovered, Tang Lin Yuan said, leaning over her, their gazes locking with mischievous intent. How perilous! Luo Yan quickly shook her head, feigning innocence. Elder, I still feel pain. Luo Yan could not let Tang Lin Yuan see her as anything but pure. Thus she deceived him. Tang Lin Yuan sighed softly, his eyes betraying endless sorrow. Luo Yan, perhaps before you, I should present myself as more innocent. Chapter 58. On set visit. Greetings, Madam President. How about we check the time first? Luo Yan suggested, poking towards her phone. Tang Lin Yuan chuckled softly. Are you worried about the time, Yin Yin? No, I merely wish to avoid this calamity, she thought, but could not express it aloud that it's only 8. Tang Lin Yuan noted, Is it already 8? Luo Yan exclaimed. Elder, you forgot. We agreed to start recording at 9, and you need to go to the company first. We have a script today. As she spoke, Luo Yan began counting on her fingers. Recording starts at 9. That we need to get up now, wash up, have breakfast, and then leave. There isn't enough time. Now that you mention it, there truly isn't much time. Tang Lin Yuan conceded. We must hurry. The shorter the time, the less favorable it is for your precise performance. Luo Yan eagerly nodded. Tang Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you have fully recovered. You no longer mention pain. I do feel pain, Luo Yan weakly added. Little liar, I will indulge you again tonight, Tang Lin Yuan said, reluctantly letting her go, recognizing the time was indeed too short. However, on the bright side, an extra day of recovery could yield even better results. Having narrowly escaped a predicament, Luo Yan decided not to dwell on the evening's events, embracing a philosophy of acceptance after both had washed up. Luo Yan donned a delicate green dress, which paired charmingly with her youthful appearance, much to the delight of the elder man. Tang Lin Yuan, having dressed for the day's recording at the company in a white shirt and black trousers, embodied the essence of a capable president. It was said that Tang Lin Yuan possessed a uniquely handsome face, highly versatile in appearance. Indeed, this was true. When clad in a suit, he resembled a strategic mastermind. In armor, he became a decisive general. With glasses adorning his face, he transformed into an elegant scholar. At that moment, Tang Lin Yuan retrieved the tie but did not immediately put it on. Yin. Could you help me tie this? As Luo Yan applied skincare to her face, she glanced at the tie in his hand. Elder, I don't know how to tie a tie. She genuinely did not know. She had never had a boyfriend, and thus had never learned that I will teach you, Tang Lin Yuan said, taking her hand and guiding her in tying the tie. Luo Yan earnestly attempted to learn. Yet the result fell short of the elegance with which Tang Lin Yuan tied his. Determined, she undid her work and tried again. But the outcome was still less than satisfactory. Suddenly, she resembled a wilted eggplant, defeated. Elder, I can't do it. She surrendered the tie. You should just do it yourself. Seeing her dejected expression, Tang Lin Yuan lifted her chin and kissed her softly, after a lingering kiss upon her tender lips. He finally released her, saying, This is a punishment. We shall continue tomorrow that if you can't tie it well, there will be further penalties. Luo Yan puffed her cheeks, her misty eyes fixed upon him. Elder, you are bullying me. Indeed, I only bully you, Tang Lin Yuan replied, shoving a tie into her hands. Go on, practice diligently. Determined to avoid daily bullying, Luo Yan clutched the tie, resolved to practice thoroughly. After applying sunscreen and lipstick, she tied her long hair into a high ponytail. Radiating vitality, noticing her lipstick placed on the table, Tang Lin Yuan picked it up and slipped it into his pocket. After the two descended for breakfast, they set off for the location agreed upon with the production team. Their individual date today was scheduled at Tang Lin Yuan's MG group. To be precise, it was a date recording for Luo Yan's on-set visit, also known as an office date, compared to outings. Today's date promised to be far more effortless for Luo Yan. While Tang Lin Yuan could balance work with their rendezvous, he who had no authority to oppose his boss's decisions. What was he to do but comply fully? After handing Luo Yan over to the production team, Tang Lin Yuan turned to head to the company, awaiting her arrival with the crew. Upon arriving at the office, he selected a spot for the installation of fixed cameras. And once everything was prepared, he stepped back. Meanwhile, Luo Yan and the filming team successfully arrived at the entrance of MG Group. The security guard immediately recognized her and boomed, "Good morning, madam." This declaration startled not only the filming crew, but also Luo Yan. "Hello. I'm not. Good morning, Madam President." "Good morning, madam." With no avenue for denial, Luo Yan accepted the title. As a receptionist approached with a smile, "Good morning, madam. The president has been waiting in his office. Please follow me." Given that cameras were already set up in Tang Lin Yuan's office, there was no need for sudden surprises, as today was all about the office date format. Walking from the entrance to the elevator, Luo Yan received repeated greetings of "Good morning, madam," which left her somewhat desensitized. Initially surprised, she soon realized they likely perceived her as the elder man's girlfriend, akin to how female participants in dating shows are introduced by their male counterparts when visiting their filming locations. Yet, the way she heard it felt distinctly different. Arriving at the door of Tang Lin Yuan's office for the first time, curiosity piqued her interest. She knocked gently, only to hear his cool voice call, "Come in." Upon receiving permission, she pushed the door open, meeting his gaze across the desk. "Elder, I've come to visit." Upon seeing her, a hint of warmth flickered in Tang Lin Yuan's eyes as he removed his glasses and approached her. Yan, come here." Luo Yan stepped forward, enveloped in his embrace, and felt her cheeks pinched gently. "It seems you have fared quite well these past few days. Your little face has gained some roundness." "How shameless you are, elder. I have not lost weight in these 2 days," Luo Yan retorted playfully. "Perhaps it is due to the good meals you've been enjoying?" Tang Lin Yuan spoke with utmost seriousness. Behind them, the staff of the program observed the natural intimacy between the two, feeling as though they were not merely attempting to portray a romantic relationship for the show, but were indeed a genuine couple. However, there was nothing amiss with that. One was tall and handsome, while the other was petite and charming, creating an undeniable chemistry when standing together. Upon meeting, the uncle embraced her affectionately, causing Luo Yan's cheeks to flush slightly. She couldn't help but wonder, given the uncle's dog tendencies, if today's office rendezvous would be anything but simple. Chapter 59. The Rascal. Intentionally startling her, it was evident that an office date was considerably more relaxed for Luo Yan. After a day of recuperation, her body felt nearly restored, yet she remained somewhat reluctant to venture out, especially in such sweltering heat on a day as hot as this. it was far more comfortable to remain in the office, enjoying the air conditioning while playing games or watching short dramas. Seated on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, she could gaze out over a significant portion of a city. One could not deny the enviable location of the MG Group building. Tang Linyuan was quite aware that Luo Yan was a little lazy, lacking the desire to frolic about. She had the heart of a homebody. Thus, after settling her on the sofa, he presented her with a tablet, having downloaded games and even subscribed to a video platform for her enjoyment. Luo Yan accepted the tablet, obediently nodding her head, indicating that he need not worry about her boredom. She could easily entertain herself for an entire day. Yet, that was not all. Tang Linyuan opened the drawer beneath the coffee table, revealing it brimming with an assortment of snacks, all from their brand, Help Herself. The tablet also contained an app for ordering drinks or desserts, which would be delivered from the cafeteria. He continued to open several other drawers, each filled with various snacks, none repeating. The sight of such a bounty prompted the cameraman to capture a close-up of the treats. A moment of undeniable happiness. That moment, a knock sounded at the office door. "Come in," Tang Linyuan said softly. The door swung open to reveal Secretary Lu, who had met Luo Yan a few times, holding a beautifully arranged fruit platter. "Boss, the cafeteria prepared some fruit for Madam to try. Place it here." Tang Linyuan nodded slightly as Luo Yan beheld the glistening fruits. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, Secretary Lu." However, hadn't he Secretary Lu always referred to her as Miss Luo? Why was he calling her Madam today, just like everyone else? "Go ahead and enjoy. I'll be busy for a while," Tang Linyuan assured her, unfazed. The little one would be there to keep him company for the entire day, and he had all the time in the world. "Uncle, you go ahead. I can take care of myself," Luo Yan replied, clutching a cushion to her chest, relishing the leisurely lifestyle. Just then, Tang Linyuan suddenly leaned closer. Luo Yan's heart raced, and she instinctively placed a hand on his chest. Her forehead warmed as she felt the heat of his palm. Accompanied by his low, teasing voice, "I noticed your face was a bit flushed. I thought you might be running a fever." Luo Yan bit her lip, gazing into the mirthful depths of his eyes. "You rascal, you did that on purpose," she thought to herself. "If you want to check my forehead, just do it. Why come so close?" However, she warned, "But uncle, don't blame me for being ungrateful," taking advantage of the camera's inability to capture their antics. Luo Yan playfully traced circles on his chest with her fingertips, her boldness igniting mischief. Tang Linyuan's breath hitched, and he seized her mischievous hand, a bemused smile playing on his lips. In that moment, despite her fluster, Luo Yan was determined not to back down, her gaze unwavering. Fortunately, they were outfitted with microphones, preventing Tang Linyuan's flirtations from being audible. Yet the implication was clear: there would be a reckoning later, and it would likely come sooner than anticipated. Finally getting the uncle back to work, Luo Yan let out a silent sigh of relief and picked up the tablet to read a comic to calm herself. Soon, the office fell into a tranquil silence. Since today's filming location was indoors and equipped with fixed cameras, the number of participants was relatively small. However, they hadn't anticipated that even the arranged number would turn out to be excessive. While Tang Linyuan worked, Luo Yan immersed herself in her comic, occasionally snacking on treats and enjoying the fruits. Compared to the other three groups, their interaction mirrored the perfect dynamic of a couple, as not all couples desired to be glued to each other at all times. Yet, they were filming a date. Shouldn't they provide some material? The director assigned to follow Luo Yan couldn't help but sigh, envisioning the director's exasperation upon reviewing the footage they had brought back. Time after time, their group yielded the least material, yet attracted the most attention, leading the director, He Guang, to repeatedly remind her to capture more content. Yet, she lamented, could she truly control the material? It required cooperation from both leads. With that thought, the director sighed once more. As time ticked by, the two remained engrossed in their individual pursuits within the office. The director, resting her chin on her hand, glanced between Tang Linyuan and Luo Yan, ultimately breaking the silence. Luo Yan, lost in her anime, suddenly heard the sound of chirping. Is there a bird in the office? She wondered, turning to peer out the floor-to-ceiling window, but saw nothing. Just then, the chirping sound echoed again. When her gaze met the waving hands of the director, she mused, is the director quite the multi-talented one? Next, the director held up an A4 sheet with one large word written on it, interaction. Seeing this, Luo Yan glanced at the uncle, who was busy, Was it not sufficient for her to sit quietly and play on her own? Clearly, she thought it was just fine, but the director, lacking material, felt otherwise. Reluctantly, Luo Yan pondered for a moment before grabbing a bag of chips and approaching him. Noticing her footsteps drawing near, Tang Linyuan smirked. Finally realizing she was bored and had come to seek his company, though still eager to return to her unfinished anime, she thought it prudent to contribute a bit of material. "Uncle, are you tired? Would you like some chips?" Tang Linyuan chuckled. "Feeding me? Sure, just chips. Anyone can do that." He beckoned her closer, and as Luo Yan approached with the chips, he pulled her onto his lap, sitting on the uncle's lap in plain view of everyone. Luo Yan struggled to contain her embarrassment, but his firm grasp at her waist left her no escape. Meanwhile, the director's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Didn't you just say to feed me some chips?" Tang Linyuan teased, amused by Luo Yan's evident discomfort. "Just feeding you," she murmured softly, tearing open the bag and shoving several chips into his mouth all at once. Tang Linyuan chewed on the chips she had offered. He nodded earnestly. "The chips from Yin taste the best." "Then you must eat more," she replied, shoving more chips into his mouth. After all, feeding him one chip at a time was hardly in line with her mischievous intent. Yet, seeing her delight in the prank, Tang Linyuan indulged her. As they played and teased, the director silently applauded, feeling as though she had witnessed a delightful moment. However, once the chips were gone, Tang Linyuan felt it was time to give the little one something to do. Luo Yan exclaimed, suddenly feeling a bit chilly. Chapter 60. It's Uncle's fault. "Uncle, please apologize." After sipping his coffee, Tang Linyuan turned his gaze to the little one on his lap. Yin, are you feeling bored?" Luo Yan shook her head. "In that case, it's time for you to practice tying a tie properly," he suggested, casting a knowing glance at her plump, rosy lips. Luo Yan instinctively pressed her lips together. But, isn't the tie practice supposed to be done privately?" She felt that she was far from bored. Her anime was still unfinished. Fortunately, she had a counter-argument. "But uncle, I don't have a tie." "I have one right here." Tang Linyuan gestured to the tie in front of him. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan earnestly refused. "That won't do. You're at work now, and it's a matter of image." To her surprise, the next second, Tang Linyuan loosened his tie with one hand, adopting a more relaxed demeanor. "For Yin, this uncle doesn't care about image." "Fine," Luo Yan conceded, surrendering. Initially, she intended to take the tie to the sofa for solo practice. But the uncle insisted that without a model, her practice wouldn't be accurate, compelling her to remain on his lap to practice. Consequently, for the next while, Luo Yan diligently buried her head in front of him. Practicing earnestly on her third attempt to untie the tie, she heard him counting in an annoyingly persistent manner. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan shot him an exasperated glare. "That doesn't count. Fair trade, no deception." Yin cannot bully an uncle who is merely a small trader," Tang Linyuan replied, exasperated. "Uncle, are you sure this is fair?" Luo Yan retorted, feeling that she was the one at a loss. "Shouldn't an uncle serving as a human model receive some benefits?" Tang Linyuan remarked, "Well, her dog is merely an uncle, transforming sorrow and indignation into strength." Luo Yan finally tied a relatively beautiful bow tie, and her eyes lit up instantly. "Uncle, look quickly," lowering his gaze to the freshly crafted bow tie. Tang Linyuan smiled. Yin is truly skilled. "It's not particularly difficult," Luo Yan replied with a hint of pride. Little did she expect that in the next moment, Tang Linyuan softly stated, "For times." Luo Yan was incensed. While others would lightly punch you, she was head-butting his chest. After a few firm bumps against his chest, Tang Linyuan comfortingly pulled her into his embrace. "All right, no more. Let's keep it at 3. I believe I've learned quite well," Luo Yan said, gazing at her creation with satisfaction. "But so, no more additions," she added. Tang Linyuan playfully pinched Luo Yan's little face and leaned down to kiss her soft, pink lips. Startled, Luo Yan's eyes widened. She had not forgotten the audience behind them. Casually glancing at the group, Tang Linyuan gently held her chin, his thumb caressing her skin. "One less. Only 2 remained. Don't worry, they can't see. They may not see, but they can certainly imagine that." As he leaned down to kiss her, he halted just a finger's breadth away. "It's your turn, Yin." Unable to resist, Luo Yan raised her hand to cover her face. "Uncle, if you do this, we won't be able to air this episode." Tang Linyuan chuckled. "Of course it can be aired. What can't be broadcasted? A public announcement will suffice." "Are you sure?" Luo Yan's eyes brimmed with skepticism. However, if Yin Yin wishes for this episode not to air. Uncle is willing to assist. Tang Linyuan replied good-naturedly, don't know. She merely hopes to see the anime completed smoothly. Gazing at the lips so near, Tang Linyuan's expression darkened slightly. There are still 2 punishments left. If you don't take the initiative, Uncle may have to escalate the difficulty. Luo Yan firmly believed that Uncle would keep his word. Thus, as soon as Tang Linyuan finished speaking, she hurriedly leaned in and pecked him like a chick pecking at rice. Tang Linyuan laughed, one more time. Eager for a swift conclusion, when she leaned in again, she only managed to kiss his chin. Yin Yin is too eager. Uncle wasn't ready yet. Tang Linyuan sighed innocently, touching her flushed face. Luo Yan felt like biting someone in frustration. Seeing the fuming little creature, Tang Linyuan leaned down to gently kiss her. All right. No more anger, it's Uncle's fault. Will you let Uncle apologize? No, your apology will only lead to further mistakes. Luo Yan huffed, cradling her in his arms. Tang Linyuan soothingly patted her back. Uncle simply adores you. An angry Yin Yin is far too adorable. Not far away, the director's assistant quietly removed her headphones. Regretting her curiosity about their whispered exchanges, witnessing their affection was sufficient. Listening would surely burst her heart. Luo Yan wished to be more dignified, yet Uncle's words were simply too endearing to remain upset. After some coaxing, once Luo Yan was somewhat calmed, Tang Linyuan asked her to retie the bow tie. This time, Luo Yan was fully focused and made notable progress. Tang Linyuan smiled as he released her. All right, go play for a while. No snacks for now. I'll take you to our company's cafeteria shortly. Upon hearing she could return to continue watching anime, Luo Yan dashed away eagerly. Yet, meeting the assistant's resentful gaze made her feel a tad guilty. Finally, as Luo Yan finished the latest episode, Uncle concluded his work, perfectly timed. Tang Linyuan removed his glasses and walked towards her. Let's go. Uncle will take you to the cafeteria for a meal. As soon as Luo Yan approached, Tang Linyuan took her hand and led her outside. The cafeteria of MG Group is located at the back on the first floor of the building, bustling with employees during mealtime. As they walked, Luo Yan inevitably received numerous greetings of President's wife. Why be shy? They are not wrong in addressing you as such, Tang Linyuan remarked, watching Luo Yan's bashful demeanor with delight, although it wasn't his instruction. He found the title pleasantly fitting. Luo Yan was about to retort that she wasn't married to him yet, but then recalled their marriage certificate, so indeed, it wasn't incorrect. Tang Linyuan smiled at her. If you dislike it, I can tell them to stop. Forget it. Call me whatever, Luo Yan conceded, realizing it was an inevitable matter. The cafeteria of MG Group is notably spacious, clean, and bright, even with many employees dining. It never feels crowded. Tang Linyuan seldom dined in the cafeteria, as he disliked overly noisy environments, and being the boss made some employees uneasy. However, this time, he brought Luo Yan to the cafeteria, and from the moment they entered, their intertwined hands attracted attention. Luo Yan wasn't universally adored, so she couldn't escape the envy and jealousy from many onlookers. Tang Linyuan and Luo Yan chose a corner table to eat, with only one photographer remaining. The rest of the staff were led away by Secretary Lu for their meals. The cafeteria's food is renowned for its quality, and the accompanying director, fearing a shortage of material, decided to capture some footage of the cafeteria as well. After their meal, Tang Linyuan took Luo Yan back to his office. Let's take a nap for a bit, he suggested. His office had a separate resting room, typically used for brief rests, saving Luo Yan from sitting idly on the sofa. Naturally, she agreed. However, Luo Yan did not expect that when she entered the resting room, Uncle followed her inside. Uncle, there are still people outside, she protested, pushing against his chest that I'm merely here to assist you with your medication. Where did your mind wander, Yin Yin? Tang Linyuan replied earnestly, though the nature of the medicine was unclear. What medication does she need? Luo Yan asserted. I am fine, no need for medicine, she declared firmly, though her ears betrayed her. Turning a shade of red, Tang Linyuan's cool fingertips pinched her slightly flushed ear, leaning down to nibble on her earlobe playfully. If it still hurts, it's you. You agreed to it, remember? Yin Yin is being naughty. Taking advantage of Uncle's simplicity, Luo Yan felt like crying. It was she who had been bullied. Moreover, Uncle was anything but simple. Lowering his lips to capture the soft petals of her mouth, Tang Linyuan began to release the bow tie, but halted at the last moment. The bow tie you tied, you shall untie. Yin Yin. No, please don't. Luo Yan's voice trembled. It felt like a giant beast caged within, and should she release it, only she would suffer. A soft laugh echoed in her ear, followed by Tang Linyuan's low voice. If Yan Yan won't assist with such a trivial task, then Uncle won't help you with your medication either. Luo Yan felt no threat. She had not intended for Uncle to assist with her medication, but just as she felt relief, she heard the unscrupulous Uncle's voice again. It seems Yan Yan has indeed been well trained. She's ready to be devoured. Uncle, I suddenly feel a bit of pain, Luo Yan claimed, asserting her resolve. I'm not timid. It's just my heart. Yan Yan is deceiving Uncle again, Tang Linyuan sighed, a pitiful man who had been fooled countless times. I didn't deceive you, Luo Yan weakly protested, gazing at the girl before him, her eyes slightly reddened and glistening. Tang Linyuan found himself increasingly tempted. He could endure not having tasted her before, but having done so before made the craving all the more intense. So, does Yan Yan want Uncle's help with the medicine? He inquired, his tone teasing. The rising intonation made Luo Yan's legs feel weak, and she indeed felt weakened. But this was no mere choice. It was a perilous proposition. Taking the medicine was a poor choice, but not taking it was even worse. Then I suppose I must take it, she reluctantly decided, hoping Uncle would not be too merciless. Her mind buzzed, unable to conjure a third option. Even if she could, it did not guarantee Uncle's acceptance that I knew Yan still needed Uncle's assistance, Tang Linyuan stated, satisfied, repeating the earlier two words, bow tie. As she endured Uncle's kisses, Luo Yan's hands fumbled with his collar, struggling with the bow tie until she finally untied it. The buttons, Tang Linyuan captured her small hands again at his collar. Reluctantly, Luo Yan continued unbuttoning. 1, 2. With a soft gasp, she was suddenly lifted off her feet and placed gently onto the large bed. Now, Uncle will help you with your medication. Tang Linyuan kissed Luo Yan's blushing face and chuckled softly. However, as she looked at the buttons she held, the suddenness of Uncle's embrace had caused her to lose control of her strength. I accidentally unbuttoned Uncle's shirt, she thought, resolutely denying any violent tendencies, insisting it must be due to poor quality. Indeed, that was the case. Upon this realization, Luo Yan discreetly set aside the button, telling herself it was none of her concern, as the button had simply accidentally come undone. When it came to applying the medication, practice made perfect. However, as the person involved, Luo Yan still felt a twinge of embarrassment. The transparent gel exuded a slight chill, and Tang Linyuan was meticulous in his application. Yet, as he continued, it seemed that Girly's medication was indeed effective, for Yan Yan was recovering splendidly. Tang Linyuan looked up at Luo Yan with a smile, but she maintained her serious demeanor, asserting, just because it looks fine on the surface doesn't mean it's completely healed. Removing the disposable finger cots, Tang Linyuan's palm brushed against Luo Yan's delicate thigh, a bold gesture that hinted at his intentions. The shiver that coursed through her legs sent her heart racing. While Tang Linyuan exuded a faint aura of danger, we agreed to apply the medication. Luo Yan's voice was soft, laced with a hint of a whimper. Little did she know, such vulnerability only served to unravel Tang Linyuan's composure. He gently caressed her exquisite, alluring face, as if she were a blank canvas begging to be adorned with vibrant hues. Colors visible only to him. Let us just test it out, and if it doesn't work, we can stop. Tang Linyuan's husky voice brimmed with desire. Luo Yan felt a surge of irritation, wishing to bite him in response to his teasing. The bow had already been drawn. She refused to believe it could be undone. Tang Linyuan leaned down, planting a tender kiss on her lips. She did not resist, allowing him to interpret her silence as agreement. This time, drawing from his previous experience, he was even gentler. Though Luo Yan still found herself struggling to adjust, it must be said that such matters of compatibility could not be swiftly reconciled. Fortunately, Luo Yan experienced a taste of the intimate conversations that typically transpired in a university dormitory after lights out. Yet, fatigue was undeniable. Merely half an hour in, she playfully kicked Tang Linyuan's chest with her soft, delicate feet, insisting it was time to end their session. With no other recourse, Tang Linyuan continued to kiss and coax her, determined to avoid a hasty conclusion to their encounter. What had begun as a desire for a simple afternoon nap had evolved into an exhausting endeavor, leaving her utterly drained of energy. Even the post-activity cleanup was carried out with Tang Linyuan cradling her, as she languidly allowed him to guide her. After their shower, Luo Yan nestled into the freshly made bed. Turning her back to Tang Linyuan, wishing to ignore him and simply sleep. Before long, her breathing steadied, and she slipped into a dream where she transformed into a plump, white rabbit. She ventured outside and pulled a chubby carrot from the ground, only to be eyed hungrily by a large gray wolf. The wolf, drooling at the sight of her, terrified her into offering the carrot, yet it growled, "I don't want carrots. I want meat." Just as the wolf lunged at her, Luo Yan awoke with a start. Staring at the unfamiliar ceiling above, Cutie took her a moment to recollect where she was, and, feeling utterly fatigued, she picked up her phone to check the time. 16:32. My goodness, I've napped away the entire afternoon. Spotting her dress hanging nearby, Luo Yan instinctively covered her face with the blanket. The sudden sound of knocking startled her, and as the door creaked open, she lay frozen beneath the covers, pretending to be a sun-dried fish on the beach. Is it not warm under there? Tang Linyuan observed, his gaze falling upon her flushed face, and he couldn't help but chuckle. His laughter only intensified her embarrassment, prompting her to swiftly cover his eyes, forbidding him to look or laugh. Chapter 62. Yin Yin declaring her territory? Tang Linyuan gently pulled away her hands that sought to hide her face, intertwining their fingers. What part of you is unfamiliar to me? He teased. Luo Yan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, attempting to retract her hands beneath the blanket. If you keep talking, I shall ignore you, she threatened. That's simply one do that if you ignore me. How sad will I be? Tang Linyuan lamented, his gaze soft and affectionate. Why do you only know how to bully me? Luo Yan pouted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. He playfully pinched her cheek, his tone lighthearted. Then how about this? It's your turn to bully me now. You can do whatever you wish, anything I want, she asked, a hint of skepticism lacing her words. Of course, whether it be in the kitchen, on the sofa, or on the floor, I am entirely serious, he replied earnestly. Luo Yan felt the urge to bite him again. She was incensed by his teasing. And Tang Linyuan, realizing he had pushed her too far, decided to relent. After all, he was the one who had instigated it, and it would be his responsibility to soothe her afterward. He gathered the blanket in his arms, pulling it away from her face. Honestly, does it still hurt? It does, she affirmed emphatically. Tang Linyuan gently tapped her forehead with his finger, observing her pained expression. If it hurts, we need to apply more medication. If not, it's time to get up. Seeing that he was not about to engage in further mischief, Luo Yan took the matter seriously, noting only a dull ache. No sharp pain remained at a novice. She could only offer a general assessment, and she felt sorry for her lack of theoretical knowledge. It's time for you to exercise, little fish. You need to improve your fitness, Tang Linyuan remarked sincerely, asserting that physical activity should not be his solitary endeavor. Ultimately, if he could endure, she should be able to as well. In response, Luo Yan stuck out her tongue, declaring her unwillingness to exert herself. No matter how fit she became, she believed she would never match him. It would only leave her further exhausted. Originally, Luo Yan intended to dress herself, but Tang Linyuan, in an unexpected burst of enthusiasm, insisted on dressing her piece by piece, not leaving a single item behind. However, as she noticed the open collar of his shirt, her keen eyes caught a glimpse of a red mark, remembering that she had just bitten him. Her cheeks flushed. Why don't you button up? Tang Linyuan glanced down at his unbuttoned collar and chuckled. Didn't you do this? You unbuttoned it, and then bit it. Are you claiming your territory? I did not. I didn't. Luo Yan protested, her face aflame as she hurriedly buttoned the top two buttons, leaving the third conspicuously undone. That spot was quite evident. Tang Linyuan unfastened the button with one hand, remarking, if someone sees it, so be it. It's not a big deal. However, upon hearing his words, Luo Yan recalled the mischief he had previously engaged in and instinctively covered her neck, noticing her apprehension. Tang Linyuan assured her, last time was an accident. I promise there will be no such occurrences this time. Seeing the skepticism in her eyes, he carried her into the bathroom, allowing her to inspect for any peculiar marks, ensuring there was nothing amiss. After confirming her neck was free of any unusual signs, Luo Yan stepped down, her legs still feeling weak, as if she were walking on cotton. Tang Linyuan, is it all right that I napped the entire afternoon? She queried, a hint of concern in her voice, especially since they were still recording. If I say you have a fever, take your medicine and rest. Who would dare object? Tang Linyuan replied, taking her hand as they exited the resting area. Upon entering the office, they found it devoid of staff. Noticing Luo Yan glance around, Tang Linyuan explained, while you slept, There was nothing to film, so I sent everyone to the resting area until you woke up." As he placed the microphone on her, they had turned it off before their afternoon nap, as not everyone was interested in live-streaming their slumber, especially since it was more than just a nap. Feeling lazy and unwilling to move, Luo Yan sank onto the sofa, casually reaching for a snack. Sensing her hunger, Tang Linyuan inquired, "Would you prefer a light snack first, or shall we head straight for dinner?" After pondering, Luo Yan replied, "Let us have a snack now and then dinner later. What time does your canteen open?" "It's open at all hours, except during closing time," Tang Linyuan informed her. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan rubbed her small, hungry belly. "Then let us go eat now. I've been craving Peking duck since I saw it at lunch." "Why didn't you mention your cravings?" Tang Linyuan sighed. Luo Yan giggled softly. "We ordered so much at lunch. It would be the same for dinner." "All right, going now is just as well," Tang Linyuan said, taking her hand as they made their way outside, deliberately slowing his pace, aware of her discomfort. Meanwhile, the filming director and crew quickly gathered upon receiving updates. Despite the loss of an afternoon's worth of footage, it was clear that the guests' well-being took precedence. They had initially intended to capture a shot of Luo Yan sleeping with a fever, but were denied entry. When they saw Luo Yan, a staff member rushed over to inquire about her condition. Feeling a tad embarrassed, she replied, "The fever has subsided. Thank you all for your concern." With that, she shot a reproachful glance at Tang Linyuan, blaming him for the fib she had to fabricate. Yet, she found herself at a loss for a better excuse. The two descended in a private elevator to the first floor, and just as they stepped out, a distant female voice called out, "Tang Zong." As the sound echoed, a tall figure gradually approached. Su Wire was widely recognized as a supermodel possessing both stunning beauty and an enviable physique. Since her debut, she had never lacked admirers. However, her high standards meant that over the years, rumors about her were rather scarce. This time, having inadvertently garnered attention from Tang Linyuan, she found herself in a bit of a predicament and now had to apologize. Nevertheless, upon learning that Tang Linyuan and Luo Yan were filming a variety show at MG Group today, Su Wire perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity to Mr. Tang. "It's been a while," Su Wire said as she approached Tang Linyuan and Luo Yan. Smiling at Tang Linyuan, he acknowledged her with a slight nod, his expression neutral. "There's something you need. Given your busy schedule, Mr. Tang, I wonder if you've heard about the recent rumors online. That I sincerely apologize for any negative impact this may have caused you. And I would be honored if you would accept my invitation to dinner as a gesture of my apology," Su Wire said gently. After all, there were members of the production team present, and she believed Tang Linyuan would not be too harsh on her. However, if he were to refuse, it would still be acceptable. Her apology had been conveyed, and being turned down could even elicit sympathy. Tang Linyuan seemed uninterested in her apology, yet noticing Luo Yan's curious gaze directed at Su Wire, his interest was piqued. "Yan Yan is hungry. Let's eat directly at the canteen," he stated, taking Luo Yan by the hand and leading her away. Su Wire pondered this remark, realizing it did not imply she was dismissed. Thus, she tentatively followed, inevitably drawn to the captivating presence of Luo Yan beside Tang Linyuan. Su Wire had always prided herself on her beauty. Yet Luo Yan stood before her, equally stunning and even more youthful, with a waist that was alluringly slender. Not only was Su Wire assessing Luo Yan, but Luo Yan was also engaging in conversation with the older man. "Aren't you moved by her? Her figure is so good that even I, a woman, am almost swooning." "What are you swooning over?" Tang Linyuan replied, bemused, as he pinched Luo Yan's cheek. "As long as you're enamored by the older man. That's enough. Don't pick wildflowers by the roadside. It can be quite perilous," Luo Yan exclaimed. "It can be quite perilous." Chapter 63. What are you shy about? As the group entered the canteen, they found it nearly empty. Given the time was not yet designated for employee meals, thus avoiding much hassle, Tang Linyuan opted not to ask for assistance. Instead, he took a tray and walked alongside Luo Yan, guiding her through the various food stalls. The enticing colors of the roasted Beijing duck, the spicy and flavorful pig trotters, the delicate and savory long chow show, and the rich, aromatic Chongqing noodles filled the air. Luo Yan, who was never picky about food, found herself wanting to try everything, and Tang Linyuan indulged her, ensuring they selected smaller portions to sample a variety. Once their trays were filled, they returned to their seats, Luo Yan, eager to taste each dish. Momentarily set aside her hunger to minimize waste, Tang Linyuan shared the Chongqing noodles she had chosen, as her selection was abundant and would have surely led to waste without his intervention. Su Wire, reminded to do so, retrieved a fruit salad and a vegetable sandwich from the counter. Sitting across from them, she felt an inexplicable sense of being there purely to dine. Upon noticing the food Su Wire had brought, Luo Yan couldn't help but glance at her own selection, musing, is this how supermodels manage their figures? Although envious of Su Wire's physique, she reasoned that one should not squander the joy of good food. With that thought in mind, she took a bite of the succulent shrimp dumpling, brimming with shrimp meat, relishing the satisfaction it brought. Su Wire, this is simply delectable. Su Wire, as she continued to eat, felt the flavors in her mouth growing increasingly bland. Why was she enduring this torment? This woman was quite ruthless. Everything smelled so enticing. Noticing Su Wire's seemingly casual, yet frequent glances at her food, Luo Yan placed a piece of roasted duck in her mouth. Would you like some roasted duck? No. Thank you, Su Wire replied, biting into her sandwich with determination, convincing herself that the sandwich was delightful, even superior to the roasted duck. After a while, Su Wire finally remembered the purpose of her presence. Mr. Tang, I am truly sorry about the situation online. It has led to misunderstandings regarding you. Su Wire spoke softly, filled with regret. In front of Luo Yan, Tang Linyuan nonchalantly picked up a fried vegetarian meatball from her bowl, attracting her attention, as it was the last one left. Having just recovered from a fever, Tang Linyuan preferred that Luo Yan eat lighter fare, yet the young lady had her own desires. Thus, he could only assist her through his actions. The person you should be apologizing to is not me, Tang Linyuan replied, not lifting his gaze. Hearing this, Su Wire was momentarily confused but quickly realized she should look at Luo Yan, who was engrossed in her noodles. Seemingly wary of having her food taken, she kept glancing at Tang Linyuan. But how is this related to Miss Luo? Su Wire couldn't help but interject. Even if I have leveraged Mr. Tang's popularity and spread rumors about him, it shouldn't affect Luo Yan at all. In fact, many have commented beneath her Weibo, advising her to flee quickly, lest she be deceived by Mr. Tang, whom they label a scoundrel. But you've made her envious, Tang Linyuan stated flatly, causing Luo Yan to choke momentarily. Coughing, Luo Yan's face flushed crimson. I'm not envious. Not at all. She reached for the mango juice beside her, and Tang Linyuan gently patted her back. What are you shy about? You don't seem shy when you're being possessive. After sipping the mango juice, Luo Yan felt some relief in her sore throat. Who is envious? Don't say such things. Upon hearing this, Tang Linyuan suddenly smiled, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Well, I am envious. I am envious to the point of not wanting to interact with anyone unless they coax me. I want to coax you. Luo Yan shot him a glare, clutching her mango juice and drinking it greedily. Feeling Su Wire's gaze upon her, Luo Yan found her cheeks burning. This was the first time Su Wire had witnessed such a side of Tang Linyuan, and it dawned upon her that this was what it meant for him to be in love. She recalled their first meeting, where he had appeared clad in bloodied armor, portraying a character in a production. Her initial reaction was that this man exuded an overwhelming aura, and his cold gaze was chilling. Even though her character was his white moonlight in the story, being scrutinized by his eyes made her feel a shiver run down her spine, resulting in several NGs during their first scene together. Given his status, many coveted him. Both seasoned and novice members of the industry knew that associating with him meant an effortless path to success. Yet, after numerous bitter lessons, no one dared to provoke him again. He had been described as either someone who knew nothing of love or one who loved too deeply, observing the emptiness around him. With even his desire for a pet dog being male, speculation arose that he was likely oblivious to love. Such was his reputation that when news of him participating in a dating show broke, social media nearly crashed. Su Wire suddenly realized that Tang Linyuan was, in fact, just an ordinary person, and in matters of love, he exhibited no peculiarities. As for Luo Yan, who had captured Tang Linyuan's affections, Su Wire felt a twinge of envy for her luck. Even though she had endured considerable criticism, such scorn was something many would yearn for but could not attain. Having mused on this, Su Wire noticed Luo Yan glancing at her, her scalp tingling slightly. Miss Su, could you please stop staring at me? My apologies, Su Wire replied, sheepishly averting her gaze. I was lost in thought and did not mean to cause you any misunderstanding. I have already clarified in a post that my relationship with Mr. Tang was merely professional. Mr. Tang has had few rumors throughout his career, so you need not worry, Miss Luo. All right, Luo Yan conceded, not emphasizing her lack of misunderstanding, as it would imply something else entirely. She quickly changed the subject. Would you like to eat a bit more? I noticed you've only had a little. Is this how supermodels maintain their figures? We do indeed have certain dietary restrictions, Su Wire replied with a hint of resignation, but it was a routine she had adhered to for quite some time, and she had grown accustomed to it. As long as her dining companion was not someone who resembled an eating show host, capable of igniting her appetite, she would be fine. Exactly. Maintaining a good figure is essential. I admire your determination, Luo Yan remarked, taking a bite of the delectable spicy pig trotter. This pig trotter is so tender and delicious, yet the older man only allowed me one. Across from her, Su Wire gazed at the collagen-rich pig's trotters in Luo Yan's hands. The enticing aroma of spicy flavors wafting through the air, causing her to feel a sense of restlessness. Chapter 64. Would you be so kind as to give Uncle a hug? After finally departing from the MG Group building, Su Wire couldn't help but shed a few bittersweet tears that as she gently touched her slightly protruding belly. A wave of guilt washed over her. Moments ago, under Luo Yan's recommendation, she had indulged in spicy pig's trotters, a rich hot pot, and even Beijing roast duck. By the end, she was thoroughly satiated, having also enjoyed a cup of milk tea on Luo Yan's suggestion. Gazing at the half-finished cup of milk tea in her hand, Su Wire found herself reluctant to discard it, yet burdened with overwhelming guilt. Meanwhile, Luo Yan, along with Tang Lingyuan, returned to the office. They planned to tidy up before boarding a flight to Heishan that moment. Luo Yan rubbed her round belly and remarked, Uncle, your company's cafeteria serves such delectable food that you're welcome to come over anytime. Tang Lingyuan chuckled. That might be a bit difficult. School is about to start, and I'll have to dine at the campus cafeteria. Upon hearing the word school, Tang Lingyuan finally realized that his little wife was still a student. I'll find a way, he mused thoughtfully, acknowledging that it was impossible for her to stay on campus. Perhaps he should consider purchasing a nearby apartment. After returning to the office, Tang Lingyuan completed the remaining tasks while Luo Yan relaxed on the sofa, playing with her tablet. By around 5:30, the two of them set off for the airport with their pre-packed luggage. After waiting for 20 minutes at the airport, they boarded the plane smoothly. 3.5 hours later, they arrived at Heishan Airport, the clock showing it was already past 9 in the evening. Once seated in the vehicle arranged by the production team, Luo Yan leaned against Tang Lingyuan's shoulder and drifted back to sleep. She was only awakened as they neared the seaside villa where the recording would take place. Sleepy, Luo Yan rested her head against Tang Lingyuan's arm, nudging him several times, still feeling drowsy. Hearing her, Tang Lingyuan gently reached up to touch her forehead before pulling out a thermometer to check her temperature. I hope you're not coming down with a fever, Luo Yan said, a hint of worry creeping into her voice. If this became a recurring issue, she might have to consider keeping her distance from Uncle. Fortunately, Tang Lingyuan's concern was alleviated when the thermometer revealed a reassuring 36.9 degrees Celsius, no fever. You're probably just tired, he assured her, which conveniently removed one reason to maintain distance from Uncle. Upon arriving at the seaside villa, as soon as they stepped out of the car, a staff member hurried over. Tang Yingdi, Director, he is looking for you. Tang Lingyuan anticipated the reason and glanced down at Luo Yan, saying, You go inside first. I'll talk to the director and join you shortly. Luo Yan nodded and proceeded toward the entrance. As she pushed open the door to the villa, the spacious hall on the first floor was eerily quiet. Clearly because it was late and everyone else had already retired for the night. Not minding this, Luo Yan thought it unreasonable to expect everyone to be waiting for them at such an hour. She tiptoed quietly, dragging her suitcase toward the staircase. Just as she reached the stairs, she suddenly looked up to see a white-haired youth at the top. His fair skin and striking features, paired with his dyed white hair, gave him a youthful and charming aura. Confirming their eye contact, she recognized him as a cheerful and radiant young man that he leaned lazily against the railing, greeting her with a bright smile. Hello, my name is Qi Zheng. Seeing the young man on the second floor, Luo Yan smiled back. Hello, I'm Luo Yan. Let me help you with that, Qi Zheng offered as he bounded down the stairs to assist her with her suitcase. His swift actions left Luo Yan unable to refuse, so she accepted his help, saying, Thank you, don't mention it. By the way, Luo Yan, how old are you? You don't seem much older than me. Qi Zheng inquired. I'm 20. How about you? Luo Yan replied, sensing that he didn't appear to be much older. That I'm a little older. I'm 22, Qi Zheng said, his bright smile reflecting an endearing charm that many girls find appealing. Having arrived a day earlier, Qi Zheng was well aware of which room on the third floor was vacant, leading Luo Yan directly to it. As it was getting late, he didn't linger in her room. Saying, "You should rest. We can hang out together tomorrow." "All right. See you tomorrow," Luo Yan replied with a smile. Anticipating the group outing. As Qi Zheng was about to leave her room, he turned back to compliment her. "Luo Yan, you're really beautiful." Luo Yan paused momentarily, responding, "Thank you. You're quite handsome as well." Although she didn't harbor any particular feelings for Qi Zheng, given she was already involved with Uncle, it didn't imply that he felt the same way. Exiting Luo Yan's room, Qi Zheng walked away with a light step, a smile gracing his lips, thinking how adorable she was. Meanwhile, after a 20-minute discussion with the chief director Guang, Tang Lingyuan returned to the villa. His luggage had already been taken to the second-floor room by the staff, but instead of going to his room, he headed straight to the third floor. A couple of knocks on the door, and it swung open, revealing the expected sight. Uncle. Luo Yan had just finished organizing her belongings and was about to grab her pajamas to shower when she noticed Tang Lingyuan entering. "Are you going to shower?" he asked, eyeing the sleepwear in her hands. "Yes, I want to wash up and get some rest. We have to wake up early tomorrow," she replied. Tang Lingyuan found her reasoning sound and said, "Then you go ahead. I'll join you later." Startled by the thought of Uncle coming back later, Luo Yan exclaimed, "What time is it?" "You'll come back later." Stepping closer, Tang Lingyuan embraced her, burying his face in her neck. "If I don't hold you, I can't sleep. So could you leave the door open for me tonight?" "No way. Someone might see." Luo Yan puffed her cheeks, knowing she had to be firm. "Or Uncle would surely push his luck. I told Guang that you are now my girlfriend. If it gets filmed, we can always edit it out," Tang Lingyuan whispered, leaning in to kiss her neck. Feeling a tingling sensation on her neck, Luo Yan blushed and said, "Uncle, behave yourself, all right?" "Yin Yin, would you be a dear and give Uncle a hug?" he coaxed softly. "Who's being naughty here? I'm tired and need to shower." Luo Yan decided it was best to wash up first. She didn't want to deal with Uncle any longer. "Hurry up," he urged, guiding her into the bathroom and kindly shutting the door behind her. Watching the door close, Luo Yan sighed, thinking to herself that she would focus on showering for now. After finishing her shower, she hesitated for several seconds on whether to lock the door or not. Ultimately, she decided against it. What if she locked the door and Uncle climbed in through the window? Having barely settled onto her bed, she heard the door creaking open, just as she closed her eyes to feign sleep. A cool, damp body slipped under the covers beside her, and she was taken aback by the chill, unable to continue pretending. Twisting around, she nestled into Uncle's embrace and softly murmured, "Uncle, is there no hot water in your room?" "It's so cold." Holding the warm and soft little figure, Tang Lingyuan chuckled helplessly. "I wouldn't dare to hold you if you didn't take a cold shower." Chapter 65. Are you able to sleep? Uncle. She thought to herself how pitiful he was. Luo Yan nestled closer, using herself as a warm furnace for him. Thankfully, it was summer, or she might have had to fetch another blanket for him. The scent of Uncle enveloped her, and before long, she began to feel drowsy. Just as she was about to drift off, a ticklish sensation crept up her back. "Uncle, let us sleep," she murmured, aware that he claimed he couldn't sleep without holding her. Yet it seemed like it was she who couldn't sleep without him. "I'll be right there," Tang Lingyuan replied, feeling the same discomfort as the soft figure in his arms stirred his senses. The more he thought about her, the more uncontrollable his body became, inevitably leading to some reactions. Although Luo Yan had been sleeping soundly, the warmth of the hand on her back stirred her awareness, and the alluring sighs from Uncle's lips kept her alert. Fortunately, he remained relatively restrained for the moment. However, upon sensing Uncle's unusual arousal, Luo Yan felt her cheeks heat up. Had that cold shower been in vain? Unable to move with his embrace, she subtly arched her back away from him. Yet, just as she thought she had escaped, she felt a burning heat on her lower back as his large hand pressed her forward, effortlessly nullifying her attempts to escape. The sound of his muffled groan echoed in her ears. At this moment, all Luo Yan could think was, "Serves you right." But danger lurked in the shadows, and she knew she had to rescue herself. Uncle had to sleep too, as they had an early morning ahead. Tang Lingyuan leaned down to kiss the top of her head, his senses intoxicated by the fragrant scent of shampoo lingering in her hair, mingled with the subtle fragrance of her skin. Initially, she had carried a faint milky scent, reminiscent of an innocent girl who had yet to mature. The tender fragrance of milk, imbued with a subtle sweetness, has now transformed into a faint yet refreshing aroma, reminiscent of flowers yet distinct from them, still carrying a hint of sweetness that tantalizes one's appetite. In the darkness, Tang Linyuan gazes at the little one in his arms, raising her chin with his hand and leaning down to capture her lips in a kiss. His words, whispered between their lips, unfold softly. "Uncle isn't sleepy. I miss you." Luo Yan is taken by surprise by the kiss, and as she is released, she quickly raises her hand to shield herself from another impending kiss. "Uncle can't go back on his word. You promised to let me sleep well, that if you continue like this, I won't let you come over tomorrow." Tang Linyuan sighs with a hint of melancholy. "Yin Yin, I'm tired. My back aches and my legs are sore." Luo Yan retorts in exasperation, her hand gently caressing her lower back. Tang Linyuan ultimately relinquishes the notion of engaging in pre-sleep activities, stating, "Then, Yin Yin, you must leave the door open for me tomorrow night." Luo Yan nods in agreement. Leaving the door open is not daunting, as long as it ensures Uncle gets to bed early. With this thought in mind, she decides to seize the opportunity to enlighten Uncle on a particular matter, promptly rolling over to rest her chin on his chest. "Uncle," hearing the soft, syrupy sound of her voice, Tang Linyuan's eyes widen slightly. The rising inflection carries a teasing note. "Uncle, you're nearing 30. You must cultivate a hair care awareness. We need to sleep earlier from now on." Luo Yan earnestly advises. "Hair care?" Tang Linyuan is taken aback. The little one, instead of discussing matters of love, is broaching hair care in the late hours. Luo Yan nods solemnly. "Early sleep prevents hair loss. We can't have you turning into a bald little cutie." There was once a novelist who lost her hair from staying up late, writing tragic stories, and she sent a box of razors to that chubby fox, which got her written into the book. The little one is so earnest that Tang Linyuan finds himself slightly concerned, not for the triviality of hair loss, but for the potential impact on future bedtime benefits. Her baldness was due to ineffective late nights. Ours are effective, so Yin Yin need not worry. In response, Luo Yan firmly clenches her fist, asserting, "We must still prioritize early to bed and early to rise for good spirits." As for Tang Linyuan, were he to encounter that author, he would surely send her for a hair transplant. "Why? To prove that staying up late doesn't lead to baldness. You're both quite childish," mutters the chubby fox. Time for sleep, Luo Yan concludes, feeling satisfied with her discussion on late-night hair loss. Yet, the hand on her waist keeps her confined to Uncle's embrace, preventing her from moving away. "Good night kiss," Tang Linyuan states. "We just kissed," Luo Yan pouts, pressing her little face against him. Despite the slight discomfort from the pressure on her chest, she manages to find a position to rest. "That doesn't count. I want Yin Yan's goodnight kiss." Tang Linyuan insists. With a sigh, Luo Yan responds, "But we agreed it was just one goodnight kiss." Receiving an affirmative, she morphs into a little caterpillar, nudging upwards. Luo Yan kisses him cautiously, unable to match Uncle's fluidity. Her attempts always tinged with clumsiness. Like a chick pecking at grains, she pecks at Uncle, leaving no corner untouched. Having kissed and embraced, she cautiously asks, "Uncle, should I sleep on my own?" fearing that Uncle may struggle to sleep otherwise. "Not at all. We sleep together," Tang Linyuan insists, accepting the torment as part of the deal. Seeing Uncle's determination, Luo Yan refrains from further protest, settling in for sleep. Before long, she drifts off, her breathing steady. Tang Linyuan can't help but sigh. Ungrateful little thing. When she awakens, refreshed and invigorated, she finds Uncle's absence on the bed, unsure of when he left, but the space beside her is already cold. Glancing at the time, which is past 7, Luo Yan decides to rise. After freshening up, she changes into a delicate floral long dress, tying her long hair into 2 low ponytails, planning to don a hat outdoors. After completing her skincare routine and applying sunscreen, she carefully covers her neck, arms, and calves, ensuring not to tan inadvertently. Once fully prepared, she remembers the hidden camera in her room and promptly pulls down the towel covering it before putting on the microphone and heading downstairs. Upon seeing Luo Yan, the 3 female guests, led by Zhao Mengji, approach to embrace and greet her. Even though Jin Xiaomei and Hui do not share as close a rapport with Luo Yan as Zhao Mengji, they are filming together after all. Yu Junqi and Xiao Rui also express their warm welcomes upon seeing Luo Yan. Over there, Qi Zheng waves enthusiastically at Luo Yan. "Good morning, Luo Yan. Come over for breakfast. All right, Luo Yan smiles and nods, noticing curiously that Uncle has yet to come down to a food blogger who enjoys cooking. Xiao Rui takes charge of preparing breakfast for everyone. His culinary skills are impressive, not only in taste but also in variety, reportedly completed in under an hour. Luo Yan admires him greatly for this. Luo Yan, have some milk. Qi Zheng places a glass of milk beside her. Thank you. Luo Yan accepts the milk, feeling a bit parched. Nearby, Zhen Xiaomei watches Luo Yan being cared for by Qi Zheng, feeling a twinge of envy. Upon seeing Tang Linyuan enter from the doorway, she chuckles. Luo Yan, Qi Zheng is really good to you. I spent an entire day with him yesterday and didn't see him pour me a glass of milk that I tea this. Qi Zheng immediately pours Zhen Xiaomei a glass. I thought Sister Xiaomei didn't drink milk. I must have overlooked it. After pouring the milk, Qi Zheng turns back to Luo Yan. Luo Yan, shall we go on a date tomorrow? This statement abruptly silences the dining table. Though no one has explicitly confirmed it, through the course of 2 episodes, everyone has come to accept that Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan are dating partners. Even Yu Junxi, who had made attempts in the first episode, has since ceased to pursue her. For Luo Yan, though momentarily taken aback, she quickly regains her composure and smiles politely. No need. I feel quite happy dating Uncle. But you only date him. How do you know dating someone else wouldn't be even more delightful? Qi Zheng remarks quietly. Besides, we are closer in age, so our preferences are likely to align more closely. Just then, Tang Linyuan, clad in a dark gray casual t-shirt, takes a seat, casting a languid glance at Qi Zheng without acknowledging him. The atmosphere grows slightly awkward, prompting Yu Junxi to intervene. Let's eat up quickly. We have activities to get to. Tang, you should eat faster. What's good? Tang Linyuan inquires, looking down at Luo Yan. Luo Yan ponders seriously. Everything is delicious. However, given Uncle's inquiry, she considers his preferences and suggests a few options. It seems Yin Yin knows Uncle's taste well. Tang Linyuan remarks softly, as if creating a world of their own. Isolating everyone else. Qi Zheng glances between Tang Linyuan and Luo Yan but refrains from further comments. After finishing breakfast, everyone pairs up to head out for some fun, and Luo Yan dons her little straw hat. As a seaside city, there are numerous activities to enjoy, and though unsure of what lies ahead, Luo Yan feels a wave of anticipation on the bus. Luo Yan notices Uncle's exposed arms and face and quietly asks, Uncle, did you apply sunscreen? Tang Linyuan shakes his head slightly. I forgot. How could you forget? Luo Yan is both impressed and concerned. Had she not asked, he'd emerge as a tan version of himself by evening. While the color is secondary, sunburn would be quite uncomfortable. Without hesitation, Luo Yan rummages through her bag, producing sunscreen and spray, offering them to Uncle. You should apply the cream to your face and just spray the rest. Tang Linyuan glances at them but does not take them. Yin Yin, can you help me? Luo Yan's cheeks flush slightly as she whispers, there are others here. It matters not. It's all public now. What is there to fear? Tang Linyuan grasps Luo Yan's hand, having previously discussed with He Guang about going public with their relationship on the day this episode airs. With that, he feels no need to conceal their bond any longer. Publicize what? Luo Yan blinks in confusion. Only then does Tang Linyuan recall their conversation from yesterday. Having forgotten amidst the busy schedule, he promptly responds with 4 words. Publicize our relationship, although their real-life progression far exceeds what they reveal. Luo Yan still feels that revealing their relationship feels a bit premature. Moreover, don't dating shows usually leave suspense until the end. If you disclose it directly, there's no need for the final episode's recording. Then let's not record it. Tang Linyuan replies nonchalantly. All right, Luo Yan concedes, trusting that he can manage it. They agree to discuss the topic of publicizing later, and ultimately, Luo Yan dutifully applies sunscreen on Uncle. Due to the close proximity required for application, they find themselves nestled closely together. That little rascal keeps staring at you. Tang Linyuan mutters, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Luo Yan pauses momentarily, realizing who that little rascal refers to. Uncle, you should be happy. It proves I have charm, indicating your discerning taste. Indeed, it seems there are many who gaze upon me. Yin Yin should be pleased as well. Tang Linyuan replies with a smile. Happy? I can't express how delighted I am. Luo Yan responds, playfully pinching Uncle's cheek in retaliation. Tang Linyuan's gaze sweeps the room, landing on Qi Zheng, who is once more watching Luo Yan, causing him to frown. Is it truly love at first sight? Did Yin Yin know him previously? Upon hearing this, Luo Yan rummaged through the memories of Xiao He Lian, finding nothing familiar that it seemed she did not recognize him. After all, these were memories belonging to Xiao He Lian, and it was entirely reasonable that there were certain obscure recollections she was unaware of. Thus, she decided to disregard him. Tang Linyuan promptly declared that, regardless of how much Qi Zheng craved it, the little one was already his. However, he still harbored an aversion to Qi Zheng's gaze. Upon arriving at the seaside, they initially formed teams to play volleyball on the sandy beach. Luo Yan's athletic abilities were rather lacking, yet fortunately, the uncle possessed commendable skills. Nevertheless, as it was a team game, Luo Yan ultimately managed to pull the uncle into the water. Losing the game meant enduring the punishment of bitter melon juice. And Luo Yan bashfully covered her face, saying, "Uncle, I've dragged you down with me." "Not at all. I enjoy bitter melon juice," the uncle replied, taking a hearty gulp, noticing his lack of reaction after finishing. Luo Yan curiously inquired, "Isn't it bitter? Could it be that honey was added to the bitter melon?" "Luo Yan, a wager is a wager," Zhao Mengji chimed in from across, grinning, confirming that she and Xiao Rui had indeed triumphed over Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan. The disparity between Xiao Rui and Tang Linyuan was evident, which left Luo Yan's weakness unmasked. "It's just bitter melon juice. If the uncle can drink it, so can I." With that, Luo Yan took a swig of the bitter melon juice. Instantly, her taste buds were engulfed by its bitterness, covering her mouth. Her little face scrunched up in distaste. This bitter melon juice was devoid of any honey. Nearby, Tang Linyuan offered her a glass of water, and she hastily rinsed her mouth, yet the lingering bitterness remained stubbornly present. After enjoying their games, the group boarded a yacht to set sail. After a brief absence, Tang Linyuan returned, casting a mysterious glance at Luo Yan and beckoning her to open her mouth. Confused, she hesitantly complied, only to have a piece of milk candy placed into her mouth. The sweet, milky flavor alleviated the bitterness, and joy radiated from Luo Yan's eyes. The gentle sea breeze tousled their hair, and the yacht glided swiftly over the waves. Tang Linyuan leaned back in his chair, his deep voice laced with amusement. "Is it sweet? Sweet. Now there's no bitterness left in my mouth," Luo Yan replied. Perhaps it was due to her being pampered since childhood. She simply could not endure bitterness and preferred sweetness. Tang Linyuan remarked, "The uncle wishes to experience just how sweet it is." Upon hearing this, Luo Yan instinctively covered her mouth. Observing her reaction, Tang Linyuan chuckled and produced another piece of milk candy, asking, "Where did you drift off to, Yin Yan?" After unwrapping the candy and placing it in her mouth, she found it indeed quite sweet. Embarrassment tinged her cheeks as she covered her slightly flushed face. Relieved that no one else seemed to notice their secluded corner. Before long, as she finished the candy, she inquired, "Uncle, do you have more?" "Of course," he replied, taking her hand and leading her toward the back. Curious about where he was going to fetch more candy, she obediently followed. Luo Yan was so compliant that even Tang Linyuan felt hesitant to tease her, though the urge remained. Chapter 67. Yin Yin was not lying. This candy was truly sweet. Once inside a small compartment, Luo Yan curiously surveyed the cramped space filled with odds and ends, unsure of its purpose. "Uncle, what are we doing here?" she asked, puzzled to eat candy. Tang Linyuan replied in a low, husky voice, laced with laughter. Leaning against the door, even as he slightly bent down, Luo Yan still had to look up at him. "But there's no candy here." At this, Tang Linyuan retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket. The familiar wrapper and subtle milky scent were unmistakable. It was the same milk candy he always carried. Surprised, Luo Yan turned her gaze back to him. "You have candy and still brought me here? What could he possibly be planning?" It must be said, Luo Yan had developed a basic understanding of her uncle by now. He was rather mischievous. Soon enough, Luo Yan realized her suspicions were correct, as she found herself cornered once again. "Aren't we going to eat candy?" Tang Linyuan gestured with the candy in his palm. Luo Yan took the candy, holding it in her hand. Observing this, Tang Linyuan grasped her hand, retrieving the milk candy once more, and as he unwrapped it, he said, "Yin Yin, are you being coy and hoping the uncle will help you unwrap it?" "I am not. I didn't." After unwrapping the candy, Tang Linyuan looked at her and opened his mouth. With her uncle's hand guiding her, Luo Yan placed the milk candy in her mouth. His fingertips brushed against her soft lips. "Is it sweet?" Tang Linyuan asked softly. Luo Yan nodded. Why is Yan Yan's candy sweet while the one I just had was not? Tang Linyuan inquired, feigning confusion and grievance. Luo Yan, taken aback, replied, Huh, if I remember correctly. You just said that piece was sweet. Thinking this over, she echoed, That piece was sweet. Is that so? How would Yan Yan know if she hasn't tasted it? Tang Linyuan kicked the ball back to her. In the cramped space, the air was thick with the scent of the sea, as the tall figure of the man effectively trapped the petite woman between himself and the door. The atmosphere was laden with heat. Especially under such circumstances. Although Luo Yan typically did not sweat due to her cold constitution, she felt as if she were on the verge of perspiration. It was you who said it was sweet. Luo Yan murmured softly, her voice light as a whisper, akin to a gentle plea. Have you ever considered that perhaps the uncle was lying? Tang Linyuan asked. Why would you lie about whether the candy is sweet or not? Luo Yan genuinely could not grasp this point. Then did Yan Yan tell a lie? Tang Linyuan's voice dropped as he inquired. Luo Yan's small face appeared bewildered. No, if the uncle doesn't believe you. Would Yan Yan let him have a taste? Tang Linyuan's gaze fell to her slightly pursed, rosy lips. That moment, whether to say yes or no became a daunting choice for Luo Yan. Theos would be utterly embarrassing, while the say no would likely be ignored by him. Then if you choose not to speak, it means you consent, Tang Linyuan murmured, leaning down to kiss her. The rich milky flavor lingered between their lips, the candy proving to be rather mischievous, and Luo Yan blushed as her small hands inadvertently pressed against Tang Linyuan's chest, wanting to push him away but lacking the strength after the kiss. Tang Linyuan's tongue grazed his lips, filled with desire. Indeed, Yan Yan was not lying. This candy is truly sweet. Luo Yan's cheeks flushed as she felt a wave of embarrassment from Tang Linyuan's words. Yet she earnestly looked at him and said, You can't do this next time. This. Tang Linyuan made no promises. He then produced a specialized wet wipe from his pocket, unfolding it as he gently wiped her lips and the lipstick that had smudged. Once he finished cleaning her up, he folded the wipe and wiped his own lips, having accumulated some of her lipstick during their kiss. Next, he retrieved a lipstick that Luo Yan recognized. Is this mine? She asked in confusion. Yes, Tang Linyuan replied, lowering his head to reapply the lipstick on her. His focused demeanor made Luo Yan hesitant to move, obediently allowing him to treat her like a doll. Press your lips together, Tang Linyuan instructed professionally. Complying, Luo Yan pressed her lips together several times. Is that enough? Tang Linyuan examined his handiwork and, satisfied, leaned down to give her a kiss. All right. After kissing you, I have to wipe it off. Luo Yan lamented as she took the wet wipe from Tang Linyuan's hand, raising it to clean the lipstick from his lips. She then observed as he put the lipstick away. After a while, once they had left, Tang Linyuan opened the door and confirmed no one was around, allowing Luo Yan to cautiously scurry to a nearby restroom. Inside the restroom, she found a mirror and needed to assess her uncle's skills as a novice makeup artist. Upon her return, she was immediately pulled aside by Zhao Mengji for a chat, and only after reaching their destination was she released. Meanwhile, Yu Junqi had brought over several life jackets. All right, everyone, once you've changed, make sure to wear your life jackets. Even those who can swim should wear them when going into the water to facilitate their activities. Everyone changed into swimwear, yet unlike the male guests who wore only swim trunks, the female guests all donned cover-ups to avoid appearing overly revealing. After changing into their swimsuits, Luo Yan and the other female guests applied sunscreen on their exposed skin, as every girl loves beauty and they all wish to avoid getting sunburned. Once everything was prepared and they donned their cover-ups, the female guests emerged, undeniably capturing attention. Each of the female guests had an admirable figure. Zhao Mengji, being a travel blogger, was the tallest among them. Although her skin was not as fair as the others due to her year-round exercise, the results of her training were evident in her well-defined abs, making Luo Yan envious for quite some time. And Hui and Jin Xiaomei also possessed impressive figures, for how could any girl in the realms of internet fame or the entertainment industry lack a commendable physique? However, the most unexpected presence was Luo Yan. Among the four, her height was average, neither the tallest nor the shortest, but her skin, as luminous and pristine as jade, caught the sunlight in the most captivating way. Though slender, her figure was remarkably appealing. Complemented by her delicate and beautiful face, adorned with a hint of bashful pink, it was no wonder that not only men were drawn to her. Even as a woman, Zhao Mengji found herself enchanted. Tang Linyuan leaned against the yacht's railing, observing Luo Yan, who had captured the attention of those nearby, and interrupted the others' gazes, calling out, "Yin Yin, come here." Upon hearing the uncle's voice, Luo Yan walked over in her flip-flops, asking, "What is it, uncle?" Tang Linyuan grasped Luo Yan's small hand, saying, "Help me apply some sunscreen." With that, he pulled her inside. Chapter 68. Luo Yan. Uncle is also a novice initially. Luo Yan worried that her uncle might tease her. But fortunately, he merely applied sunscreen without any intention of teasing. Throughout the process, Tang Linyuan remained remarkably composed, allowing Luo Yan's small hands to wander over him, not once making a teasing remark, instead maintaining a demeanor as tranquil as a monk in meditation. This sight intrigued Luo Yan. After applying sunscreen to his back, she found herself focused on his chest, asking, "Uncle, why have you suddenly fallen silent?" Hearing this, Tang Linyuan opened his eyes, looking at her with a hint of helplessness. He was not the unflappable Lu Xiaowei, and it took considerable effort to keep his thoughts clear of distractions that if he continued to jest with her, she might be unaffected, but he feared he would embarrass himself in public. After all, clad in swim trunks, any reaction would be conspicuous, but could he articulate that? He could not. Thus, Tang Linyuan simply replied with a serious expression, "I was lost in thought," observing her uncle's serious demeanor. Luo Yan pondered if he was preoccupied with something significant. With this thought, she chose not to disturb him, saying, "You continue to think, uncle. I will finish applying the sunscreen to him." Tang Linyuan closed his eyes, continuing to endure. However, with his eyes shut, her hands felt like they were igniting his skin. Why did he always challenge his own patience? Fortunately, this self-inflicted torment eventually came to an end, allowing Tang Linyuan to exhale silently without revealing any signs of discomfort. The yacht was equipped with a variety of recreational facilities, and while Luo Yan helped her uncle with sunscreen, the staff on board expertly began setting up the equipment for play. There were inflatable water trampolines, giant water slides, and banana boats, among others. Additionally, jet skis and flyboard equipment were readily available, along with a speedboat for parasailing activities. Surrounding the yacht were large inflatable water mats, buoyant enough to withstand the waves. Allowing everyone to frolic freely, it could be said that the recreational options on this yacht were quite comprehensive. Moreover, one could also opt for sea fishing, with the catch being prepared into delicious meals. Qi Zheng, noticing Luo Yan alone, ruffled his tousled hair and approached her, asking, "Luo Yan, what do you want to play?" Despite his youthful appearance, this sunny puppy had a remarkably fit physique, his muscles harmoniously defined. Boasting a six-pack even if not an eight-pack, the production team would not intervene, allowing them to choose their own activities freely. At that moment, Luo Yan felt torn, wanting to try everything she saw. Her gaze landed on the jet ski, which appeared quite large. Having observed others riding it previously, she felt an urge to try, yet a tinge of trepidation lingered. "Oh, you want to ride the jet ski? I've tried it before. How about I take you?" Qi Zheng suggested, flashing his signature radiant smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan furrowed her brow slightly. If Qi Zheng were to accompany her, they would inevitably be quite close. With this thought, she declined, saying, "No, Qi Zheng, you go ahead and play. I want to try the slide. Aren't you going to be bored alone? Then I'll join you on the slide," Qi Zheng insisted. Luo Yan concluded that Qi Zheng was a clingy little puppy. The slide was quite large, and she chose not to argue further, though she was uncertain where her uncle had wandered off to. With a swift motion, she slid down the slide and gracefully landed in the sea. As she emerged from the water, a staff member promptly assisted her to the inflatable water mat. Qi Zheng also descended, swimming over to the mat, but hesitating to climb aboard. "Luo Yan, why do I feel like you're avoiding me?" he inquired, lying on the mat. Instead of answering, Luo Yan posed a question. "Qi Zheng, do we know each other from before?" Seemingly taken aback by her inquiry, Qi Zheng chuckled. "Guess. Fine." Typically, such an answer might imply he indeed knew the elusive little black lotus. But that was his affair, not hers. Luo Yan turned to leave, prompting Qi Zheng to scramble onto the mat in pursuit. However, at that moment, Tang Linyuan reappeared. Seeing Qi Zheng trailing Luo Yan, he wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close. "What do you want to play?" Upon hearing her uncle's question, Luo Yan's eyes brightened as she looked toward the jet ski, asking, "Is that difficult?" Tang Linyuan assessed the situation and affirmed, "It can be a bit challenging." Feeling a slight disappointment, Luo Yan gazed at the young girl who seemed somewhat deflated. Tang Linyuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Uncle will take you. That way. It won't be difficult. Uncle, can you? Luo Yan inquired with a hint of uncertainty. That I've ridden before, Tang Linyuan replied, leading Luo Yan away without glancing back at Qizhang. However, Luo Yan felt a twinge of apprehension regarding her uncle's claim of prior experience. Uncle, should we find a coach instead? Tang Linyuan teased. Does Yin Yin not trust her uncle? I do, she replied, her instincts urging her not to doubt him at that moment. They declined the coach's assistance. And Tang Linyuan stepped onto the jet ski. With Luo Yan taking her place behind him, it would be disingenuous to claim she was not nervous. Once settled, she quickly wrapped her arms around her uncle's waist. There's no need to be so tense. Uncle is safer than a coach, Tang Linyuan assured with a smile. Then, Uncle, honestly, how many times have you ridden before? Luo Yan questioned skeptically. Frequency doesn't signify much, Tang Linyuan replied. How many times? Luo Yan insisted on a clear answer. All right, just once, Tang Linyuan conceded, feeling exasperated. Luo Yan was speechless. Her uncle's overwhelming confidence was surprising, given he had only ridden once. Thus, he, too, was merely a novice. Tang Linyuan shot Luo Yan a glance, securing his hold. With that, they sped off into the sea, startling Luo Yan, who immediately tightened her grip around her uncle's waist, burying her face in his back, as the jet ski raced across the water. Luo Yan gradually found the courage to open her eyes and enjoy the ride. It turned out that despite being a novice, Tang Linyuan's skills were quite commendable, and they managed to avoid any mishaps. After their thrilling ride on the jet ski, they proceeded to try the flyboard, with Luo Yan shielded by her uncle throughout. Although exhilarating, it was undeniably enjoyable that as time slipped away, feeling fatigued from their adventures. Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan returned to the yacht. The others, too, appeared weary, some resting aboard the yacht, while others lay on the inflatable mat, gently swaying with the waves, after sipping a glass of chilled juice. Luo Yan sighed contentedly. Whenever hunger struck, they could indulge in a meal aboard the yacht, and when thirsty, refreshing beverages and fruits were readily available. Before they knew it, evening had arrived, painting the sky in brilliant hues. As Luo Yan gazed at the distant sunset, her uncle suddenly pulled her away. Uncle, where are we going? Luo Yan asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. That you'll know when we arrive, Tang Linyuan replied. But her trust in him quelled her curiosity, and she did not press further. Chapter 69. Does Yin Yin like her uncle? Ascending the staircase, they reached the second deck of the yacht, standing at a height. They beheld a breathtaking view. The setting sun bathed the horizon in a radiant glow, the colors of the sky merging seamlessly with the sea, shimmering brilliantly. Luo Yan marveled at this scene, finding it even more beautiful than what she had seen moments ago. The surface of the water sparkled, and seagulls soared overhead, filling the air with their calls. A gentle pressure encircled her waist as her back pressed against her uncle's warm chest. He leaned slightly forward, as if wishing to envelop her entirely, merging their beings into one. It seemed that in her presence, he could not stand tall or hold his head high. Relaxing into her uncle's embrace, Luo Yan gazed at the golden expanse before her, feeling a profound sense of tranquility, as if the stillness around them resonated with the calm within her heart. After enjoying a moment of silence, Luo Yan was gently turned to face her uncle. He lowered his head while she looked up, her eyes meeting the deep affection reflected in his gaze. Suddenly, she felt a tightening around her waist, bringing her almost flush against him. Uncle, there are others, she protested, placing her hands on his chest. Although the vastness of the sea stretched endlessly around them, and no other yachts were visible, there were still many people aboard their own yacht. Does Yin Yin like her uncle? Tang Linyuan's sultry voice, imbued with an enticing lilt, seemed to ignite a palpable warmth in the palm resting against the uncle's chest. Luo Yan felt her cheeks flush slightly. It was the first time the uncle had posed such a serious question to her. Although she felt a twinge of embarrassment in responding, under the weight of his gaze, she found herself nodding ever so gently, akin to a chick pecking at grains, her movements soft and endearing. However, Tang Linyuan was not entirely satisfied with her silent acquiescence. He yearned to hear her articulate her feelings, having already conveyed her thoughts through action. Luo Yan, surprisingly unperturbed, responded in a delicate whisper, her voice soft and inviting, hinting at a fondness for the uncle. Such a good girl, Tang Linyuan murmured, his lips descending upon hers, savoring her sweetness in repeated, tender kisses. Unbeknownst to her, as Luo Yan leaned against the uncle's sturdy chest, her hands were guided to encircle his neck. Against the backdrop of a resplendent sunset on the yacht's deck, the towering man reverently kissed the woman in his arms, as if they were the only two souls in existence. He held her waist tightly while she clung to his neck, akin to a fragile seaweed floating on water, barely able to grasp him. The scene was undeniably beautiful and captivating, stirring a longing within those who witnessed it. Are they truly together? How exhilarating! Zhao Mengji whispered, tugging at Xiao Rue as they concealed themselves in the shadows, watching the couple on the deck. Watching them like this evoked a twinge of envy in Xiao Rue. Suddenly feeling a chill creeping down his spine, he turned to Zhao Mengji, who had already averted her gaze. Moments later, Yu Junqi joined them, but was quickly shushed by Zhao Mengji before he could approach. Though puzzled, Yu Junqi leaned in closer, catching sight of the couple locked in a kiss. He couldn't help but reflect, how could they not end up married? After all, the cameras are rolling. Yu Junqi was certain that Tang Linyuan was aware of the fixed cameras on the second deck. Given that the evening's activities were planned there, and he had previously reviewed the itinerary as for Luo Yan, Yu Junqi believed she was genuinely unaware. Observing the scene, he noted that the chemistry between Tang Yingdi and Luo Yan was palpable. Is it inappropriate for us to be watching them like this? Zhao Mengji inquired. Xiao Rue, with his naturally reserved demeanor, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Fearing they might be discovered, Zhao Mengji reassured him. We are merely observing openly. If Tang Yingdi wished to keep it private, he could have chosen another location. His presence here suggests he is open about it. Yu Junqi added his explanation, and the trio settled on the stairs, comfortably seated without the need to crouch uncomfortably. Just as they pondered whether to wait a bit longer or to intrude, a tall figure approached the staircase. The boy, backlit by the sun, with striking white hair, made his identity unmistakable to AT that moment. His youthful face, typically exuding innocence, bore a faint chill. He regarded the group with a detached expression, his voice devoid of sweetness, commanding, "Move aside." In an instant, he transformed from a sunny puppy into a world-weary wolf. Zhao Mengji subtly stepped aside. Xiao Rue quickly followed suit, and Yu Junqi naturally stepped back. Qi Zheng descended the stairs, though he moderated his pace. Once he was out of sight, Zhao Mengji remarked, "How did he come from above? That means he has seen and heard more than we have." Yu Junqi observed the couple on the deck, his gaze settling on Tang Linyuan. Did he truly remain oblivious? No, he was well aware that Qi Zheng had followed them and had been observing his kiss with Luo Yan. Qi Zheng had not concealed his presence, and Tang Linyuan had not deemed it necessary to acknowledge him. For Tang Linyuan, as long as Luo Yan's affections were directed towards him, he felt no rivalry. Others who desired her were mere passers-by. Only he would remain by her side. Luo Yan, overwhelmed by the uncle's kisses, felt her legs weaken and her eyes grow hazy, oblivious to the three spectators lingering nearby. Although Tang Linyuan had noticed their hidden presence, he merely glanced at them and asked, "Jia, shall we make this public?" "Huh?" Luo Yan looked at the uncle, slightly bewildered. While Tang Linyuan had previously spoken to the director about going public, he still sought her consent. Peering down at the little one in his arms, he gently coaxed, "Uncle desires a sense of security, fearing that one day a dog might whisk you away. You mentioned wanting security when you transitioned to a more serious relationship." Luo Yan murmured. Thus, the uncle revealed his vulnerable side, sighing, "It seems my dear Yan is simply too adorable, bound to attract attention." Luo Yan felt a flutter of shyness. She certainly did not consider herself that remarkable. Yet, she harbored reservations. Was the notion of marriage not a bit sudden? Her sister and parents were still unaware to this. Tang Linyuan leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her lips, suggesting, "We can first announce our relationship." Chapter 70. Luo Yan. "Uncle, I miss you." Relieved that they need not directly announce their marriage, but rather their relationship, Luo Yan readily agreed. Sensing the uncle's insecurity, she resolved to demonstrate her girlfriend's strength to provide him with some assurance. Having successfully guided the little one onto a clearer path, Tang Linyuan felt a sense of delight within, though he maintained a composed exterior. "How about we set the date for the third episode's airing?" he proposed. Luo Yan nodded enthusiastically, trusting the uncle's judgment. "Now, how about we take an official announcement photo together?" Tang Linyuan continued to coax. Here, Luo Yan glanced around. Tang Linyuan surveyed the distant horizon, The scenery here is splendid. Upon seeing them engaged in conversation, the trio hiding on the stairs finally seized the opportunity to emerge. Spotting Zhao Mengji and the others, Luo Yan's face flushed as she quickly extricated herself from the uncle's embrace. Tang Linyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the next moment, his hand found its way to Luo Yan's waist, pulling her back into his embrace. Have you all been lurking for so long without getting your fill? Getting my fill of what? Xiao Rui asked, bewildered. Beside him, Yu Junqi sheepishly rubbed his nose. I've had my fill of dog food. Indeed, we're stuffed. We won't even have room for dinner, Zhao Mengji added quietly, upon hearing their remarks. Luo Yan finally understood. You all, we're not peeping. We are watching openly, Zhao Mengji declared, tossing her shoulder-length hair. Though she initially came across as somewhat aloof, Luo Yan soon discovered her playful side. Feigning nonchalance, Yu Junqi asked, Is Tang Yingdi planning to go public? Yes, Tang Linyuan affirmed, glancing at Luo Yan before turning his attention back to the trio. Who among you is skilled at photography? Yu Junqi and Xiao Rui both looked at Zhao Mengji, who, as the only female and a travel blogger, felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, my photography skills are not that impressive. Seeing all eyes on her, Xiao Rui quickly added, the dishes I photographed were all at fixed angles. I'm not very good at taking photos either, that I'm even worse. My mother once said that if I were to find a girlfriend, I'd need to attend a photography workshop. Yu Junqi found himself at a loss. In the end, they still had to let Luo Yan's accompanying photographer handle the significant task of capturing the official announcement photos of the two. Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan formally revealed their relationship in front of everyone. And since the announcement would coincide with the airing, there was no need to intentionally maintain a distance during the subsequent shoot. According to Tang Linyuan, it was merely to allow the audience to witness the different states of the guests. For instance, Xiao Rui and Zhao Mengji were in a stage of ambiguity, while the other guests were in the adjustment phase, and Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan had entered the romantic phase. It wasn't about emulating their efficiency. Matters of the heart are akin to drinking water, where one knows best the warmth or coldness. Regardless of their efforts, they could not control the depth of their feelings. After finishing the photos, the group returned to the first level of the yacht. It was getting late, and it was time to prepare dinner. After an afternoon of tireless effort, they had collectively caught a considerable amount of sea fish and even managed to haul in some crabs and shrimp, resulting in a bountiful catch. Xiao Rui returned to his domain and began to prepare a feast, while everyone contributed as best they could, whether washing or chopping. However, the yacht's kitchen was not as accommodating as a villa and could not accommodate everyone. Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan took charge of igniting the charcoal for the barbecue, preparing 2 large grills and a sizable iron plate for grilling seafood later on. The group was bustling aboard the yacht, eager to indulge in fresh, warm seafood. The seafood was at its freshest, and even boiled, it was a rare delicacy. This season was prime for scallops and abalone, with garlic scallops and grilled abalone on the menu, alongside succulent clams, plump mantis shrimp, and crabs fiercely waving their claws, savoring the delicious catch they had reeled in. The experience was distinctly gratifying. Luo Yan ate with earnest joy, though the shells of the seafood were somewhat cumbersome. Fortunately, she had a boyfriend who had already crossed the threshold of their relationship. Tang Linyuan openly assisted her by peeling the shells. Zhao Mengji, sitting beside Luo Yan, observed Tang Linyuan, the epitome of a devoted boyfriend, peeling shells, and leaned closer to whisper to Luo Yan, the scent of love is truly enviable and a tad bit jealous. Others may envy, but you're not without your own. Luo Yan subtly gestured towards Xiao Rui. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengji peeled a shrimp and placed it into Xiao Rui's bowl, then glanced back at Luo Yan. You're absolutely right. Luo Yan looked at the shrimp in Xiao Rui's bowl, then at her own, and inexplicably felt a connection with him. Meanwhile, Qizheng quietly enjoyed his seafood. While others spoke to him, he did not refrain from responding, yet it was evident to discerning eyes that his demeanor was somewhat off that evening. Luo Yan noticed this, but was unaware that Qizheng had previously ascended to the second level of the yacht. She merely attributed it to her earlier refusal to join him in activities. Additionally, it seemed he was acquainted with the original character, Xiao Helian. Thinking of this, Luo Yan quietly inquired of Zhao Mengji. Mengji, is Qizheng also from the industry? Glancing at Qizheng, Zhao Mengji replied in a hushed tone. He initially started as an online singer, but now many film and television productions seek him out. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan deliberately searched but found no connection in Xiao Halian's memories with any online singer. Noting this, she decided not to dwell on it. If Qizheng wished to share something, she would eventually find out if he chose to remain silent. She was not overly concerned with whether he recognized her. The sumptuous seafood feast concluded smoothly, and everyone moved to the upper deck of the yacht. Here, they enjoyed the night sea breeze and engaged in light conversation. Under the cover of night, the yacht smoothly returned to the seaside. Back at the villa, everyone retreated to their respective rooms to freshen up. Luo Yan entered the bathroom for a thorough cleansing, washing her hair and body. By the time she finished, over half an hour had passed. Leaving her quite fatigued, gazing at her freshly washed hair, she felt a twinge of reluctance to blow dry it, perhaps due to the day's exertions. However, in a moment of mischief, a sly smile crept across her face as she looked into the mirror. In the room, Tang Linyuan sat on the sofa, tapping away at his laptop. Suddenly, his phone chimed, and a WeChat notification popped up. Yin Yin, Uncle, I miss you. Yin Yin, when are you coming over? Seeing the little one's inquiry. A smile involuntarily crept to Tang Linyuan's lips. Yuan, I'll be there shortly. Upon receiving the uncle's reply, Luo Yan beamed with joy as soon as she heard the door open. She leapt from her bed and dashed into her uncle's embrace. Chapter 71. Uncle, you're bullying me. Embracing the fragrant softness in his arms, Tang Linyuan felt his heart swell with warmth. However, upon sensing the dampness in his palms, he looked down to see Luo Yan's wet hair and furrowed his brow slightly. Why didn't you dry your hair? Pouting slightly, Luo Yan gazed at him with a pitiful expression. My hands are so sore and tired. Regardless of how tired you are, you must dry your hair before sleeping. Otherwise, you might get a headache, he said softly. Especially considering your long and abundant hair. If you don't dry it, when will it ever dry? Luo Yan. It seems my hints were ineffective, just as Tang Linyuan was about to carry the little one to the bedside to use the hairdryer. She unexpectedly tiptoed and softly kissed him. Uncle, hearing her sweet, soft voice, Tang Linyuan momentarily paused in his movements. What did you just call me? Uncle, dry my hair. Luo Yan clung to his waist, burying her face in his chest. Suddenly feeling a wave of embarrassment, she recalled how her roommate would call a certain celebrity hubby every day without a second thought. Yet, now that the term had escaped her lips, she felt a tinge of shyness. Legally speaking, he indeed was her husband. Say it again, Tang Linyuan insisted, lifting her into his arms. This embrace was different from the previous ones. This time, his large hand cradled her soft form, lifting her effortlessly to his waist. Fearing a fall, Luo Yan instinctively wrapped her legs around him. Although he walked steadily, her cheeks flushed crimson. The few steps to the bedside felt deceptively short, yet when they arrived, her uncle refused to set her down. Having looked up at him countless times, this was the first instance where her gaze was higher than his. The difference between looking up and down was indeed significant. Their eyes locked, and Tang Linyuan playfully smacked her behind. Say it again. Luo Yan was perplexed by her uncle's stubbornness, yet it did not hinder her from seeking her own advantage. She would have her hair dried first, and then call him. After calling him, she would have her hair dried. Tang Linyuan turned and sat on the edge of the bed, while Luo Yan slid from his waist to his lap, where his hand secured her waist firmly in place. Luo Yan puffed out her cheeks slightly, only to receive a gentle kiss from her uncle as he leaned down. Yin Yin, say it again. Tang Linyuan coaxed softly, his tone insistent. Luo Yan surrendered, unable to withstand the seductive rasp in his voice, which was a fatal temptation. However, under her uncle's intense gaze, she found it difficult to call out as effortlessly as before. Uncle. The whisper of uncle brought a deeper smile to Tang Linyuan's eyes. All right, your uncle will help you dry your hair. Laying on her uncle's lap, Luo Yan closed her eyes, enjoying his attentive service as he dried her hair, occasionally feeling his fingers weave through her locks. Lifting strands of hair gently, from root to tip, Tang Linyuan dried her hair with utmost care, watching as she resembled a lazy kitten, further igniting a sense of affection within him, as if she were playfully scratching at his heart. It didn't hurt, but it was a delightful itch, perhaps influenced by the warm air from the hairdryer. Luo Yan's cheeks flushed a soft pink as he continued to dry her hair. She began to feel drowsy. Once the hairdryer was turned off, Tang Linyuan used a comb to smooth her long hair. Luo Yan lazily turned to face him, her eyes filled with a hint of sleepiness and a smile. It's wonderful to have you. Uncle. It's wonderful to have you. Yin Yin, Tang Linyuan replied, placing the comb aside before wrapping her in the blankets. Bundling himself in the covers, Luo Yan flashed her uncle a sweet smile. "Good night, uncle." That as he switched off the light, Tang Linyuan embraced her within the covers, though he wasn't inclined to sleep. Hearing her uncle's habitual declaration of not wanting to sleep, Luo Yan silently turned away, presenting her back to him. "Then I'll sleep first. Uncle, you can count sheep. As you count, you'll start to feel sleepy." His hand slipped beneath the hem of her nightgown, his slightly rough palm caressing her delicate skin, sending shivers through her as his hand gradually ascended. He effortlessly grasped her bosom, his voice low and laced with amusement. "You're not wearing anything." In the darkness, Luo Yan felt the heat rising in her cheeks, as well as her uncle's teasing. "Of course, I'm wearing something to sleep. Last night, you wore something." Tang Linyuan leaned down to kiss her neck before turning her around, sealing her lips with his. Luo Yan found herself at a loss for words. As she was enveloped in the kiss, her awareness began to wane, and Tang Linyuan shifted his focus. "So, Yin Yin, what were you hinting at?" Just as she was about to respond, her bosom was enveloped in warmth. Her body trembled slightly as she clung to the bedsheets, her eyes glistening with tears. "Uncle, you're bullying me," with a hint of a cry in her voice. Tang Linyuan gazed at her in the darkness for a long moment before gently adjusting her nightgown. He settled back beside her, cradling her in his arms. There, Uncle won't bully you anymore. Don't be upset." "MHM," Luo Yan replied softly, her voice slightly nasal. "We have to film tomorrow. I need to sleep well." "All right, you rest well. Uncle won't disturb you," Tang Linyuan gently murmured, expressing his indulgence towards Luo Yan. Although she was somewhat surprised that the uncle had so easily let her off this time, she realized that they would be filming the next day, which was indeed a good thing. She did not wish to feel weak all day. With this thought in mind, Luo Yan obediently closed her eyes and fell into a peaceful slumber. Tang Linyuan gazed down at the sleeping Luo Yan in his embrace, acknowledging that he ought not to rush things. After all, they had to film the next day, and it would not bode well if she became exhausted. Could she really avoid fatigue? When Luo Yan awoke, she sensed a large hand resting on her chest. The sky outside had already brightened, yet the uncle still lingered behind her. "Uncle, you should return now," she urged, turning to nudge him. Tang Linyuan did not open his eyes. Instead, he pulled Luo Yan closer to his chest. "It's still early. Let's sleep a little longer. The sun is up. Uncle, you really must go back, or else someone might see you," Luo Yan insisted, her voice laced with urgency. The thought of someone discovering the uncle in her room filled her with dread. Her social life would be ruined. "Though you think they are unaware?" Tang Linyuan replied nonchalantly, holding her close, his voice hoarse from sleep. As he opened his eyes, he noticed the flustered expression on Luo Yan's face and couldn't help but smirk. "Yesterday, when I arrived, I ran into Zhao Mingji, Yu Junqi, and He Guang. They have all known." Luo Yan was momentarily taken aback. "The director knows too?" He didn't intervene. This realization struck her. If a male guest entered a female guest's room, it seemed rather unprofessional for the show. Who cares? "I presented my marriage certificate the night before. Would he dare say anything to his boss?" Tang Linyuan asserted. Luo Yan narrowed her eyes, a frown forming on her face. "Boss?" Chapter 72. The uncle is a bit impulsive. She rolled over to lie atop Tang Linyuan's chest, her expression serious. "What do you mean by boss? I am a sponsor for this program," Tang Linyuan confessed, realizing he had inadvertently let the truth slip, that a sponsor is just a sponsor. That doesn't equate to being a boss. "Does it?" Luo Yan replied, furrowing her brow as she recalled that sponsors were typically akin to wealthy benefactors. "Perhaps you contributed significantly?" Tang Linyuan hesitated. Luo Yan fixed her gaze upon the uncle, saying nothing, merely staring at him. It was then that Tang Linyuan noticed her eyes glistening with unshed tears. His heart tightened, and he quickly disregarded his earlier slip. "Don't cry. To be honest, this program is a small variety show under the MG group." Luo Yan reminisced about the effort Tang Linyuan had exerted to secure her a guest spot, even going so far as to buy one and get one free, bringing himself along as well. This realization made her suspicious. If it's your company's show, why would you need to buy one and get one free just to include yourself? She disliked being deceived, and discovering that the uncle had misled her left her feeling quite unhappy. Seeing the moisture welling in Luo Yan's eyes, Tang Linyuan quickly sat up and drew her onto his lap. "Do you believe me? The uncle did this for you." Upon hearing his words, Luo Yan looked up at him. Her nose slightly red and her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Why? Because it was love at first sight, Tang Linyuan replied with a chuckle. From the moment you leapt into my arms that day. Refusing to let me leave, I knew I didn't want to go. Luo Yan still found it hard to believe. After all, love at first sight merely indicated a high initial attraction. The uncle was being a bit impulsive. Although Luo Yan harbored doubts about the uncle's buy one, get one free arrangement, she had no inkling that the matter involving Lu Machin was also intentionally orchestrated by him. After all, she was unaware that the uncle had been reborn, and that Lu Machin held a rather unique position in her life. A man whom she had labeled as a scoundrel, that a man pursuing her into a reality show, though he had not mentioned it initially, was a choice she had made for herself. As Luo Yan pondered, she realized she had no real grounds to blame the uncle. To fault him over this matter seemed rather petty. Wiping away the tears that had threatened to spill, she brushed them against the uncle's sleepwear and softly huffed. I'll let it slide this time, but you mustn't do this again. All right, I promise, Tang Linyuan assured her. Suddenly, a knocking sound interrupted them. Luo Yan, are you awake? Startled by Zhao Mengji's voice, Luo Yan quickly replied, I'm up, I'll be ready shortly. After responding, she hurriedly pushed the uncle away. Uncle, you must go back. It's time to get up. This time, Tang Linyuan did not resist. However, before departing, he bestowed a gentle kiss upon Luo Yan's lips. Once the uncle had left, Luo Yan rushed to the bathroom to freshen up. After completing her grooming and changing her clothes, she noticed something odd while putting on her bra. It felt slightly tight, though she couldn't tell if it was just her imagination. Today, Luo Yan wore a black and white color-blocked off-shoulder dress, its hemline short enough to reveal her slender, straight legs. The off-shoulder design showcased her fair, rounded shoulders, and a belt accentuated her enticingly slender waist. Paired with a low-heeled sandal, she was assured that her feet would remain comfortable throughout the day. After taking precautions against sun exposure, Luo Yan finally felt ready to head downstairs for breakfast. Today's meal featured seafood porridge, a fitting choice given their seaside location and the abundance of fresh seafood. Tang Linyuan had already taken a seat and begun his breakfast by the time Luo Yan arrived. She obediently sat beside him, and he had already served her a bowl of porridge. Give it a try. It's quite delicious. As it turned out, Xiao Rui's culinary skills were indeed exceptional, more than just good. Luo Yan devoured 2 large bowls of the seafood porridge alone, not to mention the other dishes. Zhao Mengji, observing her, wore a knowing expression. You certainly have worked up quite an appetite. Luo Yan's face flushed with embarrassment. It's just that Xiao Rui's porridge is exceptionally tasty. Given that Mai was present, Zhao Mengji refrained from elaborating further, yet the teasing glint in her eyes made Luo Yan wish she could shake her shoulders and clarify that nothing had occurred the previous night. After everyone finished breakfast, Yu Junqi received a card detailing the day's date. In front of the group, he read aloud the contents. Today, the guests must surrender their phones and wallets, working to earn funds for the date. The production team had also provided a manual outlining work locations, as well as a guide for scenic spots. The day's task was to check in at least one location, and all expenses, including travel costs, admission fees, and lunch, would need to be earned by the guests themselves. Are we not here to date? Why must we work? Yu Junqi exclaimed, bewildered. Curious, Luo Yan glanced at the list of available jobs. This is an experiential activity. At that moment, the staff brought forward a box for everyone to deposit their phones and wallets. One by one, they complied without hesitation. Luo Yan followed suit, and the uncle did as well. Since Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan were already paired for the date, the remaining 6 had selected their partners the night before. Xiao Rui and Zhao Mengji were established partners, while Yu Junqi was familiar with Hui and Qi Zhang paired with Zhen Xiaomei. Each dating team received a work manual and a scenic spot guide, and they began discussing where they would work to earn money, while there were numerous job options. Luo Yan steered clear of tasks involving crab tying. Despite the higher pay. As she was contemplating her options, Qi Zhang's voice broke through. Luo Yan, where are you planning to work? Luo Yan looked up to find Qi Zhang appearing slightly different from the previous day. Yesterday, his tousled bangs concealed his forehead, giving him a soft, adorable demeanor, reminiscent of a cute puppy. Today, however, his white hair was slicked back, revealing a smooth forehead, and his overall aura had shifted significantly, transforming him into a charming wolf dog. Impressed by Qi Zhang's seamless transition from cute to suave, Luo Yan mused to herself, I suppose it's all quite similar. as long as I don't have to tie crabs. With that thought, she turned to the uncle. Uncle, where shall we work? Just follow me, Tang Linyuan replied. Seeing that the uncle had a plan, Luo Yan decided not to question further. Where does the esteemed Tang intend to work? Qi Zheng raised an eyebrow, a hint of rivalry evident in his tone. Tang Linyuan merely cast a cool glance in his direction at a place not suited for you that as everyone gradually set off. Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan exited the villa. Outside, bicycles awaited them, some single-rider and others with seats. Tang Linyuan chose a bike with a seat, swung one long leg over, and then turned to ask, "Where do you want to sit?" At the back, Luo Yan quickly responded, deftly taking her place on the rear seat and wrapping her arms around the uncle's waist. "Hold on tight. Let's go." Tang Linyuan pushed off the ground with his foot. Carrying Luo Yan as they rode far away, I end the 73rd chapter. Don't make a scene. There are people. The sun blazed overhead, and a gentle breeze stirred, causing the bangs on Lian's forehead to flutter while her long hair danced gracefully in the wind. Holding up her skirt, she embraced the waist of the man beside her with one hand, gazing at the ever-receding scenery. The bicycle wheels crunched over the leaves lining the roadside, producing a delicate sound that accompanied the whispers of the wind in her ears. The young man riding was tall and upright, with deep-set brows that exuded an aura of strength. The girl on the back seat had lively eyes, and as she smiled, her gaze resembled a crescent moon. Soft and endearing. They appeared to be an ordinary couple, yet their striking beauty rendered them anything but mundane, particularly with Tang Linyuan's immense popularity. Despite his shift to the commercial sphere 8 years ago, he remained a household name. Once recognized, combined with his recent buzzworthy variety show and scandals, Luo Yan's identity was inevitably revealed. Trailing behind them was a single vehicle from the production team, which led to quick reactions from onlookers who spotted them, swiftly pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Luo Yan noticed this, and, whether it was out of admiration or mere curiosity, she returned their gazes with a bright smile that a third-year university student on vacation happened to snap a shot of this scene. She gazed at her phone, where Luo Yan sat behind the man, a strand of hair whimsically blown to the front by the wind. Her delicate features and charming dimples made her look infinitely more appealing than the selfies trending on Weibo. How utterly enchanting, the girl murmured to herself, recalling Lian's past selfies from months ago, which, while consistently styled, lacked the freshness of spontaneity. The foundation of her beauty was undeniable. However, her aura seemed to vary. Those photos bore a hint of artifice that might attract men. But as a woman, she instinctively felt less inclined to appreciate them. Unbeknownst to Luo Yan, the bicycle meandered between main roads and side streets. She was unfamiliar with the route and had no idea where the man intended to take her. Yet she was certain he wouldn't abandon her. Soon, the bicycle came to a halt at a beach, where the scene was adorned with radiant sunshine, sandy shores, crashing waves, and swaying palm trees, all quintessential elements of a tropical paradise. Unable to restrain herself, Luo Yan turned to the man. "But uncle, aren't we supposed to work? Without work, there would be no money, and they couldn't afford meals or visit attractions." Tang Linyuan parked the bike securely, ensuring their mode of transport for the day was safe. Then, he took her delicate hand, which felt almost weightless. "We are here to work, but it will be half work and half play." Confused, Luo Yan opened the work manual with one hand, questioning why she didn't recall any working locations being in this area. Sensing her thoughts, Tang Linyuan explained, "Those places have been pre-arranged by the production team. If we go, there will be work and money to earn. But if you can find a way to earn outside the arranged locations, you are free to do so." Luo Yan pondered this, realizing the logic in his words. Who dictated that they must go where the production team designated? As long as they could earn money, that was what truly mattered. With a hint of anticipation, she wondered what kind of work the uncle had in mind and whether it would be challenging. The photographers diligently followed behind, allowing the couple to walk ahead at this hour. The beach was bustling with people, many of whom recognized them. Consequently, the staff remained vigilant amidst their duties, ensuring the guests encountered no unwarranted disturbances. Tang Linyuan led Luo Yan to a tea shop, strategically located and thriving with business that he stepped inside, directly inquiring, "Boss, are you hiring?" The word "not hiring" lingered on the lips of the young owner, Zhuiyang, who was in his late 20s, as his eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing Tang Linyuan. "You are Tang Linyuan." Zhuiyang then turned to Luo Yan. "And you are Luo Yan, right? Is your show filming here in Haishur?" Tang Linyuan took the lead in the conversation, smiling. That's correct. So we were wondering if you're hiring that we need to earn some money for our date. After a moment's contemplation, Zhuiyang realized that having Tang Linyuan as a walking advertisement was a boon. Sure, but how much can you work for? Clearly, as a small business, he could not offer high wages. The main goal is to cover daily expenses. The hourly wage will be 100, and you can earn a commission for each drink sold. Tang Linyuan asserted, confident in his offer. Zhuiyang's eyes lit up upon hearing the proposed wage that a drink's price started at 20. Selling just 5 would cover the wage, and with Tang Linyuan as the face of the shop, they were bound to sell more than that in an hour. Although he wasn't a fan himself, his wife certainly was, and he understood all too well the charm Tang Linyuan possessed. With a quick decision, Zhuiyang agreed. All right, it's a deal. Besides the hourly wage, you can keep 1/10 of each commission. Just then, a cool voice cut through the air. Are you still hiring? Recognizing the familiar voice, Luo Yan turned and saw a familiar face. In the next moment, she abandoned the uncle and dashed into her sister's embrace. Sister, what are you doing here? With their relationship public online, Luo Yan felt no need to hide. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. And as she nuzzled against her sister's chest like a kitten, it reminded her of that night when she had drunkenly confided in her. Clearing her throat awkwardly, Luo Yuan gently pushed Luo Yan away. Not now, there are others around. Luo Yan glanced at the nearby photographers, realizing her oversight. Nonetheless, she looked up at Luo Yuan, her eyes sparkling. Sister, you still haven't told me how you ended up here. Today, the mentors are observing the guest romantic dynamics up close and providing real-time assistance. Luo Yuan explained succinctly. Meanwhile, observing Lian's immediate abandonment of him upon sighting her sister, Tang Linyuan felt a pang of jealousy. This segment had not been mentioned before. Luo Yuan met Tang Linyuan's gaze. Her expression cool, yet slightly frosty. The director suggested adding this just last night, and it was well received. However, what Luo Yuan didn't mention was that while other mentors would step back after offering assistance, she had no intention of doing so today. Sister, will you be joining us for the day? Luo Yan asked eagerly. Luo Yuan nodded slightly. From the start of work, I will be with you all. Yay. That's wonderful. Luo Yan exclaimed, overjoyed. She adored her sister, her beloved Yuan, from before her journey into this narrative to now. Uncle. The affection she held for her uncle was distinctly different. In the 74th chapter, Luo Yan declared, he is my boyfriend. Adding another person meant an additional hourly wage, yet this was Luo Yuan. Zhuiyang immediately consented without a moment's hesitation. Yes, 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 we need more hands. Shouldn't we first learn how to prepare the drinks? Luo Yan hesitated, feeling a bit anxious about her culinary skills. Just then, someone from the crowd bravely approached, and Zhuiyang began a hands-on tutorial that's quite simple. I'll teach you, from taking orders to crafting juice beverages. Zhuiyang guided them step by step. The machines I use are quite user-friendly. You just need to practice a few times. The technical skill primarily involved fruit preparation, particularly slicing mangoes. 10 minutes later, the trio was officially on duty, with Zhuiyang overseeing their efforts. Luo Yan, her cheeks flushed, stood at the small cash register designated for taking orders. Initially, Zhuiyang intended to handle this, allowing them to focus on the back-end tasks. However, due to Lian's slight lack of talent in fruit cutting, she ended up at the register. Luckily, taking orders wasn't too challenging, and Luo Yan managed her responsibilities well. Customer 1. I have choice paralysis. Could you ask Teacher Tang to recommend a drink? Luo Yan. Teacher Tang is also on his first day. He can't offer suggestions. Please order based on your usual preferences. Customer 2. Could my wife get an autograph? Luo Yan. You could buy 2 drinks. Then book a ticket to Paris after. Customer 2. Why Paris? Luo Yan. Those wishing to marry my sister are queuing up in Paris. You'd better hurry with your purchase. Grab a couple of drinks for the journey, as you never know how long you'll be waiting. Customer 3. I want Teacher Tang's autograph on my skirt. Luo Yan. Where would you like it? The only area with white fabric is your chest. Customer 3. As long as Teacher Tang is willing, it can be anywhere. Luo Yan. We don't discuss personal matters during work. If your order is complete, please step aside for the next customer. After more than an hour, the tea shop was bustling with customers. Due to the overwhelming popularity, even Zhuiyang, who initially intended to observe from the sidelines, had to step in to assist. The most troublesome aspect for Luo Yan was responding to a myriad of inquiries, some directed at Tang Linyuan and Luo Yuan, while others pertained to herself. However, The most arduous task fell upon Luo Yuan and Tang Linyuan, who worked tirelessly without faltering, their minds remarkably sharp, making almost no mistakes at that moment. Luo Yan attended to the next customer. Customer in. Miss, may I add you on WeChat? Luo Yan hesitated for a moment. Me? Customer in. Yes, yes. I promise I won't disturb you. Can we connect? Evidently, the individual was oblivious to the fact that Luo Yan and her companions were filming a variety show. Perceiving her merely as a beautiful barista at an ordinary tea shop. No. Tang Linyuan's voice rang out from behind Luo. He then placed a freshly made mango milkshake beside her and addressed the short-haired youth. She has a boyfriend. Before departing, Tang Linyuan possessively planted a kiss on Luo Yan's cheek, entirely indifferent to the numerous fans observing them. Customer in. He is. Luo Yan cleared her throat. He is my boyfriend. After handing the mango milkshake to its rightful owner, Luo Yan continued to serve the customers. At 11:30, the trio decided to take a lunch break. Zhuiyang cheerfully calculated the wages and commissions for the 2-hour shift, totaling 600 yuan based on an hourly rate of 100. That you two managed to prepare 83 cups of juice, amounting to 2,495 yuan. After deducting the commission, you each earned 249 yuan. Altogether, that's 849 yuan. I'll give you 850. With that, Zhuiyang readily handed the money to the three of them. After all, without their help, they wouldn't have earned so much in just 2 hours, seeing that the uncle and sister didn't take any money. Luo Yan smiled brightly and accepted it. Thank you, Brother Zhua. You're welcome. Will you be back this afternoon? Zhuiyang inquired eagerly. Noticing the 850 yuan in Luo Yan's hand, Tang Linyuan contemplated. Yes, we will return. Great. I'll be waiting for you. Zhuiyang replied, asking Tang Linyuan and Luo Yuan for their autographs, to which Luo Yan also added her signature. Once the four had taken a group photo, Luo Yan and her companions planned to find a place for lunch. As she watched the little one link arms with Luo Yuan, Tang Linyuan walked beside them. When Luo Yan's right hand fell empty, he promptly grasped it tightly, not letting go, with her hand firmly held. Luo Yan glanced at the uncle. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan cast a subtle look at Tang Linyuan holding Luo Yan's hand and frowned slightly. I heard you two are dating? Luo Yan felt a slight flush creep up her face. She had initially wanted to find an opportunity to tell her sister, but had yet to do so. For the moment, she could only nod slightly. Yes, we are. When did this happen? Luo Yuan asked. Although she understood that given their previous relationship, it was quite normal for Luo Yan not to disclose this. The recent interactions had led Luo Yuan to genuinely feel as though she had assumed the role of an older sister. Luo Yan timidly raised her finger and made a one gesture point. One day, Luo Yuan queried. A week. Luo Yan replied softly, feeling a bit shy. Luo Yuan was taken aback, not expecting Luo Yan to have been so easily swept away by Tang Linyuan. What she was unaware of was that Luo Yan had not only been taken away, but also brought back home and thoroughly cherished. Noticing her sister's silence, Luo Yan couldn't help but shake her hand. Sister, don't be angry. It's not a big deal. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. Not a big deal. Are you suggesting dumping him? Tang Linyuan interjected. That's out of the question. I must take responsibility for the uncle. Luo Yan's voice was soft and laced with shyness. Beside her, Tang Linyuan couldn't help but smile. I will also take responsibility for Yan Yan. Luo Yuan said nothing further. Yet even with the knowledge of Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan's relationship, she did not alter her initial plans. Consequently, they not only shared meals together but also worked side by side, and even continued to visit attractions together. Throughout the day, they held hands and took photos, with Tang Linyuan quietly trailing behind, carrying their belongings. Thus, whether in their past lives or this one, Tang Linyuan's greatest rival was none other than Luo Yuan. Finally, after bidding farewell to Luo Yuan at the end of the day, Tang Linyuan rode his bike, carrying Luo Yan back home, feeling a sense of relief. Upon returning to the villa, everyone discussed their day of work and earnings over dinner, inevitably mentioning the celebrity mentors. It was then that Luo Yan learned that aside from Luo Yuan's constant presence, the other three had only appeared for half the day. Not far from the villa was a beach, relatively quiet due to its less bustling nature. After dinner, Tang Linyuan took Luo Yan for a stroll along the shore. As dusk settled, the two walked hand in hand, barefoot on the warm sand. Luo Yan relished the sensation of the soft, warm sand beneath her feet. When they reached a dimly lit area between two street lamps, Luo Yan fell into a warm embrace, leaning back against Tang Linyuan. As she turned to speak, her words were silenced by his kiss. Chapter 75. Kiss to tears. The uncle's kiss was, as always, tender yet restrained, akin to a cherished treasure, approached with a hint of caution, yet gripping her firmly to prevent any chance of escape. The fervent kiss sent shivers through Luo Yan's heart, the salty sea breeze brushing against her cheek, reminding her that they were outside, not indoors. Despite the darkness enveloping them and the emptiness surrounding, Luo Yan couldn't help but feel a wave of shyness wash over her as she leaned her head against Tang Linyuan's shoulder. Her voice barely above a whisper, "We might be seen." "Fear not. We are a legal couple," Tang Linyuan replied with a playful smile, adding, "Those with a certificate tend to be rather audacious." That it must be said that Luo Yan genuinely felt that the uncle was bolder than she was. Holding Luo Yan close, Tang Linyuan buried his face in her neck, feeling content just to hold her, his heart brimming with fulfillment that, of course, if they could engage in a little more, it would be even more gratifying. Encouraging her to sit on the beach, they listened to the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore, gazing at the seemingly tranquil sea, and above them, an expanse of twinkling stars. There are so many stars here. Leaning against Tang Linyuan's shoulder, her arms wrapped around his waist, her eyes sparkling with the brilliance of the night sky. Such a starry sky was a rarity in the city, where the vast expanse of stars that once filled the heavens in her childhood had become a distant dream. Moreover, beneath this star-studded sky, she was here with the uncle. "Are you this happy?" Tang Linyuan, ever attentive to Luo Yan, could not miss the radiant smile on her face. In Luo Yan's eyes sparkled the universe, while in his, there was only her. Turning to the uncle beside her, Luo Yan tightened her grip around his waist. "I'm happy because you're here." That he found it impossible to resist her endearing affection. Even if she remained unaware of her own charm, he tightened his embrace around her. In the next moment, Luo Yan gasped as she found herself pinned against the sandy beach by Tang Linyuan. Staring up at him, she felt a bit dazed. Tang Linyuan, following his instincts, leaned down to capture her lips, entwining their bodies together. With each lingering kiss, Luo Yan felt a twinge of pain at the root of her tongue. Yet Tang Linyuan seemed insatiable, devouring her with fervor. "Enough, it hurts," Luo Yan gasped, pushing him away, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, reflecting her grievance. Seeing her slightly swollen lips and glistening eyes, Tang Linyuan gently kissed her eyelids. "Crying? I am not." Luo Yan puffed up her cheeks, glaring at him. "Not crying," Tang Linyuan readily agreed, though his heart was not entirely in it. Before Luo Yan could muster her anger, voices suddenly drifted from afar. Startled, she instinctively clung to Tang Linyuan, shielding each other's faces. That a group of young college students approached, initially chatting and laughing, but upon noticing the couple on the beach, they grew somewhat bashful. Since Tang Linyuan was still leaning over Luo Yan, she held onto him tightly, believing they had not been discovered, and the group quietly tiptoed away. Once they had gone, Luo Yan exhaled in relief. Tang Linyuan's warm breath brushed against her ear, accompanied by a voice laced with desire. "Let's head back." "Okay," Luo Yan replied softly, a hint of shyness in her tone, as she could guess what was to come. With that thought, her cheeks flushed deeper. Tang Linyuan stood up first, then pulled Luo Yan to her feet. However, perhaps due to the earlier incident, her legs felt slightly weak. As they walked hand in hand back to the villa, they encountered Hui and Yu Junshi, who had spent the day on their own date and seemed to have plenty to talk about. Upon seeing Luo Yan and Tang Linyuan, Yu Junshi greeted them with a smile. "Welcome back. Wasn't the seaside at night romantic?" Luo Yan felt a bit shy and nodded slightly, while Tang Linyuan chuckled. "It was indeed quite romantic. You two should consider taking a stroll there sometime." For some reason, the moment she heard Tang Linyuan's words, Luo Yan couldn't help but recall the earlier kiss, raising her hand to touch her slightly warm face. She shook the hand that Tang Linyuan was holding. "I'm going to shower first. I'll join you," Tang Linyuan replied softly. Luo Yan's eyes widened slightly in surprise, clearly taken aback. "What do you mean? I'll go to my room to shower." Tang Linyuan spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to Luo Yan, accompanied by a soft chuckle. Sensing the elder's playful teasing, Luo Yan shot him a reproachful glance. After Luo Yan returned to her room, Tang Linyuan exchanged a few words with Yu Junshi before retreating to his own quarters. Following her shower, Luo Yan deliberately donned her bra, lest someone suggest she was implying something. Dressed in her nightgown and seated on the bed, she picked up her phone and noticed a message from her sister. The production team had returned their phones and wallets upon their return that evening. As that segment had concluded, Luo Yan, let's head back together tomorrow. Dad is having surgery the day after. Luo Yan, okay. By the way, where are you staying tonight? Luo Yan, the crew has arranged a place next to yours. Luo Yan, is it really that close? Just as she sent the message, a knock echoed from the door. It dawned on her that she had locked it during her shower and had forgotten to unlock it. Promptly setting her phone aside, she leaped from the bed and hurried to the door. As she opened it, Tang Linyuan squeezed through the narrow opening, shutting the door behind him and pressing Luo Yan against it. Lowering his head, he kissed the beloved girl, deftly locking the door with a swift motion before lifting her effortlessly into his arms. As they walked and kissed, they tumbled onto the large bed together. With Luo Yan beneath him, Tang Linyuan's hand slipped beneath her nightgown, caressing her soft, delicate skin. As he ventured higher, he encountered a barrier, unable to suppress a chuckle. He heard Lian's dazed voice, followed by his husky, teasing inquiry about her attire. Just wearing it. Luo Yan murmured weakly, it's of no use since we're about to sleep. Tang Linyuan's hand moved to her back, applying a gentle pressure that unclasped her bra. With the constraints of her chest released, Luo Yan felt her heart race in tandem as her nightgown was skillfully undone. Tang Linyuan's eyes fell upon the two cherished treasures he had longed to see. Their soft, fair skin evoking an urge to cherish them deeply. He swallowed hard, the usually composed man now harboring an indescribable yearning in his gaze. As he beheld them, he leaned down, his voice gravelly as he offered a reverent kiss. Yin Yin, is it edible? Chapter 76. Tang Linyuan. Listen to me tonight. A wave of heat flushed Luo Yan's face, her cheeks blooming crimson, eyes shimmering with embarrassment as she met the elder's gaze. The unintended allure she exuded was utterly captivating. And Tang Linyuan could no longer resist this temptation, lowering his head toward her. In the next moment, Luo Yan instinctively gripped his arm, a soft, breathless sound escaping her lips, urgent yet delicate, reminiscent of a dying creature's last gasps. It exploded in Tang Linyuan's mind like fireworks, obliterating all semblance of rationality and staining his eyes with desire. No longer able to endure, he discarded their garments, bearing their souls to one another. Just as he attempted to progress further, an abrupt knock at the door startled Luo Yan, her voice fraught with panic. Uncle, someone's knocking. Ignore it, Tang Linyuan grumbled, his mood soured by the interruption. Noticing Luo Yan's intent to rise, he pressed her back down, kissing her collarbone tenderly. The pressure against her chest made Luo Yan feel increasingly pliant, momentarily dismissing the disturbance outside, until, Luo Yan, are you in your room? Luo Yan's voice pierced through the air. And realization struck Luo Yan, her sister was at the door. Panic washed over her as she urged, Uncle, you need to hide. My sister is here, caught in a situation akin to a secret lover being discovered. Tang Linyuan's emotions swirled chaotically. I have evidence. I want to hide, he retorted, emphasizing the word evidence. Luo Yan was nearly in tears, but my sister doesn't know. Seeing her distress, Tang Linyuan sighed in resignation, acknowledging the futility of their predicament. They quickly donned the nightgowns they had just shed, though Tang Linyuan cunningly appropriated Lian's intimate garments, declaring, no need to wear them. You'll only have to take them off again. Feeling exposed without her underwear, Luo Yan found it awkward even in her nightgown, but the obstinate elder remained unfazed. Where should I hide you? Their concern for you might lead them to think something's amiss. Luo Yan's voice conveyed a hint of seriousness. To thwart Luo Yan from retrieving a key from the production team, Luo Yan called out, I'm fine, sister. I'll be right there. In a frantic search, Luo Yan finally found a suitable hiding spot, the wardrobe. Flinging open the doors, she hurriedly pushed Tang Linyuan inside. Tang Linyuan's heart sank. Encountering Luo Yan never boded well, as his petite partner shoved him into the closet. He pulled her close just before the wardrobe door shut, biting her lip with fervor. Hiding is acceptable, but tonight, you must heed me.